As the eras changed, all living beings in the heavens and the worlds were summoned by the way of heaven and traveled to a whole new world. Here, there is no superior class, no innate privileges. Everyone who starts out starts from a wasteland. People are busy building houses, farming, taming animals, mining, and defending against foreign enemies. Everyone is fighting for survival and working hard to build their own base. Logically, I, Luo Yu, should also be one of the hustle and bustle, working hard and trying to survive. However, fate obviously had other plans. Before I traveled through time, my life was like a melodrama. My girlfriend kicked me out because of my idol chasing, leaving me in a mess and full of depression. Just when I was wandering around the park out of boredom, I accidentally picked up an inconspicuous little stone. Ding! System prompt. You have obtained the primordial stone. I originally thought that this was just an ordinary piece of broken stone, but I didn't expect the skill description to completely confuse me. The only skill, primordial critical strike, critically strike everything in the world. When I tested the skill for the first time, I picked an ordinary strawberry with the mentality of giving it a try, but it turned out to be a rare spiritual fruit, Zhulong fruit. Then, I bought a cheap stone knife and got the magic weapon, Tiangong knife, with a critical hit. What's even more outrageous is that when I chopped down a tree or dug up a piece of ore, they all triggered critical hits. While others are working hard, my life is like opening an infinite blind box. Others built a thatched hut, but I struck out with one hammer and created a magnificent castle. Others were taming wild boars, but I just tamed one and it turned into the mythical beast Blue Bull. I originally wanted to live a low-key life, but reality was rushing towards an uncontrollable direction. A very charming cat girl came over licking her paws and asked in a sweet voice, "Master, can I be your pet?" The elf goddess knelt before me, devoutly called me the reincarnation of God, and even volunteered to be my maid. Looking back to before I traveled through time, I was an ordinary person who was abandoned in a relationship. And now, in the eyes of all races, I have become what they call the Lord of Miracles. At this moment, the grassland in front of me was empty and silent, with only me. The system obviously recognized my ability, and arranged a single-player mode at the beginning. Compared to those ordinary trialists who started the game in groups, I was simply a lone wolf. I had exclusive access to resources and doubled my efficiency. Although I had to bear all the risks by myself, overall, this game started out quite well. I summoned the virtual panel, and the projected data appeared on my retina. Trialist, Luo Yu number, Earth Xia Country 23333 base score, 0 points, initial value, ***. Attributes, Strength, 13, Earth average 10, Universe average 17, Constitution, 14, Earth average 10, Universe average 18, Agility, 13, Earth average 10, Universe average 18. Although he was considered outstanding among the people on Earth, he was just a weakling among weaklings in the universe. However, the base score was the most important thing, as it determined the resource rewards and the intensity of the attacks. The most important thing right now was to survive. I switched to the World Channel, and it was just as expected. The chance to speak was only once a day, but it was turned into a rant by all the demons. I was too lazy to join in the fun, so I turned around to study the system functions: trading mall, battle platform, regional map. It has all the functions, but most of them are exclusive to the big guys, and have nothing to do with me for the time being. After understanding the basic operation, we started the work decisively. We planned to cultivate the farmland in the morning and build the wooden house in the afternoon. The crops here grow at an amazing speed. The earlier you plant, the greater the return. Thanks to the experience of the army in cultivating vegetable fields, the system actually judged my planting skills as LV1, and my efficiency directly surpassed that of ordinary trial participants. I quickly cleared out a standard rectangular field to facilitate sowing and watering. Just as I was about to sow the corn seeds, I suddenly remembered the 3 critical hit opportunities given by the system. It would be a waste if I didn't try it. Silently recite to activate the critical strike, and the system prompt appears. Your next action will definitely be a critical strike, and the efficiency will be increased by 10,000%. Just plant an ordinary herb seed and a miracle will happen. The seed grows at a speed visible to the naked eye and instantly turns into a palm-sized ginseng plant with an ancient shape. It is extraordinary just by looking at it. Ginseng nourishes qi and activates blood circulation, prolongs life. After taking it, permanent strength +2, constitution +2, lifespan +2 years. The system is really awesome. The critical hit directly upgraded the herb to a precious medicine. I swallowed it immediately without hesitation. Instantly, heat surged throughout my body, as if the engine was fully started. Panel attributes updated: Strength 15, Constitution 16, Agility 13. Brother, I've become stronger. While I was in peak condition, I opened up 3 vegetable plots in succession, planting corn, rice, and medicinal herbs respectively. After everything was done, I glanced at the World Channel, which was still in chaos, with people cursing, crying, and advocating peace. But I had quietly taken a big step ahead of them. Afternoon plan: build a log cabin. The grove north of the grassland was close to the mountains and was an ideal location for logging. I sneaked in with my saw and started working. System prompts pop up one after another: wood +1, wood +1, wood +1. After eating ginseng, he was so strong that he chopped down 80 units of wood in 3 hours, while a wooden house only needed 30 units. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 2 days. I opened the construction page and selected Simple Wooden House. The system projected a blueprint and prompted me to select a location. I built the wooden house near the vegetable garden, which is convenient for management, and close to the small lake in the north. It has a unique location. As the system deducted 30 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of silver, a light flashed, and the cabin rose from the ground. When I walked into the cabin, I saw an empty room with bare walls on all 4 sides. The house was like a wind-dried shell, without a trace of human life. Fortunately, there was still a lot of wood. I made up my mind and used 10 units of wood to make a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a chair. Then I moved the tools outside and arranged them neatly, and the house finally looked a bit like one that people could live in. I checked the time. It was 4:30 p.m. After a day of hard work, my battery life was almost exhausted and my stomach was rumbling with hunger. I turned my gaze to the small lake in the north. There should be fish in the lake. After all, the presence of a fishing rod in the game means that the lake is a resource point. But the red dots on the map reminded me that there were hostile units lurking in the lake. Most likely, they were ferocious fish monsters. If you wanted to catch a fish, you had to look at its mood. If you angered it, you might end up being its dinner. After thinking it over, I decided to pick some safe food first. I remembered there was a bush on the edge of the plain, with ripe berries hanging on the branches. If I didn't pick them, they would rot. Picking up the basket, I ran straight to the bush. The berries in the bushes are about the same size as strawberries, but because my planting skill is only level 1, the quality of the fruits I pick is pretty good, and the intact rate is higher than that of ordinary people. I ate 3 ripe berries without any effort. The sweet and sour taste alleviated a lot of my hunger. As I was chewing, I suddenly remembered that I still had 2 critical hits that I hadn't used. My mind moved, and a crazy idea popped up in my head. What miracle will happen if I critically hit the fruit? Can a bush produce hundreds of fruits, or will it drop rare varieties directly? With this in mind, I quickly walked to another bush and silently recited the critical strike command. Triggered by 100x critical strike, the probability of rare fruit output increases by 10,000%. Suddenly, there was a fist-sized, bright red fruit in my hand, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Red dragon fruit, permanent strength +5, agility +2, maintains satiety for 3 days, resists mosquitoes and diseases. My eyes widened, my heart beat faster, and I almost shouted out in excitement. Fuck, this is a real treasure! I took a bite without hesitation, and the sweet juice of the fruit exploded in my mouth, followed by a warm current that instantly spread throughout my body. I looked down and saw that the attribute panel had indeed been updated: Strength 20, Constitution 16, Agility 15. I grinned from ear to ear. This efficiency, 1 day is equivalent to a year for others. But if I didn't pick the berries on the bushes, they would be wasted. I took advantage of my skill level 2 and spent 2 hours sweeping the entire bush, picking a basket full of 100 berries. As it got dark, I returned to the cabin with my basket, washed up quickly and lay down on the wooden bed, planning to browse the area channels and relax. But just as he lay down, the system alarm suddenly sounded. Alert! a group of wild wolves are coming down the mountain to look for food in Area 9527. They may randomly attack the survival base. Please be prepared. I immediately opened the regional channel, and it was already buzzing. Nyoda, Tauran planet. It's only the first day. The wild wolves are already here. Alice, elf. May the great goddess bless all living beings. Naker, cat girl. Meow, don't eat me, don't eat me. Fan Yamung, human on earth. Don't panic. If you have a house, hide inside. If you don't have a house, climb a tree. Don't get hurt. There was chaos in the channel, and I calmly said, There's a wolf here too. Then I exited the channel. A wolf howled in the distance. I sat up suddenly from the bed, and through the window, I saw two wild wolves approaching slowly. Their calf-like bodies looked particularly ferocious in the moonlight. Blue wolf, active attack type, wildness 80%. I held the stick tightly, trying to calm myself down, and silently said to myself, They can't get into the house, don't panic. But the next second, I almost exploded. The two wolves circled the house several times, and when they couldn't find the entrance, they started to tear up my vegetable patch. Are you trying to sabotage me? I gritted my teeth. Losing the vegetable field doesn't matter, but if the seeds are gone, all the early development will be wasted. Furious, I grabbed a stick and rushed out of the house, yelling, Get out of here! A wolf pounced over. I turned my feet flexibly, and my body's reaction was as fast as lightning with the increased agility, and I easily dodged the attack. While the other wolf was about to pounce, I swung the stick and hit it hard. 100 times critical strike triggers, attack power increases 100 times. Bang! The wooden stick hit the wolf's head, turning its head into a bloody mist and killing it on the spot. The remaining wolf was shocked and froze in place, not daring to move. Seeing this, I quickly stepped forward and kicked it over. I raised the stick and was about to finish it off when suddenly an idea occurred to me. Critical hits don't have to be used only to kill. Can I try to tame it? With my foot on the wolf's head, I whispered, Surrender or die. 100x critical hit triggers, taming success rate increases 100x. The blue wolf's whole body shook violently, and then a light flashed, and finally it lay down obediently, completely surrendering. Ding, taming is successful. Your taming level is increased to LV2, blue wolf, male, 3 years old, strength 9, constitution 12, agility 14. I let go of my foot, and it immediately got up, circled around me, and rubbed my calves affectionately, like a loyal large dog. Tamed animals have a wide range of uses. Not only can they fight, but they can also carry supplies, patrol, and even watch the fields. I patted its head and said with a smile, From now on, you will be called Adai. Then I turned my gaze to the other wolf corpse, and a thought occurred to me. Although there was no knife in the cabin, there was a pickaxe. Why didn't I think of it when I was killing the wolf just now? I dragged the wolf carcass to the lake and started to decompose it with a pickaxe. I threw the internal organs into the stream, which attracted a group of fish to grab them. Some were as small as fingers, while the largest ones weighed 2 or 3 pounds. Seeing the fish running around, I had an idea. I moved some stones to block the two ends of the stream and made a simple fish pond. Although I couldn't trap all the fish, it was not a problem to catch some. After dealing with the wolf carcass, I returned to the cabin, lit a fire and started grilling the meat. I planned to salt the wolf meat into dried meat for easy preservation. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, the attack was over, and the regional channel suddenly became lively. Alice, elf. Is everyone okay? Nakor, cat girl. I'm so scared. But my fruit was stolen and eaten. I'm so angry. Fan Yamung, earth human. Luo Yu, are you still alive? I smiled and replied, It's okay, it's done. Fan Yamung. It's good that it's done. I heard that supplies will be dropped after the attack. I'll go take a look. Naker. I'll go too. Alice. Luo Yu, take care. Nyoda, Tauran planet. Beautiful ladies, no one cares about me? Seeing the liveliness of the channel, I came up with an idea and opened the trading platform. As expected, it was very busy. Seeds, wooden swords, fishing nets were all available, but food was very scarce, and it was obvious that no one was willing to sell it. I decided to sell the extra berries. Anyway, the effect of the dragon fruit kept me from being hungry for 3 days. These berries couldn't be stored for long, so they would just be wasted if I didn't sell them. I was so depressed that I set the price at 25 silver coins and put it on the platform. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't sell a single one. I simply sent a message to the World Channel. "Damn, someone is selling berries on the trading platform, go grab them!" As soon as the news came out, the platform was instantly full. Many people did not understand the importance of silver, and coupled with the unbearable hunger, in just a few seconds, 100 berries were snapped up. I had an extra 2,500 silver in my account, and I couldn't help laughing. Did I sell too cheaply? Just as I was about to continue selling some wolf meat, I suddenly realized that there was not a single insect around. Oh right, Shulong fruit has the effect of shielding insects. Thinking of this, my mind started to work out, and I simply rolled over on the grass, and the insects fled wherever I went. Centipedes, spiders, cockroaches. Aren't these high-protein creatures all resources? I skewer them with sharp sticks and prepare to roast them or sell them on the trading platform too. Heavy tasting. Races. After rolling for more than half an hour, he caught 40 or 50 centipedes and other insects, which was very efficient. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Obtain personal characteristics. Zerg Nemesis, 1 star, Zerg Nemesis, 1 star plus 10% damage to Zerg, 10% immunity to Zerg attacks, permanent agility plus 2. Is there such a good thing? I was so excited that I kept scrolling. A few hours later, my characteristics were upgraded to 5 stars. Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars damage to Zerg plus 50%, immune to Zerg attacks 50%, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10. Check the panel, strength 20, constitution 26, agility 27. Haha, it's only been 1 day and we've reached the level of universal prosperity. I laughed so hard that I fell to the ground gasping for breath. He returned to the cabin, wrapped himself in wolfskin and fell asleep. The next morning, the sun shone on the grassland and the sound of birdsong woke me up. After washing up, I was full of energy and touched Odd Dai's head. I opened the system message and found that all the wolf meat that was put on the shelves yesterday was sold out at a high price of 80 silver per piece. The account balance instantly soared to 3,400 silver. Looking at the balance, I was in a good mood and decided to expand the base. Thinking of the safety of the stone wall, I directly bought a stone cutter and tentatively said to myself, "Critical hit." Ding, you generated 100 times critical strike when purchasing the stone cutting knife, and obtained an item worth 10,000 silver, Tiangong knife, sharp and heavy, a close combat weapon, with amazing cutting efficiency. Holding the black long knife, I casually chopped at a piece of bluestone. With a crack, the bluestone cracked. It cuts the stone with one blow. This knife is amazing! I rubbed my hands together and shouted excitedly. No more talking. Let's get to work! This speed of cutting bricks was incredible even to me. With the help of the heavenly blade and my extraordinary strength and stamina, in less than half an hour, 1,000 standard bricks had been piled into a small hill. Looking at this efficiency, I couldn't help but sigh. My productivity is so high that even the donkey in the production team would have to admit defeat. I was free, so I casually opened the regional channel. The chat on the screen was as lively as a vegetable market. The mosquitoes last night were really excessive. I felt like they sucked half of my life. I'm so hungry, is there any big guy who can give me some food? Nakoer, cat girl, suddenly appeared. Luoyu, are you alone? Yes. I responded simply. A human can fight alone, he's quite capable. By the way, how did you deal with the wild wolf yesterday? She seemed a little curious. Beaten to death with a stick, I replied coldly. The channel was instantly filled with question marks and exclamation marks. Is this true? Do humans really have Dozone level combat power? Meow, please send me a picture of your whole body muscles. Don't make trouble, be careful, he will really get angry. Seeing that their conversation was getting more and more off topic, I casually said, Have you had breakfast? I caught a few centipedes. Do you want to share some with you? The channel went viral. Just keep it for yourself and chew it slowly, ha ha ha. As we were chatting, a post caught my attention. Zerg 4444 set up a ring in the virtual arena, with a bet of 2,000 silver coins on the winner. I clicked into the virtual arena, and the chat box in the ring area had exploded. Earthlings are trash, you dare to scold but not to fight. Come and fight if you dare. Otherwise, go back and raise maggots. The rules of the ring are simple and crude. The contestants pay 2,000 silver as a bet, the winner takes 4,000, and the spectators pay 10 silver each, and the winner can get a share. For the Earthlings, this is not only a contest of strength, but also a challenge of dignity. Looking at the Zerg's arrogant speech, I became angrier and angrier, and my hand had already pressed the registration button. At this moment, the interface shows that someone has joined the battle first. Earthhuman XX, hidden, pays silver and enters the arena. The show has begun. I paid 10 silvers to watch the game, and the two sides appeared on the screen. The Zerg is a mantis-like creature with sharp sickle limbs, cold compound eyes, and exudes a deadly and dangerous aura. The human here is a strong man who has hidden his identity, but judging from his body's shape, he should be a martial artist. The countdown ended, and the mantis flapped its wings violently and rushed towards the human. The other party tried to parry with a spear, but was easily cut off. Then, the mantis swept across and cut the strong man in half. KO. Zerg 4444 wins, takes 2.3 seconds. The comments were full of excitement. Earthlings are trash, how shameful! How dare such a weakling come up here? A fortune-giving boy? I gritted my teeth, fury rising inside me. Just then, another human contestant appeared. The screen showed a sturdy figure and well-equipped, and this, human, was me. I said coldly, "Bugs, you are only worthy of looking up to us humans from the bottom of your shoes." The mantis let out a harsh roar. "You are looking for death." The countdown started again, and the mantis was moving faster than before. However, the people on Earth in the barrage urged me to calm down. "Don't get too excited, brother. If you have extra silver, you can lend it to me." However, once the battle began, I responded to the doubts with practical actions. Zerg Nemesis feature activated, attack and defense increased by 50%. Just when the mantis was about to launch a fatal attack, I jumped up and was faster than it. The barrage of comments instantly exploded. "Fuck, this agility value! It's absolutely off the charts." The Tiangong sword and the mantis's sickle collided violently, sparks flew, and a deafening metallic sound echoed throughout the venue. Then, puff! The Tiangong knife flashed with a sharp cold light, and the mantis's sickle forelimbs broke off. Before it could even let out a scream, my knife had already chopped down, cutting the mantis insect in half cleanly. KO. Earthhuman XX wins, takes 1.6 seconds. The air trembled slightly, and there was a dead silence. However, a moment later, the chat room exploded. "Invincible! Who is this? Has the Chinese martial arts master descended on the arena? Zergs are meant to be stepped on, so cool!" The human camp's barrage of comments was overwhelming, and their cheers were full of admiration. The Zerg channel was silent, and the previous mocking sounds came to an abrupt end. The system prompt sounded, "You have defeated your opponent. Please set a code name to facilitate your next entry into the arena." I hesitated for a moment and replied calmly, "Just call me you. The name on the screen changed from Earthhuman XX to You. You. The name of China's hero. Brother Yu, you're so handsome. My idol. Brother Yu, come and develop in our area. Very good, you right? Wait, we Zerg are going to call for help." The chat room continued to boil, but I remained unmoved. I exited the arena and opened my personal account to check the balance. The silver jumped from 4,300 to 6,800. Not only did I win the 2,000 bet, but I also received the admission fee for watching the game. It was a big profit. It's time to see what good things the mall has. When I was about to choose equipment, a hidden prompt jumped into my eyes. The number of critical hits in the mall is limited, and critical hits cannot be triggered again before the end of the month. TSK, I thought I could have unlimited critical hits. I shook my head helplessly, but my eyes were attracted by the red words in the upper right corner of the map. There are 28 days left until the end of the month to attack. My heart tightened, and I quickly clicked on the details. End of month attack. Trialists will face hardcore random events, which are much more intense than ordinary attacks and are the greatest test of the survival trial. I immediately sent a message in the regional channel. Everyone, look at the map. Is there a reminder of the end-of-month raid? Fan Yumum. It's true. We just built a wooden house. What should we do? Alice. Come on, everyone, try to survive. The regional channel exploded instantly, and everyone felt the imminent crisis. While replying to the message, I was quickly thinking about the response strategy. The construction of the wall must be accelerated and defense facilities must be put on the agenda. I opened the research interface and saw a densely packed technology tree. My eyes fell on a key option: automatically fire crossbows, installed on a wall or shooting tower, automatically aiming at the enemy and shooting. This automatic defense device is undoubtedly my life-saving straw, but to unlock it I have to research the prerequisite technology: base automatic defense core. The research cost of 5,000 silver is barely acceptable, but the construction materials are simply outrageous. It requires 3,000 silver, 200 jade, 200 gold, and a beast soul core. The cost is frighteningly high, but this is the best solution for survival. I carved a few big words on the wooden table. Only by surviving can we grow and develop. Then the next goal was formulated: to complete the solid wall before the end of the month and unlock the automatic crossbow technology. Without hesitation, I invested 5,000 silver to unlock the automatic defense core, and the account balance was only 1,800. I looked at the time and saw that it was still 3 hours before dark. I put on my knife and pickaxe and headed straight for the mine. The mine contains high-strength black spot stone, which is an ideal material for building solid walls, and it is also possible to dig up rare ores. This time we must go all out. When we walked near the mine, we found that the environment was relatively safe. The oil lamp on the rock wall was on, and it had its own light source, so there was no need to add fuel. Walking to the end of the mine tunnel, a faintly glowing rock wall comes into view. I swung the pickaxe and smashed it down hard. Mining failed, mining experience +1. Okay, failure is a daily routine at level 0. I sighed and continued swinging the pickaxe. Soon, a piece of black spot stone fell from the rock wall. This material is extremely hard and is an excellent choice for defensive facilities. Bang! Bang! The sound of the pickaxe swinging echoed in the mine, and soon a small hill had formed under my feet. Mining level increased to LV1. Finally upgraded! I stretched my shoulders and prepared to take a break, but then I found that the mountain of rocks put me in a dilemma: how to move them back. An idea suddenly occurred to me and I whistled. Dai, who was patrolling the fields, immediately ran over and rubbed against my trouser legs, being affectionate and well-behaved. I patted its head and said, Dai, go fetch 20 pieces of wood. It ran away and soon moved the wood to the mine. Good boy, with Dai's help, our efficiency has doubled. We must transport all these stones back today. I opened the construction interface and spent 20 wood and 10 silver to build a small cart, complete with reins. It seemed like it was tailor-made for Dai. Seeing Dai wagging his tail, I couldn't help but put on a serious face. Dai, move these rocks to the car, then put on the reins and pull it home. Dai immediately started to move happily, wagging his tail and looking very energetic. I looked at its busy figure, the corners of my mouth rose unconsciously, and I turned around and continued to work. This took me 4 hours, and when I came to my senses, I was exhausted. Look at Dai again. He was lying on the ground like a balloon with the air sucked out of it. He was too lazy to even move. I sighed helplessly, piled the remaining stones onto the cart, threw Dai in as well, and pulled the cart step by step towards home. When we got back to the base, I took out some meat to reward Dai and caught a fish from the pond. After eating and drinking, this guy curled up lazily and fell asleep. It seems that it is not a coolie in the traditional sense after all, and doing some work occasionally is the limit. I've been busy all day and want to go to the stream to wash up and relax. Unexpectedly, just as I reached the stream, the system suddenly popped up a warning, the hygiene standards of the survival base are too low, and the risk of disease is increased. I was stunned. There was no problem with personal hygiene. Could it be? When I thought of the masterpiece I had done in the woods during the day, my face darkened. Sure enough, when the panel was opened, the base's sanitation score was only 18 points, far from the passing score of 60. A low score would not only increase the risk of disease, but could also delay preparations for the attack at the end of the month. This was a serious matter, so I decisively decided to change my plan. Take a hot shower first and clean up thoroughly. Opening the construction interface, I used 30 wood and 20 silver to build a simple bathtub, and spent 15 silver to buy an iron kettle to boil water. Although I feel sorry for the resources, life is more important. After a hot bath, I lay on the bed, enjoying the gentle night breeze and the twinkling stars. I couldn't help but think of Luo Ling. After my parents passed away, she and I depended on each other for survival. She was only 19 years old, smart, lively and cheerful. I hope she can be strong and we will definitely meet again. After coming back to my senses, I opened the regional chat channel, which was very lively. Everyone was discussing countermeasures for the month-end attack. Automatic defense core is the best way. Improving shooting skills is more important. Set traps and outsmart the enemy. There was even a bizarre suggestion. Lure the enemies into the lake and let the lake monster help kill them. I chatted with everyone for a while and the topic quickly turned to health issues. Everyone agreed that building toilets was a top priority. I nodded secretly and decided to raise the hygiene score tomorrow. At this time, Fan Yumeng suddenly sent a message. Luo Yu, the world channel is full of... Brother Yu is awesome. Is it you? Naka followed suit and said, I heard that you defeated the Zerg. Is that true? I casually replied. There are mantises, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders. Which one are you talking about? Fan Yumeng laughed. Are you planning to make dark cuisine? Chickens and birds love to eat insects. I said this and cleverly changed the subject. At this time, the system prompt, in a good mood, you get buff, action frenzy, 3 days, action frenzy, strength, constitution, agility plus 10%, work efficiency plus 10%. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw this message. Sure enough, when the hygiene and entertainment values are high, positive gains can be triggered. Taking a bath is really the beginning of good luck. The next morning, I washed up in high spirits, hummed a little tune and headed straight for the mine. With the blessing of action enthusiasm, I would be sorry for myself if I didn't do something earth-shattering today. Arriving at the mine, I raised my pickaxe and aimed at a rock wall that was glowing blue. The first swing of the pickaxe. 100x critical hit triggers, your mining efficiency and rare mineral output rate increase by 10,000%. After a crisp sound, a fist-sized piece of golden ore rolled down. I was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. This pickaxe directly dug out gold. You get gold, 300 units. Looking at the bountiful harvest, my heart was pounding. The mall doesn't sell gold raw materials, so if you want it, you have to mine, trade, or spend a lot of money to buy finished products and decompose them. But this time, I directly dug up 300 units of gold, which is a windfall. Adai was so excited that he kept yelling, Awu! And his little tail was wagging like an electric fan. I had just put the gold into my backpack and was about to continue digging when a low vibration came from the blue rock wall in front of me. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of golden stone rolled out. Fuck gold? I widened my eyes. But the next second, the piece of gold actually stretched out and turned into a big insect covered in gold. The system prompt popped up. You arouse the anger of the golden beetle when you mined rare minerals. Golden beetle. Wildness 85%. Active attack type. Digging up bugs while mining is so unlucky. My scalp tingled, especially the front jaw of this guy, which looked like 2 sharp blades shining with cold light. The golden beetle attacked Adai without hesitation. Adai roared, jumped away nimbly, and then pounced on it, trying to bite its back. However, Adai's teeth were unable to bite the beetle's shell, and it threw him to the ground instead. Adai, retreat! Leave this guy to me! I drew out the Tiangong knife and chopped down hard at the golden beetle. The blade hit its front jaw, making a crisp metallic impact. Thanks to the bonus of the Zerg Killer feature, the blade directly left a deep gap in its jaw. The golden beetle felt the pain, roared, spread its wings and flew towards me. But its agility was totally insufficient, and I dodged it easily. It tried to pounce several times but failed, and screamed in anger, then turned around to attack Adai. Adai dodged flexibly and took the opportunity to bite it a few times. Although the damage was not great, it obviously angered the beetle. It jumped up and down like thunder, waving its front jaws and ramming around, and its movements became more and more out of control. "Adai, cooperate with me!" I whispered the command. The man and the wolf worked in perfect harmony, flying up and down around the beetle. Adai waited for an opportunity to attack, and I seized the opportunity to strike with my sword. After a few minutes, the beetle was completely driven crazy and its wings flapped like a blower. 10 minutes later, I seized the opportunity to use the beast taming skill again. This time, the prompt changed: beast taming successful, current success rate 61%. Success. The golden beetle instantly changed from angry mode to docile state, and rubbed my leg gently with its front jaws, as if trying to please me. I quickly checked its attribute panel: golden beetle, strength 16, constitution 30, agility 3. Wow, this thing is a living mobile meat shield. What surprised me even more was that it actually ran to the rock wall on its own initiative, and dug out a piece of black stone with its front jaw. A minor-type pet? I couldn't suppress my excitement. Although its efficiency was only 1/10 of mine, it meant that as long as I tamed more beetles, I could completely free my hands. After a short break, I continued to mine. I had a good harvest in half a day. Various ores were piled up into a small hill, and there was also a small piece of iron ore. Although the iron ore was small, it was of great significance. It was enough to make arrows, and the development of long-range weapons was just around the corner. At 3 p.m., I finished work and returned to the cabin, where I piled up the ore and prepared to cut it into bricks. The 3,000 units of stone accumulated in 2 days were enough to cut into 15,000 units of bricks, more than enough to build the city wall. During the stone cutting process, the system suddenly popped up a prompt: your strength +1, current strength 21. Can mining help you gain strength? This job is worth it. I couldn't help but sigh. I finished my day's work only when the sun set. I went back to the house and took a hot bath, and all my fatigue was swept away. At night, I opened the regional chat channel as usual, which seems to be the only time to relax every day. Everyone talks about various things, but the words between the lines revealed the difficulty of survival. The next morning, I woke up hungry. The Zhulong fruit I ate yesterday had already lost its filling effect, so I had to solve the problem of breakfast first. When I opened the door, the planting area was full of life. Adai was lying on the edge of the field basking in the sun, guarding the field vigilantly. Those thieves like birds and mice didn't dare to approach at all. As for the golden beetle, it slowly nibbled the grass and then leisurely crawled towards the mine. Its daily routine was fixed moving or mining. It was simply a standard tool bug. I glanced at the progress of the crops: corn, 15% maturity, rice, 15% maturity, herbs, 3% maturity. 5% maturity per day is barely fast, but the growth rate of herbs is really troublesome. In the short term, it is not realistic to rely on these to solve the problem of food and clothing. I touched my belly, walked towards the stream, and looked at the small fish pond I built. The big fish in it were swimming happily. After catching 2 fish, I returned to the fire, lit it quickly and started roasting the fish. I kept one and gave the other to Adai. I couldn't help laughing as I watched it eat happily and wag its tail. After eating the fish, I was refreshed. I didn't rush back to the mine, but patrolled along the edge of the territory. This time the goal was clear: to find a suitable sewage outlet. After walking for about an hour, I found a small ditch in the bushes behind the bamboo forest, which led directly to the Purple Mountains. Perfect. As long as it didn't flow back to the territory. I immediately took out my heavenly knife, dug the ditch deeper, and opened the construction interface: simple drain, 50 wood or stones, 10 silver. After the point was confirmed, the drainage outlet was quickly built and the sewage discharge direction was adjusted in place. Next, I spent half an hour digging the drainage ditch, and then used 100 stones and 20 silver to build a section of drainage pipe. Finally, we chose a place 7 or 8 meters away from the wooden house and built a simple toilet. This small stone brick toilet, built with 3,000 stones and 80 silver, has complete internal facilities. The only drawback is that the water inlet must be manually pumped. Standing in front of it, I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. To be honest, the defense of this toilet is even stronger than that of the wooden house. If the wooden house is lost, it can also be used as a shelter. System data shows Hygiene score, 48. A toilet directly adds 30 points, significantly reducing the risk of disease. What's even more gratifying is that my base score has increased from 0 to 60 points, and I can get a 600 silver reward after settlement at the end of the month. The next plan is to build a wall. I decided to use black stone to build a 5-meter high, 30 centimeter thick square wall to enclose the wooden house, vegetable patch, and toilet. The material is so strong and impact resistant that even elephants and rhinoceroses find it difficult to damage it. The construction of the wall went smoothly, rising from the ground one section after another, but soon there was a shortage of stone bricks and construction had to be temporarily suspended. I returned to the mines and dug all night, returning with a full load. I finally relaxed in the bathtub while chewing wolf meat. This time, 50 meters of the wall was completed, which was a good progress, but it was estimated that it would take another 20 days to complete the entire wall. What was even more worrying for me was that the silver reserves were running low, so I had to find another way to make money. I opened the auction house and put all the bug dishes in my inventory up for sale, 100 units, 10 silver each, absolutely a reasonable price. However, 10 minutes later, no one was interested. I sent a world message. Grilled centipedes and stewed spiders are now available. Unique flavors, come and try it, my friends in the universe. As soon as the news came out, the world channel became lively in an instant. Are there any fried ones? Spider stew is delicious. I am a centipede. If anyone dares to eat my own kind, I will let him see the insect ancestor. In just a few minutes, the inventory was sold out and 1,000 silver was credited to my account. My account balance rose to 2,400, and I felt relieved. However, you can never have too much money. Thinking of the bugs, I casually clicked into the virtual arena. This place is different from the world channel, the atmosphere is more tense, and it is a stage for the strong to compete. After browsing around, I noticed a few interesting challenges. Come if you are not afraid of death, 50 silver. Champion, Werewolf Tribe. Who will kill me? 20 silver, Champion, Megalodon. Fight tonight, 50 silver. Champion, Ghost Horn Clan. The human named you, come out to Lord Chom. 1,000 silver. Champion Zerg. The names of the rooms in the arena were varied, and most of them had low stakes, less than 100 silver. But there were 7 or 8 rooms with titles that stood out. The human named you, come out to Lord Chom. 1,000 silver. I sneered. It seemed that these Zerg were still unwilling to accept the humiliation they received last time and were determined to get back at me. But they would definitely remember the price of provoking me today. I clicked on one of the rooms and saw that the champion was indeed a man from the Mantis clan. When he saw me coming in, he immediately shouted angrily. You are finally here! You, today I, Dao Tianlang, will make you pay the price. A large number of spectators immediately poured into the room. The bet of 1,000 silver coins was already attractive enough, not to mention this grudge game that was full of tension. I didn't respond, just smiled coldly and waited for the battle to begin. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, we rushed out at the same time. In just 2 or 3 seconds, our weapons crossed each other, and the heavenly sword and the mantis scythe were swung down almost at the same time. The moment they stood side by side, the whole place was silent. An inexplicable sense of oppression filled the air. Suddenly, with a muffled thump, the mantis man's head rolled to the ground. It only takes one sword to kill you! My voice was low and cold, echoing in the arena, and the onlookers were instantly in an uproar. I didn't stay for long. After exiting the room, I went directly into another arena run by the Zerg. The audience followed and watched again. The champion this time is a giant scorpion, whose thick exoskeleton looks amazingly defensive. The result was no surprise, cut in two with one knife. Be it a mantis or a giant scorpion, with the help of the Zerg Nemesis feature, they have no power to fight back. One cut, and it's all over. Some people in the audience have already seen the clues. His knife is definitely not simple. It can break the exoskeleton of the giant scorpion. It must be at least a silver-level weapon, and it may even be a gold-level weapon. I am too lazy to pay attention to these discussions. Since I have already made a feud with the Zerg, I might as well strike while the iron is hot. In the next half hour, I swept through 7 Zerg arenas in succession, killing the enemy with one blow in each battle, and bringing the Zerg Nemesis feature to the extreme. When my silver balance exceeded 10,000, I withdrew from the arena with satisfaction. At this moment, the system prompt popped up. Congratulations on your winning streak, your strength score has increased, and you have achieved the achievement, Black Iron Trilist. Black Iron Trilist achieved. Related technology chains and functions have been unlocked. I was delighted. I knew that the iron rating could unlock the mercenary technology, so I quickly opened the research interface. Sure enough, the mercenary system appeared on the panel. This system allows me to enter other people's survival bases as a mercenary, help solve difficult problems, and retreat safely. If the task is beyond my ability, only a certain deposit will be deducted, which is very safe. However, unlocking the mercenary system requires 5,000 silver and a crystal stone. Silver is not lacking, but crystal stones can only be found by luck in mining or auction houses. I tried searching the auction house but didn't find any relevant items, so I had to put it aside for the time being. Back on the regional channel, I chatted with others about survival strategies. Fan Yimeng suggested planting vitamin-rich vegetables as soon as possible, otherwise long-term malnutrition will lead to physical weakness. I thought it made sense, so I immediately spent 20 silver coins to buy tomato seeds and prepared to open up a field. Early in the morning, I washed up and caught a fish for breakfast, then I reclaimed a new field and planted tomato seeds. When I planted the last seed, I began to think about where I should use today's critical hits, planting or mining. Finally, I decided to gamble on the ore crit. Walking into the mine, facing the rock wall, I took a deep breath and swung the first pickaxe of the day, triggered by 100x critical strike. Mining efficiency and rare ore output rate increased by 10,000%. A dazzling light flashed, and I hurriedly stepped back, only to see a green stone the size of a wash basin rolling out, crystal clear, like a work of art. Ding, you get emerald, 500 units, mining skill upgraded to LV3. Emerald! I was overjoyed. This was one of the necessary raw materials for the defense core. Now, the only thing missing was the beast soul core. Beast soul cores can only be obtained by killing fierce beasts. Maybe the big raid at the end of the month will be an opportunity. But right now, I need to proceed steadily and not rush into the Purple Mountains. Although I missed an opportunity to deal with the Zerg, today's gains are enough to satisfy me. I spent the whole day in the mine swinging my pickaxe. The LV3 mining skill combined with the Action Frenzy buff doubled my efficiency. In just one day, my harvest exceeded the total of the past 2 days. What excites me most is that I have dug up 4 iron ores. The steel reserves have exceeded 600 units, which makes me look forward to the future construction of the territory. In the evening, a light rain began to fall. After dinner, I took the opportunity to walk on the grassland to look for berry seeds. There is not only dense grass here, but also occasional crop seeds. I remembered Alice once said that she collected her cabbage and broccoli seeds on the grassland. Thinking of this, I started to look for them more attentively. Sure enough, not long after, I found a berry bush with green berries hanging on it. The berries were not yet ripe, but the seeds were perfect. I carefully took out the seeds and continued searching. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a warm glow in the rain, making the grassland even more tranquil. By the time it got dark, I had harvested 3 berry seeds and an immature cabbage, and was ready to go home contentedly. At this time, a system prompt suddenly sounded. A group of migrating flamingos passed over your territory. I looked up and saw a flock of giant fiery red birds approaching in the distance. After entering their territory, they quickly lowered their altitude, and their target was obviously the fish in the lake. I casually opened the regional chat channel and it was indeed buzzing with activity. Fan Yimeng. The fiery bird is so beautiful. Nakor. Meow, I want to catch one and roast it. Minotaur. This bird meat is not tasty, the vegetables are more delicious. Me. Old cow, are you a vegetarian? Alice. Don't go near the lake, there are monsters there. As soon as he finished speaking, the water in the middle of the lake suddenly surged, and a black fish as big as a house suddenly jumped out, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the 2 flamingos in one gulp. The height of the jump was 5 or 6 meters, stirring up water splashes all over the sky. I was stunned by this scene. I quickly recorded the video and uploaded it to the chat channel, which really caused a commotion. Fan Yimeng. Oh my god! Luo Yu, are you okay? Alice. How big is this fish? Naker. I love eating black fish. I stared at the black fish and gave up any thought of fighting it head on. Not to mention getting into the water, even getting close to the lake was dangerous. The only solution might be to find a way to develop a long-range attack method. Just as I was thinking, the flock of flamingos flew away in all directions because of the disturbance caused by the black fish. However, in this chaos, Adai suddenly jumped out from the bushes, leaped up, and accurately knocked down a flamingo that was flying unsteadily. Adai, don't. Before he could finish his words, the flamingo had already become its trophy. I touched its head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'll pluck the feathers and roast them and share them with you later. Adai wagged his tail and ran back to the camp excitedly with the prey in his mouth. I was just about to follow when I unexpectedly discovered two huge bird eggs on the grass not far away, larger than goose eggs. Do flamingos lay eggs during migration? I picked up the eggs, unable to hide my joy. This bird is no ordinary flamingo. It can not only be used as a combat unit, but also has reconnaissance capabilities. Moreover, what if a little phoenix is hatched? After returning home with the bird eggs, the regional channel is still busy. Nakor. I caught a flamingo. I'm in for a treat tonight. Fan Yamung. I was lucky I tamed one, come and see the photo. Alice. Mingyu, do you have a talent for taming animals? Fan Yamung. Yes, the initial taming level is LV3. Everyone. This is amazing. The beast tamer is about to rise. I followed up with. I picked up 2 bird eggs. Everyone. If they can hatch, just cook them and eat them. How could I give up hatching eggs? As long as the temperature is kept right, it will be fine. I stared at Adai gnawing on the bird's claws, and an idea suddenly occurred to me. Adai, I need you. Ah? It raised its head, looking confused. That night, Adai held 2 large bird eggs in his arms and fell asleep carefully. Seeing how stable it was, I began planning the next few days with great anticipation. During the day, I continued to mine hard in the mine, and the rocks piled up like small mountains. In the evening, I searched for seeds and fruits on the grassland. Although there was no shortage of meat, vegetable resources were extremely scarce, and green vegetables even became a luxury on regional channels. I secretly sighed, how nice it would be if there was a fruit forest in the territory. Unfortunately, it is a waste to use the critical strike skill to ripen ordinary crops, so I can only wait patiently for the harvest. Chapter 11 Vegetables, from Fang Mingyu's Transaction. As he walked, Luo Yu walked into a bamboo forest. The beginning of the heavenly Tao world was spring. Now was the time when flowers bloomed and all things revived, and the bamboos were also growing rapidly. Patting a brittle bamboo, Luo Yu said to himself, "Keep growing. If you get harder, I'll use you as a javelin." Longer and harder? No, keep growing. An idea flashed through Luo Yu's mind, and he turned his head to look at his feet, where a young bamboo seedling was sprouting. Bamboo shoots! Seeing the bamboo shoots popping up, Luo Yu was overjoyed. Although bamboo shoots are not green vegetables in the traditional sense, they are rich in various vitamins. He immediately started digging with his knife, searching and digging until it was completely dark. I dug 12 bamboo shoots in one go, enough to eat for a while. That night, he cooked a pot of bamboo shoots and meat soup. The aroma made Adai so hungry that even the golden beetle crawled over to ask for meat. Luo Yu enjoyed this meal very much. It was nutritious and great. After having eaten and drunk his fill, Luo Yu entered the arena, ready to make a small fortune. What's more, relying on the talent Zerg Nemesis, Luo Yu got another 4,000 silver from these aggressive Zergs tonight. Currently, he has 10,350 silver, a huge sum of money. Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Yu said goodnight to everyone in the regional chat channel and went to bed early. In the early morning, breakfast was still bamboo shoots and meat soup, and after eating, we went mining as usual. Luo Yu found that staying in the mine all day was not good for his health, so he changed his schedule to mining in the morning and cutting stones outdoors in the afternoon. Today's critical hit was still used for mining. This time, I actually dug out a magnet the size of a wash basin, which was stuck to the pickaxe and almost broke off. Because he could dig out a rare ore every day, which gave him a lot of mining experience. His mining skills reached level 4. Today I built another 20-meter fence. I went home to check on 2 bird eggs and they seem to be showing signs of hatching. I estimate they will take 2 or 3 days. On the 6th day, in the mine, Luo Yu began to collect ore very quickly. The efficiency of the LV4 mining skill was greatly improved. Basically, he could get something with every pickaxe, and the chance of digging up iron ore was a little higher. Just recite it in your mind, and you will get a prompt immediately. 100x critical hit triggered. As Luo Yu dug the hole with the pickaxe, he felt the rock wall vibrate slightly. He jumped away hastily, only to see a large pile of ore rolling out, all of it black stone. Black spotted stone, 100 units. Wow, this is really 100 times critical hit, right? Luo Yu's mouth twitched. It was a pity that he didn't give any rare minerals this time. Just when he was feeling a little disappointed, suddenly 2 stones among the pile of black stones started moving and rushed directly towards him. Digger, wildness 90%, active attack. Luo Yu frowned slightly, drew out the Tiangong knife and slapped it out. With the help of the Zerg Nemesis feature, the 2 burrowing worms were slapped away like ping-pong balls and fell into a coma. Pretending to be dead? Luo Yu sneered and slapped one of the bugs on the forehead with a knife. After waking up, the bug seemed to be afraid of Luo Yu and wanted to run away, but the power suppressed it, and it could not move. Tame! With a light shout, a light flashed on the digging worm's body, and it was successfully tamed. Digger, Strength 4, Constitution 12, Agility 6. Special function mining. Digger worms can perform mining work with low efficiency. Initial mining level LV2. Really? Luo Yu was delighted after seeing the instructions, and he tamed another digging worm in the same way. Because they were both in a state of fear, the success rate was quite high. You two start mining well today. After giving the order to the 2 digging worms, they immediately took action, digging their front claws into the rock wall. It must be said that their efficiency was much higher than that of the golden beetles. With these 2 bugs helping with mining, the construction period of the wall can be greatly shortened. On this day, Luo Yu worked hard and built the wall to 100 meters. One side of the wall was completed. In the evening, as usual, we soaked in the bathtub and chatted. Many people were complaining that they were not well fed and clothed, and had to face attacks. They thought that they could not live like this. This kind of words filled the World Channel and regional chat channels. Luo Yu discovered that there were several active names in the regional channel before, but they had not appeared for 2 days. They might no longer exist. Fan Yumum. I've been eating apples for 2 days, and my mouth feels so bland. What do you guys eat? Luo Yu. Do you want to eat meat? How about we exchange an apple for a piece of meat? Fan Yumum. Hey, really? Deal. A transaction interface immediately appeared in front of Luo Yu. Yu Meng placed 10 apples directly on the interface, and Luo Yu placed 5 pieces of wolf meat and 5 pieces of bird meat on it, and the transaction was completed. As the light flashed before my eyes, 10 apples fell into the bathtub. To be honest, fruits are much more valuable than meat at this stage, and Luo Yu actually made a profit according to the market price. Oh, I'm so hungry! I'm not going to talk anymore. My sister and I are going to eat meat. What Fan Yumeng sent this time was a private message. The 2 of them were not friends, and private messages were limited, and they could only chat for 10 minutes a day. The friend slots in the Tiandao world are very valuable. It costs 1,000 silvers to purchase a friend slot. After becoming friends with each other, the limit on the number of private chats will be lifted, and being friends is also a prerequisite for visitor technology. Even if the visitor technology is unlocked, if you are not friends with each other, you cannot visit each other's survival base. After putting the apples away, Luo Yu returned to the bathtub and checked the food he currently had. Apple, 10, wolf meat 30, firebird meat 42, bamboo shoots, 11. Together with the 7 or 8 large fish raised in the temporary fish pond, the meat reserves are about 80 units and the vegetable reserves are 21. He needs to consume about 5 pieces of meat and 2 pieces of vegetables a day, and Adai also needs 5 pieces of meat. The 2 digging worms are small in size, but they also need 2 pieces of meat a day. As for the golden beetle, it eats grass, so don't worry about it. With this calculation, there is about 8 days of food reserves, but there is a problem. The shelf life of meat is only 4 days, so we need to find a way to refrigerate it. I opened the auction house and searched for ice cubes, but found that no one was selling them. Things like ice are definitely very precious at this stage. They can only be collected in certain places when there is special climate and hail. Luo Yu thought about making an underground ice cellar, and tried to speak in the world. Silver buys ice, and some are put on the auction house. Where does ice come from in the spring? Even if there is ice, I will keep it for myself to store food. It's not your turn. The world began to mock him. Luo Yu waited for a while and found that no one had put ice cubes on the shelf. He searched the system mall again, but did not find any items that could refrigerate food. He felt a little disappointed. Chapter 12: Emergency Abnormal Weather. The system mall will sell some common items, but will not sell key survival items. Ice is the key prop. How can we preserve meat effectively? Luo Yu thought to himself that pickling the meat was one way, but it would only extend the time a little bit, and the temperature had risen recently, so the shelf life would become shorter and shorter. He calculated quickly in his mind, and suddenly his eyes looked at the pile of iron ore outside the wooden house, and his eyes gradually brightened. He jumped out of the bathtub and put on his clothes. Then he spent 4 silver coins to make 8 units of iron ore into a metal box with a shelf in the middle. He went to the stream to fetch clear water and poured it into the metal box. Then he put a piece of cloth in it. One end of the cloth was immersed in water, and the other end was wrapped around the iron box. Luo Yu then stuffed a pile of meat into it and left a hole for ventilation. This is a simple evaporative refrigeration device, which can produce a cooling effect through the principle of evaporation. The cooling effect can greatly prolong the time it takes for meat to rot and spoil. Luo Yu was very satisfied after placing the iron box in a cool and ventilated place in the wooden house. People are forced to do things, and the wisdom of the working people is infinite. He chuckled and went to sleep contentedly. In the early morning, he took a look at the wolf meat in the iron box. There was a hint of coldness on it. Now it could be preserved for at least another 7 or 8 days. This amount of time is enough before summer comes. Today's breakfast was an apple and half a grilled fish. Luo Yu ate it happily. After eating, he suddenly had an idea and thought of something. There are seeds in this apple. Plant it. Luo Yu, who originally wanted to go mining, walked to the edge of the vegetable field, dug a hole and planned to plant the apple core. Just as he was about to bury it, he thought of something else and silently recited, "Critical strike," in his mind. 100 times critical hit triggers, your planting efficiency increases 100 times. After filling the hole, Luo Yu watched a small sapling break through the soil, and then quickly grow bigger. In just a moment, it turned into an apple tree. Does this shorten the growth cycle 100 times? Luo Yu was overjoyed when he saw the dozen or so slightly unripe fruits on the tree. Unripe apples cannot be eaten immediately, but with an apple tree, he can plant an apple forest. It's just a matter of time. With a very happy mood, Luo Yu also carefully built a small earth dam around the apple tree to prevent rainwater to prevent it from being drowned in bad weather. After doing all this, Luo Yu shouted to Ah Dai, who was still hatching eggs in the house. Ah Dai, watch over the apple tree, don't let the birds eat my apples! Ah Dai shouted in response, indicating that he understood and said, Go ahead! Luo Yu started mining again. As the saying goes, everything will go smoothly if things go smoothly. This time, relying on his own mining level, he dug out a small piece of jade, not much, only 20 units, and 2 digging worms came out with the jade. Luo Yu was an old hand at taming bugs. He tamed these 2 bugs without much difficulty. The number of mining coolie bugs reached 4, and his taming level also reached LV3. With 4 digging worms and a golden beetle responsible for carrying, Luo Yu no longer needs to spend the whole morning in the mine like before. Now he can basically complete the work in 2 hours. After all, the entire base is so large, and there are still many things he needs to do. After coming out of the mine, all the stones were cut, and the city wall was built to 130 meters. Luo Yu walked into the bamboo forest and prepared to select some suitable bamboos to make javelins. After an afternoon of selecting and cutting, Luo Yu obtained 20 units of bamboo. Then he opened the system and selected the weapon production page. Ordinary javelin, wood or bamboo *1, steel *5, silver *5. The iron ore that had been dug before came in handy. Luo Yu directly chose to make 20 javelins. With a flash of light, the javelins appeared before his eyes. I picked one up and weighed it in my hand. It felt a little light, but looking at the sharp tip, it must be very powerful. Of course, the premise is that the accuracy is sufficient. He checked his shooting skills, which were level 3. He had participated in militia training and practiced target practice. Although he was not a sharpshooter, he could easily pass the target practice test. Ordinary people are probably at level 0. After spending 10 silver coins to buy a wooden target, Luo Yu began to practice javelin throwing techniques and also practiced his shooting skills. It's no wonder that after the numerical enhancements in all aspects, his hit rate is quite good. When throwing targets from 100 meters away, his hit rate has reached 30%, which is indeed the level of LV3. 100 meters is a standard distance. Beyond this distance, the hit rate will decrease. The reason why he wanted to practice javelin throwing was that he wanted to shoot birds. Now that he was much stronger, he could just shoot down any big migrating birds he encountered next time. Secondly, he was targeting the strange fish in the lake. The monster occupied the beautiful little lake, making Luo Yu hate it so much that he couldn't sleep or eat unless he killed it. After practicing javelin for an entire afternoon, I felt my arms were a little sore. My shooting skills didn't improve, but my physique increased by 1 point. I'm 27 now. Another day's sun sets. Luo Yu has worked hard today and is quite satisfied with his current condition. After dinner, I was about to take a bath when I suddenly got a reminder. Warning, the climate in the Tiandao world has changed. Abnormal weather may come to your territory. Please be prepared. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu hurriedly moved the bathtub and other items outside back to the wooden house, and hid in the stone toilet. The toilet feels much safer than the wooden house. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded in the sky, and then Luo Yu saw a bolt of lightning strike directly down and landed on the ground by the lake. Drought thunder! Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. What he feared was bound to come true. At the same time, the regional chat exploded. Nakor. Drought thunder, my god, why is there drought thunder in our area? Nyoda. The drought thunder is actually not that bad. Look at the World Channel. There is a tornado next door. There are also places where hailstones as big as fists are falling. Even houses cannot be built. Luo Yu. The house is not okay. Don't say that, it's easy to start a fight. Speaking of which, thunderstorms on the grass during droughts may cause fires. Everyone be careful. If a grassland fire starts, it will be difficult to solve. Fang Mingxue. Everyone, don't hide under the tree. Don't hide under the tree. Don't hide under the tree. I have to say this 3 times because it's important. Nyoda. Stop talking, my vegetable garden is on fire. It's ruined. Alice. Hey, is the fire spirit angry? I'm on fire too. What Luo Yu said was right, one of our neighbors had a fire. Boom! Another thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning struck the grassland, and suddenly sparks flew out. Chapter 13 The Disaster is Over, by Ice. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Although the water source was nearby, he didn't dare to go out to put out the fire for fear of being struck to death by lightning. And he thought the drought wouldn't last long. Indeed, drought thunder may not last long, but it is accompanied by strong winds. Call! A strong wind swept across the grassland, and the flames spread instantly, turning into a sea of fire in the distance. Nyoda. Thong! Ah! It's over, the vegetable field will definitely be lost. Luo Yu. Don't go out to put out the fire, you'll be struck by lightning. Nakuer. Everyone, you have to live well. We agreed that when we have money in the future, we will add each other as friends and visit each other. You have to live well. Alice. Don't be afraid, pray in your heart, the goddess will bless every kind child. Fan Yamun. Huh! The lightning here has struck the lake. Many fish have exposed their white bellies. I really want to pick some up. Luo Yu. Shut up, you 3 European emperors! A strong wind swept in, and the flames quickly burned the grassland, but there was not much worry on Luo Yu's face. Because the direction the flames were sweeping from was exactly the direction of the wall. This is when the benefits of the wall come into play. Do you have the guts to burn my stones? Luo Yu. Fortunately, the flames were blocked by the wall of my house. Wall? Elena, dark elf. Foolish human, you actually have a wall? Luo Yu. Elena, you idiot woman, I have tolerated you for a long time. If you dare to call me stupid again, I will draw a circle and curse you. He also posted a screenshot, which was a short photo of the flames being blocked by his own wall. Elena. It's impossible for a stupid human to use a killing curse. I'm not afraid of you. Alice. Elena, stop talking. Neoda. Strong. Even though it's only a dozen meters, it's still very strong. The angle of the photo made him think it was only a dozen meters away. Zhu Lai, pig-headed human star. This is black spot stone. Luo Yu, where did you get so many black spot stones? Don't tell me you dug them yourself. Luo Yu. I love mining. Zhu Lai. I also like to mine and build walls, but this is only 5 meters high. Luo Yu, you have such high strength and stamina values. Nak'er. Meow meow? Luo Yu is actually a very capable boy, right? Fan Yameng. Someone told me to shut up and not dare to speak. Luo Yu. The fire is getting bigger, let's not talk about it anymore. Neoda. My house is on fire too. It's going to be ruined. Everyone. Good luck to you. On Luo Yu's side, the flames had indeed grown bigger, but the wind was still blowing towards the wall. The more than 100-meter-long wall completely blocked the flames at the doorstep, and it seemed that the vegetable fields and apple trees would not be burned. Crackle! After a brief fire, heavy rain began to fall from the sky and the flames were quickly extinguished, but Luo Yu did not feel well. Even from a distance you can see that the roof of the wooden house is leaking. Fan Yameng. It's over, my wooden house is leaking. We too. There was a wailing in the area chat. Afraid that he would not sleep well tonight, Luo Yu rushed back to the wooden house and put on the wolf skin, placed various tools on the bed, and then called Ah Dai to run back to the toilet with 2 bird eggs. The man, the wolf, and the 2 eggs were leaning against each other in the corner, and Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Even he felt that he was being tormented enough, and he was afraid that many people would be in trouble tonight. Leaning against the wall, he fell asleep in a daze. That night he dreamed that he was living in a 3-story villa, calmly drinking coffee and enjoying the scenery on a rainy night. The next morning, the sky was clear. After waking up, Luo Yu stretched his body and felt good. When I walked into the wooden house, I saw that it was all wet. There was water on the ground, which was uncomfortable to look at. Open the construction page. If you want to build a stone house, you need to unlock the prerequisite, Stone House Construction Outline. Stone House Construction Guidelines, 1000 silver, 200 iron ore, base rating 100 or above. I looked at my own score. Because I built a wall of more than 100 meters, my score has unknowingly reached 130. Hey, that's enough! Luo Yu smiled and chose to unlock it directly. After deducting the silver and iron ore, he could see some stone house templates that could be built at this stage. There are ordinary stone houses, private houses, 2-story low-rise buildings or 3-story villas, and the prices vary. An ordinary stone house can be built with 6,000 bricks and 600 pieces of silver, while a 3-story villa requires 300,000 bricks and 30,000 pieces of silver, which is ridiculously expensive. Of course, the defensive capabilities, comfort levels, etc. of both sides are not on the same order of magnitude. Seeing these numbers, Luo Yu's mouth twitched. Okay, I'll build the city wall first. The 4 digging worms went to dig stones again. Luo Yu lit a fire in the wooden house and grilled food while getting rid of the moisture. Alice. Is everyone okay? Did you catch a cold last night? Fan Yameng. Last night, the 3 of us hugged each other to keep warm. We were afraid of getting sick and didn't dare to sleep. Finally, we couldn't stand it anymore. We used the money we earned from selling apples to nourish our bodies, and we managed to get through it. Is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu. I'm fine. By the way, it costs 1,000 yuan to tap on your physical fitness. Is selling apples really that profitable? Fan Yameng. Well, we bid 200 per piece, and we earned more than 20,000 silver coins. Last night, each of us added 6 points of physical fitness. Minotaur. My entire property doesn't even have 100 silvers. You guys really are. I want to die. Luo Yu. Emperor of Europe! It's confirmed that he is the Emperor of Europe. Alice. I'm glad you're all okay. Where's Kerr? Is she still here? Naker. My sister and I are fine. We cats can curl up in a ball and hide in the mine. My sister's tail is furry and keeps us warm. Fan Yamum. Furry meow, I want to touch it. Looking at the regional chat, the familiar ones were all fine, but looking at the world chat, there was a lot of wailing. Many people fell ill. It goes without saying what it means to fall ill in such an environment. After chatting for a while, Luo Yu opened the auction house while eating grilled fish and chewing an apple. Input: Ice cube. Last night, fist-sized hailstones fell in many places. Smart guys collected them, and indeed, many people were selling ice cubes. In most cases, prices at auction houses are similar. Even if you mark the price too high for the same item, it won't sell. The market determines the value. Currently, the minimum price of 1 unit of ice is 200 silver, and the maximum is 250 silver. Luo Yu knew that this price was obviously higher than the usual price. If it were winter, no one would buy your ice cubes for $2. After browsing for a while, he had a private chat with a Namek named Reina. Luo Yu. Brother, can you exchange the 500 ice cubes you put on the shelf for something else? Reina. I only want silver, 15,000 silver. I won't sell it for $1 less. Chapter 14. Too many insects, food crisis. Luo Yu. Get lost. After saying some trash words, he closed the chat window and started chatting privately with a guy named Alf from the barbarian bull tribe. Luo Yu. Brother, how about I exchange your 400 ice cubes for something else? Alf. What do you want in exchange? Luo Yu. What do you want? Alf. Vegetables, fruits, or pets that can work. Pretty female pets are also fine. The kind that takes human form. Luo Yu. Dude, you want to exchange a few pieces of ice for a humanoid pet? And it has to be a pretty female one? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Alf. If there is, then there is. If not, what are you talking about? Luo Yu thought for a moment and replied with a faint smile. There is definitely no female pet, and I won't give you fruits and vegetables, but I can give you hope. Did you know that there is a chance that a bird egg will hatch into a human-shaped birdman? Ofu. Birdman? Do you have eggs that can hatch into female birdmen? Luo Yu. I have a flamingo egg. Brother, I am an honest man. I cannot guarantee that this bird egg will hatch a birdman. Even if there is a high chance that a birdman will hatch, it may not be a female birdman. But it's a hope. A hope to gamble one's fate against the will of heaven. Alf. What you said seems to make sense. Where are the bird eggs? Let me take a look. A transaction interface was sent over, and Luo Yu simply handed the bird egg over. Firebird egg, about to hatch. Alf. Or about to hatch. Well, how about this? I'll trade it with you for 200 ice cubes. 200? The hope of a female birdman is worth 200 ice cubes. Luo Yu. Forget it, I won't change it. I hope I can keep it for myself. After saying that, he closed the trading window directly. Sure enough, Alf immediately sent a message. 300. 300 ice cubes, this is the highest price I can offer. No! Luo Yu seemed very decisive, and for a while, Ao Fu did not send any more messages. However, the bull tribe was the type that couldn't wait to hear the name, and within 3 seconds they sent another message. Okay, 400 is 400. I'll fight for the female birdman. Good man, is this thinking with the lower body? Luo Yu laughed secretly in his heart, but fell into silence. The more he did this, the more impatient the other party became. He kept sending messages. After 3 minutes of silence, Luo Yu replied, Alas, I always feel like I'll regret doing business with you. Alf. Brother, please, I'll give you all the ice cubes. Can I add a carrot? This? Luo Yu. Okay, you order the deal. Soon the transaction page appeared, and it was indeed 400 units of ice and a carrot. Luo Yu simply put the bird egg on it. Deal done. Please select the area where you want to place the ice cubes. Luo Yu was overjoyed and chose to put the ice cubes outside the house. Suddenly, he saw 400 ice cubes piled up neatly in front of his eyes. Each ice cube was basically the size of a lunchbox. This is enough for a small underground ice cellar. Yeah. Brother, let's not talk about anything else. I'm going to hatch the eggs. If the female birdman really appears, I'll give you a carrot every day. Thank you. Luo Yu. Okay, just remember to use the soft part of your body to incubate the eggs, don't break them. Alf. Oh. Thanks, brother. I don't want to talk anymore. I'm leaving. The chat window was closed, and Luo Yu didn't waste any words. He chose a location and started digging. Luo Yu was very strong, and his Tiangong knife was very efficient in digging the ground. He dug all the way down, and soon dug out a passage and a square hole about 4 meters deep and 20 square meters in area. Click on the construction page, spend some ordinary stone bricks and silver to build walls, and a small cellar is ready. After placing the ice cubes one by one and covering them with stone plates, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Luo Yu felt extremely comfortable in the dark environment of the ice cellar. At least 2,000 units of meat and vegetables can be stored here, so there is no need to worry about the shelf life in the summer. After climbing out of the ice cellar, Luo Yu measured the surroundings of the ice cellar and said to himself with a smile, "When the time comes, we can build a warehouse on top of the ice cellar. It will be convenient for sunshade and perfect." He has already planned it. Since he exchanged a bird egg for so many ice cubes, Luo Yu saved at least 7 or 8,000 silver coins. Thinking about what happened last night, he decided to spend 5,000 yuan to add some more. Fan Yunmeng and the others actually have the right idea. Only with a strong physique can one resist disease, recover from injuries faster, and also allow oneself to work longer. Physical fitness is the support of everything. 5,000 silver can buy 5 attribute points. After thinking about it, Luo Yu added 2 strength and 3 constitution. Only if you have high strength can you kill that strange fish with a javelin. Look at the panel. Strength, 23. Constitution, 30. Agility, 27. I currently have more than 5,000 silvers, which I will save for upgrading mercenary technology. After sorting out his thoughts, he realized that what he lacked most was stones. Walls, warehouses, and large villas all required a massive amount of stones for support. So Luo Yu went to the mine again. In the dim environment, he chopped down with a pickaxe. 100 times critical hit trigger. Out came 100 pieces of black spot stone along with a pickaxe, and this critical hit produced a large amount of stone. You are engaged in mining activities, strength +1. Pretty. Luo Yu raised the corner of his mouth, and after holding it in for a few days, he gave another attribute point. He swept his sharp eyes through the pile of stones and found 3 digging worms. No doubt about it, tame. After a series of operations, there were 3 more coolie bugs, and there were 7 bugs in total this time. The mining ability of one bug was almost equal to that of an ordinary human at mining level 1. This meant that there were 7 people working for Luo Yu for free, which was very nice. I spent 2 hours mining in the morning and another hour cutting stones to build the wall. We are already 170 meters away and are getting closer and closer to our goal of 400 meters. At lunchtime, the 7 earthworms also crawled out, crying for food. After Luo Yu gave them a few pieces of meat, he found that food was in short supply again as the number of coolie bugs in the base increased. This insect doesn't eat vegetables or grass, so we have to find a way to get some meat. I went to the auction house and saw that the general price of meat is now much lower than that of vegetables, but it is still very expensive. Speaking of which, this auction house also has many restrictions. All of these restrictions should be intended to avoid reselling items and avoid the emergence of merchants. It would definitely be a waste to buy meat from the auction house now. There are currently 3 ways to get food. The first is hunting. There are small animals on the grassland, such as voles, mice, squirrels, etc. If you are lucky, you may encounter rabbits, but the chance is very small. This kind of animal is hard to find, and Luo Yu doesn't want to eat mice. Chapter 15. There are always more solutions than problems. The second method is still hunting, but not hunting mice, but making bows and arrows to shoot birds. However, there are not many birds coming to this grassland to find food, and the meat is little and difficult to shoot, so it is not a wise move. The third method is naturally to catch fish. After finishing a pot of meat soup, Luo Yu walked to the stream while chewing carrots. The dam that was built before was still there, and only 2 or 3 big fish were left in the temporary fish pond. The small fish were ignored by Luo Yu and were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. If you want to attract big fish again, there won't be so many smelly things like internal organs, and this method is not a long-term solution. After Luo Yu stood on the shore and thought for a moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Why not just dig a fish pond? This fish pond can refer to the current model and set up 2 dams, which serve as the water inlet and outlet respectively. The water inlet is usually opened, the fish pond is filled with water and bait is put in to lure various fish to come and make nests here. Wait for 2 or 3 days, close the water inlet, open the outlet to drain the water and put a net at the outlet. Then you can pick up the fish directly, right? I'm afraid there will be more than just fish, there will also be a lot of crabs, prawns and the like. The more Luo Yu thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. The location could not be too far from the stream, otherwise drainage would be inconvenient. After much consideration, he chose a location near the stream and the wall. This place is within the range of their own firepower, and is located in a high and low terrain with a good water flow direction, so it will save a lot of effort to dig. The most important thing is that if there is an attack, it can also serve as a moat, which is perfect. After the location is chosen and measured, you will also need 2 large stones to block the inlet and outlet, and a sturdy fishing net to prevent the fish from being washed away when the water is released. The big rocks are easy to deal with. It's very convenient to remove 2 of them from the city wall. But as for the fishing nets, the system mall does not sell key items such as fishing nets, so you have to find a way yourself. It would be too much work to make a decent fishing net by yourself, and there are no props like nylon thread or rubber thread. It has both the toughness and elasticity to withstand the impact of water flow, and can effectively block fish and shrimp. After Luo Yu stroked his chin and paced for a while, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Bamboo. The bamboo cut into thin strips has a certain toughness and elasticity. After being reinforced with rattan, it can be formed into a shape like a bamboo basket and covered over the water outlet. If there are fish in the big bamboo basket, they cannot escape. Wait a minute, it looks like you don't have to make the bamboo basket yourself, they're sold in the mall. Luo Yu hurriedly looked around and found bamboo baskets of various models, both large and small, and they were not expensive. The mall doesn't sell fishing nets, but it does have alternatives to fishing nets. As long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Anyway, there are 7 bugs digging stones now, so Luo Yu decided to build the fish pond first. He did what he said. After spending 60 silver coins to buy the largest bamboo basket, Luo Yu started digging with his tiangong knife. When working hard, time always flies by unknowingly. As the sun sets, Luo Yu looks at the fish pond in front of him that has been dug for more than half, feeling happy. It should be finished tomorrow. It's good to have high physical strength. You can work harder and stay healthy. It's time for the daily bath again, and everyone started communicating in the area chat. Nyoda. It's terrible. A fire has burned half of the grassland, which means I have lost half of my food. Oh. The vegetable fields will take another 12 days to mature. Naker. Your food is quite diverse. If I could eat grass, my life would be much less troublesome. Alice. We work when the sun rises and rest when the sun sets. Perhaps we are now pursuing the true meaning of life. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, do you have enough food? What are your plans for the future? Maybe Luo Yu is the only Chinese boy in the surrounding area, so Fan Yameng will naturally be closer to him. The same is true for Luo Yu, and they naturally develop a sense of fellow countrymanship. Luo Yu. It's enough for now. I'm planning to dig a small fish pond. What about you guys? Fan Yameng. Let's wait a minute, dig a fish pond? Luo Yu, is this my illusion? Why do I always feel like you have endless energy? Naker. We girls from the Miao tribe like strong boys. My sister will definitely like Luo Yu, hee. Luo Yu. I'm very curious about cat girls. I want to see your ears and tails. Nyoda. Do you want to see my ears and tail? Luo Yu. Get lost. Originally Luo Yu was just joking, but he didn't expect Naker to actually send a screenshot in private message. Two little heads were leaning on the edge of the misty bathtub, one with white ears and the other with black ears. You can vaguely see the tail behind the head, which is also black and white. These two cat girls are also taking a bath. Unfortunately, there were only ears and a tail, not what Luo Yu wanted to see. Naker, private chat. I'm only showing this to you, don't forward it to others, or I'll bite you. Luo Yu felt his heart beating a little faster. This cat girl is quite seductive. Luo Yu. You can bite me, please meow while biting me. Meow, that's annoying. My sister is blushing. Naker closed the private chat, while Luo Yu laughed out loud, feeling very happy. Regional chat was really the spice of boring life. After chatting with everyone for a while, he entered the virtual arena and just entered a 100 silver battle room opened by a Zerg. The Zerg was obviously startled and shouted loudly, "You is here!" After saying that, he actually admitted defeat. After collecting the money and exiting the room, he saw that the number of rooms opened by the Zerg in the arena on this channel had suddenly decreased by more than half. It seemed that these Zerg were afraid of him. This made him frown slightly. Did you beat the Zerg too hard recently? Can you wait for a few days to relax? Forget it, now that I'm here, I might as well try a different race. He clicked into a room called Shioya. The price for fighting was not high, 50 silvers. The opponent seemed to be a human, and a female. There was no conversation between the two. After the countdown of 3.2.1, they started to take action. Bang! At the moment of crossing each other, the sword in Shioya's hand was cut off by the Tiandong knife on the spot, but the ability she displayed next gave Luo Yu a new understanding of combat effectiveness assessment. This woman was very agile, and the half-broken sword in her hand was also good at both offense and defense. Luo Yu clearly felt that his basic attributes suppressed her, but in his haste he found it difficult to win. It was not until 60 or 70 rounds later that Luo Yu's physical advantage became apparent. He took advantage of Chiu Ye's fatigue and punched her in the chest. You! Chiu Ye stopped attacking and covered her chest with her small hands. Although I couldn't see her face, I knew that she must be feeling ashamed and angry at the moment. Chapter 16. Big Profits from Aquaculture. I will hatch the eggs. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly said, Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you there. You stop talking! Chiu Ye's voice sounded a little bit, gnashing his teeth. You, very good, you are the first man who can beat me. 4 days. In 4 days, at the same time, let's fight again. Do you dare? Received an invitation from Chiu Yi. Do you accept it? Luo Yu could more or less feel that his combat ability had improved a little after fighting with this woman. He nodded and said, Okay, come on. But if you continue to care so much about your chest, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat me. You are shameless. Just wait and see. Chiu Yi left the room directly. KO, you win? After leaving the room, Luo Yu did not continue to stay in the arena, but began to think. Chiu Yi definitely knows martial arts just now. With his strength, physique and agility only half of Luo Yu's, he was able to fight him for so long. If it were a Zerg with the same attributes, he would have been killed instantly without even triggering its characteristics. Martial arts. Luo Yu hurriedly opened the system interface and clicked on the combat technology tree. It takes 10,000 silvers to unlock martial arts, and only after unlocking them can you learn martial arts. There are no martial arts cheats for sale in the mall, and you can only get martial arts cheats by defeating big beasts or having a lot of luck, or by fishing. Of course, there may be auctions, but the prices will be absolutely astronomical. Luo Yu was well aware of the importance of martial arts. If he were to set a price, it would probably start at 7 figures in silver. Is that woman's martial arts inherited? Or did she just pick it up by sheer luck? Luo Yu was confused and decided to ask again after he defeated the woman in 3 days. Thinking of this, Luo Yu got up and went back to his room to sleep. Wake up in the morning, wash up, eat, and continue digging the fish pond. Before lunch, a fish pond of about 40 square meters and 1 meter deep was dug. The inlet and outlet ditches were completed yesterday. Luo Yu moved the large stone bricks at the water inlet, and the water drawn from the stream flowed in. In a moment, the fish pond was filled with water. He took out a vole he had caught while digging yesterday, cut it in half and prepared to throw it into the lake as bait to attract fish. Suddenly, he had an idea. It would be great if the bait could hit the target. While thinking, he threw the two halves of the vole into the pond. 100x critical hit triggers. The effectiveness of the bait you place increases 100 times. It really works! Luo Yu was startled, but saw a faint light flashing at the bottom of the pond. Even if the bait was more effective 100 times, it wouldn't work that quickly. Just wait, and you'll know how many fish it can attract tomorrow. In the afternoon, Luo Yu started cutting stones. The 7 digging worms dug out almost one cart after another of stones. Luo Yu felt that he didn't need to go to the mine anymore. With the greatly increased efficiency, the daily construction of the wall has been increased from the original 20 meters to the current 40 meters. When Luo Yu finishes a busy day, another wall has been built. There are still 200 meters to go. At this speed, the construction will be completed soon. When he was sleeping that night, he faintly heard the sound of fish jumping into the water in the pond. The sound was not noisy at all, but rather pleasant to Luo Yu. The first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to go to the fish pond and get to work. First block the water inlet, and then move the large stone bricks blocking the water outlet away. Crash! The water rushed along the ditch dug in advance and directly flowed into the stream not far away. Luo Yu could already hear the crackling sound in the bamboo basket, which was the sound of fish falling in it. When the water in the fish pond was basically drained, the bamboo basket was already filled with fish, including yellow croaker, black carp, grass carp, green jade carp, freshwater grouper, etc. There were all kinds of fish, as well as crabs and freshwater shrimps. In addition to the ones in the bamboo basket, there are also more than a dozen fish of various kinds diving and struggling in the fish pond. Luo Yu's face is full of smiles. Nothing to say, just catch them. Adai, stop hatching the eggs and come help. An hour later, the ice cellar was filled with various big fish, small fish, crabs, and shrimps, all of which were meat. It was so comfortable. Now the fish pond is filled with water again and is open for business. The effect of the 100 times bait has not disappeared yet. Luo Yu was not greedy, he only put some seafood on the shelves. Sure enough, they were all sold out in a short while, and Luo Yu had 4,000 extra silver. After thinking about it, he felt that strength was more practical now. Your strength plus 4, current, 28. Beautiful! I wonder how long that 100 times bait can last? Thinking of this, Luo Yu happily started cutting stones. Luo Yu ordered the digging worms to work from dawn to dusk and dig stones. They dug a large pile of black spots of stone. There were always endless stones to cut waiting for him. The days of infrastructure construction are always so boring, and another morning has arrived. The first thing he did was to go to the fish pond. Wow, this time he caught a lot of fish and shrimp. Luo Yu looked at the 100 times bait and found that it was still glowing. Although the light was very dim, it seemed that it could last for another day. Great! No doubt about it, all of them were put up for auction today, and the average market price was a little higher than yesterday. I made 8,200 silver in one go. With 8 attribute points in hand, Luo Yu added 5 points of strength and 3 points of agility. The panel is as follows. Strength 33. Constitution 30. Agility 30. This attribute is already twice the average level of the universe. Luo Yu felt that he was a bit of a master. After fixing the fish pond, he moved on to cutting stones. Just as he was talking, suddenly Dai's voice was heard from the wooden house. Luo Yu's heart moved and he hurried over. Sure enough, a crack appeared on the flamingo's egg, and the little bird was about to break out of the shell. Go away, I'll hatch the eggs. Dai was thrown aside by Luo Yu, but he saw Luo Yu holding the little bird that was about to hatch, and said softly, Come on, come out quickly, little phoenix, come out quickly. As he was thinking this, a prompt appeared. Triggered by 100x critical hit, your egg hatching efficiency increases 100 times, with a chance of hatching mutant creatures. A critical hit prompt appeared, and the bird egg in Luo Yu's arms cracked more and more. The next moment, a small head popped out, and after struggling for a few times, it broke out of the shell. Because of the critical hit, it grew very fast and soon grew to the size of a hen. Female free-range laying hens, if there is enough food, they can lay at least 3 sperm-free free-range eggs every day. Free-range chicken? Looking at the hen rubbing against him affectionately in his arms, Luo Yu's mouth twitched. The fiery bird actually mutated into a native chicken. Is it sure that this is a mutation and not degeneration? By the way, if chickens degenerate, they should become dinosaurs, right? But laying 3 eggs a day is quite outrageous. Chapter 17 Scarce Resources, Luo Yu's First Mover Advantage. Cuckoo! The hen jumped down from Luo Yu's arms, ran out of the door, and started pecking at insects. Luo Yu hurriedly ordered, "Don't leave the base, and don't eat the crops in the vegetable garden." Cuckoo! The hen crowed and started pecking at the food. "Okay, I will have eggs to eat every day from now on and my nutrition will be balanced." While Luo Yu was building a chicken coop for the hens, he received a notification. Fan Yumeng invites you to join the group chat. Do you accept? Group chat, which is a smaller circle than regional chat. In fact, there are quite a lot of people in this area, at least 10,000 people, but these days everyone has more or less formed a small circle, and most of them chat with people of the same ethnic group. It will be faster to chat in the area, so some people have started to set up group chat rooms for small groups. After accepting it, as expected, in addition to Fan Yumeng there were also Naker, Nyoda, Alice, and Elena. Knock here. Luo Yu is here? Now everyone is here. Nyoda. Finally here. I was the only male in the group chat just now. It was quite embarrassing. Luo Yu. Huh? Where's Shulai? Didn't you pull him? Fan Yumeng. We are not familiar with each other, so let's just go with the few of us. By the way, Luo Yu, how is the fish pond going? Luo Yu. It's done. I'll continue fishing tomorrow. This passage was followed by a screenshot of a fish pond. Fan Yumeng. My 2 sisters asked you, how strong are you? Can you dig a fish pond of this size in 2 days? Luo Yu. A little more than normal people, but it's okay. Fan Yumeng. Physical fitness is really important. My 2 sisters and I are both 9 points, and sometimes we feel that we are unable to do the work well. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot of his physique. Naker. Huh! I heard that human males are only 10 points. You 3 are good at 9 points. I am only 10 points too, and my sister is only 8 points. Nyoda. I have a physique of 18 and a strength of 16. I will protect you. Naker. No need. Elena. Humans are so thin. Our female elves' agility and physique all start at 15. Alice, are you 20? Alice. Well, about 20. Fan Yumeng and Naker. Wow. The 2 elf sisters are so strong. Elena. Luo Yu, how many stupid human males are you? Luo Yu. Not much, not much. Fan Yumeng. Not too high, how much is it? Luo Yu thought about it, and realized that everyone in the group was an acquaintance, and they had a good relationship with each other, so he decided to reveal a little bit. I made some money, and I got more physical points. Also posted a screenshot of the physique. Constitution 30. Fan Yumeng. Nyoda. You are the real blood cow. Naker. He's a strong man. Alice. Ouch, surprised. Elena. How is it possible? Why is the physique of a mere human male so high? Fan Yumeng. The 3 of us girls put together are not as tall as you. What an outrageous man! Luo Yu showed a little smugness on his face, and laughed. It's just luck, let's get to work, let's not talk for now. Fan Yumeng. Wait a minute! What is the name of our small group? Luo Yu. Well, your name contains the word Yu, and there are 2 elf girls, so let's call it Yuling Xiaozu, right? Good! This name was unanimously agreed upon. Luo Yu smiled faintly and continued to work. After a while of cutting stones, the total length of the wall reached 300 meters. Looking at the wall that was about to be completed, Luo Yu became impatient. Go directly back into the mine and start mining. With his current strength and physique, plus the LV4 mining level, his mining efficiency has skyrocketed. Before the sun sets, the black spot stone and other ores he dug out have piled up into a small mountain. If Adai hadn't helped to carry them, I'm afraid the golden beetles alone would not be able to move them all. After dinner, Luo Yu built a bonfire, cut stones overnight, and worked hard to repair the last section of the wall. Done! The wall was originally estimated to be completed in 20 days, but it actually only took 8 days to complete the task successfully. The wall is 100 meters long and 5 meters high on all 4 sides. There is a stone door on each side, and there are stairs leading up to the inside of the wall, giving people a strong sense of security. A tall building rises from the ground. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Take a quick shower and go to bed. When I woke up in the morning and looked out the window, I found that the wall was erected, but the visibility was not as good as before. If you want a good view, go for a 3-story villa. There is everything in the dream, but now I'd better just be a watchtower. First, he went to the fish pond to release water. Because the effectiveness of the bait had decreased, only 450 units of fish and shrimp were caught this time. Luo Yu did not sell them. He wanted to keep this batch for himself to eat slowly. After having a boiled egg, an apple and half a crucian carp for breakfast, Luo Yu opened the architecture page feeling refreshed. 15M watchtower, 1000 wood, 200 stone, 100 silver. This watchtower can also be used as a shooting tower. Shooting with a bow and arrow from a high vantage point can give you a first mover advantage, but it's a bit expensive. There are still 1000 units of stone, but no more wood. The only grove in the territory had been cut in half before for making various things. Wood was needed for making fire every day, and a large amount of wood was also needed for making bows and arrows. Especially in winter, you might freeze to death without wood to make a fire, so you should prepare for a rainy day. Only then did Luo Yu realize that wood was indeed a relatively difficult resource to obtain on this plane. As for cutting down trees in the Purple Mountains, after paying attention to the World Chat channel and other sources of information these days, Luo Yu learned that there was a circle of air wall at the edge of the territory to block the trial takers. If you want to leave on foot, you must first spend a large amount of silver to unlock the technology. At the same time, Luo Yu also learned that the range of the air wall can be expanded, which means that the territory can be expanded, but it also requires unlocking technology and spending a lot of resources to expand. Don't think about that now. Wood is so precious that Luo Yu cares very much about it. That grove of trees cannot be cut down anymore, so he opened an auction house and prepared to buy some with silver. After a quick search, I found that 1 unit of wood was only sold for 1 silver. A tree basically produces 10 units of wood, which means that 1 tree is only 10 silver. Everyone's initial location is a plain, and everyone can only have 1 forest. Wood is so precious, isn't this too cheap? But after thinking about it, Luo Yu seemed to understand. People nowadays are still worried about food problems, who can build a watchtower like him. It is not yet time to use wood on a large scale, and everyone has forests at the beginning, which makes wood very cheap. At this moment, Luo Yu's first mover advantage was revealed. Chapter 18, Wandering Bison. Without hesitation, he bought 2,000 units of wood. 2,000 silver in exchange for 2,000 wood, a huge profit. Please select the location where the wood will be placed. Luo Yu chose to place the wood next to a wall, clicked on the building page, and began to build a watchtower. After a while, the 15-meter-high watchtower was built. It was located at the corner where the 2 walls met. When you climbed up and took a look, you would naturally feel a sense of looking down. Luo Yu felt that shooting arrows or throwing javelins from this place could increase distance and power. This watchtower cannot completely cover the defense of the base. Luo Yu's plan is to install watchtowers at all 4 corners of the wall to provide 360 degrees coverage. At that time, we can also install things like automatic crossbow launchers to ensure the safety of the base. He currently has 5,300 silvers, which is enough to build 3 more watchtowers, but before that, Luo Yu plans to make bows and arrows. For long-range combat, there are javelins, for close combat, there are swords, and for medium-range combat, bows and arrows are undoubtedly the best. Iron bow, 300 iron ore, 100 silver, 1 animal sinew. There was enough iron ore and silver for the time being, but no animal tendons. I opened the auction house, but found nothing. Everyone needs bows and arrows, and animal tendons are also food, so some of them may have been cooked and eaten. Where can I find a beef tendon? Luo Yu touched his chin, looked at Ah Dai who was playing with the native chicken below, then looked at the golden beetle pulling the mine cart in the distance, and shook his head. These two guys are obviously not qualified, and we are reluctant to kill them. Just when he was at a loss, the system suddenly prompted, a group of wandering cattle have entered this area. They will stay nearby for 1 to 2 days. Luo Yu's eyes widened. He was just thinking about getting some beef tendons, but a bison wandered over here? Sure enough, Luo Yu, standing on the watchtower, discovered 3 white bison, staggering out from the purple mountains and entering his territory. Wandering bison, wildness 90%, neutral creature. Fan Yameng. There's a cow! It's heading towards my orchard! Nyoda. I'm much more handsome than this bull! Damn, don't eat my grass! Alice. Don't touch these bison. They will attack if you provoke them. Naker. It's over. My bull is heading for my vegetable garden. It's my food. Go ahead and kill it. I'm agile enough. Elena. I advise you to think carefully. Even if you are agile enough, can your cabin withstand the impact of the bull's horns? Naker. It seems so. After becoming a hostile unit, it can't attack people, but will attack buildings. That won't do either. I have to hunt it down. Fan Yameng. Should I try to tame it? Luo Yu. No, the 90% success rate of taming the wild is very low. If you fail to tame it, it will actively attack you. Fan Yameng. Okay, I'll listen to you. Everyone in the chat group exclaimed in surprise. Seeing how strong these bison were, everyone seemed helpless and could only watch them gnaw on the vegetable fields and the grass. This seemingly ordinary incident actually poses a threat to the crops in the territory. Luo Yu looked at the 3 bison that were wandering towards the bamboo forest and frowned slightly. Could they want to eat my bamboo shoots? How can this be tolerated? Luo Yu. I have a wall, let me test the fighting power of the bison for you first. Fan Yameng and Nakir. Be careful. Luo Yu did not rush to take action, but looked at them carefully. He found that there were 2 cows and 1 bull among the 3 bison. The bull was extremely strong, and its estimated weight might reach 1,500 kilograms. If it was called a bison, it might be comparable to a rhinoceros. Luo Yu didn't want to confront them head-on, as this was not a wise move. However, although the bull is strong, Luo Yu has not used his critical hit today. He has the ability to kill with 1 blow. He looked at the javelin. The distance was a bit far. Although he could shoot it with his strength, his accuracy would definitely not be good. There was a bamboo forest over there, and his hit rate was even lower. After thinking about it, he had an idea. After a while, Luo Yu opened the stone door a crack and said to Dai beside him, Anger the 3 bison, and then run back. Fool! Instead of showing any fear, Dai let out a bloodthirsty growl, his facial expression ferocious, revealing the demeanor of a wild wolf. The next moment, Dai rushed directly into the bamboo forest. Moo! The 3 bison were startled and retreated in a hurry, but Dai rushed forward and tried to bite the cow's hind legs. Moo! The bull immediately became angry and butted Dai with its horn. If Dai had not been agile enough, he would have jumped away. 3 bison are enraged and in a hostile state. The bull missed the first attack and became even more angry. He rushed towards the fleeing Dai. The 2 cows were also in attacking mode. 3 huge bison on the grassland were chasing a blue wolf and running wildly. The dust was flying all the way. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that the distance was about 200 meters. He shouted, Come and die! He thrust the javelin with all his strength. Although it did not hit a critical hit, the javelin was still extremely fast and flew out with a strong wind. After all, I have the power of more than 30. But what Luo Yu didn't expect was that the javelin that flew out wildly just brushed past the bull's scalp and missed. Level 3 shooting is indeed not very high, and the distance is more than 100 meters, and the hit rate is only 20%. Well? The corner of Luo Yu's mouth twitched, and it was too late for him to shoot another javelin. He stood at the crack of the door and shouted, Quick, Dai, come in! Dai ran very fast and slipped into the crack of the door. The next moment, Luo Yu closed the stone door and tied it with a wooden stick. After doing all this, he quickly ran up the wall and saw 3 angry bison running towards him, apparently trying to break open the stone gate violently. Bang! With a loud bang, Luo Yu only felt the entire wall shaking, and then 2 more bang sounds were heard, and the 3 bison hit the stone gate one after another. Under the huge impact, cracks appeared in the stone door, and the wooden stick tied to the door broke directly, but the 3 bison also fell to the ground. I felt dizzy! Luo Yu was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face. No matter how hard your head is, can it get through the black stone door? Is he dead? While Luo Yu was curious, the bull in the middle suddenly stood up again, rubbing its body against the 2 cows and finding that they were motionless. Its blood-red eyes stared at Luo Yu above, and its strong body turned around restlessly under the stone gate. You can still get up. Strong! Luo Yu was somewhat shocked, but he had made up his mind to deal with these 3 bison. Chapter 19: Bulls can plow the land, and cows can produce milk. Luo Yu went down the wall, took a new piece of wood to tie the stone gate, then moved 2 black-spotted stones and went up the wall again. Dizzy! He smashed off a piece with great force, and it hit the bull's head with a bang, causing it to stagger for a while, but he didn't care that the cow was about to start running away. Want to leave? Another piece flew over and hit the bull's head accurately. Luo Yu's strength value of more than 30 was fully demonstrated. The bison was knocked to the ground on the spot, and blood spurted out of its mouth again. But what was shocking was that the bison was so strong that it shook its head and stood up again. Luo Yu was furious. Seeing a golden beetle pulling a cart not far away, he rushed over, lifted the golden beetle up, and smashed it at the bull like a large stone. The shell of the golden beetle is much harder than a stone, and its body is large. It knows that its owner is using it as a stone to attack the enemy, but it is smart enough not to spread its wings, but really treats itself as a stone. Bang! The huge golden beetle smashed hard on the bison. The bull screamed and fell to the ground, spitting blood and unable to get up. Luo Yu jumped off the fence and walked in front of the bull. He patted its horns in front of its helpless eyes and said in a deep voice, "Tamed!" A flash of light indicated failure. "Come again, tame!" A flash of light, and another failure. There is one last chance. Luo Yu can use 100 times critical strike, but it must be used on a cow. After all, cows can produce milk, but bulls cannot. If you can't tame it, just kill it and eat its meat. There was already murderous intent in Luo Yu's eyes, and the bull felt more and more helpless. I also want you to tame it successfully, but your taming level is too low. Submit to me, or die. Tame! With a light shout, the light flashed again. You tamed the buffalo with a 37% success rate. It worked. Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. The bull weakly stretched out its tongue and licked Luo Yu's palm. It was successfully tamed. Warning, the bull is in a dying state. If not treated, it will die in 2 hours. Well? Luo Yu was surprised. He didn't have any herbs. I hurriedly opened the auction house to search for herbs and found some herbs on the shelves. The unit price was 300 silver. I guess some people were lucky and dug up wild mature herbs on the grassland. At this stage, herbs are life-saving and their prices are ridiculously high. There is no choice but to buy it. Feeding a bull a herb indicated that it would die in 5 hours. Finally, it's not 2 hours anymore. After buying 2 more herbs to feed the bull, it finally avoided dying. The bull climbed up with difficulty and licked Luo Yu with its tongue to express its gratitude. It will take a few days for it to recover its original strong state. After rescuing the bull, they hurried to check on the 2 cows. They discovered that one of the cows had been hit in a bad position and was dead, and the other one was also dying. Luo Yu failed to tame the monster twice in a row, so he decided to use his critical hit opportunity for the 3rd time. 100x critical hit triggers, your taming efficiency increases 100 times. You have tamed the cow with a 100% success rate. The cow was tamed, but it was in a dying state. Luo Yu spent another 900 silvers to buy 3 herbs to revive it. The cow also licked Luo Yu, looking very intimate, but also looked weak. At this time, Luo Yu found that the cow's milk was dripping, so he bought a wooden bucket in the mall and put the milk down to avoid wasting it, so he started milking immediately. Wow, this time I squeezed out a whole bucket of milk. Milk, 25 units. The basic method of calculating food is 1 unit equals 1 gene, so this way a total of 25 gene of milk was squeezed out. I checked the auction house and found that 1 unit of milk equals 40 silver. This time I actually made back the money I spent on the herbs. Luo Yu was overjoyed. With food shortage at this stage, this cow was his money-making machine. He hugged the cow and kissed her vigorously, then patted the 2 cows' buttocks and said with a smile, "Don't eat anything other than the crops, you can eat whatever grass you want. Also don't go near the lake, or you might get eaten." Moo! The tamed animals were able to understand simple commands. The 2 cows let out a cry, wagged their tails, and began to eat grass inside the city wall. I spent 5 silver and 20 stones to repair the damaged stone gate, and there was news in the group chat. Fan Yamum. Is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu. The bison hit the stone wall and fainted. I took care of it. Fan Yamum. Haha, stupid cow. Come to think of it, the cows here seem to be quite friendly to me. Naker. Eh? Clothes, do you have some hidden animal taming attributes? Fan Yamum. I looked at the panel before and it seems to have personal characteristics. I'll take a look. Everyone. Personal characteristics? Oh my god, you really have a talent for this. Fan Yamum. Yes, it's about animal training, 3 stars. Luo Yu. I recommend trying to tame it, and run away if you fail. Fan Yamum. Hey! What should I do if this cow pushes me? Luo Yu. Be brave. Okay. We believe you. After Fan Yamung responded, she stopped talking and seemed to be starting to try. Luo Yu. How many cows have entered your territory? 1. All said it was 1, some said it was a bull, some said it was a cow, but they were all 1. Luo Yu frowned. He didn't say that 3 cows had entered his base. After thinking about it for a while, he more or less understood the reason. My base score is already 180 points, which should be 3 or even 5 times higher than that of others, so the intensity of the incident has also increased. This is a snowball setting. Luo Yu, who has figured out the key, knows that development is the only way forward. The faster the development, the better, and the bigger the snowball will roll. Of course, you can't just blindly add buildings to improve the score. The premise of everything is that you can defend it. Because today's milk was produced when the cow was injured, Luo Yu felt that drinking it might bring bad luck, so he put it directly on the auction house, and it was sold for 1,000 silver coins in a short time. The next step was to deal with the carcass of another cow. The automatic technology had not been unlocked, so it was impossible to build an automatic slaughtering table. Luo Yu could only do it himself. Fortunately, he had the Tiangong knife and enough strength, and he processed the huge body of the cow in half an hour. It happened that the 100-fold fish bait in the fish pond had lost its effectiveness, so Luo Yu simply threw the uneaten internal organs into the fish pond and used them as bait. Beef is money, and money is attribute value. Sell now while the price is high. The beef was sold out soon after it was put on the shelf, and another 5,000 silvers were obtained. Luo Yu looked at the amount of silver he had, 9,500, which was a huge sum of money. It shouldn't be that difficult to make money. Chapter 20, Victory with Bows and Arrows. This time he directly bought 6 attribute points, adding 2 points each to strength, agility, and constitution. One look at the panel and I felt comfortable again. Strength 35. Constitution 32. Agility 32. By the way, now that we have the beef tendon, we can make a bow and arrow. Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to make an iron bow. After confirming it, a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and an iron bow and arrow appeared. I pulled the bowstring, and it was really exciting. I spent another 60 pieces of wood, 60 pieces of iron ore, and 60 pieces of silver to make 30 arrows. Although they are not as effective as feather arrows, there are no bird feathers at the moment, so I can only make do with what I have for now. Luo Yu's physique is now thick and tough, so he no longer needs to wear special finger guards to protect his fingers. He pulls the bow to its full extent and shoots the arrow with a bang. The arrow goes at a very fast speed and directly shoots 150 meters. This is not the limit of Luo Yu's strength, but it has reached the range limit of the iron-framed bow. The general bow and arrow throwing limit is only about 100 meters, so the performance is not bad. At this moment, Fan Yuming in the group chat finally spoke up. Oh my god, it worked! The first 2 times I failed to anger the cow, but the 3rd time I succeeded. Congratulations! For a moment, the group chat was filled with congratulations. Luo Yu said, Hurry up and milk her. There's a surprise! Fan Yuming. Well, without your words, the 3 of us girls might not have the courage to provoke the cow. Thank you. Luo Yu. Your courage is your own. Why thank me? Just get busy. Fan Yuming stopped talking. Nakir seemed to be fighting with the buffalo and did not speak either. However, Elena said, Luo Yu, why do you know about milking? Isn't that a bull? Luo Yu. There are cows too. Nyoda. Hiss. Your base rating is twice as high as ours. Luo Yu. Really? I just built some walls, I'm not sure about the details. Elena. Damn man, you're pretending. I won't lose to you. Luo Yu raised the corner of his mouth but did not respond. Naker. That stupid bull ran into my trap, it's dead. It seems that the cat girl has been dealt with. Luo Yu looked at the regional chat. Unlike his small group, the regional chat room was filled with wailing. Some people were hit by bulls, some people's vegetable fields were eaten by bulls, and some people even had their houses knocked down by bulls. I opened the world chat window again. In this area, bison were roaming. In other areas, some were attacked by wolves, some were hit by abnormal weather, and some small lakes were flooded. Disasters continued. Everyone lives a hard life, trying hard to stay alive and become stronger. This is the meaning of life for all living beings in the universe. Luo Yu closed the chat window and looked at the golden beetle pulling a mine cart from a distance. Nothing to say, just continue cutting stones and work hard for the big mansion. At sunset in the evening, Luo Yu had dinner and soaked in the bathtub. There were 2 cows and a wolf lying beside him. He felt like he had become a primitive man and had regained the feeling of being an ancestor. When he entered the arena, there were still 2 hours before the scheduled battle with Xiuyi. Luo Yu discovered that there was a Zerg Black Iron Trialist who actually offered a room for 1,000. Currently in the arena, Black Iron is already considered a master. We are all masters, so who is afraid of who? Luo Yu paid the money and clicked in directly. Here comes you, fighting the Zerg again. Room 6363 Zerg, gather quickly and cheer for the Blood Spider. 6363, Brother Yu is here, fans gather. All of a sudden, Terrans and Zergs flooded into the room, and the amount of people watching continued to increase. In the empty room, a Spider-Man whose upper body was a man and lower body was a spider was looking at Luo Yu coldly. The overall appearance of this spider was very similar to the spider spirit in A Certain Journey to the West, the kind that seduces men. Unfortunately, the guy in front of me is a male, and there is nothing to see. Luo Yu said nothing. 3, 2, 1. Go! When the countdown ended, the Spider-Man actually opened his mouth and spurted out a white spider web, which shot directly towards Luo Yu. It was the first time that Luo Yu was attacked from a distance. Fortunately, he was agile enough and avoided it easily. However, the spider monster sprayed out spider webs very frequently, and more than a dozen spider webs were sprayed out continuously. A trifle! Luo Yu's agility is too high. Although he doesn't have any martial arts skills, his agility of 32 makes him difficult to hit. He dodged all the spider webs and did not rush forward rashly. Instead, a light flashed in his hand and a bow appeared. Bow and arrow! He made a bow and arrow! There are no more than 10 people in the entire arena who have pulled out a bow and arrow. Does he have one too? It's over! It's going to be bad! The Zerg were all shocked. This human race was already very strong in close combat, and now they had long-range attacks, making them very difficult to deal with. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, the power was already high, plus the 50% power increase of Zerg Nemesis. The speed of the arrow was really as fast as lightning. Spider-Man couldn't dodge in time and was shot in the leg with a bang! And the leg was broken on the spot. Spider-Man thought Luo Yu had deliberately shot his leg, and he was furious. You dare to insult me, you are looking for death! Bang, bang, bang! Another spider web flew out. I want to shoot the head, but I can't hit it. Luo Yu complained in his heart, and there was a flash of light in his hand again. A Tiangong knife appeared in his left hand, and he chopped it continuously, cutting through all the spider webs. Fuck! Everyone watching the fight was shocked. He could cut the spider web with one hand. What a high agility and strength! Suddenly, Spider-Man stopped spitting out spider webs. His face became gloomy as he looked at the Tiangong knife in Luo Yu's hand. He was in a dilemma for a moment. Did you finish spraying the spider web? It's my turn! Luo Yu sneered, drew his bow and arrow, and the arrow flew out with a whoosh. The Spider-Man did not have Luo Yu's agility. After barely blocking a few arrows, he was hit by 10 arrows in succession, breaking 6 of his legs and one hand. The other 3 arrows penetrated his chest, and he died suddenly. KO! Your shooting level has been increased to LV4. It's uprated? Luo Yu was secretly delighted. He collected 1,000 yuan in gambling money and 1,500 yuan in audience fees and left the room directly. After that, Luo Yu found 2 iron-level Zerg to compete with. Although he only earned 300 silvers, every little bit counts. Battle time has come. Do you want to enter the battle room and fight Qiuyi? Sure! Luo Yu entered the battle room, and Qiuyi also arrived on time. She snorted coldly. You, how much are you willing to bet in this battle? Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, Silver is precious. It's just a competition, no need to get angry. Let's bet on something else. If you win, I will promise you one thing within my ability, but if I win, you have to promise me one thing too. How about that? Chapter 21 Milking Critical Attack. You! Qiuyi instinctively hugged his chest and said angrily, Dream on! I won't let you do whatever you want, watch out! The countdown was over now, and the woman pounced on him directly. Luo Yu knew that she had misunderstood, so he did not use any weapons and also faced the enemy with bare hands. After just a few rounds, Qiuyi could no longer hold on. Her martial arts skills have indeed improved, but she can't withstand the sudden increase in Luo Yu's strength, physique and agility. After 20 rounds, Qiuyi was pinned to the ground by Luo Yu. You lose. According to the agreement, you have to promise me one thing. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu clearly felt the woman under him tremble slightly. Although he couldn't see her expression clearly, Qiuyi's voice was trembling. You, what are you going to do? Let me go, you bastard, you pervert! Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you. Although Luo Yu said this, he still rode Qiuyi and said in a deep voice, Tell me, where did you get your martial arts skills? Martial arts? Is that what you wanted to ask? Seeing Luo Yu nod, Qiuyi breathed a sigh of relief and said, I can tell you, but can you let me get up? Sorry, it was urgent. After Luo Yu let her go, Qiuyi calmed down and said, I got my martial arts skills from fishing in the lake. Fishing? Luo Yu was surprised and asked, Could it be that the monster in the lake was destroyed by someone? How is that possible? Qiuyi said unhappily. Even a bronze warrior may not be able to defeat that big black fish. I naturally have my own way, but I won't tell you. This? Luo Yu frowned slightly. How could he catch martial arts while keeping himself safe? Seeing Luo Yu fall silent, Qiuyi snorted. Don't even think about trying. This is my innate ability. If you try, you'll be courting death. That's all I have to say. Let's fight again in 3 days. I don't believe I can't beat you. As he spoke, the man disappeared. Luo Yu also withdrew from the arena. He lay in the bathtub, looking at the starry sky, and said to himself, Fan Yumeng is the same, Qiuyi is the same, it seems that I am not the only one with special talents. This world is really exciting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had infinite expectations and fantasies about tomorrow and the future. When I woke up in the morning, I found 2 cows sleeping at the door of my house. There were 2 piles of cow dung not far away, which looked dirty. A look at the base's hygiene score showed a sharp drop. There were too many animals and it was unhygienic. It was time to build a zoo. This animal training ground can not only provide housing for livestock, but can also purify livestock excrement on its own, improving the hygiene score and, more importantly, increasing the success rate of animal training. Luo Yu didn't know why building a ranch could increase his success rate in taming animals, nor did he need to know, because the Tiandao world was a magical place. The menagerie is temporarily built inside the wall, as a cheap temporary structure, and a better one will be built after the base is expanded. After demarcating an area in a corner of the wall, Luo Yu clicked on the construction interface. Animal taming ground, primary building materials *3000, silver *500. I cut a lot of stones yesterday, plus the ones left over from before, so I can afford 3,000 stone bricks. After confirming it, a pasture appeared in front of me with a flash of light. There were 2 animal sheds, a pile of initial fodder and other common things, and the area was not very large, only about 20 square meters. It is mainly used for animals to sleep and automatically clean up their excrement. I looked at the properties of the animal taming farm. Based on the taming level, the success rate was increased by 10%, and the animal output was increased by 10%. In other words, the cow originally produced 25 units of milk a day, but now it produces 2.5 more, to 27.5. This is good, and it will definitely be a huge profit in the long run. I checked the hygiene score and it went up immediately. It is now 55, almost passing. The base score has also increased and is currently at 200. I went to the fish pond to do some fishing, but because there was no special bait, only 30 units of fish and shrimp were produced today, and this was the result of throwing in animal entrails. It can be seen how awesome the previous 100-fold bait was. There were still a lot of fish and shrimp left from the previous catch. Luo Yu put the remaining 200 units of fish and shrimp on the shelf, earned 1,600 silver, and put the fresh catch of the day into the ice cellar. Fresh taste is better. Then when he went to milk the cow, an idea came to him. Could milking produce a critical hit? Wanting this place, he silently said to himself, and then pushed hard. 100 times critical hit trigger. The cow cried out in pain and the milk gushed out into the wooden barrel. Luo Yu saw it carefully and the color of the milk squeezed out this time was different from before and seemed to be purer. Special milk, extremely high nutritional value. Taking 1 unit can maintain 100% satiety for a day. Note, the smell of special milk is extremely attractive to living things. A total of 10 units of special milk were squeezed out, and the cow collapsed and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Luo Yu looked at the half bucket of milk with joy in his eyes. It was a critical hit as expected. 10 units can be equivalent to 10 days of food rations. Just when he was about to try it, he found Ah Dai running towards him, wagging his tail wildly at the barrel, as if he really wanted to eat it. Are you particularly attracted to animals? Luo Yu touched his chin, stopped Ah Dai from trying to steal some milk, and put the milk into the ice cellar. He had a plan. After the milk was completely frozen, he would make it into milk blocks or even milk slices. Maybe it would be effective at the critical moment. After breakfast, he did not rush to cut stones, but bought a batch of saplings and seeds of vegetables and radishes at the auction house. Crop seeds are a little expensive, but saplings are still quite cheap. People have not yet realized the importance of wood. A total of 1,500 silver coins were spent, and Luo Yu bought some plowing tools from the mall and put them on the big bull, and let it start reclaiming the wasteland. In the past, there was a shortage of labor, and he couldn't do so much work by himself, but now that he has a cow, he can naturally open up a few more vegetable plots. After planning everything, he started cutting stones. Now even the animal shed is made of stone, but he still lives in a wooden house. This is intolerable. Get to work. Work towards the big villa. 3 days passed like this. These 3 days were calm. Luo Yu worked hard and stored up 20,000 units of stone. He also sold the leftover milk and seafood. In fact, even if these things were kept in an ice cellar, their shelf life would not be long. I made more than 5,000 silver dollars in 3 days, and now the price of silver has returned to the pleasing number of 10,000. Chapter 22 Getting Rich by Attacking. The newly reclaimed vegetable and radish fields have been successfully planted, and a batch of purchased camphor tree seedlings have also been planted on the edge of the territory. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. All the critical hit opportunities for 3 days have been saved. Today, Luo Yu came to the mine again, ready to dig up a big one. After muttering something in his mind, he swung the pickaxe down. 100 times critical hit trigger. Boom! A piece of silver ore as big as a wash basin rolled down, and when I looked down, it turned out to be silver. Silver, 10,000 units. So much money! Luo Yu was delighted, but a warning came immediately. Warning, your excavation has awakened the silver-armored ladybug. In an instant, a silver beetle the size of a calf flew out and crashed directly into Luo Yu. To throw an egg against a rock. Luo Yu sneered without any fear. He directly drew out the Tiangong sword and slashed out. Bang! With a crisp sound, the blade of the Tiangong knife hit the silver-armored ladybug, making a crisp sound like the collision of metal. The silver-armored ladybug was directly blown away and fell heavily on the rock wall. The strength is simply not on the same order of magnitude. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and directly performed the animal taming technique. Failed to tame the beast. Ding, taming is successful. You have successfully tamed the silver-armored ladybug with a 37% chance. Silver-armored ladybug, strength 16, constitution 6, agility 20, special ability, swallowing silver essence. Oh my god, this bug is fierce! This attribute surprised Luo Yu a little, and there are special abilities. However, silver is very precious now, and silver essence, which is used to strengthen weapons, is not currently used. Luo Yu naturally would not let this insect eat silver. It took a herb to revive the silver-armored ladybug. The silver insect flew around Luo Yu intimately. It was quite beautiful. It can fly and has high agility, which is good. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and started mining again. This took me nearly half a day, and I only stopped when my stomach started growling and went back to eat. This was a good opportunity to taste that special milk. When he entered the ice cellar, he was intoxicated by the rich aroma of milk, which smelled very comfortable. Is it this scent that attracts the creatures? At this moment, the special milk had been frozen. Luo Yu cut off 1 unit of milk ice cube, and after a while he sat outside the house to start heating the milk. This heating resulted in something surprising. The aroma became stronger and more fragrant, wafting across the entire territory and filling it with aroma. Plop! The big black fish in the lake in the distance actually flapped its wings, as if the fragrance also had a strong attraction to it. However, the big black fish did not swim over. It would be useless even if it swam over, and it might even be stranded on the shallows of the small lake. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu had some vague ideas in his mind. At this moment, a prompt appeared. The scent of special milk attracted a large number of stone turtles, and they will drink the milk at all costs. What? Luo Yu was surprised and checked the chat group and regional channel. There was no movement at all, which meant that the attack was aimed at him alone. Attacks are good. Attacks are both dangers and assets. Without attacks, Luo Yu would not have developed so fast. I climbed up the watchtower and saw that, as expected, 10 turtles were rushing in from the east. These turtles were very big, almost the same size as sea turtles that had lived for hundreds of years. Even an adult could ride on them without any problem. The turtle shell looks like a pile of strange rocks, very hideous and appears to be very hard. But its speed. Luo Yu seemed to see that the 10 turtles were trying hard to crawl over, but their speed was probably about the same as that of a normal person walking. After these turtles came closer, Luo Yu took out a javelin and threw it down from the watchtower with force. The hit rate of his LV4 shooting skill increased a bit, and this time he actually hit the largest stone-shelled turtle that was leading the group. Bang! With a dull thud, the javelin broke into 2 pieces under the huge force, and the turtle shook its head in pain, with a crack appearing on its shell. It's really hard. Luo Yu frowned slightly. This time he had tested it out. He didn't know how much energy would be wasted if he wanted to kill these turtles with javelins and bows and arrows. Only by rushing forward and chopping with the Tiangong sword can you kill the enemy effectively. He was not in a hurry. All his belongings were inside the wall anyway. He wanted to see if the turtle could break through the wall. After a moment, the answer came out. How could a turtle break through the black stone wall? At this stage, the black stone wall is like a bug, which is quite outrageous. 10 turtles were pulling at the stone door. Occasionally their shells would bump into it, but they could not even leave a white spot on it. These turtles have amazing defensive capabilities, but their attack power is far inferior to that of bulls. After observing for a while and confirming that these turtles would not use long-range attacks, Luo Yu climbed up the stone wall, approached a turtle and began to use the taming skill. Failed to tame the beast, success rate 7.1%. Failed to tame the beast, success rate 7.9. After 2 consecutive failures, Luo Yu knew that he had to resort to some fancy tricks. How can we make these turtles fall into abnormal state? His eyes swept across and finally stopped on the warm, special milk. A moment later, Luo Yu sat on the wall with a 4 or 5 meter long bamboo pole in his hand. A small wooden barrel was tied to one end of the pole, and inside the barrel was the special milk. Luo Yu controlled the bamboo pole and swung it over the turtles' heads. The fragrant smell of milk made the turtles drool, but they just couldn't reach it. This time he was so anxious that he was spinning around, squeezing here and there, and sticking his head out too far. This is what is called waiting to be killed. Luo Yu feels that if he takes a javelin now, he can pierce the turtle's neck in one go. I can't reach it, I can't reach it. Luo Yu swung the bamboo pole, hummed a little tune, and happily teased the group of turtles. Suddenly, a drop of milk splashed out from the wooden barrel and fell into the mouth of a turtle. The turtle immediately smacked it to taste it, and then wanted to taste the delicious milk even more crazily. Unfortunately, they can't reach it. Not yet in an abnormal state? Luo Yu teased the turtle for half an hour, and seeing that it was still trying to stretch its neck, he simply tied the bamboo pole to the wall and went to cut stones. 2 hours later, as the sun was setting, Luo Yu had cut another large pile of stones. He looked over the wall and saw that the turtles below all looked extremely tired, but they would still raise their heads from time to time, trying to reach the barrel. In a state of fatigue? You can't handle it anymore. Luo Yu showed a faint smile on his face and used the taming skill on a turtle. Failed to tame beast, success rate 58%. Taming success, success rate 61%. Chapter 23. The first time to fight a strange fish in the lake. Successfully tamed one. Luo Yu was delighted. As expected, the success rate of the abnormal state was very high. Stone turtle, female, pregnant, strength 11, constitution 29, agility 2, special ability, shield. If you can tame the first one, you can tame most of them. Luo Yu used the animal taming technique continuously, and finally 8 out of the 10 stone turtles were tamed. The largest male was also tamed. His animal taming technique reached level 5. Unfortunately, the 2 stone turtles had not been tamed after 3 taming opportunities, so Luo Yu could only chop off their heads with tears in his eyes. They say that you are what you eat to replenish what you have. So I'm eating turtle tonight, and it will replenish what I have. It is worth mentioning that 6 of the 8 turtles were female, and 2 of them were pregnant. After finishing it, Luo Yu drank the milk in the barrel himself. It was indeed delicious. After drinking it, he was no longer hungry and felt relaxed all over. You take special milk and gain action frenzy status, one day. He ordered the stone turtles not to go to the lake and kept them in the creek for the time being. While he was still energetic, Luo Yu began to deal with the bodies of the 2 stone turtles. The butcher is so skilled that even a turtle cannot withstand the sharpness of the knife. He can finish the job in a snap. Looking at the harvest, 1 wave got turtle meat and 2 stone turtle shells. There was a piece of turtle meat cooking in the pot at this moment. A Dai on the side was drooling with greed, while Luo Yu was studying how to use the turtle shell. The turtle shell is indeed very hard, but it seems a bit big to be used as a shield, and it doesn't seem to be very heat conductive to be used as a bathtub. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to fix the turtle shell on the wall. It seems to be a good cover when shooting. You definitely can't finish eating all the turtle meat, so sell it while the price is still high. Sell now. World Channel, Anonymous, turtle meat is very nutritious. 1 bite will leave a lingering fragrance in your mouth. 3 bites will make you immortal. It is now on the auction house. Don't miss it if you pass by. Come and buy it. The effect of advertising was endless. The turtle meat on the shelves was quickly sold out, and Luo Yu made a huge profit. When he took a look at his wealth, he realized that he had made a lot of money, a total of 30,000 silver coins. Now that we have enough food, unlocking key technologies requires not only silver, but also the lack of materials. The big villa was short of stone bricks. After thinking about it, Luo Yu still believed that it would be most cost-effective to use the silver to enhance his attributes. He directly spent 20,000 silvers in exchange for 20 attribute points. Luo Yu still added points according to the previous method, evenly. After adding points, the panel changes a lot. Strength, 42. Physical fitness, 39. Agility, 39. The average is 40, which is 4 times his original attribute. He feels that compared with his past self, he is like a kindergarten child. There are still 10,000 silvers left. I haven't sold the milk or seafood I squeezed out today. Don't worry, keep it. After chatting with everyone in the group for a while, Luo Yu took a shower and went to bed. Early in the morning, after finishing his breakfast, Luo Yu looked at the 8 turtles. They were all basking in the sun on the shore. There was nothing else going on, but Luo Yu discovered that the stone turtles were quite greedy. A turtle consumes 5 units of meat every day, and the fish caught in the morning usually go into their mouths. Of course, they will also catch fish in the stream and eat them, but if they want to free-range them completely, they still have to get rid of the water monster in the lake. The power of 42, you can try it. He did what he said. For the first time, Luo Yu walked to a position 20 meters away from the lake, clicked on the construction page, and chose to build a 10-meter watchtower at this location. This is the lowest level watchtower, and he plans to tear it down immediately once the big black fish is dealt with. There was a flash of light before his eyes, and the watchtower was completed. Then Luo Yu carried 19 javelins up. Standing on the platform of the watchtower and practicing with the javelin, I felt pretty good. A moment later, the air was filled with the aroma of milk, and a silver beetle carrying a wooden barrel flew towards the center of the lake. He was flying very high, about 7 or 8 meters above the lake, as if he was on guard against something. On the distant watchtower, Luo Yu's eyes were fixed on the lake. Sure enough, not long after, a large black shadow appeared under the lake, swimming quickly towards the silver-armored ladybug. Needless to say, it must have been attracted by the special milk. Fly high! Luo Yu shouted, and the silver-armored ladybug's agility came into play. It suddenly moved up a distance with the wooden barrel in its hand. Almost at the same time, a strange fish jumped out of the lake and pounced on it. The moment the strange fish left the water, Luo Yu clearly saw its ferocious appearance. Its bloody mouth could swallow a cow alive. It looked very scary. Now! Luo Yu shot the javelin out with all his strength. Whoosh! The javelin flew towards the black fish in the air with a loud sound of breaking wind. The timing was just right. When the black fish jumped to the highest point, the javelin pierced the black fish's body fiercely. The huge force caused the javelin to pierce the scales, but it only pierced the scales. Luo Yu found that there was no blood. The strange fish began to fall and landed in the water with a bang. Boom! After a loud bang, the strange fish swam quickly in the water and rushed towards Luo Yu. What? A strange fish is coming towards me? Luo Yu frowned and suddenly drew out the Tiangong knife. Boom! The strange fish jumped out of the water again. Luo Yu clearly saw that there was an extremely fierce look in the strange fish's eyes as it looked at him. This is intimidation. It is a threat and a warning of killing. When falling into the water, the strange fish swung its tail, and the water splashed more than 10 meters high, wetting Luo Yu's clothes. How dare you humiliate me! Luo Yu was furious. He suddenly picked up a javelin and took advantage of the moment when half of the strange fish's body floated on the water to throw the javelin out with force. 100 times critical hit trigger. This time the javelin was like a cannonball, as if it pierced through the air and hit the strange fish directly. Bang! A ball of blood exploded, and the scales were directly shattered. The strange fish let out a shrill roar towards the sky, quickly dived into the water, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The surface of the lake was stained with blood, and the bloody ripples slowly calmed down. The silver-armored ladybug flew back to Luo Yufei and rubbed against him affectionately, but Luo Yu had a frown on his face and looked unhappy. Despite the 100-fold critical hit, the strange fish didn't die, it ran away. Oh my God! What kind of monster is this? Luo Yu pondered on the spot and came to 2 conclusions. First, a javelin made of bamboo as the main material cannot exert the full power of 100 times critical strike. Due to the hardness of the javelin, its damage has an upper limit. Second, there is something wrong with your throwing technique. Chapter 24 Tragedy Caused by Milk. This is not about the hit rate, but a question of technique. Luo Yu recalled watching sports games. Those athletes threw javelins with rotation, but he threw them straight out, a complete brute force attack. We need to study how to throw the javelin. After Luo Yu discovered his shortcomings, he sat on the watchtower and browsed them all. You know what, he really found what he wanted. Javelin Throwing Mastery Manual, 50,000 silver. After purchasing and using it, you will be able to throw javelins proficiently. Wow, the instructions say you can learn it right away, but the price? Ridiculously expensive. In addition to the Javelin Mastery Manual, Luo Yu also found skills such as the Bow and Arrow Mastery Manual and the Crossbow Mastery Manual on this page. All of them are 50,000 per copy, which is outrageous. It would be difficult to kill the black fish with one blow without learning how to throw the javelin. Luo Yu knew that this type of monster had a strong ability to recover, and the injury might heal in a few days. Still have to buy it. While thinking about his worries, Luo Yu climbed down the watchtower, but left the silver-armored ladybug there. Without Luo Yu's order, the ladybug did not move and just lay on the watchtower to bask in the sun. Next to it, the special milk in the wooden barrel was also forgotten. The aroma of milk drifted away little by little, and the whole territory was filled with a faint fragrance. In the afternoon, Luo Yu cut a lot of stone bricks. When he was about to take a break, he suddenly received a prompt warning. A group of indigenous tribes passing by are attracted by the milky smell and are preparing to attack your territory. Please be prepared. What? An indigenous tribe? Luo Yu was shocked and immediately ordered all the pets outside to return to the fence, including the turtle and the bugs. He hurriedly climbed up the watchtower inside the city wall and looked around. Sure enough, a moment later, 5 natives wearing tribal clothes and holding various weapons appeared from the east. They seemed to be communicating with each other while moving towards this direction. The attack by the Aboriginals was arguably one of the worst, and there were 5 of them at once. Luo Yu looked carefully and found that the 5 people looked similar to humans, even their skin color was light white, a bit like a mix of Oriental and Western blood. The difference is that their eyes are green and their hair is brown. There were 5 people coming, 4 men and 1 woman. A strong man was holding an axe and a huge shield, and 3 sturdy men, 1 holding a sword, 1 holding a spear, and 1 holding a bow. Luo Yu found that the man holding the sword was good-looking, and the clothes he was wearing seemed to be more expensive. The young tribal woman was also holding a bow and arrow, and she looked pretty good. 1 tank, 2 warriors, and 2 archers? Is this for fighting the boss? The opposing team's personnel were extremely well organized and all seemed to be experts. Luo Yu had not expected that the special milk would lead to such an intense attack. If it were an ordinary person, they would have committed suicide directly. It's impossible to stop it. The people from the 5 tribes walked over slowly, appearing very cautious. It seemed like they were seeing such a tall wall for the first time. Besides the bloodthirsty murderous intent, there was also curiosity in their eyes. Luo Yu could choose to ride on the bull and send all the animals out to fight them head-on, but there was no need to do so. The correct solution was to use the terrain advantage to kill them. Hiding behind a wooden pillar of the watchtower, Luo Yu saw them slowly approaching from the corner of his eye. He did not shoot arrows immediately, but waited for them to enter the best shooting range. 200 meters. 150 m. 120 meters. The 5 people entered the range of 120 meters, which is the limit of bow and arrow throwing. They did not think that they would be attacked from inside the wall at this position, but Luo Yu was not an ordinary person. 120 meters is his firing range. The next moment, he pulled the iron bow hard and aimed at the man holding the bow and arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, but although the 5 people did not find Luo Yu's position, they instinctively lay down as soon as they heard the bowstring sound. Unfortunately, Luo Yu's strength was too great and the arrow was too fast. With a puff sound, the arrow pierced into the man's chest and went straight through his body. The man spit out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Shield! The man with the sword shouted. The strong man raised his shield, and the 3 of them hid directly behind the shield. Bang! Just as they dodged, an arrow shot onto the shield. The sturdy man was startled, and felt his arm ache. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sixth Prince, the strength of the man on the arrow tower is over 30. So strong!" The female archer was obviously startled, and the sword-wielding man known as the Sixth Prince said coldly, Kill all these outsiders!" The 4 men hid behind the shields and advanced slowly. Luo Yu couldn't find the angle to shoot the arrow for a while, but he grabbed a javelin beside him, ready to violently pierce the shield. Just as he threw, an arrow was thrown over and flew directly towards Luo Yu's chest. It was very accurate, but her bow was just a wooden bow. Facing the 15-meter-high watchtower, and the distance of 70 to 80 meters, the arrow was already soft. If Luo Yu, who was so agile, was hit by this arrow, he would be doomed. Casually deflecting the arrow, Luo Yu thrust out his javelin fiercely. Whoosh! The javelin flew out wildly and pierced the shield fiercely. With a bang, the javelin was blocked by the iron shield and bounced away. However, the huge force from it still caused the strong man's palm to crack, and he could no longer hold the shield. Black Snake! The 6th Prince shouted, and the female archer known as the Black Snake shot out 3 arrows in a row, as if she wanted to suppress Luo Yu and prevent him from throwing javelins again in a short period of time so that they could reorganize their formation. Madness! Luo Yu casually swung the iron bow in his hand, directly blocking the 3 arrows shot at him, and then shot another arrow, aiming directly at the female archer. Even within a range of 120 meters, 1 arrow can kill a person with 1 shot. Within a range of 70 meters, the arrow's speed is even faster, and this female archer can hardly avoid it. Ah! The female archer screamed, and at this moment, the man with the spear shouted, Black Snake! He actually stood in front of the female archer and tried to use his spear to block the arrow. Bang! Although the spear hit the arrow was too powerful and the arrow just deviated from its original trajectory but was not completely blocked. With a puff sound, the arrow pierced the shoulder of the man with the spear. Blood gushed out and the man fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. The Black Snake was still in a daze, but had already been pulled behind the shield by the 6th Prince. The strong man's right hand was broken at the base of his palm, but this time he used his left hand to hold the shield in front of him. The next moment, the 3 people hiding behind the shields quickly rushed towards the wall. Chapter 25, Capture Alive. Luo Yu's shooting level was LV4. It was difficult to hit the opponent with a javelin at his jogging speed. He shot several arrows in succession. Although it slowed down the opponent's advance, they were all blocked by the shield. Without skills like javelin mastery and bow and arrow mastery, adding a shield to a moving target is not very effective. Swoosh! The female archer shot 2 arrows while running. Luo Yu dodged them easily, snorted coldly, then went down from the watchtower, climbed up the wall and waited for his opportunity. Soon people from the 3 tribes rushed forward, but the problem was, how were they going to climb up the wall? Bang! The sturdy man hit the stone door hard, and was flung away by the recoil force. Prince, it's a gate made of black stone, it can't be broken. Whoosh! An arrow hit the gap in the stone door and shot directly on the chest of the 6th Prince. However, this man seemed to be wearing a heart-protecting mirror or something. Although he was shocked by the huge force and spurted out a mouthful of blood, his life was not in danger. Luo Yu showed a hint of surprise, and the 6th Prince gritted his teeth and said, Black Snake will occupy the shooting point first. Upon hearing this, the sturdy man threw the petite body of the Black Snake onto the wall. But just as she stood firm on the wall, she was suddenly pounced on by a green wolf. As she struggled hard, she found that not only was she being pressed down by the blue wolf, but also by a bunch of digging worms. Overwhelmed by 7 earth-digging worms and a green wolf, even though this woman was stronger than any man, she couldn't stop them and was suppressed and unable to move on the spot. Black Snake! The 6th Prince's eyes showed rage. Who could have thought that the other party had ambushed so many animals on the wall? How could this man have so many animals? The strong man suggested, Prince, let's retreat. This outsider is too strong. 3 of the 5 people who came were killed. Under normal circumstances, the tribe should have fled. No! The 6th Prince said angrily. Black Snake is one of the few female archers in our tribe. We cannot let her be captured. That man has used all of his animals to suppress the Black Snake. As long as we can get on the wall and get close to him, we'll win. Okay. As you command. The sturdy man skillfully threw the prince onto the wall near Luo Yu. The next moment, the prince leaned over and grabbed the hand of the sturdy man, who jumped up. With a hard pull, the two of them actually climbed directly onto the wall. This made Luo Yu slightly stunned. This team of people are elite, right? Is this how a normal tribal raid would involve climbing over a wall? The sturdy man roared, picked up the axe and chopped towards Luo Yu. The axe was so powerful that it seemed that the force was more than 25 points. They are undoubtedly elite troops. But I'm fighting against the elite. Luo Yu simply stepped back to avoid the axe. Then he suddenly jumped up and rushed forward, and the Tiangong knife in his hand suddenly slashed across the sturdy man's neck. Plop! The strong man's head fell to the ground, and his headless body fell off the wall. Mad bull! The sixth prince exclaimed, with disbelief in his eyes. Seeing Luo Yu slowly approaching him, he was filled with fear. The man in front of me looks only about 20 years old. Why would a human have such powerful attribute values? Fear overcame the courage in his heart, and he actually jumped off the city wall and started to run away. The attackers from the tribe began to flee, and you won the defense battle. You are the first human to defeat the tribal attack, and you will receive an additional reward, 50,000 silver. Looking at the prince who was fleeing for his life on the grassland in the distance, Luo Yu sneered and walked towards the black snake that was suppressed by Ah Dai. When the woman saw Luo Yu coming, her eyes were full of fear. She thought she was going to die, but fortunately Luo Yu just tied her up with a rope. You captured the tribal archer, Black Snake. Black Snake, female tribe member, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 16, shooting LV 6. This woman has good attributes, right? Sell it. Luo Yu secretly made up his mind, but now there is still one thing to do. At this moment, the prince was running away for his life. He found that his legs and feet had never been as sharp as they were now. The speed of his escape seemed to have brought his agility to the extreme. He even had an illusion that he was like a cheetah being chased by a lion on the grassland. Although he could not defeat the lion, he could easily escape. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise behind him. The sound of horse hooves. The sixth prince instinctively turned his head and saw a strong bull running towards him, and riding on the bull's back was the man who frightened him. The sixth prince was so horrified upon seeing this scene that he ran wildly in the direction he came from without looking back, and his speed seemed to have increased a bit. But the next moment, an arrow flew through the air. The first arrow grazed his scalp, but the second one pierced his thigh. Plop! The sixth prince fell to the ground, and the next moment, the sharp tip of the Tiangong knife was pointing at his throat. Prince, you are captured. The cold voice of Luo Yu, who was riding on the back of the ox, was heard. The sixth prince looked at the man in horror, and could only surrender. A moment later, the sixth prince, the spearman and the archer Black Snake were tied up and thrown to the ground. It took 7 herbs to treat these 3 guys, and finally their bleeding was stopped. The sturdy man and the male archer at the beginning died suddenly, and their bodies were thrown into a large pit dug at the edge of the grassland and burned. Luo Yu is not so cruel as to slaughter human corpses, sell human flesh, and make human skin sofas. At this moment, Luo Yu looked at the heart-protecting mirror in his hand, with satisfaction in his eyes. Bronze gold heart guard, silver level armor. Silver grade, my own Tiangong knife is only of silver grade, what a good thing. In addition to the breastplate, the spoils also included an iron spear, 2 wooden bows, a shield, an axe, and a long sword. The prince's sword also has a grade, but it has reached the black iron grade. These kinds of weapons are in short supply now and are very valuable. Luo Yu can make a fortune. As for these 3 prisoners, there are several ways to deal with them. The first is to conquer, which can be divided into 2 types. One is verbal conquest. It's very simple. Just ask him if he is convinced and wants to join my territory. If he is convinced, even if he is verbally convinced, it is difficult to guarantee his loyalty in this situation. The second is recruitment. This method is similar to taming animals. Once the recruitment is successful, the animal's loyalty will be full and the animal will obey your orders. Luo Yu just looked at the recruitment difficulty of these 3 people, all of which were 99%, and Luo Yu's recruitment level was 0, so it was almost impossible to succeed. You can give it a try using critical hits, but once the recruitment is successful, it will increase the attack rate of the other tribe by at least 3 times. Currently, there is no need to build defensive fortifications. Chapter 26. Make a fortune. Luo Yu did not intend to recruit them. The second method is to list it on the auction house. Prisoners can also be put up for auction and sold for money, but no one has put them up for auction yet, and Luo Yu doesn't know what the appropriate price should be. The third and most direct method is to ask for a ransom. Luo Yu tended to believe the third option. He opened the system page and looked at the captive column. 6 Prince, ransom 50,000 silver. Black Snake, ransom 3,000 silver. Iron Spearman, ransom 2,500 silver. As long as Luo Yu presses OK, he can redeem them, but there is no guarantee that they will appear again when they attack next time. Now that he needed money, he decided to sell the captives directly using the system ransom method, but there was still something else to do before that. He walked up to the Black Snake and untied the ropes on her body in front of the woman's horrified gaze. Before the woman could react, he took off her fur tribal outfit. In an instant, the woman stood naked in front of Luo Yu. To be honest, she had a great figure. As if it understood something, the Black Snake closed its eyes with a flushed face, waiting for the possible storm. The 6th Prince and the Iron Spearman also glared at Luo Yu angrily. Everyone knew very well what the consequences would be for the female captives. However, what surprised Black Snake was that after waiting for a while, nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Yu patting her shoulder and said, "Next time, it won't be as simple as taking off your clothes." Whoosh! With a flash of light, she disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, a pile of silver appeared in front of her. Next, Luo Yu untied the rope of the 6th Prince, put the Tiangong knife on his neck, and said in a deep voice, "I am not interested in taking off men's clothes, take them off quickly." Yes, take it off immediately." After a while, he stripped himself naked, and with a flash of light, the 6th Prince disappeared. The pile of silver in front of him was more than 10 times that of the Black Snake. "It's valuable." After redeeming the spearman, Luo Yu made a fortune in silver. But that was not all. He put the clothes he had just taken from these men up for auction. World Anonymous. "I just plucked the animal skin from the beautiful wild woman. It's fragrant and warm. It's now on the auction house. Hurry and grab it." "Really? Bro, you were attacked by the tribe? Fuck, did you satisfy that beautiful wild woman? Tell the truth." "Brother, I'll give you all my belongings for 2,000 silver coins. Can you trade me the beautiful wild woman?" "I'll offer 3,000. Click me to trade." This single man hasn't seen the opposite sex for a long time. Not to mention beautiful women, even female animals are rare. No wonder he is so hungry. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, and quickly sold the animal skin suit priced at 500 silvers. He also made 1,000 silvers from selling the clothes in bits and pieces, and felt relieved. After doing all this, it was already dusk. After dinner, Luo Yu soaked comfortably in the bathtub and started to consume. You purchase Javelin Mastery for 50,000 silver. You purchase Bow and Arrow Mastery, spending 50,000 silver. 100,000 silver coins were gone just like that. Luo Yu's body flashed with light, and a lot of knowledge gained in his mind. There was a look of joy in his eyes, and he nodded secretly. "So that's how you exert force. I was wondering why the one I threw out before didn't spin." 100,000 silver coins were spent in an instant. I looked at my savings and found that I had 18,000 silver coins, which was enough. For the next 3 days, the territory was peaceful and Luo Yu did not take out the special milk to attract attacks. Except for using critical mining once a day, he spent almost all his time on javelin and bow and arrow. His shooting level has now reached LV5. Due to his proficiency in javelin and bow and arrow, his accuracy and power when using these two weapons are increased, making him almost a master of special skills. On the other hand, although the 3 mining operations did not produce any special ores, a large amount of black spots rolled down, triggering an insect attack again. At this time, the number of Luo Yu's digging worms has reached 10. The 10 worms are constantly digging and can produce a large amount of black spot stone every day. He no longer needs to spend time going to the mine himself. After 3 days, the number of bricks reached 250,000, just one step away from the goal of building a big villa. That afternoon, Luo Yu stood in front of the observation tower by the lake, looking at the lake with sharp eyes, holding the iron spear tightly in his hand, ready to strike with thunder at any time. He had modified this iron spear and now it had 2 hooks, making it look even more ferocious. In the sky, the silver-armored ladybug grabbed a wooden barrel filled with special milk and was luring a big black fish to pounce on it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, ripples suddenly appeared on the calm lake surface, and Luo Yu clearly saw a black shadow appear under the water. It seems that the smell of special milk is something it can't resist. Boom! Waves splashed, and the big black fish jumped out of the water, biting the silver-armored ladybug with its bloody mouth. The time is now. Luo Yu's eyes focused, and he used all his strength to throw the iron spear out. 100 times critical hit trigger. The whistling sound of the iron spear breaking through the wind when it was thrown out this time was shocking. Not only was it very fast, but it was also rotating at high speed. One can imagine how powerful it was. At the same time, a rope made of vines was wrapped around the tail of the iron spear, and the other end was tied to the watchtower. Whoosh! With the power added 100 times, the iron spear almost turned into a rotating black light and pierced the big black fish. The next moment, there was a loud bang and a cloud of blood mist burst out from the big black fish. Scales flew everywhere and blood mist rose. Then something unbelievable happened. The iron spear penetrated the big black fish's sturdy body directly, came out from the other end, and hit the lake with a bang. Roar! The big black fish let out an extremely shrill scream, and its huge body fell straight into the water. Amidst the splashing waves, it began to roll and struggle violently, suddenly breaking the vine rope straight. The watchtower immediately began to crumble, which was within Luo Yu's calculations. He jumped directly from the 10-meter-high watchtower, determined to get rid of the big black fish before the watchtower collapsed. Come and die! Standing on the ground, he grabbed the javelin that had been placed in advance and threw it out with force. Whoosh! The javelin shot out in a spin. Although it did not have the terrifying sound of breaking wind after 100-fold critical hit, its power was incomparable. The javelin accurately pierced into the rolling body of the big black fish. The high-speed rotating javelin was like a bomb, blasting a cloud of blood mist directly on the black fish. Come again! The javelin was thrown continuously, and each javelin hit the body of the black fish very accurately. Bang, bang, bang! Blood mist exploded continuously, and Blackfish's struggle became more and more intense. The watchtower was completely tilted, and if it exploded again, it would collapse. Chapter 27 Killed the big black fish and buy a big villa. I have to sigh, this black fish has such a strong vitality. It also seemed to know that knocking down the watchtower was its only way to survive. But this time Luo Yu was fully prepared. He directly clicked on the system interface and selected the repair interface. Repair the watchtower. If it is damaged, the repair cost will be increased 10 times. For every 1 durability of repair, 10 silver is required. The repair bill is scary, but who cares about it at this moment? Just do it. After confirmation, the originally shaky watchtower actually began to stand up again. Luo Yu saw clearly that the durability of the watchtower was always hovering at a critical value. Durability, 18/100. Durability, 19/100. Durability, 18/100. What was just destroyed was repaired again, and then destroyed again and repaired again. Luo Yu wanted to see whether the black fish had stronger vitality, or he had more money. Die! Luo Yu threw a javelin with force again, and this time his hit rate was frighteningly high. With a bang, another cloud of blood mist rose up. In order to prepare for this decisive battle, Luo Yu made another 20 javelins. Now there are 39 javelins in total. When the 38th javelin pierced the body of the big black fish, it seemed to have burst out with tremendous power before dying. With a loud bang, the watchtower collapsed. Is it going to fail again? No! Luo Yu will not allow such a thing to happen again. He grabbed the vine rope fiercely, and in an instant he straightened the rope again. 42 points of strength burst out, and for a moment he was not dragged into the water by the terrifying force coming from the other end of the rope. You choose to spend 12,000 silver to purchase attribute points. Your current strength is 52 points. When a certain attribute exceeds 50 points, the original price of 1,000 silver points per time increases to 2,000. Luo Yu didn't care and added 10 points of strength on the spot. He stood still and pulled with all his strength, and actually managed to hold a stalemate with the big black fish. Of course, the big black fish was seriously injured and its resistance was much weaker than before, otherwise even the power of 52 would not be able to withstand it. "Come on, cow!" Luo Yu shouted loudly, and the big bull and the cow came rumbling over. Luo Yu tied the rope around them, and the man and the two cows pulled hard like crazy. For a moment, the big black fish in the lake struggled hard but couldn't escape. "Moo!" The big bull was angry and roared from time to time. Dai was howling beside him and biting the rope to help. Luo Yu could clearly sense that the force coming from the other side of the rope was gradually weakening. "Come up here!" He and the animals around him exerted force at the same time, unleashing astonishing power. The iron spear hooked on the other side of the big black fish's belly was dragged into the fish's belly in the opposite direction under the huge force. The three hooks might be okay when they were inserted into the fish, but when they were dragged out, they could directly destroy the internal organs. After a sudden and strange pulling, a large part of the black fish's internal organs were almost cut off. It let out a terrifying scream and died instantly. You killed the big monster black fish monster and received 20,000 silver. Beast Soul Core *1. Wild Wind Sword Technique *1, Silver Level Martial Skill. Random Technology Unlocks Scroll *1. Silver Level Treasure Chest *1. You are the first trialist in this area to kill the lake monster, extra reward, 20,000 silver. After a series of prompts, a bunch of things appeared in front of Luo Yu. It seemed that the black fish monster was a silver level monster, and it had dropped a lot of good things. After receiving the prompt, Luo Yu slumped on the ground and breathed a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt his arms were numb and his palms were already scratched and covered in blood. Be thankful. Fortunately, he chose to weave the rope with 20 vines instead of 10 as he had originally planned, otherwise the vine rope might not be able to withstand such a strange force. Fortunately, the 100-fold critical hit penetrated the fish's belly as expected, otherwise the black fish would not have been trapped. To be honest, his strength is only at the black iron level at this stage, and it is not easy to defeat this silver-level monster fish. With a wave of his hand, the silver-armored ladybug flew back. After drinking the special milk, Luo Yu recovered. He put the pile of things on the ground back into the wooden house. The first thing he had to do was to pull up the corpse of the monster fish. After a moment, looking at such a huge corpse, Luo Yu sighed again. The ice cellar was too small and could not hold it. Well, let's sell it. It was not until sunset that Luo Yu had cut the whole black fish into pieces and obtained a lot of fish meat, as well as 200 hard fish bones. These fish bones were good materials and could be used to make weapons. Some other messy buildings could also be strengthened with fish bones. At this stage, the price of meat has dropped from 80 silvers to 20 silvers today, because the first batch of crops is about to mature. It is estimated that once the crops mature, the price of meat will drop further, so it is better to sell it as soon as possible. Luo Yu put it on the shelf directly. As for the fish bones, he suddenly thought of something and opened the building page. Sure enough, some buildings could incorporate the monster's special body materials to enhance their hardness. Now he has 48,000 silver coins. The stone bricks were not enough, but he could use these hard fish bones to replace some of them. Now we can build a big villa. Luo Yu was overjoyed and started doing it. He spent half an hour dismantling his wooden house and moving all his things out. Then he clicked on the manufacturing page and went straight to the big villa. The phantom of a 3-story villa appeared, and Luo Yu chose to confirm without any hesitation. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and the piles of bricks disappeared, and the huge fish skeleton also disappeared, and was replaced by a complete 3-story villa. Luo Yu chose a Chinese-style villa with red exterior walls. The total area of the 3 floors is about 1,500 square meters, which can be said to be very large. There is also a basement. With excitement, Luo Yu walked into the villa, but found it empty. There is nothing. Although the current villa is well decorated, there is no furniture, so I have to do it myself. After looking at every room on the third floor, he quickly planned out the kitchen, bedroom, living room, etc. He then went to take a look at the basement, which was very clean and could be used as a warehouse. When I looked at the base score, wow, it's now 500. The big villa directly added nearly 300 points to the score, which means that the intensity of the attack at the end of the month will be quite fierce. The hygiene score also increased by 12 points, and now the highest value has reached 57 points, which is very good. Villa Silver Plus. Area, 1,650 square meters, score plus 300, hygiene standard plus 12, positive buff probability plus 12%. Chapter 28, Outrageous Double Bed. Yes, living in this kind of luxurious building will give you a chance to get positive buffs, and there is no upper limit to this probability. As long as you have money, you can increase the probability to 10,000%, and then you will be covered with buffs when you go out. As for why it is Silver Plus instead of ordinary silver, it is because the addition of the fish skeleton increases the rating by half. The rating represents everything, including overall improvement of defense, comfort, and so on. Now Luo Yu hesitated again. The floor and walls were made of ordinary stone. Would it be better to replace them with silver? Isn't that too extravagant? A moment later, on the third-floor balcony of the villa, Luo Yu bought an armchair and lay comfortably on it, overlooking the entire territory. The scenery here was truly unique. After destroying the giant water monster, there are a lot of things to do, such as fishing, building bridges, exploring water quality, breeding, and so on. But before that, I have to study the things that exploded first. He immediately clicked on the martial arts book, Wild Wind Sword Technique. Just like its introduction, it was a silver-level martial arts book. There was actually nothing much to study, so Luo Yu chose to study it directly. Wild Wind Sword Technique, silver level first level. Luo Yu felt a lot of information pouring into his mind, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He stood up and swung the Tiangong knife, and it turned out that the force and angle of his knife had greatly improved. At the same time, he also discovered that only martial arts could bring out the full potential of these attributes. If I used to be a guy with brute force, now I am a warrior with extraordinary strength. The two are completely different. In addition, Wild Wind Sword Technique has 3 levels, or in other words, silver-level martial arts have only 3 levels. With each level increase, the power when it is performed will increase. The number of levels of martial arts such as gold and platinum levels after silver will also increase, and their power will increase exponentially. As for how to increase the number of layers, it's simple: spend money. Each upgrade to the silver level costs 30,000 yuan, which is extremely expensive. You have 18,000 silvers now, so don't even think about it. Go back to the arena and try again. Luo Yu thought so in his heart, but he used the random technology scroll. Congratulations on obtaining visitor technology. Hey, did you unlock the visitor directly? Originally, it cost 5,000 silver and 2 special materials to unlock it, but now it was unlocked on the spot, which means that Luo Yu can visit other people's territories. Even if the other party has not unlocked the visitor technology, he can still go there, but the other party cannot reach his base. Of course, the premise of everything is the other party's consent. Visitor technology is actually very powerful and can save lives at critical moments. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu opened the silver-level treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the personal characteristic, Tamer, 1 star. What the hell? Personal characteristics? Luo Yu was shocked and hurriedly checked the instructions. Beast Tamer, 1 star taming level plus LV3, all attributes of animals tamed in the territory increase by 10%, animal output increases by 10%, and the success rate of taming increases by 10%. Looking at this attribute, Luo Yu can only say 2 words: awesome. I thought it would be a silver-level item, but I didn't expect it to give such a powerful personal characteristic. What if it is upgraded to 5 stars? I didn't use any crit. Is it true that his character has exploded? He laughed out loud. He was really having fun. The personal characteristics of the silver level can be improved by 3W each time. Of course, you can also continuously tame beasts to increase the star level, but it will be very slow. Finally, it's the beast soul core. Without any hesitation, Luo Yu chose to make the base automatic defense core. You consumed 3,000 silver, 200 jade, 200 gold, and 1 beast soul core, and the production was successful. There was a flash of light before his eyes, and a small future-style Rubik's Cube slowly fell into Luo Yu's palm. This was what he had always dreamed of. I clicked on the building page, and sure enough, the building in the automatic defense column was unlocked. Automatically fire crossbow arrows, 500 rounds wood asterisk 5,000, iron or asterisk 1,000, silver asterisk 500. Expensive. Because there is no need to load and the crossbow arrows are generated automatically, this small crossbow arrow requires a lot of wood. There is less than 5,000 pieces of wood for the entire base, so I have to buy it. There is no rush. After the automatic defense core is produced, in addition to the automatic firing of crossbows, the automatic attack arrow tower is also unlocked. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces wood asterisk 30,000, iron or asterisk 5,000, silver asterisk 2,500. Automatic technology is so expensive. As for the later stuff like large automatic crossbow, automatic lightning tower, they have not been unlocked and there is no money to unlock them. This is too expensive. Luo Yu thought he was a small local tycoon, but in front of these technologies, he is just a little brother among little brothers. It costs money to build an arrow tower, it costs money to upgrade martial arts, it costs money to upgrade personal characteristics, and it costs money to build other buildings. Luo Yu needs to plan his money-making plan carefully. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's fix the bed today. The wooden bed seemed out of place in the villa. Looking at his empty bedroom, Luo Yu planned to build a luxurious double bed. Luxury double bed, construction unit asterisk 520, wood asterisk 520, silver 520, gold 52. Luo Yu laughed secretly in his heart. It was all 520, it was indeed a double bed. Was Tian Dao Dad hinting at something? The building units can be stone, wood or something else, but considering the luxury, it is definitely better to use rare materials. Luo Yu thought of something and planned to wait until the critical hit times were restored tomorrow before making it. I'm rocking on the armchair tonight. That night, Luo Yu wrapped himself in a wolfskin and slept on the armchair. The first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to make the bed. As for the material, of course it is green jadeite. Jade is a material that is originally regarded as a luxury item to increase its rating and comfort. The key is that he just happened to have 520 pieces of jade. Isn't that a coincidence? It is worth mentioning that critical hits cannot be used on large buildings, as they will become too large and out of range of the base. You choose to make a Jade Deluxe double bed, 100x critical hit triggered. There was a flash of light in front of my eyes, and before I could see anything, a beautiful big bed appeared in front of me. Colorful Lucky Cloud Jade Luxury Double Bed, Diamond Level Rest Efficiency increased by 60%, Disease Recovery increased by 60%, Positive Buff increased by 60%, Comfort increased by 60%, Female Pregnancy Rate increased. Diamond level? Luo Yu was dumbfounded, and his trembling hands touched the bed. The soft feeling went straight to his heart. The next moment, he threw himself directly on the bed. As expected, he felt like he was sleeping on the clouds, floating in the clouds. The feeling was truly refreshing. Chapter 29 Peace Under the Storm. You receive the blessing of the buff auspicious cloud. All life skill experience increases by 20%. Ding, your planting skill has been upgraded to LV3. This? Just lying down for 2 seconds and getting a buff? Outrageous! Luo Yu laughed out loud. But then again, what does this increased female pregnancy rate mean? The bull and the cow come to sleep on my bed and give birth to 2 calves tomorrow? Luo Yu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Of course, he just thought about it. He was in a good mood at the moment. He looked at the panel and saw a big change. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base rating, 700 points. Health value, 65 points. Entertainment value, 10 points. Strength 52. Physical fitness 39. Agility 38. Personal characteristics: Zerg Nemesis 5 stars, Beast Tamer 1 star. Martial arts: Wind Blade Technique level 1. Mastery: Javelin Mastery, Bow Mastery. Life skills: Planting LV3, Mining LV4, Taming LV8, Shooting LV5. Everything else is fine, but this base rating. 700. The intensity of the attack at the end of this month will definitely be considerable, so we have to set up the automatic defense facilities as soon as possible. No matter how well the base is built, it will be useless if it cannot be defended. At this time, there is a prompt: abnormal weather has occurred in your area, please take precautions. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Nakor: it's going to rain heavily, but I'm not panicking at all, because I have my own little stone house. There are screenshots at the back. It looks like a very small house. Fan Yamung: it's thundering, it's raining, put away the clothes. Alice: Yamung, do you have a stone house too? Fan Yamung: yeah. I tamed a digging worm while mining before, luckily I have it to help me dig. Nyoda: a digging worm? And you tamed it? You are so lucky. Elena: Alice, is your treehouse ready? Alice: okay, Goddess of Light bless you, the treehouse was built before the storm came. Elena: I have recovered a long time ago. The Dark Goddess is always one step ahead of the Light Goddess. Bless the elves. Boom! It started to rain heavily in the sky, and the whole world was instantly plunged into mist and rain. Fan Yamum: it's raining so hard, Luo Yu, how are you doing? Luo Yu: we dug a lot of rocks, and built a small building yesterday. Everyone: building? Naker: quick, show me your building. Seeing that everyone is urging me to post pictures, Luo Yu happened to take a photo when he finished building the villa yesterday, so I might as well post it. When Luo Yu really posted the picture, the chat group instantly became quiet. After a strange silence, Fan Yaming said, "Oh my god! This is a big villa. You, how did you do that?" Luo Yu: I love mining, and I can get enough materials by digging. Nakir: faint Luo Yu, do you want to raise 2 cute little cat girls? Fan Yaming: didn't someone say before that cat girls are not pets, but handsome girls? Elena: foolish, foolish man. You wasted so many bricks to build a villa. You could have used that money to build a big wall. Alice: it's a beautiful residence, but Luo Yu, we are still in the early stages of development. You must be frugal and manage your household well. Goddess of Light bless you. Nyoda: brother, the mining you mentioned, is it really that profitable? Why don't I ship it? Everyone was extremely shocked. Everyone knew that Luo Yu loved mining, but who would have thought that he even built a villa? Luo Yu: don't talk about this. Look at the instructions. If you go fishing after a heavy rain, your catch rate will double. Everyone: water monster! Don't go looking for death. Luo Yu: well, you are right, there is a water monster. I am not looking for death. At this moment, Luo Yu was standing on the balcony drinking milk. He was looking at the precarious scene in front of him and chatting with everyone, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. Adai was sleeping on the first floor. The stone turtle had already entered the lake, and he didn't need to worry too much. The 2 cows and a hen were in the barn and were not exposed to the rain, and the insects were all in the mine, so he didn't need to worry about them. Everything is under control. He shook the milk in the cup and said with a faint smile, it's just abnormal weather, but... wait a minute, the vegetable patch. Luo Yu discovered that his vegetable garden was in danger due to the heavy rain. Luo Yu: vegetable fields. Everyone, protect the vegetable fields, don't let them be drowned by the heavy rain. Fan Yamung: oh, now that you mention it. Naker: I don't eat vegetables. Nyoda: I love eating grass. When the rain stops, a lot of tender grass will grow. Fan Yamung: Luo Yu, a vegetable shed. If you have enough materials, build one quickly. Her idea was the same as Luo Yu's, and he had already clicked on the building page. Simple vegetable shed, 1 meter, wood *5, iron or *1, silver *1. Fortunately, There had been an early warning and the drainage ditch had been dug, so Luo Yu hurriedly chose to build it. After consuming a large amount of materials, the simple vegetable shed was built. In fact, it is just a wooden shed, which allows rainwater to flow out along the diagonal angle without affecting the sunlight. It cannot block all the rain, but it will not drown the vegetables. After doing all this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to the chat group. I'm safe here, Fan Yameng. How are you doing? All right. Fan Yameng posted a screenshot, which was also a simple vegetable shed, and it seemed to be safe. Nah, care. Luo Yu only cares about Yu Ming and doesn't even ask me how I am doing. Luo Yu. Don't you not eat vegetables? Nyoda. But she will be jealous, ha ha ha. Fan Yameng. Ha! Does Kerr really like Luo Yu? Nakor. No. I was just kidding, puppies like him. While chatting and laughing, Luo Yu found that the people in his small group were quite capable, and they were able to resolve many crises safely. The two elves have outstanding abilities, and their qualities in all aspects should be among the best in the universe. Although the two cat girls look soft and cute, after communicating with each other, Luo Yu discovered that Nakor is quite combative and has good abilities. The three girls on Fan Yameng's side are the best in Europe. Luo Yu's 1-star tamer is so impressive, but Fan Yameng started with a 3-star tamer. Although Nyoda can't do anything, he can eat grass. He has a good physique, so even if he has nothing, a commander can live on the grassland. On the other hand, looking at the world channel and regional channels. Damn it! The vegetables that were going to be ripe the day after tomorrow were washed away by me. What a damn law of nature! Alas, there is not enough iron ore to build a vegetable shed. I should have dug more ore earlier. You may not believe this, but I was blown into the lake by a strong wind, and I sensed a big dark shadow approaching. Have a safe trip, brother. Have a safe trip, brother. Chapter 30 Fishing and Catching a Catapult. This intermittent wind and rain lasted for a whole day. On the morning of the second day, when the clouds and fog cleared, Luo Yu ignored the muddy land and ran to the vegetable field as soon as possible. When I looked at the condition of the vegetables, I saw that they were alive, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Tip: the base is in a muddy state, the hygiene score has dropped, and the risk of disease has increased. The sudden reminder made Luo Yu stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he found that his whole body was a little uncomfortable. Looking around, whether inside or outside the wall, the entire grassland was muddy. All kinds of insects were flying and crawling around. It looked very uncomfortable. In this situation, it is indeed a breeding ground for bacteria and diseases. It would be strange if you can feel comfortable. I checked the hygiene score and it dropped by 20 points. Luo Yu knew that he had to build the floor. Click on the building page. There are many types of floors, including wooden floors, cement floors, stone brick floors, and silver floors. Although wooden floors give people a warm feeling, they are flammable. Wood is precious and can be affected by moisture, so they are definitely not suitable. Cement floors are not good either, they are too cheap and have no buff effects. Luo Yu prefers stone brick patterned floors. Looking at the prices, 1 unit of stone brick floor requires 4 stone bricks and 4 silver. It's so expensive, let's talk about it later. Fan Yameng. Oh, the hygiene of the base is so poor, there are so many bugs, everyone please pay attention to hygiene and don't get sick. Nakor. We need to build a toilet. The chat group became active, and after Luo Yu had breakfast he started a new day. The first thing is to milk the cows. Because his taming level has gone up and he has the characteristics of a tamer, he squeezed out 30 units of milk today. He kept the part for himself, and Luo Yu put the rest on the auction house. Because a heavy rain yesterday destroyed many people's vegetable fields, the price of meat has started to soar again, and can be sold for 50 silver per unit. After a few days, I had a lot of inventory and made 4,500 silver in one go. The next step is to drain the fish pond. After a heavy rain, the water in the fish pond tends to overflow. After draining it, 25 units of aquatic products are obtained. Together with the inventory from the previous few days, the total is 75 units. After selling them, 3,800 silver is obtained. By the way, have the fish and shrimp had a holiday recently? The number has obviously decreased. The money I earned originally was already a huge sum, but now it seems that it is not enough. I have to find a way to increase my income. Fishing is a great option. Now that the big monster in the lake had been killed, the beautiful little lake finally opened its arms to Luo Yu. He walked excitedly to the lakeside with his fishing rod, but found that there was no place to step. After a heavy rain, the water level rose sharply and the rising lake water eroded part of the grassland. The group of stone turtles climbed up to the shore and leaned against Luo Yu affectionately to bask in the sun, but Luo Yu frowned slightly. In the chat group, he asked, "Has the water level of your lake risen?" Elena: "Foolish man, your little lake is also flooded." Fan Yamum: "The water has risen. Will the big monster in the lake come ashore? I'm a little worried." Naker: "Now that you mention it, what if there are a few more heavy rains? This will reduce our living space." Everyone talked at once and came to a conclusion. The water in the lake continued to spread, and it would be impossible to control the flood without destroying the big monster in the lake. The living space was getting smaller and smaller, and it would eventually be destroyed. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, everyone seemed worried. Not only their small group, someone in the World Channel has already offered a high price, hoping to hire mercenaries to deal with their own big water monster. The problem is that most of the mercenaries registered in the Mercenary Plaza are of black iron rank. Who can be capable of dealing with a silver rank monster? Luo Yu relied on 100 times critical hit to deal with the big black fish, and he didn't want to take this job for the time being. He ordered the stone turtles to line up as a temporary place to stay. Luo Yu sat on the turtle's back and began to ponder. New problems have arisen again. Water control. Summer is coming, and there will be plenty of rain. Even if the big monster dies, the lake will not flood indefinitely. We need to build a dam and wall to raise the lake shore. In addition to achieving the effective water control, this can also prevent the lake water from being attacked and polluted. Yes, the small lake is the only source of water. It would be very uncomfortable if someone poisoned the base during an attack. Moreover, if the enemy dives into the lake and swims over to attack, it will weaken the power of the arrow tower in that direction, which is not good for the defense of the base. On the contrary, if you build a circle of walls around the lake, place automatic crossbows on the walls, and build automatic arrow towers inside the walls, then you can both defend and control water, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Open the virtual construction page and click on the construction plan. Under Luo Yu's command, virtual cells begin to connect along the lakeside and finally calculate a data. If you want to build a flood prevention wall along the lake, you will need a total of 200 W stone bricks, 5 W steel, and 5 W silver for construction costs. Expensive. This is not something that can be solved in the short term. I'd better go fishing first. Luo Yu simply closed the building page and cast his fishing rod. 100 times critical hit trigger. When the prompt appeared, Luo Yu hurriedly reeled in the rod, but found that he had caught a metal box. When I opened it, it turned out to be a scroll. Automatic Catapult Storage Talisman, a one-time item. After use, you can immediately obtain an automatic catapult. Huh? Luo Yu widened his eyes. Oh my god, he caught a catapult while fishing. He picked up the scroll and ran back into the wall immediately, found a suitable position to use it. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and a beautiful catapult appeared. Automatic catapult can automatically throw stones, effective range 1000 meters, hit rate 20%, automatic launch time 10 seconds. Wow, the maximum range of a normal catapult is only 200 meters, but this one can actually reach 1000 meters, it's really automatic. Luo Yu tried to launch one, and immediately a piece of bluestone appeared on the launcher. It smashed out with a bang, and the bluestone drew an arc and hit the grassland directly. There is a deviation of a few meters from the expected target, but the accuracy is still very high. The key is that it will automatically attack hostile units. What a good thing! This undoubtedly greatly increases the defensive strength of the base. Pretty! Luo Yu laughed and happily went fishing again. Now after the rain, there is no 100-fold critical hit, but the delivery rate is still doubled. Luo Yu's fishing hook has no bait, which clearly shows that he doesn't want ordinary fish. He wants to fish for the box. According to the description of the Tiana world, there is a spring at the bottom of the small lake. The spring ensures that the small lake has running water, and there is also a chance that some resources will be sprayed out. You cannot catch them by directly fishing into the water, and you can only use a fishing rod to fish them out. It's quite a magical setting. Chapter 31 Magnet Fishing Rod. Luo Yu actually understood to some extent that the efficiency of fishing in the water was too high, and some races were very good at swimming, which would destroy the balance of the Tianda world. Hard fishing depends entirely on luck, and not everyone has so much time to fish here. Fishing is suitable for 3 types of people. The first is those who have nothing to do, the second is those who are very hungry, and the third is those who have a gambler mentality. Luo Yu only fishes because the chance of going fishing doubles after the rain. Normally, he would rather go mining. Because he had no bait, he didn't catch any fish in an hour. Just when he was feeling extremely disappointed, suddenly the fishing rod moved. "It's shipped!" He was delighted, and after he retracted the pole, he found another metal box. He hurriedly opened it, and saw that it was a box of feather arrows. Feather arrows, 100. Feather arrows are 1 level higher than ordinary arrows, and 100 of them were given at once. Luo Yu was very satisfied and was thinking about casting the rod again when he suddenly remembered something. The resources he caught were all made of iron boxes. Didn't he dig up a magnet while mining? Try it? After a moment, the magnet was in place and Luo Yu directly cast the rod. No, to be exact, he smashed the rod. The magnet fell into the water with a splash and sank quickly. Magnetic fishing rod increases the chance of obtaining a resource box by 100%. Sure enough, his idea was correct. The magnet doubled the explosion rate, and soon the fishing rod moved. Another tin box. Boomerang black iron 1 piece. This time a boomerang was fired. Luo Yu tried the feel of it, only to see the boomerang fly a circle in the air and then fly back, almost hitting him. He was not proficient in boomerangs and had no intention of learning this thing, so he sold it. I looked at the auction house and found that the prices of weapons have come down. After all, after so long of development, some people are still able to dig up iron ore. With iron ore, they can create some low-grade weapons. This boomerang is of black iron grade. The basic price of black iron grade weapons is around 5,000 silvers, but the boomerang is a long-range weapon, so it is definitely more expensive. Luo Yu put it on the shelf for 8,000 to try his luck. While fishing, he patiently waited for someone to buy the boomerang. Sure enough, it was sold after a while. With so many races in the universe, there must be rich people who like these new things. With the silver in hand, continue fishing. This time, after waiting for 2 hours, nothing came up. Luo Yu estimated that all the boxes in his area were gone, and ended his fishing for the day. When we got to the base, we found that the stones brought by the golden beetles had been piled up into a small hill. Nothing to say, let's start building it. After a busy day, in the bathroom of the villa at night, Luo Yu looked at the surrounding walls and decided to build a bathtub. What's a luxurious bathroom without a bathtub? While taking a bath in the original bathtub, Luo Yu flipped through the architecture pages. Luxury bath, building materials *3000, silver *1500, iron or *100. Just like a big bed, stone is cheap when used as building material, but it becomes very expensive if other rare materials are used instead. The problem of hot water can be solved. The villa is equipped with a hot water boiler, which can automatically generate hot water as long as there is water circulation. Luo Yu naturally hoped that the bathtub would be made of jade, gold or the like, and a diamond bathtub would be even better, but there is none. Take it slow first. With this in mind, he entered the arena. This time, Luo Yu chose to fight against another black iron trialist who had bet 1,000. This person is from the Blood Wolf clan. After entering the room, the two of them started fighting as soon as they had a disagreement. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Luo Yu held an iron sword, black iron grade, the one given by the prince, and collided continuously with the sharp claws of the Blood Wolf man. After more than 10 rounds, he chopped the man's chest with a sword. The human race is so sharp? Is this a martial art? There was a hint of disbelief in the eyes of the Blood Wolf man, but the next moment, under the Quangfing sword technique, the man was chopped by more than a dozen swords and disappeared directly. KO. After getting 1,000 silver, Luo Yu moved to another room. That night, he fought against Black Iron level masters 4 times in a row. Relying on his wind-like sword skills and powerful attribute values, he won all 4 battles and earned a total of 5,000 silver. The name Yu began to spread among masters. At the same time, Luo Yu discovered that he could not enter some rooms because they were blocked. Some people are afraid of him and simply exclude his name when creating a room. He can only watch the game but not fight. Where is the strong stage that was promised? A bunch of cowards. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Luo Yu happily went to the vegetable field. Green vegetables, maturity 100%. Tomato, 100% maturity. Rice, 100% maturity. Corn. In the chat group, Luo Yu. The food is ready. Fan Yameng. Thank God, I have finally waited for this day. Alice. The food problem has been basically solved, and everyone can develop with peace of mind. Naker. Is vegetarian food really that delicious? Nyoda. My vegetable garden is long gone. Luo Yu was harvesting crops while happily chatting with everyone. At this time, the LV3 planting skill comes into effect. For the same vegetable, LV0 basically harvests 1 unit, but LV3 has a chance to harvest 2 units. Overall, he would gain a lot more. After a whole morning of busy work, Luo Yu harvested all the crops. Green vegetables, 158. Chinese cabbage, 199. Tomato, 146. Rice, 1989. Corn, 2294. Berry, 308. A total of 6,000 units of vegetarian food, most of which are staple foods such as rice, corn, and potatoes. If I eat these vegetarian foods myself, they will be enough to last until winter, but if I had so many mouths to feed in the base, it will be a stretch to last until autumn. Of course, you don't have to eat vegetarian meals every time. You should combine fish and meat and eat them for a longer period of time. The seasons in the Tiandao world are different from those on Earth. On Earth, 1 quarter is 3 months, while in the Tiandao world, 1 quarter is 1 month. After the attack at the end of the month, summer will soon begin. In another month it will be autumn, and the cycle continues like this. Time is not as abundant as imagined. We still need to store more vegetables before winter. After a batch of crops and seeds were harvested, Luo Yu began to expand the vegetable field. The coming summer is the best season for crops to grow, so Luo Yu simply doubled the size of his vegetable garden. In addition, the apples will be ripe soon, and he also needs to select a site for an orchard. With a big bull to plow the land, there is no need to panic. After an afternoon of planting, etc., Luo Yu's planting level reached LV4. As the sun set, it was time to call it a day and the remaining work would be done tomorrow. I looked at the prompt on the map and saw that there were still 4 days left until the end of the month attack. Chapter 32 Automatic Crossbow Arrows on the Wall. In the evening, after taking a shower, Luo Yu lay on the colorful luxurious bed and chatted with everyone. The critical hit was not used today because the attack was approaching. Luo Yu planned to save the critical hits in case he encountered a situation that he could not handle, which would be the hope of a comeback. Alice. The attack will begin in 3 days. Are you all ready? Fan Yameng. Stop talking. I'm so worried. How can I defend myself from the attack? I have more than 40,000 silvers on hand now. I have to convert them into combat power as soon as possible. Nyoda. Alas, the world is already wailing. The attack is imminent. I just saw someone commit suicide because he couldn't stand the pressure. Elena. You're useless. You don't even have the courage to face danger. Living is a waste of food. Alice. Elena, don't say that. Luo Yu. I'll provide an idea to buy time. If we encounter a tribal attack, we should fortify our defenses and clear the fields. As long as we can hold out until the enemy runs out of food, they will naturally retreat. Huh! That's a good idea, but should we build the wall as soon as possible? Fan Yue asked curiously and received a positive answer from Luo Yu. Nah, care. Luo Yu, how do you know that the tribe will retreat on their own after eating all the food? Hasn't there been an attack? Luo Yu. I encountered a thief before, but he was stopped by my wall. Little thief! Everyone exclaimed. Is it a theft? My God, you really have dealt with natives! Fan Yumeng sent a string of exclamation marks, and Luo Yu just smiled faintly. Be Loki. He changed the subject and said, by the way, it's stated in the instructions that a special event will appear before the attack at the end of the month. Everyone, seize the opportunity. This may be the key to surviving the attack. Good. Everyone responded in agreement, but Luo Yu could see that everyone was worried. Fan Yumeng decided to build the wall within 4 days, Naker prepared to dig a trap, and everyone was trying to find a solution. Luo Yu knew very well in his heart that the intensity of his attack would be very great. In the remaining few days, he had to do his best to build the automatic crossbow. Early in the morning, Luo Yu woke up from his luxurious bed and found that he had an extra buff. Mining gain. Your mining level increases by LV3, lasts for 2 days. Needless to say, this is naturally the buff given by the big bed. After breakfast, Luo Yu began to organize his resources and prepare to make automatic crossbows. Because the digging worms are mining continuously and intensively, although their level is very low, they will occasionally dig out iron ore. Currently, Luo Yu has 2,750 iron ore. Another 250 iron ore will be enough to make up the iron ore materials needed for 3 automatic crossbows. Then there is wood. There are 966 units of wood in the base now. One automatic crossbow requires 5,000 units of wood, which is a far cry from the total. I'm afraid I can't get enough by myself. No doubt buy some. He had 35,000 silver. Currently, the demand for wood was not particularly great, and the price of wood in the auction house was still 1 silver. Luo Yu simply bought 15,000 units of wood. Please select the location for wood storage. Luo Yu chose to pile them up next to the city wall. So many pieces of wood were piled up like a house. As for iron ore, since everyone's mining level is still very low and the demand is huge, it would be a huge loss if we buy it. Fortunately, Luo Yu got the mining enhancement buff, so let's dig. After arriving at the mine, I dug hard and found a lot of black spot stone and other types of stone, as well as iron ore. At the same time, a prompt came: your mining skill has been upgraded to LV5. With the buff, mining has reached level 8. Luo Yu used a pickaxe to dig out a piece of iron ore directly. Iron ore *20. Another pickaxe, another iron ore. Iron ore *15. Great! Luo Yu was overjoyed. With his current strength and stamina, the mining speed was very fast. After a while of digging, he dug 400 units of iron ore before stopping. Pushing the mine cart back to the base, Luo Yu clicked on the production page and began to build the crossbow. The question arises again: on which side of the city wall should the 3 crossbows be placed? Luo Yu thought of one thing. Every time there was an incident or an attack, they came down from the mountain in the east, and the place where they entered the base was basically the same. He guessed that it should be the only passage in and out of his territory through the Purple Mountains, at least for now. In this case, let's focus on defending the east. After spending 15,000 pieces of wood, 3,000 pieces of iron ore and 1,500 pieces of silver, a light flickered on the east wall, and 3 crossbow arrows were embedded in the protruding stone piers of the wall. The effective range of the automatic crossbow is 150 meters, which means that it will not automatically fire until the enemy unit enters this range. Therefore, Luo Yu placed the crossbows in the middle and one in each of the 2 corners, just enough to cover the maximum range and form cross-fire at the same time. The 3 automatic crossbows directly consumed all of Luo Yu's materials, but the base's defense capability increased significantly. Just look at the rating and you will know. A crossbow arrow's rating increases by 50, which shows its power. Due to limited resources, I can only make 3 crossbows at the moment. Let's make some money and see how many I can make in the last few days. Luo Yu sold today's seafood and milk, and then continued to mine, trying to dig out some good stuff while taking advantage of the buff. At the end of the day, Luo Yu actually dug up 400 units of iron ore, countless miscellaneous stones, and a small piece of jade. He dug this out with his own strength, without using any critical hits, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment. At night, Luo Yu entered the arena, but found that the arena, which was originally crowded with people, now seemed a little deserted. The attack was approaching, and everyone was preparing overnight, and even fewer people were participating in the PK. Okay, then I'll just make less money. Another day passed. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the balcony and onto Luo Yu's big bed, he slowly woke up. You get a buff, beast taming enhancement. The success rate of the next beast taming increases by 20%. Another buff appears, a diamond-level luxury bed. Sometimes it is so awesome. After breakfast, Luo Yu was about to go milk the cows when he suddenly got a prompt. A Xuanqiu beast girl is being chased by a group of tribal native soldiers. You can choose to shelter it. After choosing shelter, you will face attacks from the tribal natives. Enemy you may face: Archer *3, Melee Soldier *6. Luo Yu was startled by the prompt that popped up suddenly. The explanation of the heavenly Tao world mentioned that there would be special events before the attack at the end of the month, and it happened as expected. Chapter 33 Special Event. New members have arrived in the territory. Fan Yameng. Oh my god, this is a special event! Mine is a supply pack. If it falls, it may damage buildings, vegetable gardens, people, etc. Let me choose. How should I choose? Waiting online urgent. Alice. Mine is also a supply pack. What about yours? Nyoda. Me too. Of course I let it fall. I don't have anything in my base anyway. Elena. My special event is a group of lost huskies applying to enter the territory. They may cause damage to the territory. Are huskies puppies or something? What damage can a puppy cause? Naker. Hey, why is it a geological movement? It indicates that there will be special or protrusions, which may also cause damage to the base. Everyone has encountered different things. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, what about you? What's going on over there? Luo Yu. It was said that a small animal was being hunted and needed my protection. It might face an attack from an indigenous tribe. Fan Yameng. Hiss. Natives. Just reject it. No matter how cute the little animal is, it is not as important as your life. Luo Yu. I think you should all choose to accept that the losses caused by such incidents should be far less than the gains. Just be careful about your own safety. Fan Yameng. Okay, then I will choose to accept it. But you have to choose to refuse safety first. Naker. Well, I accept it too. Encouraged by Luo Yu, everyone chose to accept, and Luo Yu looked at the selection box in front of him without much hesitation. He didn't know what the Xuanqiu beast girl was, but he wanted to fight the natives. It's a good time to try out the power of the crossbow. Sure! After clicking in midair, the prompt box in front of him immediately turned red. Tip: Xuanqiu beast girl joins your territory and becomes an animal of the territory. Sure enough, a petite figure appeared at the edge of the grassland in the east. She stumbled towards the wall, her face full of panic and fear. Luo Yu saw it clearly. The so-called Xuanqiu beast girl looked similar to a human girl of about 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing animal skins, had a pair of fox ears on her head, had beautiful long hair, and had a furry tail trailing behind her. Unlike the human girl, this beast girl has a protruding nose, more like a fox, and has light hair on both sides of her cheeks. Xuanqiu beast girl, 19 years old, adult, currently in a state of panic, strength 20, constitution 18, agility 31, high-level intelligent animal, can perform simple labor. Special abilities: treasure hunting, slingshot mastery. Current hair growth progress 57%. This attribute shocked Luo Yu. This fox girl is very powerful and has special abilities. The key is that her hair seems to be a resource. Awesome, huge profit. Warning: a group of natives are attacking your territory. After the fox girl ran to within 300 meters of the wall, a group of armed indigenous tribes appeared on the east side, 6 men and 3 women, exactly 9 people. They ran straight towards the base. Oh. Xuanqiu beast girl looks like a human, but can't speak. She screamed to express her fear and looked towards the wall. When she saw Luo Yu, her eyes were full of helplessness, as if she was saying, "Master, save me! Where's your agility of 31? Why are you panicking?" Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, went down the wall, opened the stone door a crack, and waved to the beast girl, who rushed into the stone door with a whoosh. As soon as the door was closed, the beast girl threw herself into Luo Yu's arms and started crying. This little animal has a little scent and feels quite soft when held. Well, it's a small animal, right? Luo Yu patted her head and said, It's okay. Come on, follow me to the wall. Woohoo! The beast girl understood what people said. When she saw Luo Yu turning around and preparing to climb the wall, she hurriedly grabbed the back of Luo Yu's clothes and followed him in a panic. It seems like it doesn't want to leave its master for a moment. As expected of animals with high intelligence, the way beast girls express their emotions is much more complicated than that of cows. Cows lick directly. In the distance, the 9 natives were approaching the wall quickly, and in a moment they had advanced to a range of 1,000 meters. Squeak! There was a sound of wood rubbing against each other, and the next moment there was a whoosh, and a round bluestone flew out of the wall, drew an arc, and fell down with a bang. The trebuchet fired first. Boom! With a loud bang, rocks exploded 3 meters away from the group of natives. The splashed earth and rocks directly blew away 2 men holding spears. Upon closer inspection, their arms and legs had been blown off. Catapult! Go ahead! The bearded man who was the leader of the 9 people shouted loudly, and they rushed towards the wall at full speed without caring about their injured companions. The catapult has a minimum attack range. If the distance is too close, it will not be able to hit the target. Boom! Another stone fell 7 or 8 meters away from the people. Although the distance was far, the flying stone hit the thigh of a female archer directly, causing blood to flow like a column on the spot, and she lost her combat effectiveness. Hurry, we're almost there. Build a human ladder and rush up the wall. The bearded man shouted loudly. The pace of several people became faster, but suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. Whoosh! An arrow directly hit a male archer in the shoulder. The man fell to the ground, struggled to get up, and rushed towards the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The crossbows were fired at the same frequency. The bearded man in the lead was also shot in the arm by a crossbow. He said murderously, There are crossbows in front, go around from the left. Several people began to detour to the left, trying to bypass the crossbows in front and climb the wall from the side, which surprised Luo Yu a little. These natives didn't just charge forward, and it was obvious that they had some skills. Unfortunately, there is also an automatic crossbow installed in the left corner. Whoosh! A sudden crossbow arrow shot out and hit a male spearman directly on the head. The man screamed, but still rushed 7 or 8 steps before falling down and dying. He can be so powerful in headshots, he must have a very good physique. There were originally 9 people, but 4 of them were lost before they even reached the 50-meter range of the wall. The bearded man roared with red eyes, Charge forward and dismantle his crossbow! As soon as he finished speaking, a javelin shot out and pierced his chest with a puff, nailing him to the ground. Run! Luo Yu was about to throw the javelin again, but the remaining few people could not hold on any longer and turned around and ran away. This team is far inferior to the elite ones who attacked last time. Is this not enough? Hint, the indigenous tribes are fleeing. It's time for our favorite part of capturing prisoners. Chapter 34, Selling Prisoners Critical Hit. Silver-armored Ladybug was the first to rush out, but in the blink of an eye she knocked down a female spearman. Luo Yu rode a big bull and rushed out of the stone gate with odd eye. As a result, the beast girl jumped onto the back of the big bull and wanted to follow her master to chase and kill. How could he be so agile now? Why wasn't he so agile when he was just being chased? As expected, all the natives who had escaped were captured, including the 2 with missing hands and feet, for a total of 7 prisoners. Luo Yu simply redeemed the 2 captives with broken hands and feet back to the tribe for 1,000 silver coins each. Just as he was about to click OK to redeem them, Luo Yu suddenly had an idea. Can I make a critical attack when asking for ransom? After mumbling something in his mind, he clicked OK. 100-fold critical strike is triggered. The leader of the Skarsa tribe mistakenly regards the soldier with a broken leg and arm as his own son, and gives all the silver in the tribe to you. You get 80,000 silver. Puff! Luo Yu almost laughed out loud. This could be a critical hit. There was a flash of light before their eyes, and the two disabled soldiers disappeared. Hint: the leader of the Skarsa tribe realizes that he has been deceived, and his hatred towards you increases. The higher the hatred, the greater the probability of an attack, and the intensity of the attack will also increase accordingly. He made a lot of money, but Luo Yu felt something was wrong. What if he was attacked every day? Now, here comes the problem. This Skarsa tribe has run out of money, and as for the remaining 5 intact ones, they can't be sold anymore, so they can only wait for the tribe's silver to be refreshed next month or find other ways to deal with them. Luo Yu was just preparing to make handcuffs and shackles and drive the captives to mine, when suddenly a world push attracted his attention. Blood Clan, Anonymous. The special event is over. Friends who have captured indigenous captives can privately message me. The price is negotiable. Someone is taking prisoners. Dragon Clan, Anonymous. The vampires are going to drink blood again? What a disgusting race. Holy Light Clan, Anonymous. The Blood Clan are all devils, don't make deals with the devil. Blood Clan, Anonymous. We have all been transported to this hellish place by the heavenly Tao. What kind of devil is this? If you are holy, please stop killing people if you have the ability. Ghost Clan, Anonymous. A bunch of idiots. We are just starting out at this stage. How many of you have base scores high enough to be attacked by the tribe? Why don't you say that the Imperial warriors are coming to attack? A war of words broke out in the world. Such wars of words often occur, especially long-term verbal battles between powerful races. Races such as humans and orcs basically dare not speak. The strong and the weak are clearly distinguished. Luo Yu directly clicked on the vampire and opened the trading interface. My fellow vampire, I have 5 natives here, 3 men and 2 women. How do you want to take them in? You are a human? Do humans have this ability? The Blood Clan members seemed very curious, and Luo Yu replied. It's just luck. Blood Clan. Although the human race is a weak race, I won't cheat you. The ransom of the natives is only 1 or 2,000. So, I'll give you 2,000 per person, and I'll take all 5 of them. Luo Yu. 2,000? Go away, why should I trade with you for such a small amount of money? Bold. You talk to me with attitude? The vampire was furious, and Luo Yu didn't tolerate him and directly closed the chat window. I just made a huge sum of money, and I don't care about a few thousand Luo Yu. It's not impossible to keep the captives for mining. After interrupting the conversation, Luo Yu also sent a message to the world. Human on Earth, Anonymous. This vampire is not sincere in trading. He is deliberately trying to provoke a fight. Everyone ignore him. For a time, the war of words in the world became even more intense. This Blood Clan member is different from the old man from the barbarian Bull Clan. He is very principled and refused to send another trading window. After a stalemate of 5 minutes, he finally couldn't help it and sent another message through the window. Vampire. Forget it. I never bully others. Forget about your disrespect to me just now. Human boy, I'll pay 3,000 per person. If you want to sell it, then sell it. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. 10,000. Luo Yu replied calmly. What? You dared to cheat me? Luo Yu calmly replied. Sir, please listen to me. I said that male captives are 10,000 each and female captives are 20,000 each. Vampire. You know that we vampires need women to neutralize the blood in our bodies? Luo Yu. Isn't that enough? 30,000. Luo Yu opened his mouth and said, 2 female captives for 30,000 each. If you want to buy them, buy them. If not, I'll keep them for myself to play with. I'm telling you, I won't sell it for a penny less. Fuck you, you're greedier than the gluttonous devil in hell. RNM, buy it or not, don't waste my time. The vampire closed the chat window in anger, but he seemed to need these captives very much. Not long after, he sent out the trading window again. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Let's make a deal. After saying that, he actually put out 90,000 silver coins. He seemed a little impatient, and he must have really needed it urgently. Thanks to his wealth, Luo Yu thought that this person must have killed the big black fish and gained a lot of benefits. Luo Yu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point of putting the 5 captives on the shelf. Transaction successful, you get 90,000 silver. You traded captives as commodities, angering the Skarsa tribe. The tribe's hatred towards you has increased. In a flash, the 5 people disappeared. Blood Clan. Human bug, I will remember you. Just live a miserable life and don't let me locate your base. Luo Yu. Idiot, you'd better not let me find the location of your base, or I'll make you fuck yourself. Both sides uttered harsh words to each other and cut off communication. In fact, it is just trash talk. No matter whether it is a mercenary or a visitor, they need the consent of the other party before they can enter the other party's base. At the current stage, the technology that is open does not allow for the possibility of mutual attack. Luo Yu earned a huge sum of 170,000 yuan in one go. This attack was really a huge profit. Set up the automatic arrow tower. Luo Yu took advantage of the very low price of wood and bought more than 60,000 pieces of wood in one go, piling them up inside the wall as high as a small mountain. Next is iron ore. There is no iron ore in the base at present, and the production of automatic arrow tower requires 5,000 iron ore resources. I searched again at the auction house, but unfortunately the quantity is too small and the price is too high, so it is not cost effective. Do we have to dig it ourselves? The attack is only 3 days away. Is there enough time to dig up that much iron ore? Luo Yu hesitated. At this time, the people in the group had basically resolved this special incident and started chatting again. Fan Yameng. 3 supply packs, a longbow, a box of automatically recycled feather arrows, and a crossbow. It's a pity that the 3 of us girls can't pull the longbow. Chapter 35, Small Group Transactions, each taking what they need. Nyoda. Why do I only have a supply pack? I was given a crystal stone, what do I need this for? Luo Yu. Crystal essence stone? Take a screenshot and let me see it. After Nyoda took a screenshot, it turned out to be a crystal stone. This is the prerequisite for unlocking mercenary technology. Luo Yu was thinking about it, and was about to say something, but Nakir said, Alas, the geological movement here has spit out a large piece of iron ore, like a small mountain. I don't want iron ore, I want stone bricks. A large piece of iron ore! Luo Yu's heart moved again. Elena. The 3 huskies are cute, why do you say they are dangerous to destroy the house? Alice. Hey, are you all such good people? My supply pack gave me an automatic defense core. What's the use of it? Everyone. Fan Yameng. Oh my god, automatic core, you are so lucky! Alice. Yameng, do you want to exchange? Your longbow and automatic retrieving feather arrows in exchange for my automatic core? That's good. Well, I feel like you've suffered a bit of a loss, Sister Alice. Fan Yameng felt a little embarrassed, but Alice said, Bows and arrows are the lifeblood of our elves. I still feel embarrassed. Both sides get what they need, and there is a greater chance of improving survival rate. Naker. That's great. I have so much iron ore that I can't use it all. I want to exchange it for stone bricks to build a beautiful wall. Luo Yu. How many units of iron ore do you have? Huh! By the way, Luo Yu loves mining. Naker sent a screenshot in the group, showing a huge piece of iron ore standing out on the grassland, which looked like it weighed at least 10,000 units. Luo Yu. 10,000 units of iron ore, if sold on the market, can fetch at least 100,000 silvers. You're rich. Naker. But someone has to buy it. Luo Yu, can I exchange 5,000 iron ore for the stone you cut? Okay, I'll give you 50,000 stone bricks, let's trade. Everyone. 50,000. Luo Yu, you really like mining that much? Luo Yu. Labor is the most glorious, I love labor. The trading window was opened and the 2 of them traded immediately. Naker. Oh my god, it's black spot stone bricks. That's great. Haha, now we have enough bricks to build the wall. We don't have to worry about attacks. Thank you, Luo Yu. Everyone. Black spot stone bricks? Alice. Nakor, you should be nicer to Luo Yu in the future. Black spot stone bricks are not easy to cut. Naker. Yeah, I understand. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. It was not easy to cut, but he had a Tiangong knife, so he could cut very quickly. Luo Yu. Don't talk about this, Kur, move the iron ore back quickly. If an attack comes, we may move it away for you. Naker seemed very happy. Nyoda. I also want to exchange. Luo Yu. Lao Nyo, your crystal stone is also very expensive. What do you want to exchange for it? Arms. Nyoda said straightforwardly. Weapons such as axes, shields, bows, and arrows, and I also want food. I have already eaten half of the grass. If it comes to other things, Luo Yu might be a little embarrassed, but he happens to have weapons such as axes, shields, and bows and arrows. The two attacks involved a lot of weapons. Luo Yu directly sent a trading frame and put the axe, wooden arrows, shield, javelin, 500 meat and 500 vegetarian items on it. Luo Yu. Is this enough? Nyoda. That's enough. There's also a javelin, great! I used to be able to throw a javelin, but now I'm not panicking anymore. As he said this, he placed the crystal stone on the table. Transaction successful. Looking at the crystal stone in his hand, Luo Yu smiled. In this way, the mercenary technology can be unlocked. Luo Yu. Lao Nyo, the value of my stuff is actually not as good as your crystal stone. How about this? I will give you another 5,000 silver, and you can buy whatever you want. Nyoda. Luo Yu, you are really a good person. I will definitely make friends with you. Luo Yu. Don't be polite, we are all brothers. After giving 5,000 silvers to Lao Nyo, Luo Yu started to operate while chatting with everyone. The first thing is naturally to buy an arrow tower. Automatic attack arrow tower, 3,000 pieces wood asterisk 30,000, iron or asterisk 5,000, silver asterisk 2,500. The effective range of the arrow tower is 200 meters, and the length of Luo Yu's wall is 100 meters. That is to say, as long as the arrow tower is placed at the center point, it is enough to cover the entire base. The distance of 150 meters outside the base is also within the range of the arrow tower. Moreover, the arrow tower does not fire arrows one by one, but 5 arrows at a time, in waves. It is an arrow tower after all, much more powerful than the automatic crossbow. Luo Yu chose to place the arrow tower behind the big villa. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, the arrow tower stood up with a rumble. It is 20 meters high. Although it has a wooden frame, the outer layer is wrapped with iron sheets, which makes it look quite majestic. Luo Yu felt a sense of security in his heart. Arrow towers are good. If conditions permit, he could build a few more arrow towers to deal with attacks. Everyone in the chat group got what they needed, and Luo Yu also started his day's work. First, release the water to harvest the aquatic products, then milk the cows. Because of the taming level, I can now squeeze out 35 units of milk in one breath. Woohoo! Xuanqiu Beast Girl seemed to want to drink milk. For such a cute little animal, Luo Yu naturally let her drink enough. Looking at the cute little one gurgling with milk, Luo Yu smiled and said, "Give you a name, from now on you'll be called Xiao Kong." Woohoo! Xiao Kong called out softly, with a big smile on his face, looking very cute. This is the kind of animal that a macho man should keep. As an animal with high intelligence, Xiao Kong can do most of the basic labor except speaking. He can do mining, planting, irrigation, hunting, and even fishing. And unlike insects which have fixed life skill levels, Xiao Kong's skill levels can be upgraded. Although they are all at level 0 now, they will always be upgraded as their proficiency increases. But this will not happen with high-level labor, such as medical treatment, cutting, and production. After drinking the milk, Xiao Kong took the initiative to run to the vegetable garden, picked up a wooden bucket, and started watering the plants. After looking at its life skills and experience, it was found that its planting experience was indeed improving. Luo Yu smiled faintly, clicked on the technology interface, and directly chose to unlock mercenary technology. Mercenary technology unlock silver asterisk 5000, crystal stone asterisk 1. After clicking OK, there's another prompt. You can go to the mercenary plaza to register your personal information. After paying a certain percentage of the deposit, you can accept tasks or be invited by others. Chapter 36 Xiao Kong is an animal, an animal, an animal. Luo Yu clicked on the mercenary square. You are a black iron level warrior. Do you want to pay a deposit of 5,000 to register as a mercenary? Note, if you fail the mission or voluntarily give up the mission, your deposit will be confiscated. Luo Yu was not in a hurry to register, but browsed the mercenary square. First is the Mercenary Mission Registration column. There is already some mercenary information, but not many, less than 100. Black Iron Level Mercenary, Iron Clan, Male Mission Price, 10,000 per time, Current Mission Times, 0 times, Success Rate, 0%. Black Iron Level Mercenary, Wing Tribe, Male Price, 15,000 per time, Current Number of Missions 0 times, Success Rate, 0%. Except for powerful races like dragons and angels who have reached higher levels of mercenaries, the others are basically Black Iron grade, and the prices are similar, more than 10,000 and less than 20,000. Luo Yu browsed another column again. This column was the task list. Human, Anonymous, Female, posted a job. I hope someone strong can protect me and help me survive the month-end attack. I will give you 2,000 silver. Wolf Clan, Noika, Female, posted a job posting. Are there any mercenaries from the same clan? Come and help me through the month-end attack. The reward is 2,000, and if you want to do anything else, please chat privately. Rabbit Tribe, Anonymous, Male. Compared to the number of mercenaries, the task list is already thousands of pages long, but the prices are mostly below 3,000. This is also normal. Those who are rich don't need protection and can just buy various defense equipment. Those who are poor cannot afford the high price. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the mercenary business, Luo Yu chose to pay silver and become a glorious mercenary. His information was immediately posted on the wall, but Luo Yu chose to remain anonymous. Black Iron Level Mercenary, Anonymous, Human, Male currently not accepting missions. It was a very simple message. Luo Yu had no plans to go on a mission at the moment, unless he first survived the attack at the end of the month, and then made other considerations. After exiting the mercenary square, he turned his gaze to Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong's attributes were actually quite strong, and she finished watering the plants quickly. She wanted to follow Luo Yu to the mine, but was assigned other tasks instead. Fishing. Although there is no double crit, one of Xiao Kong's special skills is treasure hunt. Luo Yu carefully read the description of the skill, treasure hunt. There is a chance of touching a treasure chest when engaging in tasks such as digging, fishing, searching, and exploring. Let her try fishing today. Time passed slowly, and soon the sun set. Dai, who was lying beside the vegetable patch, yawned out of boredom. When he saw the stone door being pushed open, he immediately ran over, for he knew his master had come. Luo Yu touched Dai's head. Today's work was successfully completed. It was not bad. A lot of stones and iron ore were dug. However, the digging worms have not appeared in the past few days. Do we have to wait until next month to refresh them together? Now that his mining skills have improved, he needs both golden beetles and bulls to pull the mine carts to meet his transportation needs. Woohoo! Xiao Kong ran to Luo Yu holding a treasure chest, chirping as if asking for credit. This box is different from the iron box that Luo Yu fished up before. It has patterns on it and looks a little more upscale. Treasure chest found by Xuanqiu Beast Girl. It's out of the box! After Luo Yu touched Xiao Kong's head, he hurriedly opened the treasure chest. Strength Enhancement Scroll, Strength +3 after use. Pretty! A light flashed on Luo Yu's body, and his strength became 55 points. Now it costs 2,000 silvers to click on strength. Xiao Kong earned 6,000 silvers by sending out this box, which is quite comfortable. In addition to the exclusive treasure chest that Xiao Kong got, she also caught an ordinary iron box. Luo Yu was slightly stunned after opening it. Cobra eggs fertilized. Hey, there is actually such a thing? Luo Yu looked at Adai, and Adai actually ran away. After being slightly stunned, he decided not to let Adai hatch the eggs. The temperature is now basically over 20 degrees, so the eggs can be hatched even if they are left there. After Luo Yu placed the snake eggs in an empty room in the villa, he had dinner with Xiao Kong. Now we only eat barbecued food, and there is no stove or cooking table. To be honest, I have been eating barbecued meat and fish for so long that I am a little tired of it. Once the attack is over, let's get a cooking station. Luo Yu secretly made up his mind. This cooking table can make high-quality food, and eating high-quality food has a chance to gain buffs and even add attribute points. You know, it's a bit difficult to increase the attribute points now, and according to the explanation of the Heavenly Tao, After all the attribute points reach 100, silver points can no longer be used, and can only be increased through other means. This cooking is one of the ways. The reason why you can click on attributes now is that in the initial state, God has given you a way to survive. Otherwise, with so many creatures in the universe, and many of them have very poor attributes, how many can survive the first wave of attacks? After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the bathtub as usual, chatted with everyone for a while, and then entered the arena. There were fewer people in the room today than before. Even Chiu Yi didn't come to challenge for a fight. Everyone put their energy into the upcoming attack. He randomly found a few people to PK with and earned less than 1,000 silvers. However, Luo Yu made a new discovery after leaving the arena. In the not-so-big bathtub, a soft, snow-white body leaned against him. Woo! Shao Kong rubbed Luo Yu's chest with his little head, looking very intimate. This? Luo Yu felt a little dizzy, but his reason told him that Shao Kong in his arms was an animal. An animal, an animal. Having said that, the touch from the girl was so gentle. She's an animal. You can't do weird things to animals. As Luo Yu was thinking this in his mind, his hands uncontrollably wrapped around Shao Kong's slender waist. Woohoo! Shao Kong called out softly and seemed to blush. Fuck, why are you blushing? Stop acting like a girl. Luo Yu couldn't stand it anymore, but everyone has talents, and his talent began to show. When I was young, I often heard my grandmother chanting Buddhist scriptures. I was influenced by them and could recite them by heart. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva reached Prajnaparamita, he saw that the 5 aggregates were empty. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Luo Yu was meditating while Shao Kong was happily playing in the water. After meditating, he really suppressed the evil fire in his heart. It's okay, after all, they are not the same species and have reproductive isolation. If only it was Fan Yameng who was taking a bath together, it would be fine. Chapter 37. Let's get a bald head, okay? Thinking of this, Luo Yu was about to imagine something, but he found that he didn't know what Fan Yameng looked like, so he gave up. You are intimate with Xuanqiu Beast Girl, and get buff, planting skill +2, lasts for 1 day. By the way, Beast Girls are high-level companion animals, and there is a chance of gaining buffs if you get intimate with them. I agreed to enter the bathtub with Shao Kong in order to strengthen myself. Yes, it's for survival. Luo Yu no longer had the last bit of guilt in his heart, and he laughed. Come on, Shao Kong, let the master check if your tail has lice. You must wash it thoroughly. After playing with the little fox girl for a while, Luo Yu went to sleep on his luxurious big bed. Shao Kong followed him into the room, curled up on the soft, animal bed, in the corner, and fell asleep comfortably. That was where Odd Dai originally slept. Yesterday, Luo Yu built a small wolf den for Odd Dai next to the vegetable patch, intending to have it guard the patch 24 hours a day, so this side happened to be vacant. After a while, seeing that Shao Kong had fallen asleep, Luo Yu suddenly thought of something. Is the buff probability of the luxury king-size bed effective for Shao Kong? Thinking of this, he got out of bed, carried Shao Kong to the bed, and slept together. Just sleep, nothing else. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu himself did not get the buff. After all, the 60% chance could not be triggered every day. He turned his head and looked at Shao Kong but was slightly stunned. I noticed her hair had grown really long. Shao Kong obtains buff, hair growth progress plus 300%, lasts 1 day. No wonder my hair suddenly became so long, what kind of buff is this? Luo Yu looked at the progress of hair growth and found that it had reached 100% overnight. By the way, he happened to have the animal taming buff, so the animal output would increase. He directly used the Tiangong knife to cut off the pile of brown hair. Shao Kong felt unwell and woke up. He was shocked to see Luo Yu pointing a knife at him, thinking that his master was going to slaughter him for his meat. Woo! That pitiful little look really makes me feel pity for him. When she learned that Luo Yu was cutting her hair, she leaned close to her master and giggled. Xuanqiu Beast Girl's hair *130. Originally there were only 100 units, but as the taming level increased, I was given more. After looking at the properties, this hair is amazing. The defense and toughness are very strong. The protective gear made with her hair is at least bronze level, and most importantly, it can also protect against cold and heat. Highest comfortable temperature +10, lowest comfortable temperature -10. This property is amazing. A normal person may get heat stroke at 40 degrees Celsius, but if they wear underwear made of this hair, they will only get heat stroke at 50 degrees Celsius. The same principle applies to keeping warm. It is a magic weapon to resist heat stroke and hypothermia. Xiao Kong, the weather is going to get hot soon. How about we shave our heads? Luo Yu wants more hair. As for whether a bald head is cute or not, it seems insignificant in the face of resources. Woohoo! Xiao Kong seemed to spit at his master lightly, then ran out of the villa with a smile. Are foxes afraid of bald heads too? Luo Yu also laughed out loud and was in a good mood. Just like before, after finishing the daily tasks, Luo Yu began to study Xiao Kong's hair. He had a heart protection mirror on his upper body, so the defense was basically okay, but his lower body was just a pair of ordinary pants. He wanted to harvest Xiao Kong's hair while the buff lasted and use it to make a pair of pants to deal with the imminent attack. My tailoring skill is at level 0, so it is quite difficult to make pants from this long piece of hair. If I want to make clothes successfully with a relatively low tailoring skill, I will need some assistance. He looked at the build page. Sewing table, iron or *500, wood *500, silver *100, sewing table design *1. Everything else is easy, but this blueprint is difficult to get. It can only be produced by boxes caught in fishing and supply packages given by special events. I checked the auction house and found 2 sewing table designs, both priced at 100,000 silver, which is outrageous. World Channel, Terran, anonymous 10,000 yuan for a sewing table design, some speed. After waiting for a while and no one came to sell, when Luo Yu was about to give up, someone suddenly sent a trading box. The man said straightforwardly, 50,000. As you can see, the price of this item at the auction house is 100,000. Luo Yu. Selling a design drawing for 100,000, that's crazy for money. 10,000, that's the price. After the attacks, when more people come to fish, these designs will soon be worthless. This 20,000 cannot be less. Seeing this reply, Luo Yu raised his lips and insisted. 10,000, this is all I can give. The attack is about to start. Do you want silver or this map? Think carefully. 1.5 W. This is my last line. The man lowered his reserve price again, and Luo Yu waited for a while before replying. 11,000, let's trade. As he said that, he directly put 11,000 silver coins on it. Seeing that Luo Yu was so straightforward, the man hesitated for a while and finally put the drawing on it. After Luo Yu confirmed that it was this drawing, he clicked the transaction. Transaction successful, you get a sewing table design *1. Bye, I hope you survive the attack. After Luo Yu said a polite word, he closed the chat window and the drawings were in hand. Go to the first floor of the villa. There is no dedicated workshop yet, so let's put the sewing table in the living room for the time being. After a series of operations, a beautiful sewing table appeared in front of my eyes. Sewing table consumes fuel, upgradable, improves the efficiency and success rate of clothing production, and has a chance to produce high-quality items. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. This type of workbench can be upgraded. The upgrade does not require silver, but rather workbench upgrade coupons obtained from fishing. The higher the level of the workbench, the better the quality of the things made. There is no doubt about this. As for fuel, it is naturally wood. No one knows what the internal principle is, but it consumes wood to operate. Luo Yu was delighted. After reading the instructions, he directly put 10 pieces of wood in and prepared to start making it. In fact, the production process is very simple. Just put the materials into the material box on the sewing table and then follow the instructions that pop up. It is not a formal sewing operation. Human pants, raw materials *200. Wow, these pants require a lot of hair. Let's wait until Xiao Kong's hair grows out tomorrow. In the following time, Luo Yu did not go mining, but went to dig traps. Xiao Kong went fishing like yesterday, hoping to catch something good. Chapter 38. The attack begins. At the easternmost part of the territory, Luo Yu dug a big pit directly at the place which might be the only entrance. There were pointed bamboos standing in the pit. If you fell into it, you would be immediately stabbed like a hornet's nest. It's just a bit of waste bamboo. In a whole day, Luo Yu dug more than a dozen pits. On the one hand, it could consume the enemy's combat effectiveness, and on the other hand, it could slow down the enemy's advance and provide more output time for the arrow tower and automatic crossbows. After digging the pit, it was already evening. The little fox girl caught another iron box today. This time, she actually opened a piece of fried chicken. The key is that this piece of fried chicken is of black iron grade. After eating barbecue for so long, Luo Yu felt that fried chicken was so delicious for the first time. It was indeed a black iron level fried chicken. After eating it, he was given a buff. The success rate of recruiting prisoners increased by 10%, lasting for 3 days. At night, the atmosphere in the chat group was a little depressing. In 2 days, the attack would happen. Life or death is uncertain. The next morning, after Luo Yu finished his daily tasks, he cut Xiao Kong's hair, and just collected 200 units. Just do it. While operating the sewing machine, he chose to use a critical hit. 100 times critical hit trigger. A system prompt appeared, and the next moment, the entire sewing machine flashed with light, and a pair of trousers slowly pushed out from the delivery port. Pants made of Xiao Kong's hair, platinum level defense plus 50%, resistance to cold and heat increased by 50%. Platinum level pants! Luo Yu was overjoyed and immediately took off his work pants and put on the platinum pants. The first feeling was that it was very comfortable and my lower body felt extremely refreshed. In this way, the defense of the lower body is as solid as a rock, and you feel very safe. Luo Yu is very satisfied with his pants, and today is also a passionate day. The trap is almost done. What we need to do today is to dig a moat. Luo Yu planned to dig a moat along the wall to delay the attacks of others and make the attacks of automatic defense weapons more lasting. At the same time, he would raise stone-shell turtles in the moat to serve as ambushes to attack the invading enemies. This is a big project, but Luo Yu's strength and stamina are no longer what they used to be, and there's Xiao Kong too, who is also good at digging mud. The two men worked for a full day and a half and finally finished digging the moat. The moat was 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide, and simple suspension bridges were built at the 4 city gates. Standing on the watchtower and overlooking everything, Luo Yu felt that his base now had a bit of the meaning of a city. After entering the Tiandao world for a month, Luo Yu felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to build a building of this scale. At night, Luo Yu, who had just taken a bath, lay on the big bed and chatted with everyone, while the little fox girl beside him went to bed early as she was also exhausted. Fan Yameng. Will the attack come tomorrow morning? Will it start at the same time? I'm so nervous that I can't sleep. Elena. Don't be afraid, at most it's just some natives coming to attack, it's nothing. Naker. Today I repaired the last section of the wall. I pray that the enemy won't climb over it tomorrow. Alice. May the goddess bless everyone. Nyoda. After eating the food given by Luo Yu and holding the axe given by Luo Yu, I am now full of energy. Luo Yu. Everyone, go to bed early and get ready for tomorrow's battle. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, aren't you nervous? Luo Yu. It's okay. Good fortune comes first, but disaster is inevitable. After facing it bravely, you will find that everything is not as difficult as you thought. Fan Yameng. Fan Yameng was silent for a moment before replying. Yes, he will be alive. The 3 of us have already thought about it. If we can survive, we will first unlock the visitor technology to come and see you, my fellow countrymen. Luo Yu. Huh! Are you 3 coming together? I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. Fan Yameng. Why deal with it? Hey, what are you thinking about? Luo Yu. I said I'm a shy person and not good at dealing with girls. What do you think I said? Fan Yameng. You are bullying me. You pervert, wait till we get here, the 3 of us will beat you up together. Alice. Yum, Luo Yu is a good boy, don't bully him in the future. Elena. Alice, don't you see that these 2 humans are talking about something strange? Strange thing? What strange thing? Alice didn't understand, so Naker sent out a string of smiling faces, and the originally depressing atmosphere in the group was suddenly relieved. Fan Yameng now understood that Luo Yu was deliberately telling jokes to amuse her, and found that her nervousness had really dissipated a lot. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, don't die, wait for us to teach you a lesson. Luo Yu laughed. If you have money, you should build the wall first. In this atmosphere, everyone fell asleep one after another. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the windowsill onto Luo Yu. He sat up reflexively and looked at the prompts. When he found that there were no attack prompts, he hurriedly got out of bed, washed up, and had breakfast. The 4 stone doors in the base were closed, the drawbridge was retracted, and all the animals, including the digging worms, were withdrawn into the base. The stone turtles hid in the small lake, ready to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Luo Yu stood on the observation deck and looked into the distance. Shao Kong beside him had a slingshot on his waist and a dagger on his back. He was also looking around nervously. Suddenly, a prompt appeared, an unknown force swept across the entire Tiandao world, and various indigenous creatures began to gather and prepare to launch an attack. Here it comes! Luo Yu was shocked. A prompt appeared, but he didn't know which wave of attack this area was facing. As soon as he had this thought, another prompt appeared, warning, various indigenous creatures in this area will attack immediately, please be prepared. The first wave. Their area was actually the first to be attacked. 10 seconds later, the alarm sounded again. The nearby Skarsa tribe army began to attack your territory. They seemed to have adopted a clever tactic. Looking forward, I saw a large group of natives, both men and women, all holding weapons, appearing in the east of the territory. 5 of the natives were actually riding mounts, giant wild boars. Luo Yu determined the number of opponents at a glance, 40 people. There were 40 people coming for this month-end attack, and they also had mounts. The intensity was so great that Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the base score, it is now exactly 800 points. According to current speculation, 1 assault unit should be added for every 20 points, and the mount should be counted as a weapon unit, not a separate assault unit. Of course, it is mentioned in the description of the Tiandao world that each attack has a special algorithm, but generally speaking, the higher the score, the more people will come to attack. Luo Yu saw clearly that the leader of this group of indigenous tribes was a middle-aged man. Chapter 39, Smart Tactics vs. Trebuchets. The middle-aged man was riding a wild boar, had an untidy beard on his face, and was wearing a silver cloak, looking very conspicuous. Is he the chief of the tribe? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man also looked in the direction of the watchtower. The 2 men's eyes met in midair. Luo Yu read murderous intent and contempt in this man's eyes. He seemed confident about conquering his territory. Luo Yu sneered. What if there are 40 people? Kill them all! Go ahead as planned! The middle-aged chief shouted loudly, and the 40 people were divided into 4 teams. 3 of the teams began to make a detour. They were going to attack the wall from 4 directions at the same time, making it difficult for Luo Yu to take care of both ends. The man in charge of the front wall was a sturdy man. He was very tough and roared while riding a wild boar. Kill! The natives in his team all screamed in surprise and rushed towards the city wall in front of them, waving their weapons. However, not long after they rushed out, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and the strong man and the pig fell down. A series of shrill screams were heard, and a man and a pig were turned into a hornet's nest by the bamboo. Be careful, there's a trap! The tribal chief shouted loudly, and the people who were rushing forward immediately slowed down and began to look at their feet vigilantly. Come on, explore slowly and see how long you can last. Luo Yu sneered, picked up a javelin and held it in his hand, ready to strike with thunder at any time. Meanwhile, regional channels exploded. Okamoto Hikawa. It's over. I'm afraid I can't stand the attack from 4 natives. July. You are fine, mine is a herd of crazy cattle, 20 of them, it looks like the base is going to become a ruin. Iron Mantis. The tribal archers are so annoying. If you can, come and compete with me in speed. The regional chat exploded, and small groups became a mess. Fan Yameng. Oh my, the tribe is attacking, 7 people, and there are 2 archers. I hope my automatic crossbow will be more powerful. Luo Yu. How many crossbows did you make? Fan Yameng. 5 crossbows, no wall, all mounted on the roof. Luo Yu thought about Fan Yameng saying before that there were 40,000 silvers. It turned out that all of them were used to buy automatic crossbows. Naker. Why are there so many crazy seagulls here? They can fly. The wall I built is useless. It's over. What should I do? Elena. Hush, the hunt in the dark begins. Alice. Per natives, please forgive my bow and arrow, I am just sending you to see the great goddess. Neoda. Your base's score is too high, and the attack intensity is high. My base only has one wooden house, so there are only 2 crazy elks coming. We should be able to win, right? I think. Luo Yu saw the situation of everyone. Although he said it lightly, to be honest, it was quite dangerous. The situation here is also quite dangerous, there are too many people on the other side. On the grassland, the tribesmen approached Luo Yu's base little by little from 4 directions. 3 traps were discovered on the periphery, but one was stepped on and another native was killed. 38 people left. The opponent has not yet entered his shooting range. Luo Yu on the observation deck scanned the entire grassland with a cold expression. The 10 men on the chief's side include shield men, archers, and melee fighters. This configuration is the same as the elite configuration of the prince that day. The other 3 directions are exploring and advancing like scattered soldiers. Luo Yu discovered that in every team of 10 people, there was one person carrying a pickaxe. Engineer! They're trying to dig through the wall. This surprised Luo Yu, but on second thought, there were many natives with high mining levels. Mining level and strength value affected the speed and efficiency of excavation. If there was a mining level above LV10, a hole would be made in his wall soon. On the contrary, if someone with a low mining level comes to dig, it would just be a waste of time. Luo Yu had already made up his mind that he must not let the 4 engineers get close to his wall, and he would have to find a way to snipe them from the outside. As the 4 native teams began to get closer and closer, at a certain moment, they entered the range of the automatic catapult. Whoosh! A stone was blasted out, and the man walking in front on the east side who was carefully exploring the ground was hit on the head and smashed into a ball of meat paste by the stone. 37 enemies left. Catapult! The chief frowned when he saw this scene from afar. This catapult is quite far. But he did not order a quick charge towards the city wall, because you don't know how many traps are buried on the seemingly flat grassland ahead. Whoosh! Another stone fell, but this time it hit nothing, making the cautious natives breathe a sigh of relief. However, more stones fell soon, and this time the target was to go around the Western Chief's team, which was composed of 5 people, or 2 teams in total. The stone drew an arc and hit a small team directly. Careful! Someone shouted, and the shield bearer gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his shield held high. Bang! With a dull thud, the shield was smashed directly by the stone. The shield bearer spurted out a mouthful of blood, his arms were covered in blood, and he fainted on the spot. Kill 1 more, 36 left. The squad lost its shields and scattered on the spot, continuing to advance in a scattered manner. Luo Yu on the watchtower sneered. Smart tactics? Can it be as powerful as my catapult? Whoosh, boom! There was another explosion, and this time the catapult hit the north. A female archer saw that the stone was actually hitting her, and she reacted very quickly and jumped into the water to avoid being hit by the flying stones. But after this jump, she regretted it. There was a big turtle hiding in the water. The turtle stretched its head very long. It bit her ankle and dragged her into the water. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get free. It was too late for the male soldier not far away to rescue. 35 left. Leave her alone, and everyone stay away from the lake. The chief's loud shout rang out, and he looked at Luo Yu with murderous eyes. After the stone turtle in the water drowned the female archer, it did not kill her. Instead, it carried the female archer into the moat according to what Luo Yu had instructed before, and then threw her under the wall in a swagger. Immediately, a silver-armored ladybug flew out, grabbed the drowning female archer, and dragged her into the wall. Inside the wall, bulls, cows, wolves, and insects are waiting for her. If she doesn't wake up, it will be fine. If she wakes up, she will be dead. It all seemed very coherent, and the animals cooperated very well. Either they had rehearsed it countless times or they were habitual offenders. Chapter 40 Chief, this idea is too tough, let's retreat. Thinking about the 2 groups of people from his tribe who had been killed in this base before, the chief thought that the possibility of the criminal being a repeat offender was higher. "Shao Kong, go tie up that woman!" "Woohoo!" Shao Kong yelled and quickly climbed down the watchtower. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the stones splashed by the catapult broke the arm of a spearman, who lay on the ground screaming in pain. 34 left. Just the traps and catapults on the periphery have killed 6 enemies. "Chief! Give the order to charge. We can't stand being hit by the trebuchets like this." "No!" The chieftain gritted his teeth and said, "If you look up, you can see the rocks coming at you, but if you look down, you can't see where the trap is. If you fall into the trap, you will die." The chief rejected the proposal, but the group continued to explore and move forward cautiously. Luo Yu sneered when he saw this scene. In fact, there was no trap ahead. If the trap was too close to the base, would their people just leave? Bull and cow beetles are a bit stupid, and if they fall into it, they will be doomed. Boom! Boom! Pieces of stones flew out and hit the group of people. If they were lucky, they would be splashed with mud. If they were unlucky, they would break their hands and feet. If they were even less lucky, they would be smashed into meat patties. When the group of natives gritted their teeth and rushed into the 200-meter range, only 28 people were left. "Chief, we have been deceived. There are no traps on this road." "Asshole!" The chief roared in anger. "Charge, break open the stone door, and cut this scum into pieces. Kill!" Almost everyone in the 4 teams roared and rushed towards Luo Yu's base. After being suppressed for so long, they could finally gallop on the grassland. This is how warriors fight. The group of people quickly advanced to a distance of 150 meters, and just when their morale was high, suddenly a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrow tower and automatic crossbows opened fire almost at the same time. The spear-wielding natives who were rushing to the front from the north were knocked to the ground by a row of arrows shot from the arrow tower and died on the spot. The east direction was within the firing range of 3 automatic crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! 3 crossbow arrows shot out and went straight towards the 3 soldiers. The male spearman dodged it, but 2 archers were shot and bled profusely. Bow and arrow! It's the arrow tower and the automatic crossbow! There was a look of shock in the chief's eyes. He originally thought it was a watchtower, but he didn't expect it to be an arrow tower. "Shield! Be careful to dodge!" He shouted loudly and hid behind the shield immediately. They told everyone to be careful to dodge, but most of the natives were clearly not agile enough to avoid the arrows and crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Another row of arrows nailed a man to death. The arrow tower was too abnormal. The shooting speed was fast and it shot out in rows, making it difficult to dodge. 25 left. 23. 22. Under the repeated shooting from arrow towers and automatic crossbows, more natives were killed and wounded. They had a strong will to fight, and continued to charge forward fearlessly, and soon reached within 100 meters. Luo Yu discovered that a native with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks was extremely agile and had dodged 6 or 7 crossbow arrows. This person attracted firepower, causing the people behind him to become less threatening and thus speed up. He snorted coldly and drew his bow and arrow. Bang! The iron bow trembled, and the arrow shot out. The man who was still jumping back and forth suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind, and it was too late to dodge. The powerful arrow pierced through his chest directly, and he died instantly. Then, the crossbow arrows began to attack other targets, but others were not so agile, and 2 more people died immediately. 19 left. Logically speaking, after such a huge loss, these natives should have fled, but because of the high level of hatred between Luo Yu and the Skarsa tribe, the other side fought to the death. At this moment, all the enemies on the east side have been eliminated. One of the crossbows installed on the east wall has lost its effect. The other crossbows installed in the corners of the wall, one shooting towards the south and the other shooting towards the north, are still attacking the enemy. The catapults were still roaring, mainly bombarding the enemies in the north, while the arrow towers were currently suppressing the enemies in the south. Luo Yu discovered that his base was facing a defensive blind spot. The enemies in the west are not being attacked by anyone and are advancing rapidly. And to the west is the team where the chief is, and they are their real elite. He picked up a bundle of javelins, took a bow and arrow and rushed directly to the west wall. At this moment, there were still 7 people attacking from the west, all hiding behind a shield and approaching quickly. Looking at the distance, there are only 50 meters left. Can you avoid death by wearing a turtle shell? Luo Yu sneered and threw the javelin in his hand violently. The powerful force came with the sound of breaking wind and shot directly towards the shield. Bang! With a loud bang, the shield was pierced on the spot, and the strong man holding the shield was stabbed to death on the spot by the javelin. The chief and others' eyes almost popped out of their heads. The force of this attack was definitely over 40 points, and this man's javelin throwing technique was amazing. The rapid rotation actually pierced through the shield directly. Scatter! This guy is a javelin expert! The chief shouted loudly, but Luo Yu did not stop shooting arrows. Puff, puff, puff! 3 consecutive arrows were shot out. Luo Yu was a man with mastery of bow and arrow, and these 3 arrows directly killed 3 soldiers. 2 of them are archers. The original team consisted of 7 people, but Luo Yu quickly reduced the number to only 3. Bows and arrows are so powerful? Chief, this place is too tough, we can't beat it. Let's retreat. As expected, the losses were too great, and the opponents finally began to retreat. No! The chief roared. This man has a deep hatred for our tribe, he must be killed. Wasp, release the bug. The woman called Wasp took out 2 clay jars from her chest. After opening them, a group of hornets flew out of the jars and flew directly towards Luo Yu. I was wondering why the breasts were so magnificent. It turns out there is a hidden weapon. Luo Yu sneered, drew out the Tiangong sword behind him and prepared to use the Quanfing sword technique to kill the hornets, but something surprising happened. After the hornet flew within 3 meters of Luo Yu, it turned around and left. Zerg Nemesis. This passive skill has taken effect, and insects dare not approach Luo Yu. This? Chief! There's something strange about this man. The woman called Wasp screamed in horror, but the next moment, a javelin flew over and pierced her chest with a bang. Because it was hit with the butt of a gun, it did not penetrate. The woman spit out blood and passed out on the spot. Chapter 41. Total Destruction. Rewards issued big profit. However, because of this delay, the chief and another strong man with a sword were only 30 meters away from the wall. Break open the stone door! The chief roared, and his big wild boar mount howled as it rushed towards the stone gate, apparently intending to ram it head-on. Boom! With a dull thud, the wild boar slammed violently into the stone gate. Its 2 fangs flew off and its brain burst, and it died suddenly. On the other hand, there was only a crack on the stone gate. If even a big bull can't break it open, a big wild boar can? The strong man beside him hurriedly advised. Chief, that is a stone door made of black spots. It can't be broken open. Let's go! The chief was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw his mount suddenly die. Crossbows, arrow towers, black stone walls, turtles in the water, flying bugs in the sky. The Lord is powerful, but he is also good at javelins and bows. This is an outsider base that has been developed for only a month. He felt his head buzzing and his whole body was about to fall into a numb state. Chief, go! The sturdy man pulled the chief to leave, but he suddenly came to his senses and gritted his teeth and said, Go ahead, kill him within 20 seconds. The sturdy man was stunned, but the chief said so, and as a loyal guard, he had to advance to a distance of 20 meters from the chief even if he died. Kill! He roared and rushed over quickly, and was greeted by an arrow. Puff! The arrow shot into his thigh, but he gritted his teeth and rushed forward another 5 meters. Puff! Luo Yu showed no mercy this time. He shot 2 arrows at the same calf, directly breaking the man's leg. Boom! The strong man fell down with a bang, turned his head to look at the chief, and said miserably, Chief, it's 20 meters. Well, you are a true warrior! The chief roared loudly. Die, boy! Whoosh! He shook his hand and threw out a dart. The dart flew at an extremely fast speed and pierced Luo Yu's throat like lightning. Sure enough, those who can become chiefs have special abilities. At this moment, Luo Yu used his agility to the fullest extent. His wind-like sword technique swept out and knocked the dart to the ground with a bang. However, what he didn't expect was that there was another dart after this dart. And this dart was aimed directly at the vital part of his lower body. This is a chain dart. This chief is so powerful. At this time, it was too late for Luo Yu to block again. He could only react instinctively and turn to the side. Thanks to his explosive agility, the dart did not hit his thigh directly, but instead grazed his thigh and flew out. Hee hee, ha ha ha! The chief laughed loudly and said, "You are dead, kid. My darts are coated with venom from viper fangs. If you get even a scratch on your skin, you will die. You are done." The chief's face was full of ferocious expressions, the kind of ferocity that comes from revenge. "A little scrape? Who told you that I was scratched?" Luo Yu pointed at his pants and sneered. "I'm sorry, my pants are platinum grade, you can't tear them." "Platinum level? You still have platinum level pants." The chief stared at Luo Yu's thigh with wide eyes, and when he found that it was intact, he spit out blood in anger. "Impossible, why?" He looked incredulous, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his throat. A feather arrow had pierced his throat. "Nothing is impossible." Amid Luo Yu's ridicule, the chief fell to the ground with a bang, ending his tough life. "Oh no! The chief is dead!" The moment he fell to the ground, the natives began to flee. Congratulations on repelling the attack of the indigenous tribe. Rewards will be distributed at the end of the month. You will receive the following rewards: 8,000 silver, 800 iron ore, 800 wood, 800 meat, 800 vegetarian food, and 1 bronze treasure chest. You killed the tribal chief and received an additional reward, 1 bronze equipment chest. The chief of the Skarsa tribe will be elected in 3 days, and your hatred with the tribe will increase. With continuous prompts appearing, Luo Yu successfully resisted the end-of-month attack and obtained a large number of rewards. These are the development materials rewarded by heaven, but to be honest, except for the bronze treasure chests, the others are not really too precious to Luo Yu. Of course, this is only the first month of attacks after all. Now is not the time to think so much. After jumping off the wall, Luo Yu directly opened a stone door and shouted, "Everyone rush out and chase them down!" Big Bull and Adai rushed out in a hurry, but when it comes to efficiency in capturing prisoners, Shao Kong is the best. Although the range of her slingshot is only 20 meters, it is very powerful. A single stone can knock a person out. Combined with her high agility, she is simply invincible. Of the 8 natives who tried to escape, 1 was unlucky enough to step into a trap and die, while the other 7 were all captured alive. The second wave of attack did not begin until 3 hours later, and the attack by Luo Yu's 40 men lasted only less than an hour, which can be said to be very fast. These people rushed fast and died fast. I took a look at the situation in the group. No one was talking. They were probably still dealing with the attack. The same was true for the regional channel. Only a few people spoke, and they were all their last words. Some people couldn't withstand the attack and must have died. Luo Yu prayed silently in his heart for a safe journey and began to clean up the battlefield. First, the captives and those with broken limbs were sold on the spot for ransom, a total of 6 people, and they made a profit of 7,500 silver. There were 9 people whose body parts were intact. After they were all tied up, they were treated with herbs to prevent them from dying before they could be sold. As for the herbs, since we have harvested a wave, we still have 50 in stock, which is enough. All the corpses were dragged by Adai and thrown into the cremation pit. The blazing fire was the torch of glory for the victors and the eternal resting place for the losers. The world of heaven is actually very cruel. Shao Kong collected the weapons, clothes and resources they had and piled them up inside the wall. Wow, you don't know until you see it, it's really shocking. In total, we got 14 steel spears, 5 steel daggers, 8 wooden bows and short bows, 500 arrows of various types, and 30 animal skin clothes. In addition, the natives also carried with them 6,000 silver, 62 herbs, 3,100 dried meat biscuits and dry food, 120 jadeite, and 200 gold. The loot is dizzying in its abundance, and this is the real benefit of surviving the attack. There is no special warehouse built yet, and things will age easily if left under the sun, so all these messy things are put in the basement. Chapter 42: How to Deal with Prisoners. After doing all this, Luo Yu looked at the time. It had been 2 hours since the first wave of attacks began, but the group was still quiet. Everyone must be concentrating. Silence is good. Luo Yu is really afraid that someone will suddenly come out and say a last word. That would be too sad. He walked up to the 9 prisoners, all of whom had been treated for their injuries and would not die for the time being. Unfortunately, there are no prisoner rooms at present. Without them, these people can only be kept in the base for 3 days at most. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, without a prison, the prisoners will inevitably go berserk after 3 days, or simply put, they will escape from prison. When in jailbreak mode, all restraints will disappear and they will actively attack buildings and animals, causing damage to the base. If there is a prison, it can reduce the chance of prisoners running away. Luo Yu already had a plan for dealing with the prisoners. Check the attributes first. If the attributes are really good, the various skills are very high, and there are excellent personal characteristics, it is even better. If the prisoner is a young, beautiful woman with no physical disability, and in a good mental state, she can be considered for recruitment. After recruitment, the person will become a member of the base. However, because he is a native and not a trial taker, even if he is successfully recruited, the authority he has in the base is very low. The Tiandao system can forget about it, and various animals will not obey his commands. To put it bluntly, he is just a laborer or a soldier, not the controller of the base. The ones who truly possess the status of controllers are still the trial takers, just like the 3 people on Fang Yuming's side, who all have control over the base. It's just that there is one person in charge. As for why it is women, all personal abilities in the world of Tiandao are digitized, and the innate differences in the physical data between men and women are not as obvious. As long as they develop well, women's abilities in all aspects can surpass men. Therefore, female members can also be used as coolies, and young girls are pleasing to the eye, so why not do it? In fact, the most crucial thing is that non-controller base members will increase the base score, and the increase is a lot, which will increase the intensity of the attack at the end of the month. If the attributes are not good, the benefits will not outweigh the risks. In addition, animals can also do hard labor, and animals do not increase the score, so it is obvious which one is more cost-effective. Looking at the 9 people in front of him, 6 men and 3 women, Luo Yu checked their attributes one by one. The natives of the tribe generally have better skills in planting, hunting, and digging, but not so good at skills such as sewing and making. Sure enough, it was the same with these 9 people. None of their attributes really satisfied Luo Yu. There is only one 23-year-old woman who is okay, the one with a can of wasps stuffed in her chest. She looks okay and has a 1-star trait of insect repellency, so she can be put on the auction house for a higher price. As for recruitment, it did not meet the standard in Luo Yu's mind. Yes, prisoners can be put up for auction, and I'm sure that after the attack at the end of the month, there will be a lot of people selling prisoners. When I looked at the auction house, I found that someone had already put captives up for sale, and there were quite a few of them. It seemed that some naturally strong races had survived the attack and were selling the captives for money. This is good too. Now that we have a reference price, the market will determine the price. After some research, Luo Yu priced the 9 captives according to their attributes, and put them on the auction house. The most expensive one was naturally the beautiful young female captive, priced at 20,000 silvers, and a young strong man was priced at 15,000 silvers. As for the others, most of them were priced at around 10,000 silvers. This is the current market price. The listing only takes screenshots of their attributes, and the captives themselves remain where they are. Luo Yu estimated that it would not be sold out so quickly, and since he had the materials, he considered building a prison. Opening the construction page, Luo Yu first spent 5,000 silver to unlock the prison construction system. After checking, he found that this prison was quite exquisite. It is divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, deluxe, and luxury. The higher the level, the lower the chance of the prisoner going berserk, and the greater the success rate of recruiting prisoners. A basic prison only requires a total of 2,000 materials, which can reduce the chance of prisoners escaping by 30% and increase the recruitment success rate by 10%, which is average. Intermediate level, 50% lower, 20% higher. Luo Yu's goal is to build a high-level prison, reduce the risk of jailbreak by 70%, and increase the success rate of recruitment by 30%. Advanced prison, building materials *200, 000, silver *20, 000, iron or *10, 000. Wow, that's so expensive. Just build a basic one first, and then upgrade it after a few days when all the materials are gathered. After confirmation, a small prison appeared in the southwest corner of the base. Luo Yu threw these people into the prison one after another. The ropes on these people were untied, but handcuffs and leg cuffs automatically appeared on their hands and feet, which was very convenient. There are no single cells in primary prisons. Everyone is in one big room with nothing in it except a cubicle toilet. Luo Yu felt guilty and spent some stone materials to build 9 single stone beds. He also placed some dried meat pies next to each stone bed, and the work was completed. After slamming the prison door, Luo Yu left as soon as possible. He didn't want to see them. I looked at the chat group again and found that no one was talking. At this moment, the regional chat channel has become lively. I survived, but I broke a leg, these damn tribes, bastards. Brother, there is still hope if we unlock the disability healing technology. No need, I'm from the centipede tribe, my legs will grow on their own. Go away. Is Fin Lao's San still alive? No, I saw him say that the cabin was demolished by 2 bears. I think he is dead now. Have a safe journey. Although the regional chat group has become active, it is obvious that many people are gone. Luo Yu finally couldn't help but worry, and sent a message in the group chat. I'm safe here, everyone, are you all okay? Fan Yameng. Luo Yu. You're okay, that's great, I didn't dare to say anything for fear of disturbing you. Neko. I don't dare to speak either. Woohoo, I feel relieved now. Elena. The darkness has swallowed up those foolish natives. Alice. Goddess bless you, everyone is fine, that's great. Seeing this, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that everyone was fine. The reason they didn't speak was the same as his. They were afraid of disturbing their friends. Fan Yameng. Ha 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 ha, everyone is not hurt, I have some herbs here. No! Everyone said it almost in unison. Luo Yu found something wrong. Luo Yu. Old cow? Where's old cow? As soon as these words were spoken, the chat group immediately fell silent. No one spoke, and everyone had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Chapter 43, 100 times critical hit to open the treasure chest. Until after waiting for a long time. Nyoda. It smells so good, the elk meat smells so good. I haven't eaten meat for a month. It would be even better if there was some wine. Luo Yu, come on, let's trade. I'll give you some too. Everyone. If you speak earlier you will die. You scared us to death. Nyoda. I eat meat. I got a little high for a while. Roll. Although everyone was scolding him, they were also relieved. In the first month of attacks, not a single one was lost, that's great. Fan Yameng. Oh, by the way, I have captured 2 prisoners. What should I do? Luo Yu, are you also under attack by the tribe? How do you deal with the captives? Luo Yu. Those 5 automatic crossbows of yours didn't kill anyone. You 2 are really lucky. As for the prisoners, don't feel any psychological burden. Just sell them. Fan Yameng. Well, it's a pity that they are 2 male captives. If they were female, we could try to recruit them. One of them used to work in the Human Resources Department. By the way, did you open the reward treasure chest? I got 2 identical blueprints. Design drawings? Everyone was very curious. Fan Yameng took a screenshot and Luo Yu looked at it, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Design of the Fog of War diffusion box. Naker. What is this? And I gave you 2 at once? Fan Yameng. It seems to be used to release the fog of war and hide the buildings within the wall. But the construction materials are so expensive, 500 gold alone. Elena. 500 gold? Just burn the blueprints. Naker. Put it up on the auction house quickly, maybe someone will take advantage of it. Nyoda. Even if it's on the shelves, I don't think anyone would dare to buy it after seeing the price. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. If some of his internal equipment and buildings were hidden in the fog, the enemy would not be able to figure out how many arrow towers and catapults there were, which could cause a large number of casualties on the enemy side in an instant. Luo Yu. Well, I'll help you solve one. I happen to have 3 female prisoners here. How about exchanging them with you? Fan Yumum. Hey, really? Luo Yu, you are such a good person. Good man? Luo Yu. Are you giving me a nice guy card? Fan Yumum. No. Oh no, that's not it. Hey, what's wrong with sending it to you? Haha, let's trade quickly. A trading box appeared, and Luo Yu first removed the 3 female captives from the auction. As for the small loss of the deposit, it didn't matter. Click on the base items and put the 3 female prisoners on the trading box. Fan Yumum. Hey, all 3 are quite young, and their attributes are pretty good. Luo Yu, I seem to have taken advantage of you again. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. It was easy to capture prisoners, but this kind of design drawings that only came from treasure chests were extremely rare. He was definitely taking advantage of it. I have to say, Fan Yuming's hidden skills should be European Emperor. Luo Yu. Well, it seems like you took advantage of me. No, I have to take it back in the future. Oh, okay, there will be something later. Fan Yuming reacted halfway through her words. Luo Yu. You are so lewd. The sisters all laughed at me. Oh, my face is so red, you are so annoying. As he said this, he put the design drawing up. Luo Yu. I'm talking about taking advantage of resources. What do you think I'm talking about? Fan Yumum. You know what I'm talking about, humph. Transaction completed. Design of War Fog Diffusion Box. Iron or asterisk 10,000, silver asterisk 10,000, gold asterisk 500, jade asterisk 500. When facing detection by hostile or neutral units, the base will be shrouded in fog. The higher the level of the diffusion box, the better the fog effect. The property is great, the price is outrageous. Fan Yumum. Oh, I'm reminded that I need to build a prison. I just have enough resources. I won't talk to you guys for now. Everyone was busy with their own things at this time. Luo Yu clicked on the mercenary square and put himself on the shelf. Black Iron Mercenary, Human, Male Mission Price, 15,000 per time, current mission times, 0 times, success rate, 0%. The mercenary square was bustling at this moment. Luo Yu took a look and found that many people were already on the mission. However, the first wave of attacks was about to pass, so the possibility of receiving the mission was relatively small. Wait, maybe someone will hire him. Taking advantage of this gap, Luo Yu plans to open the treasure chest. A bronze-level random treasure chest and a bronze-level equipment treasure chest. Luo Yu muttered to himself and opened the random treasure chest. 100 times critical hit trigger. You open the treasure chest and get the item, Giant Octopus Egg, Platinum level. Giant Octopus Eggs, hatching temperature 0 to 100 degrees, current hatching progress, 80%. Luo Yu's eyes widened. He was actually given an octopus egg, and it was a platinum-level octopus. He roughly knew what a giant octopus looked like. When the time came, he would keep it in the lake, and use it to resist the enemies from the north. Luo Yu placed the octopus egg in the bedroom, ready to try to hatch it with a critical strike again. After reciting the sentence silently again, the reminder will appear again. 100 times critical hit trigger. You open the equipment treasure box and get equipment, portable storage bracelet, diamond level. What the hell? Luo Yu was dumbfounded. He actually gave me a storage bracelet. Is there such a thing in the world of Tiandao? Looking at the unremarkable silver bracelet on his wrist, Luo Yu quickly clicked on the details. Portable storage bracelet, internal space 1000 cubic meters, cannot carry living things, cannot carry items with owners. 1000 cubic meters means 10 meters in length, width, and height each. The area is quite good, but there are still limitations. Luo Yu directly put the Tiangong sword, bow and arrow, and javelin in. With a flip of his hand, the Tiangong sword appeared in his palm. With another flip of his hand, the Tiangong sword disappeared and a javelin appeared. Wonderful! It's really wonderful! Luo Yu was overjoyed. This was too powerful. He hurriedly checked the score of the base and found that it had not increased. Fortunately, the score of the equipment had not increased yet. Just when he was feeling delighted, a hint came. The first wave of attacks ends 4 hours, the survival rate of all attack trialists in the Tiannao world, 59.772%. The second wave of attacks begins. The data is simple, but the facts are cruel. Almost half of the intelligent creatures could not withstand the attack and died. This does not include those who are injured or disabled. The Tiannao world did not give a report on the disability rate, but it goes without saying that the numbers must be terrifying. Of course, in the world of heaven, there are billions of lives in all the heavens and worlds. Even if half of them are lost, the remaining lives are still incalculable. Luo Yu sighed secretly in his heart and prayed that his sister was safe. Speaking of which, the second wave of attacks has already begun. Why hasn't anyone hired me? Is it because I am discriminated against as a person of different races? Chapter 44 Mercenary Luo Yu. Since no one was hiring him now, he might as well just eat. In the previous spoils of war, he got a portion of a loving dish given by the princess of the Skarsa tribe to her fiancé. Unfortunately, the princess's fiancé was shot into a sieve by the arrow tower, so Luo Yu just happened to want to taste this dish. I picked up a chicken leg and took a bite. It tasted amazing. This is the most delicious chicken leg Luo Yu has ever eaten. No, the most delicious food. As Luo Yu devoured the food, he said vaguely, "This princess, her cooking skill must be above LV10. Well, next time, come and attack and capture her alive." Just when Luo Yu was thinking about this princess, the system prompt came. You eat the loved lunchbox and get a buff. Charm is invalid. 1 day. The princess's loving cooking has a certain chance of making the loved one immune to the temptations of the opposite sex. The one you love? It's a pity that this box of food can't make the person you love invulnerable. After eating the delicious, love bento, Luo Yu was in a good mood. He began to put some commonly used items into his personal space, such as tools like pickaxes and hemp ropes. Just after I finished cleaning up, another prompt appeared. You are hired by the dwarves and are being teleported. Please be prepared. If you do not accept the employment mission, you can cancel it midway, but the 5,000 deposit will be confiscated. Luo Yu was slightly stunned. There was actually someone who would hire him for 15,000. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, Luo Yu felt the world spinning before his eyes, and he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is a stone house with the door open. 2 bodies of dwarf men are lying on the ground, and another dwarf is leaning on the bed, dying. He looked at Luo Yu, as if he saw a savior, and said anxiously, "Save me, I'll give you all the money, save me." Luo Yu came back to his senses and his eyes narrowed. He was invincible for 5 seconds, but he could not attack either. This gave the mercenaries some time to react. In addition to this dwarf, there are 2 natives in the room. These 2 natives are different from the Skarsa natives who attacked their territory. Their eyes are red and there is a status bar above their heads, controlled. 5 seconds later, Luo Yu dodged to the side and easily avoided a spear, then chopped out with the Tiangong sword. The shoulder of the native in front of him was chopped off directly, and Luo Yu chopped the other native in half with another knife. "Save me!" The male dwarf called for help. Luo Yu walked over to him and found that there were bloody holes on both of his legs. The aorta was punctured and the bleeding could not be stopped. He was no longer alive. He glanced at the natives still climbing the perimeter wall and frowned. "What's going on? Why are there so many natives attacking?" We were wrong." The dwarf man coughed up blood and said, "In order to show off on the regional channel, we included ourselves in the base rating. We didn't expect that the gold-level soft armor we built before would attract so many enemies. Save me." The dwarf man was still calling for help, but Luo Yu frowned. He had not expected such a situation. He frowned and said, "Send me the clues of the attack, and I will study it." Luo Yu was the last straw for this dwarf tribe. Upon hearing this, he reluctantly sent a screenshot of the message bar. Gold-level soft armor *2 attracted the attention of the night butterfly Banshee. She will lead the slave soldiers to snatch it. It turned out that the attack was triggered by a certain object. The intensity of this type of attack would be increased, but it would not involve so many people. Luo Yu's mind raced as he came to a conclusion. The three dwarves' attributes were not good, but their forging levels were high, and their life skills would also increase their personal scores. Their high forging levels made their own value very high. Then the mode for calculating character scores was turned on, which made the intensity of the attack so great. There are at least 20 or 30 indigenous slave soldiers outside, and they don't have any defensive equipment such as arrow towers, so it would be strange if they could hold on. Save me! The dwarf man stretched out his hand to Luo Yu, but the next moment, his pupils widened suddenly and he took his last breath. Tip: all the trial participants in this territory have died. All items in the territory will be changed to a neutral state. You can choose to exit the mission and return to your base, or you can continue to stay in the unfamiliar territory and repel the attack. Maximum stay time at a neutral base, 6 hours. Huh! There is such a thing! Luo Yu, who had reacted, of course chose to stay, and looked at the three dwarf corpses. As expected, just as the Heavenly Tao explained, after the trial taker's death, his body began to dissipate, leaving behind the base core and some of their own precious things. Luo Yu grabbed the base core, bead in his hand on the spot. This is a good thing. After using it, he can improve the hard indicators such as the area of his base, the fertility of the land, the abundance of aquatic products, etc. Although it is only a small improvement, everything is a process of accumulating little by little. He directly put the base core into his personal space, and then grabbed the 2 pieces of golden soft armor left by the 2 corpses. Soft armor! The soft armor belongs to the master, give me the soft armor! A controlled indigenous soldier rushed directly towards Luo Yu, but his head was chopped off by a knife. Luo Yu glanced around the stone house and found several pieces of gold and jade on the bed, as well as 3 scrolls left behind by the dead dwarves. There were also some other resources in the house. Without hesitation, he took them. You get 3 forging skill scrolls, 20 gold, 60 jade, 1 bronze mirror. After clearing out everything in the stone house, Luo Yu rushed out, only to find that all the natives had already climbed over the wall, and about a dozen people were rushing in this direction. On the wall, there stood a charming woman who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in black with a pair of black wings on her back, looking at him coldly. Is this Night Butterfly? Luo Yu looked around the place. There were 2 stone houses, small banana trees growing in the vegetable garden, and a trembling wildebeest lying not far away. Without any hesitation, he rushed into another stone house. This seemed to be a forging room, with various tools placed in a mess. Luo Yu simply collected the pile of resources on the table. You get iron essence * 200, silver essence * 100, weapon embryo * 2. You get a steel forging table * 1. Golden soft armor, give us the golden soft armor. When Luo Yu was sweeping, the indigenous slave soldiers had already blocked the gate. 2 indigenous slave soldiers rushed in first, but were killed by Luo Yu one by one. Chapter 45. Love Bento Shapes a Straight Man. The next moment, he swung the Tiangong knife in his hand continuously, and cut a gap in the stone wall on the spot. The Tiangong knife is actually a stone-cutting knife, and ordinary stone houses cannot stop Luo Yu at all. He rushed out of the forge and rushed directly into another stone house. Storehouse? There was a hint of surprise in Luo Yu's eyes. The warehouse was filled with a large amount of iron ore, as well as daily necessities such as fishing rods and wooden barrels. Fishing rods are good things. Everyone is given one at the beginning, and it is impossible to buy one more. There are many benefits to having an extra fishing rod. You get a fishing rod * 1. You get iron ore * 5,000. Reminder, your storage bracelet occupancy rate, 70%. Please sort it out as soon as possible to avoid explosion. Fortunately, I used a critical hit to get a storage bracelet before, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take so many resources with me. After looting the warehouse, Luo Yu wanted to leave, but found that the entire stone house had been surrounded. A charming female voice sounded outside the house. Mercenary, you can't return to your base in combat. Give me the golden soft armor, or I will kill you! Yi Dai's voice was quite nice, but Luo Yu was not panicked at all. It is true that he can only run away after 5 seconds of escape from the battle, but it is impossible for these natives to stop him. And he has a chance of a critical hit, so there's nothing to be afraid of. He sneered and said, Sorry, I never give away what I have obtained to others. If you want soft armor, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. After he finished speaking, a javelin suddenly appeared in his hand and he threw it out fiercely. A slave soldier who rushed forward was pierced through the chest on the spot, and at the same time, the remaining force of the javelin nailed another slave soldier who was blocking the door to the spot. Luo Yu took advantage of the situation and rushed out of the stone house. But the slave soldiers were not vegetarians either. 4 archers shot at the same time, and 4 arrows were shot towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu dodged all of them with his nimble body. At the same time, the storage bracelet on his wrist flashed, and an iron bow appeared in his hand. Bang, 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 bang! Being proficient in archery, he shot 4 arrows in succession and killed 4 archers. This is a storage bracelet. Great, I'm even more interested in you. Yi Dai licked her lips, and Luo Yu sneered. I am also interested in you, don't let me catch you, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. Okay. Yi Dai sneered and said, Let's see who catches who. Go, kill him. More than a dozen melee slave soldiers rushed towards Luo Yu at the same time. At this moment, Luo Yu launched his Gale sword technique. There was a burst of hacking and chopping, and the first 4 slave soldiers who rushed up were hacked to death. At the same time, Luo Yu's thigh was scratched by the spear. Seeing this scene, Yi Dai sneered and said, A mere human race cannot kill you! She thought Luo Yu was injured, but after Luo Yu killed 2 slave soldiers, she found that Luo Yu was not injured at all. Is his penis so hard? No, pants, these are gold-level pants. While she was shocked, Luo Yu had already broken through the encirclement with his Quanfing swordsmanship and rushed towards the vegetable field. He pulled the banana tree up by its roots with a sudden force, and then put it into his bracelet. You get a small banana tree *1. Banana trees are good things. Although he doesn't like bananas very much, Shao Kong should like them. Take it back and plant it. That's my favorite banana, leave it on the tree. The night butterfly became furious when it saw this scene and flapped its wings, and a stream of pink air rushed towards Luo Yu. The night butterfly itself has little combat power, but the powder on its wings has a control effect, which is a chemical attack. Luo Yu was slightly stunned when he was hit by the pink airflow. Tip, you are under charm attack and are currently immune. Wow, the love bento does a great job. Luo Yu pretended to stumble a few times, then shook his head, took out his bow and arrow and started shooting, killing 3 more natives. As a result, there were only 4 natives left. See how long you can last! The night butterfly became angry and flapped its wings rapidly. Luo Yu was wrapped in the pink air current and pretended to be staggering, as if he was about to die. Good opportunity! Quick, capture him alive! I want this slave! The 4 slave soldiers put down their iron spears and rushed towards Luo Yu with bare hands. But the next moment, Luo Yu suddenly regained his consciousness and used the wild wind sword technique again. Because they even threw away their weapons, 4 slave soldiers were hacked to death on the spot. Ah! Yi Dai screamed, and seeing Luo Yu rushing towards her, she quickly flapped her wings and flew away. Huh! Can you fly? Luo Yu was shocked, and his mind raced as he fell to the ground on his back. His body was motionless, but he kept muttering. Yeety, yeety, come here, yeety! Call! Night butterfly in midair breathed a sigh of relief, then snorted proudly. No man can resist my butterfly powder. It's a pity that you didn't get out of the battle in the end. Yi Dai slowly landed and looked at the storage bracelet in Luo Yu's hand with greed in his eyes. She was ready to pick up a dagger to chop off Luo Yu's hand, but the moment she bent down, Luo Yu on the ground suddenly jumped up and knocked Yi Dai to the ground. Ah! The night butterfly struggled hard in panic and flapped its wings, but it couldn't fly after being knocked down, and the butterfly powder seemed to have no effect anymore. It's useless. Your methods don't work on me. Pa! Luo Yu slapped Yi Dai on the face twice in succession. The girl's body trembled and she became motionless, but her tears streamed down her face. That pitiful expression really makes me feel pity for her. Reminder, you are under a charm attack, currently immune. It's a pity that Luo Yu, who used to be very loving, has become a straight man. Tricks like crying and pretending to be pitiful are completely ineffective on him. Looking at the beautiful woman with 2 slap marks on her face, Luo Yu sneered and took out a hemp rope to tie her up. In order to prevent the girl from flying away, her wings were tied up. Yi Dai stopped pretending and said through gritted teeth, "You unromantic man, what kind of way is this to tie me up? It hurts me. What kind of binding method?" Of course, the Yazhou people use the Yazhou way of tying things. He simply found a piece of sackcloth to cover Yi Dai's mouth, then Luo Yu carried her on his shoulders and walked towards the wildebeest. The wildebeest looked at Luo Yu in fear, but Luo Yu said gently, "Come with me from now on." The wildebeest was originally tamed, and although it is now in the wild again, it still instinctively retreats because it misses its former owner. "Dare to reject me?" Luo Yu punched out and knocked the wildebeest unconscious. Chapter 46 Tamed. New members of the base. After Luo Yu collected the scattered spears, daggers, wooden bows and other weapons on the ground and made sure that nothing was left behind, he grabbed a horse's leg and chose to return. The world was spinning before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he had already appeared in his own territory. Throwing Yidi to the ground, Luo Yu took a deep breath of the familiar air, his eyes full of joy. This trip was a great harvest. Task completed, you get 15,000 silver. Although all 3 dwarves died, Luo Yu also captured Yi Dai, and the mission was completed. Because I am now a black iron level mercenary, I cannot accept other missions on the same day, so I need to sort out my tasks properly. The first is the night butterfly. He found that the night butterfly that was lying on the ground and looking at him in horror was not a unit that could be recruited, but an animal. Like Xiaokong, it is an animal, but its intelligent form has top-level attributes and is basically no different from a trial taker. Luo Yu walked up to the girl and said calmly, "Be tamed by me, or die. I will not surrender, just kill me." These words made Luo Yu slightly stunned. Yi Dai, who was so charming before, was so tough now. Tame. Luo Yu muttered to himself, and used his beast-taming skills. Failed to tame the beast, success rate, 1%. I have a very low success rate. This night butterfly is currently a wild animal. If you don't tame it, you won't even be able to sell it. It would be such a pity to really kill him. He looked at the stubborn Yi Dai, and after a moment of silence, he grinned and said, "Very good, you are very stubborn. Come to think of it, you are an animal, right? Animals naturally have their own way of punishing others." Luo Yu suddenly attacked and tore the woman to pieces. Under her horrified gaze, he said coldly, "There is a bull in my territory. It likes tender female animals like you the most. Where's my precious big bull? Come here. Moo." A mooing sound was heard in the distance, and the bull was running towards us. Seeing the bull running towards her, Yi Dai turned pale with fear. As an animal with top intelligence, she naturally understood what Luo Yu wanted to do. The old cow, which was originally harmless in her eyes, was now simply the bull demon king. "No, don't let it come over. I was wrong, please kill me. I have never experienced such a thing, please kill me immediately." Yi Dai's tears rolled down her cheeks. Luo Yu was stunned when he heard this. From what he said, it seemed that Yi Dai was still a rookie. After taking a look at her condition, I found that she was indeed in a state of panic. "Tame!" Luo Yu used his animal taming skills again. Taming failed, current success rate, 19%. Is this the only success rate for abnormal conditions? Is it so difficult for top-level intelligent animals? Well, you made me do it. Luo Yu silently said this in his heart, and then shouted again. "Be tamed!" 100 times critical hit trigger. You have successfully tamed. The bull braked suddenly and stopped in front of Yidi. He licked Luo Yu's hand affectionately with his tongue. Yidi's whole body was glowing and there was disbelief in his eyes. You can actually tame me? What's your level of beast taming skills? Our night butterfly clan cannot be tamed. Night butterfly, top intelligence, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35, can fly. Special ability, charm. The butterfly powder of the night butterfly has a charm effect, which can charm the enemy unit into a friendly unit. The effect lasts for 29 days. Bees taming, LV7, crafting, LV2, tailoring, LV3, planting, LV8, shooting, LV9. Looking at Yi Dai's attributes, Luo Yu was secretly surprised. Although the three basic attributes seemed to be just SOSO, the special skills and her life skills were still quite powerful. At this moment, Yi Dai sat on the ground in shock. After the shock, Luo Yu said calmly, "What do you mean by you, yours? Don't you know how to address me? What about pet etiquette?" Yi Dai's delicate body trembled and tears of humiliation appeared on her face. Tamed animals cannot resist their masters, and their loyalty and intimacy are automatically maxed out. Even if Yi Dai is unwilling 100 times or 1,000 times, she cannot suppress the emotions that well up in her heart. She instinctively wanted to obey the man in front of her, and even wanted to have an intimate interaction with him. Yi Dai knelt on the ground in humiliation, crying and saying, "Greetings, master." His face was red and his eyes were filled with tears. He looked humiliated but had to obey. This expression was amazing. Luo Yu reached out and patted her head, then laughed and said, "Very good. From today on, I will call you Xiao Dai. Your first task is to help me sort out the spoils. Clothing." Xiao Dai blushed, hugged her chest and gritted her teeth. "Give me clothes right now." Luo Yu frowned and said, "Don't you know how to ask the master?" Xiao Dia's body trembled, and she lowered her head, but she said tremblingly, "Please, master, please give me some clothes." "That's more like it." Luo Yu took off his coat and put it on her, smiling faintly. "Except for mine, the others are the clothes of the dead. I don't think you want to wear them, right? Okay, put on mine and follow me." Having said that, he turned and walked towards the villa. Holding Luo Yu's blue gown and looking at his back wearing only a vest, Xiao Dai felt her heart beating so fast. This guy is handsome, and his muscle lines are quite nice. Oh, what am I thinking about? Xiao Dai blushed and hurried to catch up. The next thing to do was to be busy. First, Luo Yu planted the banana trees. Sure enough, Xiao Kong seemed to love eating bananas. He clapped his hands happily when he saw the banana tree. After the three of them arrived at the basement warehouse, Luo Yu shook out all the things in the bracelet and sorted them out together with the two pet girls. He had no use for the iron spear, dagger, wooden bow and the like, so he put them all up for auction. After taking a look, Luo Yu discovered that the price of weapons is a little higher than usual. Because today is an attack, many people are facing a situation where they do not have enough weapons and are all buying them. Luo Yu was sold out very quickly after it was put on the shelves. I made a lot of money just from these broken weapons. He also discovered that many people were in urgent need of money to buy weapons, and they needed to sell items. Things that were very expensive before were now depreciating rapidly. For example, luxury goods such as gold and jade, which originally cost 1,200, have now fallen to 1,150. For those who are in a hurry to sell them, the price has even dropped to 1,130. Purchase. Buy it now. Luo Yu directly swept 1,000 gold, 1,000 jade, and 8,000 iron ore, and directly gathered all the resources needed for the war fog diffusion box. Maybe this is called making money from war. Chapter 47, War Fog completed, a tribute point sword. Next are 3 forging scrolls. No need to say anything, just use them. You use the forging scroll to upgrade your forging skill from LV0 to LV2. You use the forging scroll to upgrade your forging skill from LV2 to LV4. You use the forging scroll to upgrade your forging skill from LV4 to LV5. The scroll gave a lot of experience points, and Luo Yu felt that a lot of knowledge was flooding into his mind. With the LV5 forging level, he could already try to forge black iron grade equipment. He looked at the forge place not far away and began to think. Because this forging furnace generates high temperatures, it requires a special forging room and the building must be replanned. A moment later, Luo Yu came to the outside of the villa, took out the base core and chose to use it. The moment the core was used, gentle light suddenly appeared in the sky and scattered across his territory, and the transformation began. Luo Yu looked at all these magical things and sighed in his heart that this world of heaven was truly magnificent. You use the base core, your territory area increases by 10%, the land fertility increases by 10%, and the aquatic resources increased by 10%. Luo Yu looked around and found that his territory had indeed grown larger, and what had expanded was the land area. The small lake was still the same small lake, and did not seem to have grown any larger. This is a good thing, otherwise this 10% area will be diluted a lot by the small lake. He looked at the girl beside him and asked curiously, "Xiao Dai, what is in these purple mountains?" Xiao Dai snorted lightly and didn't say anything. Bang! Luo Yu slapped the girl on her butt. Xiao Dai screamed and said with a red face, "It's all mountains, continuous mountains. I don't know anything else." Pets won't lie to their owners. Luo Yu nodded, and after collecting his scattered thoughts, he prepared to build a fog of war box. A moment later, on the rooftop balcony of the villa, Luo Yu placed the iron box in a small attic with an open window. A faint mist emanated from the small window of the attic, and then the mist disappeared from Luo Yu's eyes. Yes, the fog of war is only effective against enemies. It has no effect on creatures within the territory, and it does not affect sunlight, or anything like that. The fog of war has spread to the entire base. Current recognition rate within the fog 30%. With a recognition rate of 30%, you can only see an outline. I will upgrade it later. If the recognition rate is reduced to 0%, it will be perfect. After doing all this, it was already sunset. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Dai and said, "Take some dry food and throw it into the prison." "Yes." Xiao Dai flapped her wings and flew towards the prison, while Luo Yu began to prepare dinner. After dinner, it was completely dark. In the bathroom, Luo Yu lay in a wooden tub and began to implement his plan. Add attributes. Yes, after this day, Luo Yu found that the benefits of improving personal strength at this stage are very high. The main reason is that he possesses martial arts, which can fully bring out the power of his attribute values. With high attributes, he can repel attacks easily by himself. I looked at the wealth, which comes and goes, and the base currently has 70,000 silver. Currently his strength is 52, constitution is 39, and agility is 38. No doubt, increase your constitution and agility to 50 first. You spent 23,000 silver and improved your physical and agility attributes. Looking at the virtual operation page in front of him, Luo Yu clicked continuously on the plus behind the power. You spend 2,000 silver to upgrade your strength +1. He continuously increased the strength to 60, using up 16,000 silvers, with 31,000 silvers left. Luo Yu then continuously clicked on the plus of agility and physique. Finally, I raised my agility and physique to 60. Not ordering, keeping it for later use. As a result, his panel changes as follows. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 800 points. Health value, 30 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 60. Constitution, 60. Agility, 60. Personal characteristics. The sanitation value dropped a lot because there were many more prisoners in the base, as well as 2 more animals, Xiao Dai and Wildebeest. In addition, it had rained before, and there were a large number of piled-up clothes of the dead that had not been sold, causing the sanitation value to drop to a critical point. If it drops any further, we will get sick. Luo Yu was not worried about getting sick himself, but he was worried about the animals, prisoners or his 2 little cuties in the base getting sick, which would be very troublesome. The entertainment value increased by 10 points. Because there is a new Xiao Dai. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, cute little animals like Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong can provide entertainment for people. Each one adds 10 points of entertainment value. There are many benefits to having a high entertainment value. The first is that everyone is in a good mood and is less likely to get sick. The second is that you can get some strange random buffs. Sometimes, some strange buffs will affect the battle situation. For example, the Iron Straight Man buff of the Love Bento is quite fierce. At this moment, a prompt suddenly came. This month-end attack has ended, with a survival rate of 47.168%. Summer is officially coming tomorrow, please make preparations for summer. Alice. It's over. So many innocent lives have been lost. Pray for them. Elena. Alice, you better pray that you don't die in the attack at the end of summer. Fan Yamung. Summer is here, and food storage is a big problem. Is everyone prepared? Naker. It's hard to store food without ice. I think we should find a way to get rid of the big monster fish in the lake in the summer. That way we can get more aquatic products and catch some good fish. Nyoda. I don't care. In the summer there is only grass and food can be found easily. Luo Yu. Summer is here, so autumn won't be far behind. We should cultivate more fields and store food for the winter. Fan Yamung. Yeah, and there's a lot of rain in the summer, but the ground will be very dirty, so everyone should pay attention to the sanitation. Everyone in the group is talking about the future, planning for it and full of expectations. Yes, after this attack, everyone gained confidence and saw hope of becoming stronger. Although the world of heaven is cruel, it is really possible to become stronger. Who doesn't want to become a strong person standing at the top of countless races in the universe? Even Luo Yu hopes that he can become a king-level mercenary one day. What an awesome thing that would be. Luo Yu. Fan Yam, did you try to recruit those 3 captives? Fan Yamung. We have already recruited one. The success rate is 70%. Everyone. Luo Yu. They can tame beasts, recruit people, and are extremely lucky. The 3 of them actually appeared in the same base. Is there a bug in the sky? Chapter 48. Trading can also be a critical hit. Early in the morning, Luo Yu, who had just woken up, habitually pushed away Shao Kong, who was resting his head on his arm, and immediately looked at the prompt. Sure enough, 2 captives had been sold. The 2 strongest male captives were sold for 30,000 silver. He was secretly happy, but now he found Xiao Dai curled up at the end of the bed, hugging one of his legs. Didn't she say she wanted to sleep on the mat last night? Why is she here again? Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart, and gently rubbed her belly with his feet, and Xiao Dai woke up immediately. She opened her eyes and blinked. After realizing her current state, she quickly let go of the calf she was hugging and said with a red face, I don't want to sleep with you. It's because you have tamed me. I have no choice. I can't control myself. No, I'm not taking the initiative to sleep with you. Luo Yu said with a smile. Your face is so red, why are you so shy? Was that slutty look before just pretending? Are you actually a pure little cutie? When did I ever be dissolute? Xiao Dai was very dissatisfied, but Luo Yu waved his hand and said, Okay, your butterfly powder is stuck to the bed, clean the sheets later. As he spoke, Luo Yu carried the dazed Shao Kong to wash up. Butterfly powder? Damn it! I folded my wings and he didn't notice! Xiao Dai snorted angrily and quickly followed. Breakfast was still milk and eggs. Luo Yu and Shao Kong enjoyed the meal very much, but Xiao Dai found it difficult to swallow. I'm going to take a walk on the grassland. Looking at Xiodia's back, Shao Kong was full of curiosity, but Luo Yu more or less understood that she was going to the grassland to look for flowers. Although Xiao Dai can eat grains and cereals, the most ideal food for her is nectar. Night butterflies are actually a kind of pampered animals. Oh, it's not easy to keep a pet. Luo Yu sighed lightly, ate breakfast and walked towards the prison. There were still 4 male captives left, and Luo Yu directly took them out. Didn't he raid the base of the 3 dwarves before? He got a lot of tools, which was just right for them to work. You 4, go to the mine and dig. Luo Yu snorted. Work hard, and you'll have food to eat if you dig well. If you don't work hard, I'll stab you to death. Do you understand? The 4 captives were not strong, and they were handcuffed and shackled, so they could not resist Luo Yu. Upon hearing this, they obediently went to the mine. As for Shao Kong and Xiao Dai, there happened to be 2 fishing rods, so let them go fishing. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu scanned the entire territory and began to plan the next course of action. The top priority now is to improve the sanitation level of the base, at least restore it to 60, to avoid disease. The fastest way to improve the level of hygiene is naturally to lay flooring. With the abundant rain in the summer, if the flooring is not laid, the entire base may be soaked in mud. Luo Yu first completed his daily tasks. Collect eggs *3, milk cows *38, collect aquatic products *50, collect ripe apples *2. These items are the base's current fixed daily income. Luo Yu is now very skilled at doing these tasks and can finish them all in 1 hour, and it is only 8 o'clock in the morning. His eyes turned to the piles of animal skins, clothes, etc., all of which were marked clothes of the dead. Wearing these clothes will increase the risk of disease, and may also cause some debuffs, and cannot be sold. This is also the reason why Luo Yu did not wear the golden soft armor. Both pieces were clothes of the dead. If he wanted to purify them, he had to rely on purifying water. The purified water came out of the box, and it was a very rare item. It would be a pity to burn the clothes of the dead, so after Luo Yu studied it, he came up with a solution. The sewing technology tree has a recycling workbench that can recycle items such as clothing into raw materials, but this will result in a 70% loss of the raw materials. Fabric recycling workbench. Fabric recycling design *1, raw materials *3000, iron or *1000, silver 500. Luo Yu hurriedly went to the auction house to search for the design drawings, but found none. World Channel, Terran, Anonymous. I want a fabric recycling design. If you have a price, please PM me. Luo Yu used his only opportunity to speak to the world today, and before long, a trading window popped up. Zerg 4444. You despicable Terran, I have what you want. The price is 200,000 silver. I won't sell it for less. This 4444. A strange look appeared on Luo Yu's face. Isn't this the extremely arrogant mantis monster from before? Why are you still so arrogant now? Luo Yu. This thing is only worth 10,000 yuan. I'll pay 20,000 yuan, and I'll use twice the extra to buy you a coffin. Zerg 4444. What did you say? Besides your foul mouth, what else do you humans have? I might sell it to others at a lower price, but I'll double it if I sell it to humans, 40,000. Forget it. This guy seemed to have a very determined attitude. After being killed by me with a single blow, he must have hated the human race deeply. According to Luo Yu's temper, he would just X the trading box, but this blueprint is really necessary. At this moment, he thought of something, and his lips curled up, and he put 40,000 silver coins on it. Idiot bug, let's trade. Zerg 4444. Aren't you a tough guy? Why did you buy it again? Humans are trash, they are worse than stink bugs. I, Master Bug, will use this money to increase my attributes, and go to the arena to beat you trash to death. As he spoke, he clicked the button. Luo Yu silently said this in his heart, and clicked transaction. 100 times critical hit triggered, transaction successful. When the prompt came, Luo Yu was secretly happy, as he got the design drawing. On the other side, Zerg 4444 was stunned. Why is it 400 silver? You lied to me? Asshole, why did you only sell it for 400 silver? Luo Yu laughed inwardly and replied, I only put 400 silver coins in it. Are you blind? By the way, you bugs have so many compound eyes, it's normal to see a few extra zeros. I suggest you poke out the extra compound eyes so that you can see the numbers clearly. Bye. He directly X'd the transaction box and blocked Zerg 4444, not giving the other party a chance to curse in private chat. World Channel, Zerg 4444. What the hell, Terran Anonymous, you are a scumbag and a liar! World Channel, Terran Barjov. These bugs are starting again, right? Who are you shoe-bottom monsters scolding? Who are Terran Anonymous? Explain clearly! Terran Anonymous. Terran Anonymous? You're firing a map cannon? I'll stab all Zerg Anonymous to death with one knife. A war of words started on the World Channel, and Luo Yu lost interest after watching for a while. He was secretly delighted in his heart. This deal was a perfect hit. It was an unbeatable scam. Chapter 49 Fabric Recycling. Let's sew something weird. On the basement level of the villa, Luo Yu opened the building page and directly built a fabric recycling workbench. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and the workbench appeared. The working principle of this workbench is very simple. Just throw the useless clothes in from the feed port, and it won't take long for the raw materials to come out from the discharge port. A moment later, Adai held a pile of the dead man's clothes in his mouth and piled them in front of the workbench, and Luo Yu began to try. After the workbench made a buzzing sound, a piece of animal skin tribal clothing disappeared, and what appeared at the outlet was deerskin *10, cotton cloth *10. Great! Luo Yu was very satisfied. The deceased had a lot of clothes, so he just had to throw them in. After half a day, Luo Yu finally finished the work. Not a single piece of clothing of the deceased was left, but in the boxes in the camp, there were a lot of raw fabric materials. I checked the base's hygiene score and found that it had indeed risen by 5 points, which is very good. He spent some time sorting out the various fabrics. After counting, he got a total of 503 deerskins, 721 cottons, 460 thick furs, 777 ordinary leathers. All of these can be used to make clothes, bedding, and if you're more luxurious, they can even be made into sofas. The key is that Luo Yu also has a sewing table. It would be a waste to just sell the raw materials without processing them. Luo Yu's own tailoring skills are very low, but Xiao Dai has LV3, so he can start. Of course, Xiao Dai is fishing now, so let's do it tomorrow. After leaving the villa, Luo Yu looked at the various stones piled on the open space, cheered himself up, and started cutting stones. Making floor tiles requires a lot of stones. At dinner time, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong also came back. They each caught 2 boxes, a total of 4 boxes. After Luo Yu opened it, the 3 boxes were filled with basic resources such as iron ore, but 1 box contained seeds. Cotton seeds *100. He was just thinking about whether to plant some cotton, but this time he didn't have to think about it, because the big bull could plow the land tomorrow. After dinner and a shower in the evening, Luo Yu lay on the bed and entered the arena. You human trash, do you dare to fight Grandpa? This type of room appeared again. It turned out that the verbal fight during the day still needed to be resolved in the arena at night. Luo Yu was short of money, and these zergs were sent to him? He went straight into a Zerg 2000 silver room. Yu is here, our insecticide is here. Come on, you, kill this centipede. Everyone rushed into the room again. Luo Yu's opponent was a centipede man, who looked very domineering and very large. From the appearance, he looked a bit like the centipede monster in cartoons. He grinned and said, You, if I was afraid of you before, it's different now. I spent a lot of silver to strengthen your attributes. From today on, I will kick you out of the arena. 3, 2, 1. Start! Bang, 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 bang! Luo Yu rushed forward, performing the Quanfeng sword technique and slashing wildly with the Tiandong sword in his hand. The centipede man's shell could not withstand Luo Yu's quick sword at all. KO. Time taken, 3.8 seconds. Instant kill! Which bug can hold Brother Yu back for 5 seconds? Not bad, this time I lasted 2 seconds longer than last time. If the bugs can increase their attributes, maybe I can last 2 more seconds. Brother Yu, I'm your biggest fan. Can you add me as your friend? I'll pay for the friend fee. Come on, Brother Yu, drive the bugs out of the arena. My Brother Yu has worked very hard. Don't you know how much sweat he has shed behind the scenes? Don't ask too much of him. The Terrans said all kinds of things on the public screen, while the Zerg ran away in shame. The centipede man was cut into pieces, and Luo Yu didn't want to stay any longer, so he directly withdrew from the arena. You get silver *2900. After clearing another room and getting 1000 silvers, Luo Yu did not want to stay any longer and left the arena. It's not that Luo Yu doesn't want to fight more and make more money, but if he fights too much and becomes too famous, people will be afraid of him and will automatically block him when they check into a hotel. Then no one will come to fight. Luo Yu, lying on the bed, looked around. Xiao Kong was already curled up and asleep beside him, while Xiao Dai was lying on the soft mat on the ground, also drowsy. Luo Yu thought about asking her to start sewing tomorrow. Sleeping on the big bed would give her a chance to get a sewing buff, so he said, Xiao Dai, come here and sleep on the bed. Ah! Xiao Dia's face turned red immediately. She stood up and slowly climbed onto the bed. Under Luo Yu's gaze, she seemed to have a premonition of something, and even her neck turned red. She leaned on Luo Yu's shoulder somewhat stiffly and stammered, I know, you bastard. Even if you get my people, you can't get me. Bang! Luo Yu slapped her on the butt and said unhappily, What nonsense are you talking about? Go to sleep. Ah? Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, rubbed her private parts, and looked at Luo Yu again, only to find that the master beside her had closed his eyes and fell asleep, and soon he fell asleep with even breathing. Well? Xiao Dai opened her mouth, snorted after she realized what was happening, and turned over, not wanting to see Luo Yu. However, because the big bed was so comfortable, she fell asleep after only 10 seconds. When he woke up in the morning, Luo Yu got a buff. When building, the material consumption is reduced by 5%, lasting for 10 days. Awesome! After 2 days of holding back, I got such a good buff. Let's go! Turning to look at Xiao Kong, she didn't get the buff this time, but Xiao Ai got the buff. Taylor LV plus 3, lasts for 1 day. Sometimes you have to sigh at the thing called luck. If everything goes well, isn't that luck? After waking up the two girls, I assigned the tasks while eating breakfast. Xiao Kong, go to the fish pond to collect seafood first, and then go fishing. Woohoo! Xiao Kong called out softly. She was very good at this kind of simple task. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Dai and said, Xiao Dai, you have great skills in animal taming and sewing. Go milk the cows and collect eggs first, and then sew clothes. I'll draw a sketch for you, and you can just make them according to the design. But Luo Yu put some milk on his fingers and started painting. After a moment, Xiao Dai blushed and spat. Master, this breast, can you sell this breast? Aren't you ashamed? Luo Yu said seriously. When we came to the heavenly Tao world, everyone wore the same style of clothing. I asked Fan Yimeng indirectly, and it seems that women don't have this thing. It will definitely sell. Make 10 first, and I'll sell them. No. Xiao Dai muttered. It's a shame that such a shameful thing can be sold. Chapter 50 Mutated Octopus and Women's Underwear. After breakfast, everyone went about their own business. Luo Yu pushed the work of milking and fishing to the two little cuties, which made his life a lot easier. Summer is here, and the best times for outdoor work are early morning and evening. Today is the 3rd day of summer, and it is already a bit hot at noon. The first thing Luo Yu had to do was to hatch the giant octopus egg. Holding the egg and walking to the lake, Luo Yu muttered something in his mind, and sure enough, a hint came. Critical attack successful, the giant octopus's growth efficiency increased 100 times. The eggs in his hand began to change rapidly. Luo Yu hurriedly put the small octopus in his palm on the ground. The small octopus on the ground rubbed Luo Yu's calves affectionately with its tentacles, and its body's shape was still changing. Hint: the giant octopus's growth process is beyond common sense and mutation occurs. Mutated form, Dark Devil Octopus, Diamond Grade. At this moment, the little octopus has grown to the size of a room and is still growing. A moment later, looking at the black octopus in front of him that was as big as 2 rooms, Luo Yu's eyes were full of shock. Dark Magic Octopus, Diamond Level, Juvenile, Intermediate Intelligence, Male Strength 108, Constitution 155, Agility 69, Special Skill, Lightning Whip, rapidly slaps, causing powerful damage. At this moment, one of the black demon octopus's tentacles was gently wrapping around Luo Yu's calf, as if it was very clingy. Indeed, the suction cup was quite sticky and Luo Yu had to use some effort to pry it open. Go in the water, don't get sunburned. If there are hostile units, we'll see what the situation is. If we can catch them, we'll catch them. If we can't catch them, we'll beat them up. The giant octopus nodded and jumped into the lake with a rumble. Luo Yu was still very shocked. The big black fish was only at the silver level, but this giant octopus had reached the diamond level. Moreover, octopuses were amphibious. Luo Yu felt that the defense of the north could be left to it. It's a pity that it's in childhood, if it's in adulthood. It's scary to think about it. I'll try a critical hit someday to see if it can induce labor. At the same time, Luo Yu was secretly glad in his heart that the animals in the territory had not yet been included in the scoring. Otherwise, the value of these animals in his home would be ridiculously high, and God knows what kind of attack would be attracted. After standing there and thinking for a while, Luo Yu thought of something. The land by the lake is fertile, but Luo Yu doesn't dare to plant outside the wall. But now that there is a giant octopus, it's a different story. Plant a large area of cotton. If the enemy attacks from this direction, they will definitely attack the cotton. At that time, the octopus hidden in the lake will use a lightning whip method. Great! Luo Yu laughed loudly and called the big bull over to plow the land on a higher ground near the lake. It was decided that cotton would be planted there. This is uphill, so the lake water cannot flood us for a while, and it is within the attack range of the giant octopus. In this way, the defense in the north and the planting of cotton are basically solved. Crash! There was a sound of water, and a grass carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds was thrown onto the shore. The giant octopus waved its tentacles at Luo Yu in the lake, as if trying to please its master. Yes, the giant octopus can provide aquatic products every day. If the water production is increased by 10%, you can use the giant octopus to catch fish for yourself. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, planning to fill up the pond when he had time in a few days. Draining and filling the pond would make him covered in mud, which would lower the hygiene standards. Now that he had the giant octopus, he would no longer be short of aquatic products. After a while, Luo Yu was slowly cutting the stones that were being transported in continuously while operating the construction interface. I had already decided to make floor tiles, but after clicking on them, I found that there are many types of floor tiles. There are tiles that increase aesthetics, increase entertainment value, and increase scores. There is a type of floor tile that makes Luo Yu interested. Strict advanced defense tiles increase aesthetics, entertainment value, and defense. The so-called defense refers to the defense under the ground. This floor tile can prevent digging from the ground upwards. Mining skills below LV20 cannot dig this floor tile. Even if someone really digs a hole in the ground and wants to dig in, he has a mining skill of level 20 or above and can dig it out, so he is not afraid. Defense tiles are different from others in that they can be repaired. You dig with a pickaxe and I repair it. As long as there is enough silver, you can never dig through it. However, the cost of 1 square meter of this kind of floor tiles is 30 stone bricks, 10 iron ore, 10 silver, and 1 gold. The area within Luo Yu's current wall is 10,000 square meters. Minus the 2,000 square meters of vegetable fields and orchards, it will also require 240,000 stone bricks, 80,000 iron ore, 80,000 silver, and 8,000 gold. A huge sum of money, a truly huge sum of money. And if you really want to lay this kind of floor tile, you will need to move the entire vegetable field outward, open up a new vegetable field, and surround it with a wall, which involves the issue of base expansion. Luo Yu thought for a while and decided to lay this kind of defensive floor tiles. He should not be greedy for speed and cheapness and ignore the defense of the base. He concentrated on cutting the stones. Stone bricks were always in the greatest demand at any time. For 3 whole days, Luo Yu was cutting stones. With 4 captives and 11 digging worms, the supply of raw materials for stone bricks was sufficient. Luo Yu also mobilized the stone turtles to transport the stones, which made his overall stone cutting efficiency very high. However, the critical strike opportunities of these 3 days were not used. That afternoon, when Luo Yu finished cutting the stones, he found that the number of stone bricks had reached 250,000 without him noticing. One of the raw materials for defensive floor tiles is ready. In addition, we have also dug up 5,000 iron ore these days, which is pretty good. After taking a sip of water, Luo Yu looked towards the stone gate. The stone turtles and golden beetles were still continuously carrying stones over. The more stone bricks the better. Luo Yu was just about to continue cutting when Xiao Dai flew over. "Master, the clothes you ordered are finished." Over the past few days, Xiao Dai has basically adapted to her role, and it is quite smooth for her to call Luo Yu master. Luo Yu came to the basement and saw that 10 bras were finished and they looked good. He didn't waste any time and put it on the auction house, with the price reaching an extremely outrageous 2,000 silver pieces. World, Human Race, Anonymous. The first hand-sewn women's underwear in the Tiandao world is now available. There are 10 pieces in all sizes and models. First come, first served. What? There's women's underwear. Oh my god, it really is! That's great, I don't have to worry about it sagging. Sisters, this is really what we want. The World Channel was immediately in an uproar, and all 10 pieces of women's underwear were snapped up. Oh my god, is it so easy to sell? Luo Yu clearly underestimated the determination of women to buy underwear. Chapter 51 Continuous Production of Silver-Level Underwear. Half an hour later, the World Channel once again launched extensive discussions on the first batch of underwear. Elf Anonymous. Hey, I bought a piece of underwear made by humans, and the effect is really good. Dragon Clan Anonymous. Really? It's a pity that I didn't get it. Is the underwear seller still there? Do you have any high quality underwear? Just name your price. Blood Clan Anonymous. Give me 2 high quality ones. I'll give one each to my wife and concubine. The Bull Demon Clan Anonymous. Does the man who said he would give one to his wife and concubine dare to reveal his real name to the world? Elf Anonymous. Looking for an elf companion who can give me underwear. I am male, and I hope you are too. Looking at the widespread discussions in the world, Luo Yu discovered a huge business opportunity. It's so easy to make money from women. He looked at the pile of materials and started to make women's underwear himself. Because there was a sewing machine and Xiao Dai had already made the pattern, even though Luo Yu's tailoring level was not high, he only needed to do simple operations. Of course, due to the level limit, the probability of failure will be very high. Even if the clothes are made, there may be problems with the quality. Xiao Dai watched Luo Yu operate and asked curiously, Master, can you, a man, also make clothes? Luo Yu said with a smile. Why, are you looking down on me? Xiao Dai nodded and said, It's not that I look down on you, but your tailoring level is too low. You will definitely fail. Oh? Luo Yu smiled and said, If I make clothes of good quality, will you kiss me? Ah? Xiao Dai blushed, and then said in disbelief, You have a rank? Master, if you want to make classy clothes, I'd be willing to kneel down and lick your fingers, not to mention kissing you. But if you can't do it, then you have to find me nectar. Okay. Luo Yu laughed and said, Just watch. As he spoke, he muttered something in his heart and put the materials into the feed inlet. 100 times critical hit trigger. The sewing machine immediately emitted light, and under Xiaodia's stunned gaze, a piece of underwear shining with white light slowly fell out from the outlet. Silver level women's underwear, increased comfort, increased defense, increased shaping ability. You have produced silver level underwear, and your tailoring level has been upgraded. Current level, LV2. White, silver level! Xiao Dai widened her beautiful eyes, but Luo Yu laughed out loud. It's done, we're going to get rich! He put it directly on the auction house and bid 30,000 silver. Yes, 30,000. The price of this piece of underwear is about the same as that of a private house. At this time, women's underwear is still popular in the world, and people noticed it immediately. Oh my god, silver level underwear! Yeah, I saw it too, the shaping ability has increased. Oh my god! Shaping, what a powerful function, woo woo, I can't afford it. The whole world was amazed. 10 seconds after it was put on the shelves, the silver underwear was sold out directly. Luo Yu made a huge profit. 30,000 silvers can buy 15,000 iron ore at the current price. Aren't the iron ore resources here? Luo Yu immediately opened the auction house and bought all the cheap iron ores. He spent all the 30,000 silver coins. Now the base has a total of 25,000 iron ores. Looking at the extra pile of iron ore in the basement with joy, Luo Yu was about to make further efforts, but suddenly he thought of something and looked at Xiao Dai, whose face was flushed beside him. What did some people say just now? I wonder what your gambling habits are like. Xiaodia's body trembled, and after gritting her teeth, she actually knelt down and gently sucked Luo Yu's finger. After doing all this, she hurriedly stood up and said, I'm going fishing. Having said that, he ran out directly. You didn't cheat? Luo Yu didn't expect her to be such a good gambler. He looked at his fingers and felt his heart beating faster. This Xiao Dai is a bit tempting. In the following time, Luo Yu used both critical hits to make women's underwear. Unfortunately, his tailoring level was too low, and both times he produced silver level products. This time, he sold one for 40,000 yuan and one for 50,000 yuan. He could be said to be a profiteer, but the products were still sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. It's so easy to make money from women. He used the 90,000 silver coins he earned to buy more iron ore, and soon the basement was filled with iron ore. Seeing that the price of iron ore had risen in a short period of time because of his buying spree, Luo Yu stopped and will continue tomorrow. 2 days later, Luo Yu sold 2 more pieces of women's underwear and earned 90,000 silvers. Now, many wealthy women wait at the auction house at 1 p.m. every day, hoping to be the first to buy silver-level underwear. Unfortunately, they were destined to wait in vain, as Luo Yu had no more materials. Of course, Luo Yu's tailoring level has been raised to LV4 through his hard work in making underwear during this period. By this day, Luo Yu had already collected enough iron ore and stone bricks to build floor tiles, and he also saved up a lot of silver. The problem was that he lacked gold. 8,000 gold is the real huge sum of money, and it is also the problem. There are only 1,800 units of gold in the base now. Because everyone wants to try to unlock the automatic defense technology, gold has become increasingly precious and there is no gold to sell on the market. Luo Yu planned to go to the mine to spur his captives and continue to work hard to dig gold, but when he arrived at the mine, he found that the captives were gone. A message prompt: Zentade, anonymous, purchased all your captives, you received 50,000 silvers. The 4 captives were sold for 50,000 silver pieces, which could be considered a huge sum of money. However, Luo Yu seemed somewhat embarrassed at this moment. What to do if the coolies are gone? Well, of course I'll continue catching. Now 80,000 is needed to build floor tiles, 5,000 is for reserve, and with the remaining money, Luo Yu starts to improve his own attributes. Click the plus after strength, agility, and constitution 5 times in a row. The 30,000 silvers are used up quickly, and Luo Yu's panel also changes. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 800 points. Health value, 35 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 65. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis. Today's critical hit times have been used up. Luo Yu plans to take action tomorrow and start mining first. Bang, bang, bang! Luo Yu started digging rapidly in the mine. Reminder, your mining level has been upgraded, currently LV6. There was a frantic digging. Since the mining level has been improved, the probability of digging out iron ore has increased a lot. Of course, LV6 is not that high, and it is mostly made of stone bricks. Chapter 52, Milk Fishing, Those Who Are Willing to Take the Bait. After a busy day, before dinner, I opened the boxes that Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai gave me when they went fishing as usual. A bunch of food was opened a few days ago, and Luo Yu hopes that his luck will explode today. There were 3 boxes in total today. The first 2 boxes contained food, but when the third box was opened, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Auto-shoot crossbow arrows. With a touch of his finger, the mini automatic crossbow in front of him quickly grew larger. It was indeed the same as the one on the wall. What a good thing! Luo Yu was very satisfied and installed the automatic crossbow on the west wall. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Luo Yu ran to milk the cow. 100 times critical hit trigger. After a while, the cow felt her body was hollowed out and lay limply on the ground to rest. Luo Yu picked up a small bucket of special milk and placed it on the watchtower. Soon, the whole base was filled with the aroma of milk. He cut stones while waiting for the attack to come. The sun became stronger in the afternoon, and the temperature felt around 30 degrees. After lunch, Luo Yu was taking a nap in the big villa, when suddenly, a reminder came. Warning, a group of soldiers from the Skarsa tribe are attracted by the smell of milk and begin to attack your territory. The hint is coming. Luo Yu jumped up immediately and rushed directly to the watchtower. From the east, I saw 10 people slowly approaching this direction. These 10 people do not look like ordinary soldiers, but elite ones. They are divided into teams of 5 and are exploring forward. The 10 people in the attack were 5 men and 5 women. They looked in the direction of the base at the same time, but found that the entire base was shrouded in fog and they could not see the situation inside at all. This? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the female archers whispered, "Captain, we can only vaguely see the city wall of the opposite base. What should we do? How about we stop looking for the source of that scent and retreat? What are you panicking about?" The leader this time was a strong middle-aged man. He said in a deep voice, "It's okay if you can't see it. We attacked this territory not long ago. The frontal defense of the territory is very strong, while the south and north are relatively weak. Also, according to intelligence, there is a very precious Xuanqiu beast girl in the territory. The new chief has coveted this beast girl for a long time. If we can capture it, it will be a great achievement. The eyes of the attacking tribal members lit up when they heard this. Xuanqiu beast girl is extremely precious and is the favorite companion pet of the chiefs of various tribes. If you can catch her, you will definitely be highly valued. Let's go around the front. Your team will attack from the north, and we'll attack from the south. Be careful of the traps on the road. After the leader's arrangement, the two teams immediately advanced slowly in the north and south directions, and Luo Yu saw all of this. If they attacked from the front, Luo Yu's plan to capture more prisoners might be ruined, because these people alone could not withstand the bombardment of catapults and automatic crossbows. But if you speak in a roundabout way, that's another story. He looked at Xiao Dai beside him and whispered, "Do you have enough butterfly powder? How many people can you induce hallucinations on?" As for fighting, Xiao Dai was not afraid at all. Instead, she said excitedly, "If it is to control, then only one person can be controlled at a time. If it is to make them fall into a state of chaos, it can interfere with two people at a time." "Very good." Luo Yu nodded and said, "You and Xiao Kong will rush out with me later, and we will catch him alive." "Woohoo!" Xiao Kong called out softly and tightened the dagger in his hand. Xiao Dai also nodded and her eyes became cold. The first team has circled back to the north. The group carefully explored forward. The male spearman suddenly discovered something and whispered, "There is a planting area by the lake. It seems to be cotton. Okay, destroy the cotton field immediately." The attacks were mainly destructive, and when the natives found an exposed target, they immediately went over and started setting fire. Just when a cotton seedling was lit, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the lake. With a whoosh, the sturdy man who was holding a shield and setting fire was directly swept up by the black shadow. All they saw was a huge black tentacle dragging the strong man and sinking him into the water. "Monster, monster? Intelligence shows that the monsters here have been eliminated." The remaining 4 people were all stunned, but the next moment, 4 tentacles rushed over at the same time like lightning. The 4 people were dumbfounded and unable to react at all, and were swept into the water on the spot. The 5-man team jumped into the water almost instantly, and after struggling for a few times, they drowned and passed out. Captive? 5 elite indigenous soldiers were captured directly. When Luo Yu saw all this, he was filled with joy. After all, it is a diamond-level monster. Even if it is a young one, it is still very powerful. Because of the wall and fog, the 5-man team attacking from the south didn't know what was happening. They were still carefully exploring possible traps on the ground. Luo Yu jumped off the city wall with the 2 little cuties. The next moment, he rode on the bull, while Xiao Kong rode on the tamed wildebeest, opened the city gate and rushed out. Xiao Dai was even more decisive. She flew out of the watchtower and didn't even need to go down to the ground. The 5-member team who were exploring suddenly heard a sound. They looked up and found that the stone door was opened and 2 cavalrymen rushed out from it. The middle-aged captain was very calm and shouted, "Archers, aim and shoot!" 2 archers, a man and a woman, immediately drew their bows and arrows, but before the arrows were released, they suddenly smelled a fragrance. Then all kinds of hallucinations appeared in his mind and he fainted on the spot. This is an abnormal state caused by Xiaodie's butterfly powder. The middle-aged captain looked up and found a beautiful girl with wings floating in the sky. "Night butterfly! Oh my God, there are night butterflies here!" The man was obviously stunned, and in the time it took him to be stunned, the big bull and the wildebeest had already rushed up to him, and a stone hit him on the forehead with the precise sound of breaking wind. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man saw stars and fell to the ground, fainting. Xiao Kong is very powerful and is proficient in using the slingshot, which has explosive power. The first reaction of the remaining 2 melee spearmen was to run away, but they were caught up by Luo Yu, who slashed them with the back of his sword, knocking them unconscious one by one. The attack by elite soldiers from 10 tribes was resolved just like that. And they were all captured. A moment later, the 10 people were stripped down to their underwear and thrown into the prison, officially becoming glorious prisoners. Now that the prisoner market has flourished, Luo Yu will not redeem them back to the tribe. He will let them work first. Anyway, there is enough food for the time being. Chapter 53 You are a kind goddess. After checking the attributes of these 10 people one by one, Luo Yu discovered that the middle-aged captain had a personal characteristic: miner. Mining output rate increased by 25%, rare mineral output rate increased by 10%. Upon first glance, I discovered that this feature is quite powerful. In addition, there is also a female archer who has a personal characteristic: stable quality. Stable quality. When engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, forging, and other tasks, the quality of the items produced will be increased by 20%. This is a magical skill for handcraft masters. However, other than their personal characteristics, the other attributes of these two people are very bad. The female archer has an ugly face full of pockmarks, and the middle-aged man has a rebellious trait, which makes him prone to rebellion. Luo Yu was really unwilling to recruit these two people. There is no other way. Let's just remain in a stalemate for now. Maybe there will be some solution later. The next day, the 10 people started mining. Although there was not enough gold, there were enough bricks. Luo Yu plans to move the entire vegetable garden outward. The location has been chosen, not far north of the main base. To the north is a small lake that is easy to irrigate, and the distance from the main base wall is about 10 meters, which is within the fire range. Luo Yu started to build a fence directly. The vegetable garden did not need a mid-level fence. Only a 2-meter low-level fence would be enough. In addition, iron spikes were installed on the fence to prevent climbing. The current equipment such as automatic crossbows are not enough. If there are enough materials, Luo Yu plans to install automatic crossbows in this vegetable field and orchard to expand the defense range of the base and enhance firepower. Because there were enough materials, the vegetable garden wall was erected in just a moment. While letting the big yellow ox plow the land, Luo Yu began to carefully transplant the vegetables. Fortunately, the level of cultivation has improved now, and it can still be done as long as the movements are light enough. This was a long process. Luo Yu worked for 2 days. After 2 days, the vegetable field and orchard covering an area of 2,000 square meters was finally completed. Although some seedlings died, Luo Yu was very satisfied with the result. There is a separate drainage ditch in this vegetable garden, so there is no need to worry about the vegetables getting drowned. I looked at the base score and it increased by 150 points. A separate, walled vegetable garden is still very luxurious. Now the score has reached 950 points, and the hygiene value has increased by 10 points. It's beautiful. Over the past few days, the 10 prisoners and a group of insects mined and dug out a lot of various stones and a lot of iron ore, but there was still not enough gold. Luo Yu dug and collected gold, and now the base has only 3,000 gold reserves, which is still 5,000 short. He looked at the food reserves. Because of the 10 captives, the food reserves were consumed very quickly in the past few days. The seafood, milk, and eggs sent by the giant octopus were not enough. Luo Yu even gave some wild boar meat to make pemmican. We can't go on like this. We have to sell the prisoners as soon as possible. Just when I was wondering if there was anyone in the world who would pay a high price for prisoners, the chat group suddenly became lively. Alice. I fished and found a box, which gave me a personal characteristic transfer scroll, which should be used to transfer the personal characteristics of the captive to yourself. I have no prisoners here, do you need any? Nyoda. What are prisoners? Can they be eaten? Fan Yamung. All my captives have been recruited, so there is no need to transfer their personal characteristics. By the way, Luo Yu seems to have prisoners. Is Luo Yu there? Luo Yu was happy at this moment. Isn't this what he needed? Luo Yu. I am interested in the scroll, Alice. What do you want to exchange for? Alice. No, this is for you. May the goddess bless you to become stronger and stronger. She directly sent a trading box and placed the scroll on it. Luo Yu, I don't have anything I want, please trade it. This? How can this be so embarrassing? Luo Yu knew that the hardest thing to repay was a favor, so he simply put his iron-framed bow on it. Here, I'm not good at using a bow and arrow, so I'll give it to you. Alice. Iron bow! Luo Yu, thank you. Luo Yu. No, I have to thank you. You are the kind goddess in my heart. Alice. Luo Yu, don't treat me as a goddess. Transaction successful. You get a personal characteristic transfer scroll *1. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Luo Yu went straight to the prisoner with the characteristics of a miner. After clicking to use it, the scroll released a ray of light, which circled around the man for a while. The next moment, the guy fainted in the mine. Looking at the scroll in his hand again, it has changed. Miner's attribute scroll. After use, you can obtain the miner's attribute. Very good. Luo Yu was overjoyed and used it on the spot. Sure enough, he had one more personal characteristic, a miner. Next, he planned to take action himself and mine to see what good things he could dig out. Fan Yameng. I recently made some money from opening boxes, and I'm thinking of buying some female captives to recruit. Do you have any suggestions on attributes and ages? Everyone seemed very interested in this topic. Alice, Elena, and Naker all wanted female captives to help them build their bases. Nyoda also wanted some, but not necessarily to build bases. Seeing that Luo Yu did not participate in the discussion, Fan Yameng asked curiously. By the way, Luo Yu, did you recruit any of your captives last time? Or did you sell them all? Luo Yu. I sold all the last ones, but I encountered a special incident these days and captured a few more prisoners. Nakuer. Huh! I heard that a single special event is very dangerous, Luo Yu. You are really amazing. Fan Yameng. Are there any separate incidents? I thought they were all dealt with together in one area. Elena. Luo Yu, how many female prisoners were captured? Luo Yu. You may not believe me, but there are 5 men and 5 women, and one of them has a good trait. I will find a way to take her trait. I'll sell the other 4 to you at a low price. As he spoke, he posted screenshots of the 4 female captives' appearance, figure, and attributes in the group. Fan Yameng. Amazing, awesome! You actually captured so many prisoners in one go. I want to visit your base when I have time. Alice, Naker, Elena, you choose first. Naker. Actually, the age and attributes of these 4 are similar. I will choose the female archer. The result was that Naker and Alice asked for 2 female archers, and Elena and Fan Yameng asked for 2 female spearmen. Just meet their respective needs. Luo Yu really sold it to them at a low price, only 10,000 silver per person. If it were on the market, this would be at least 13,000 silver per person. Chapter 54 I Am a Woman. The deal was done, and Luo Yu still had 6 captives left. The girls in the group started recruiting new territory members, and Nyoda whispered, Luo Yu, if the characteristics of the woman you left behind are solved, can you give her to me? Luo Yu. No problem, but I don't know if this female prisoner meets your aesthetic standards. Wait for me to collect another scroll later. I'll sell this female spearman to you for 5,000. Nyoda. It's okay. My aesthetics are different from yours and elves. If you don't like it, I definitely like it. Brother, you are really my brother. If you have any problem in the future, just tell me and I will go through fire and water without even a frown. Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, That's what you said? After chatting with Nyoda for a while, Luo Yu scanned the auction house and found that no one was selling the attribute transfer scroll, so he frowned slightly. There are so many people in the Tianna world, it is impossible that Alice is the only one who touched the scroll. There must be stock. I guess he doesn't want to sell it. Luo Yu knew that if he wanted to get what he wanted, he had to pay a corresponding price. What he could trade now was women's underwear. Aren't the critical hits from these 2 days useless? World Channel, Human Race, Anonymous accept customized silver-level women's underwear in exchange for personal characteristic transfer scrolls. Some can be contacted privately. This world news immediately caused a small sensation. What? This human race can make silver-level items? The one who makes silver underwear, are you a man or a woman? Can we be friends? I don't want the silver one, just the ordinary one. Can you customize one for me? I'll pay for it. At the same time, Luo Yu also received a lot of private messages, saying all kinds of things, some asking for a relationship, some flattering, some wanting to be friends, but there was no scroll he was looking for. Just when Luo Yu was feeling disappointed, a private message caught his attention. Human Anonymous. I have the scroll you want. Let me ask you first, Can you really make silver-level underwear stably? Luo Yu sent a transaction frame, and sure enough, the other party put up the scroll he wanted. Luo Yu was delighted when he saw this. He checked the transaction box and sent a screenshot of the silver underwear he had made before. Stable silver, we are all human, you can rest assured of our credibility. Good. Then let me ask you again, are you a man or a woman? Luo Yu. Is there any difference? Yes. Answer me now. Luo Yu fell silent upon seeing this. After thinking for a while, he understood. The girl opposite must be a shy one. She needs to tell you her size when ordering custom underwear, and she probably doesn't want men to know. Luo Yu wanted the scroll very much, and said without much hesitation, I am a woman. Huh, it's good that you're a woman. I don't want to tell a man my size. Wait a minute, how do you prove you're a woman? Send me a screenshot. Sure enough, the woman opposite was unwilling to do this kind of transaction with men, and was very vigilant. Luo Yu secretly congratulated himself on his answer. As for the screenshots, Shao Kong, come here! Woohoo! Shao Kong came running over and hugged Luo Yu's arm, rubbing his little head against it affectionately. Shao Kong, come here, stretch out your hand. Chiu? Shao Kong showed curiosity on his face, but still obediently stretched out a pair of white little hands. Luo Yu took a screenshot and sent it over on the spot. Wow, your hands are so beautiful and small. You must be a girl of about 16 or 17 years old, right? Luo Yu. Well, sister, stop talking about this. Tell me your size so I can hurry up and make it. The other side fell into silence. After waiting for a long time, the girl on the other side said shyly, F? Luo Yu was a little confused for a moment. Well, it's F. It's weird. So, I feel very uncomfortable without a bra. This time Luo Yu came back to his senses. Wow, it was an F class 1, very heavy. She really needed a bust. Luo Yu. Well, I'm not sure what the size of the F class is. How about you take a screenshot and show it to me? Screenshot? Isn't this the fruit? No way. Even if they are all girls, it's not okay. Hey sister, let me find something for you to use as a reference. Hearing this, Luo Yu thought to himself what a pity. After a while, the other party sent a screenshot, which turned out to be a small watermelon. Luo Yu. I see. Okay, I got it. Let's contact each other at this time tomorrow. Okay, I'll contact you later. Bye. After the private chat, Luo Yu frowned slightly. He remembered that to make such a large bra, he would need 1.5 times more fabric than usual. Add money, you have to add money. A moment later, Luo Yu used the clothes of the previous captives to recycle raw materials. The clothes of living people could produce 20% more raw materials than those of dead people. Before long, Luo Yu got a lot of fabric and started working on the sewing table. In fact, it was not that difficult. All he had to do was scale the bust sample to certain sizes. When he saw that it was about right, Luo Yu chose to confirm and recited it silently in his mind. 100 times critical hit trigger. The sewing machine began to flash, and the next moment, a large purple bra appeared at the outlet. Gold level women's underwear, increased defense, increased shaping effect, increased comfort. Special function, maximum comfortable temperature plus 60%, minimum comfortable temperature dash 60%. Oh my god, it's actually gold level! Luo Yu was surprised. The basic properties of this purple bra were similar to those of the silver one, but it had special functions of heat insulation and cold protection, which were very practical functions. Should I give her the gold deal? Let's not trade. It seems that no one needs such a big chest. Just as Luo Yu was hesitating, a prompt appeared. Your tailoring level is insufficient. This gold level women's underwear has defects. Flaw: when the right connection is attacked, weak energy will be released, and the defense of the item will be reduced. Sure enough, the problem of low skill level arose. Tip: your tailoring skills have been upgraded to LV5. Luo Yu looked at the bra in his hand, and there was indeed a defect on the right side. The spot was very small and could not be seen without careful observation. Well, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Overall, This gold-grade bust is still very impressive. Each person can only post to the world once a day, and can only have private chats with non-friends for less than 10 minutes. I can't contact the Busta girl right now, so I'll talk about it tomorrow. Luo Yu is now a man with the characteristics of a miner. While there is still some time before dark, he decides to do it himself. Chapter 55, Mining reveals a big event. He went to the mine and dug vigorously, which made the 5 male captives nearby stare with wide eyes. Fierce. This lord is really good at mining. You get iron or *50. You get copper or *10. You get silver *60. You get gold *8. The reminder sound continued to ring, and Luo Yu found that he was now mining less stones, but more other things. Dig. Dig like crazy. It's been a long time since I had such a great time mining. It feels so good to sweat profusely. Luo Yu was immersed in the joy of mining and couldn't extricate himself. Call! After a period of frantic digging, Luo Yu stood up to take a break, glanced at the captives around him, and said calmly, "See? You should work like me in the future. Is the one of you who is so hesitant still a man?" Several captives lowered their heads, and the sturdy captive laughed dryly. "Lord, your strength and level are too high, we will learn." Puff! A golden spear suddenly pierced through the man's chest, and everyone in the mine was stunned. Hint: your crazy digging has angered the golden scorpion King Kostia, who will lead the swarm of insects to attack your territory. Too much joy leads to sorrow. Luo Yu dug so hard that he uncovered a major incident. The golden spear was slowly pulled out of the strong man's body, and then a huge golden scorpion slowly appeared on the rock wall of the mine. Ah! Several captives screamed, and Luo Yu shouted, "You and the digging worms retreat first, I will stop the worms." Upon hearing this, the captives and the earthworms ran away quickly, and Luo Yu also retreated slowly. After a while, a huge golden scorpion king appeared. Luo Yu held the Tiangong knife in his hand, his eyes full of shock. "Is the shell of this scorpion king made of gold?" Golden scorpion King Kostia, gold level. The shell is made of pure gold, and is hard and resilient. It has great power, and its scorpion tail is highly poisonous. This introduction made Luo Yu's eyes reveal greed. The Scorpion King, which was as big as a room, did not attack immediately, as if he was waiting for his younger brother. A large group of small scorpions crawled out from all around the rock wall. The big ones were as big as calves, and the small ones were about the size of wild dogs. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, densely packed together, and they were all golden scorpions. Hiss! Roar! The roar of a scorpion was heard, and the little golden scorpion pounced directly at Luo Yu. With 2 bangs, Luo Yu used his whirlwind sword technique and split the little scorpion that rushed up first into 2 halves. Humph! A bunch of bugs dare to run wild in my territory? The next moment, he made another attack with the sword. With a clang, the golden scorpion king's tail was blocked by the Tiangong sword. However, Luo Yu felt his arm go numb, knowing that he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength. Let's not talk about the little scorpion for now. This scorpion king is of gold level, and my current strength is at most bronze level. I'm afraid I can't resist it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The scorpion king's tail stabbed at Luo Yu continuously. If he had not been very agile and able to dodge quickly, he would have been killed. In addition, with the small scorpions pouncing on him, Luo Yu gave up the idea of killing these insects in the mine and turned around to run. Roar! The swarm of insects caught up, and the golden scorpion king was so fast that Luo Yu was surprised. Shao Dai, save me! Luo Yu rushed out of the mine and shouted for help. Shao Dai had actually noticed something was wrong when she escaped from captivity, and came over. When Luo Yu just shouted for help, she swooped down, hugged her master, flapped her wings and flew up again. The huge claws of the golden scorpion king almost brushed past Luo Yu's shoes, which really made him break out in a cold sweat. Shao Dai in midair looked at the furious golden scorpion king with lingering fear and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "It's okay, thanks to you." Shao Dai, fly back to the base. We will rely on the defense facilities to stop the swarm of insects. Good. Shao Dai is also good at agility. Her flying speed is no less than that of birds. In just a moment, she flew to the observation tower carrying Luo Yu. At this time, the Golden Scorpion King was leading a swarm of scorpions rushing towards the base like a tide. Boom! The catapult fired first, and a stone hit a scorpion the size of a calf, directly cracking its skull and killing it instantly. Almost at the same time, the automatic crossbow arrows were fired, and the crossbow arrows shot out with a whizzing sound, but the effect of the crossbow arrows was not as decisive as that of the stones. The scorpion's shell is very hard, and although crossbow arrows can cause damage, it is very limited. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu's eyes turned cold and he fired a javelin. Puff! The javelin killed a small scorpion on the spot. Luo Yu did not stop, and he fired his javelin continuously. Almost every shot hit the target. In just a moment, he killed 10 small golden scorpions. But there were too many scorpions, and they were fearless and fast, so they rushed to within 100 meters in a short while. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! 3 more javelins were fired, and Luo Yu killed 3 more small scorpions. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. There were only 30 javelins, but there were at least 40 scorpions in the swarm, plus the huge Scorpion King. In an instant, his base seemed to be in danger. The scorpions continued to advance quickly, but when they reached the edge of the moat, they dared not move forward. Including the Golden Scorpion King, these scorpions dared not cross the river, but just stood on the other side of the river, showing their fangs and claws. Scorpions are afraid of water. This discovery made Luo Yu overjoyed. The entire base, including the newly opened vegetable garden, is within the moat. If the scorpions don't dare to go into the water, then they will not be able to come over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yu threw out all the remaining javelins. He did not attack the Scorpion King, but the little scorpion. A large number of small scorpions were stung to death by the javelins. The Scorpion King roared in rage but did not dare to go into the water. Boom! The catapult was still launching stones tirelessly. 1 stone hit the Scorpion King's head, but it did not have much effect. Not even a white spot was left on the Scorpion King's hard shell. It roared continuously, obviously furious. Luo Yu was no longer in a hurry. He sat on the observation deck and waited. The javelins are gone, and the iron-framed bow was replaced by Alice, but the catapults, arrow towers and automatic crossbows are still firing. The scorpions cannot cross the moat, so they are just sitting ducks. I'll exhaust you to death. Swoosh, swoosh, bang! The catapult killed several more small scorpions. The arrow tower and automatic crossbows continued to shoot arrows. As time passed, all the small scorpions died. Now there is only 1 Scorpion King left, still waving its claws, extremely angry. Attacks like swarms are not like those of a tribe. A tribe will flee the same way if they see that they are in trouble. However, attacks like these from animals will not be like that. It is either you die or I live, there is no option of escape. There is no way out, it's just so unreasonable. Chapter 56 is out. Bang! Ding ding ding! The catapults and arrows focused their fire on the Golden Scorpion King, but the Scorpion King was too tough and didn't seem to suffer any damage. Luo Yu tried to use the animal taming technique remotely, but was told that an animal that was not under control could not be tamed. Being trapped in the base like this is not a good thing. We have to find a way to kill this Scorpion King. Luo Yu first took out the automatic defense core, and after some operation, he turned off the automatic shooting function of the arrow tower and crossbow, which was a waste of arrows. These arrows required wood and iron ore as fuel to replenish. Looking at Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong beside him, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Dai, you go be the bait and lure the big scorpion to the lake. Then our big octopus will deal with it. Huh? Xiao Dai said dissatisfiedly. Master, are you going to use such a cute girl as bait? Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said, You are the only one who can fly. If I could fly, I would go by myself. Go quickly. When you're done, I'll reward you by letting you sleep with my arms around you at night. Oh, Xiao Dai whispered. I don't mind if you hug my arms or legs. Can you buy some flower seeds to plant? I like the pollen of peonies or fluorescent flowers. Okay, I'll start a garden in our backyard then. Go quickly and be safe. Luo Yu readily agreed, and Xiao Dai smiled and said, You said it, don't cheat. Shao Kong, let's go together! Woohoo! Shao Kong called out softly, and Shao Dai held her and flew towards the golden scorpion king. You stinky scorpion, come chase me! Shao Dai shouted softly in midair, but the golden scorpion king simply ignored her. His eyes stared straight at Luo Yu, emitting hatred. Shao Dai used the butterfly powder charm again. A scorpion naturally could not be charmed. She was at a loss for a moment, and looked at Shao Kong. It's up to you. Shao Kong was held in his arms, but her hands were still free. She immediately took out the slingshot and fired a stone out. Bang! The stone hit the golden scorpion king's eyes accurately, causing it to roar in pain. Bang! Another stone hit the other eye, which completely offended the golden scorpion king. It chased Shao Kong in a rage. Shao Dai spread her wings and flew to the lake holding Shao Kong. The golden scorpion king chased after them, but stopped not far from the lake. It didn't like water and sensed danger, so it didn't dare to move forward. Shao Kong, shoot it! Bang! Shao Kong's slingshot is really accurate. He shoots into the eyes every time. Who can withstand that? Scorpion King is in a rage. The golden scorpion king rushed towards Shao Kong regardless of everything and burst out at his maximum speed. The scorpion's tail swept out directly. Shao Dai was tense and dodged the scorpion's tail attack at the critical moment. At this moment, the scorpion king was at the edge of the lake. The next moment, 3 black shadows shot out from the lake. The tentacles of the black demon octopus wrapped around the scorpion's 2 claws and the terrifying scorpion tail, and pulled hard. In the end, he failed to pull the golden scorpion king. Although the black demon octopus is diamond level, it is still in its juvenile stage, and its power is limited, while the golden scorpion king is an adult gold level monster. The power of both sides seems to be evenly matched. One pulled hard, the other stepped back, and for a moment neither could do anything to the other. Luo Yu, who was far away, saw this scene and directly opened the stone gate and lowered the drawbridge. Ainyu, come on! The big bull rushed out with a roar. This big bull weighed more than 1 ton and had extremely strong attack power. After a run-up, it hit the Scorpion King hard on the butt. Almost at the same time, Shao Kong's slingshot fired again, and a stone hit the scorpion's eye accurately. The Scorpion King felt the pain and immediately released his strength. At that moment, the huge scorpion was dragged into the lake with a loud bang. The Scorpion King was seen struggling hard in the lake, but it was afraid of water, so how could it be a match for the giant octopus in the water? After struggling for about a minute, the Scorpion King simply stopped moving. Done! Luo Yu ran over quickly and asked the giant octopus to throw the Scorpion King up. After a moment, looking at the motionless golden Scorpion King, Luo Yu's eyes showed helplessness. The Scorpion King's 2 claws and tail were torn off by the octopus in the water. At this moment, it was dead. What a pity! There is no chance to tame it, and even if it is tamed, it will not be able to be saved. Luo Yu inserted the Tiangong knife into the Scorpion King's mouth and stirred it a few times, ending its life. Bang! After the Scorpion King died, there was a hint. You killed the Golden Scorpion King and received 1 random gold treasure chest. Gold level equipment treasure box *1. Golden Scorpion King's egg *1. Note: the Scorpion King's treasure chest cannot be stored for a long time. If it is not used within 24 hours, it will automatically decompose. Shipped! Luo Yu was overjoyed. Although it couldn't be preserved for a long time, that is, he could only choose 1 treasure chest to use a critical hit, it was already a huge gain. Woohoo! Shao Kong happily hugged Luo Yu's arm, and Shao Dai was also smiling. Luo Yu touched the heads of the 2 little cuties and said, You go prepare dinner, and I'll cook this monster. Fluttershy giggled. Don't forget the garden, the garden! As he said this, he picked up Shao Kong and flew towards the base. Luo Yu was not in a hurry to decompose the body of the giant Scorpion King, but chose to open the equipment treasure chest first. Use today's 100x critical hit, and save tomorrow's critical hit to open a random treasure chest. You open the gold level equipment treasure chest and obtain the item, Yin Yang Dual Blades, gold level, upgradable. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a pair of beautiful swords, 1 black and 1 white, appeared in front of me. Luo Yu was overjoyed. He had the Quanfeng sword technique, and dual swords were even better. The Tiangong sword is actually of silver grade, and is not a weapon specifically used for combat. However, this pair of gold grade swords has explosive attributes, and is simply the most suitable combat weapon for Luo Yu. After picking it up and waving it in his hand, Luo Yu frowned slightly. The pair of swords were so heavy, and he didn't have enough strength, so he had a hard time wielding them. I need to put more strength back. Luo Yu thought this in his mind, but he put the two swords, the other treasure chest, and the insect egg into the storage bracelet. Wait until the critical hit times are restored before operating on these two things. Take care of the Scorpion King and the other little scorpions first. This operation took 6 hours. When Luo Yu finished all this, it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Although it is tiring, the rewards are still explosive. Total rewards: gold 7038, scorpion meat 26506, and a recyclable biological equipment. Chapter 57, Exquisite Floor Tiles and Gardens, Ratings Skyrocket. Scorpion King's Tail Stinger, silver grade, contains highly toxic neurotoxin, hard and extremely sharp. Luo Yu quietly put away the poison, and planned to use it as a spearhead to make a spear or something like that, the kind that could kill someone if it scratched their skin. Speaking of which, the materials for the floor are all there, so we can start working on it. But the scorpion meat position has been liquidated and needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Luo Yu put 10,000 units of scorpion meat on the shelves for sale first. It's not expensive, 1 unit costs 5 silver. After doing all this, he was not tired at all. Instead, he felt full of energy. Just happy. I went to the bathroom to take a shower, ate the meat and milk that Xiao Dai had heated up, and went to bed comfortably. At this moment, the two little cuties had already fallen asleep on the bed. Without them today, Luo Yu would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with the Scorpion King. What a capable girl. He held the two girls in his arms, one in each hand. Xiao Kong rubbed Luo Yu's arm comfortably, while Xiaodia's eyelashes twitched slightly and her face turned red. After a while, Luo Yu fell asleep comfortably. When he wakes up in the morning, Luo Yu gets a buff, sleep effect increased by 50%, lasts for 3 days. In other words, where you used to need 8 hours of sleep to feel comfortable, now 4 hours is enough. This means Luo Yu has 4 more hours of work time. It's better not to have the old workhorse buff. After breakfast, he began to build the defensive tiles. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu walked on the muddy ground, and with excitement, he clicked to lay the floor tiles one by one. You build a strict advanced defense floor tile, costing stone bricks *30, iron or *10, silver *10, gold *1. You build. The floor tiles are pure white with golden patterns on them, which are very beautiful. Every time a tile is laid, the score of the base increases. It took Luo Yu a whole morning to cover the entire wall with floor tiles, including the first floor of the villa, which was also paved with the same tiles. If the previous base was like a village with a little money, now it is like a castle where nobles live. Silver and golden laid floor tiles, a beautiful villa, tall and tight walls, cute little animals. If the villa were replaced with a palace and added gardens and fountains, it would be an emperor's residence. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Luo Yu felt so happy. Because of the beauty of the base, you get buff, action frenzy, one day. Another buff. This is the benefit of aesthetics. Luo Yu looked at the ratings and was shocked. The base score has reached 3,400. It was 800 before, but after the floor tiles were laid, the price skyrocketed to 2,600. The rewards are up at the end of this month, but the scale of the raid. It seems a bit cruel. While Luo Yu was happy, he also became alert in his heart. He decided to strengthen his defense. The more arrow towers and crossbows the better. Speaking of which, I promised Xiao Dai to build a garden, and I can't go back on my word. He clicked on the construction page again, and there was indeed a garden option. He planned to build a luxurious garden that would match the floor tiles. Luxury garden, stone bricks *10, soil *50, silver *10, jade *1 per square meter, with built-in fluorescent flowers. The price is a bit expensive, but it is far less than floor tiles, and you don't need to build a lot, just a circle around the villa. There is plenty of soil outside and underground. After some operations, a flash of light appeared before my eyes. Soil began to be laid on the floor tiles, and then flower beds with emerald patterns were set up, just surrounding the villa and leaving 4 entrances and exits in the east, south, west, and north. Being expensive has its advantages. There are fluorescent flowers blooming in the small garden. These flowers are fragrant and can serve as lighting at night. This time, the base's score was increased by 400 points. Wow, it's now 3,800. These kinds of luxury items are not necessities of life, and compared to living buildings, their scores increase really quickly. Fluorescent flowers! Xiao Dai flew back after smelling the fragrance with an excited look on her face. Master, you really built a garden! It must have cost a lot of money. Did I ask for too much? Seeing Xiao Dai's touched expression, Luo Yu laughed and said, It cost a lot of money. How do you think I should be thanked? Xiao Dai's face turned red. She quickly flew to Luo Yu's side, kissed him gently on the cheek, and said with a red face, In the future, if you want a kiss in the future, I can satisfy you. Oh, that's annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Dai ran away with a red face and sniffed gently in front of a fluorescent flower. The faint pollen was inhaled into her small nose, and the beautiful girl showed an intoxicated look on her face. Luo Yu touched the cheek that was kissed and sighed in his heart, What a lovely girl. If only there was no reproductive isolation. Silver was earned quickly and spent even faster. When Luo Yu looked at it, he found that only 22,000 was left. He was straightforward and spent 20,000 points of strength to make it easier to use the Yang twin blades. There are only 2,000 yuan left, and the scorpion meat has not been sold yet, so we are quite poor. A look at the panel reveals quite a big change. Trialist, Luo Yu. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 3,800 points. Health value, 78 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 75. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal characteristics, Zerg Nemesis, 5 stars, Minor, 1 star, Tamer, 1 star. Walking on the beautiful floor tiles, Luo Yu weighed the 2 swords in his hands, getting familiar with the weight, while thinking about the future development of the base. The current base score is too high, so strengthening defense is still a top priority, and this is the first priority. Second, you need to find a stable source of income. Selling eggs, milk and the like is actually not stable, and as the number of creatures in the base increases, it is best not to sell these kinds of regular food. Mercenaries make money quickly, but I feel bad because I can't get any missions recently. He has a sewing table and a blacksmithing table, and it is most stable to rely on these kinds of manual skills to make money. This requires a spacious workshop that can add various gains, as well as expanding the cellar and building a separate warehouse. Only with money can you upgrade attributes and do all this, but you are still short of money. Seeing that the time was almost up, Luo Yu came into the villa and prepared to trade with the big-breasted woman. A moment later, the transaction box popped up. Human Li Kurson. Sister, is the one I customized ready? It turns out that the big-breasted girl is called Li Kurson, and she is not anonymous. Luo Yu naturally remained anonymous, and directly posted the finished bra. Chapter 58 Lightning Storage Box and Afforestation. Li Kurson. Hey, purple, it looks so beautiful. Wait a minute, it's actually golden underwear, oh my god! Li Kurson sent a string of exclamation marks, and Luo Yu replied. Luckily I made a gold one, but one characteristic scroll may not be enough. Li Kurson did not raise any objections. Okay, I'll give you another 30,000 silver, that's all I have. I can't believe she's such a rich woman. Luo Yu. Okay, happy cooperation, let's do the deal. Li Kurson. Yes. Happy cooperation. Transaction completed, you get 30,000 silver and 1 personal characteristic transfer scroll. After getting the things, Luo Yu naturally had no interest in chatting with Li Kurson. Instead, she sent him another message. Sister, I still don't know your name? If there are any good things in the future, let's exchange them again. Luo Yu. My name is Yu. We can still contact each other if we save the chat history. Lee Curson. You! Oh, it's Sister Yu, that's it! Bye! After the conversation, Luo Yu was in a good mood. He went straight to the female captive and transferred her, stable quality, characteristic to himself. Stable quality. When engaged in construction, crafting, sewing, forging, and other tasks, the quality of the items produced will be increased by 20%. Luo Yu likes this attribute very much. According to the agreement, he and Nyoda opened the trading box, traded the female prisoner to Nyoda, and received another 5,000 silver. Look, I'm rich again. Luo Yu thought that today's critical hit had not been used yet, and there happened to be a gold-level random treasure chest, so he opened it. 100 times critical hit trigger. You open a gold-level random treasure chest and obtain items, Lightning Collection Box and Lightning Rod Design *1. What the hell? Luo Yu was shocked. The Lightning Collection Box is a prerequisite for unlocking the Lightning Technology Tree. This thing is not available in the system mall. It only has a very small chance of appearing in fishing or airdrop supply boxes. It's out now! The gold-level box with 100 times crit is so awesome. When Luo Yu saw the materials needed to make it, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lightning Collection Box and Lightning Rod Design, copper or *20,000, gold *20,000, silver *100000. Huge sum of money! This is not the technology we should have at this stage. He looked at the technology tree of Thunder Technology again. After making this box, he would be able to unlock defensive weapons such as the Lightning Tower, as well as terrifying things such as electric net traps and thunder bombs. The most amazing thing is that after unlocking the levels, not only will the base have various thunder facilities, but individuals can also unlock thunder skills. After being in the Tiandao world for so long, Luo Yu has basically figured out some of the world's settings. This is essentially a world of swords and magic, where survival and becoming stronger are eternal themes. Thunder is actually a kind of elemental power. In addition to thunder and lightning, there are also elemental forces such as wind, fire, and water that can be controlled by people, but it is too difficult to unlock them. As for the technology that humans previously possessed, Luo Yu currently does not know how to obtain high-tech products. The most he can do is use some scientific knowledge to survive. Back to the Lightning Tower, Luo Yu was 100% sure that the natives wearing animal skins and holding shields would definitely not be able to withstand lightning attacks. The key was to look at the description. The Lightning Tower could also be used against the air. After it was built, even the birds in his territory would not be able to fly over. Luo Yu wanted it very much, but it was expensive, so he could only save up slowly. Now he plans to build another arrow tower to increase the defense of the base, and then build a workshop. Automatic attack arrow tower, wood *30,000, iron or *5,000, silver *2,500. Silver is not a problem. A lot of iron ore has been mined before, so it is not a big problem either. The key is still wood. The arrow tower requires too much wood. You can buy it once or twice, but buying it like this all the time is not a good idea. He plans to plant trees. There are many benefits to planting trees. The first is that they can supply base defense equipment. Second, it can keep you warm in winter. Third, it can effectively prevent soil erosion. Don't underestimate the problem of soil erosion. Luo Yu saw it clearly during the last thunderstorm. A large amount of mud and sand was filled into the small lake. Over time, the bottom of the lake would be raised, and it would definitely flood in seasons with high water levels. After figuring out the key, Luo Yu planned to build a small forest around the lake about 100 meters away. It can not only prevent soil erosion, but also set up traps in the grove, or simply tie automatic weapons to the trees to thoroughly strengthen the defense in the north. Luo Yu began to look through the description of the heavenly Tao world, preparing to find a sapling of his choice to plant. What's more, after checking, I found a kind of fragrant leaf tree that seems to be quite suitable. Fragrant leaf tree, growth cycle is 60 days, leaves are broad and fragrant, can be eaten as vegetarian food, nutritional value 0.1 vegetarian food, each adult fragrant leaf tree produces 60 pieces of wood. The nutritional value is negligible, but the output of wood is a little more than usual, but the growth cycle is a little longer. But the fertility of the land in his territory offset this problem, and he decided to use this kind of scented leaf tree. Luo Yu began to sweep up the saplings of fragrant leaf trees at the auction house. At this stage, when wood was not expensive, each sapling cost only 20 silver coins. He directly bought 500 of them and piled them all by the lake. The saplings had to be planted as soon as possible, so Luo Yu started digging directly. Xiao Kong, who was fishing by the lake, also came to help. The master and servant began to plant trees along the lakeside. Luo Yu was immersed in the pleasure of planting trees. Every time he planted a sapling, he felt that his territory had gained more vitality, and he was very happy. While digging, Xiao Kong suddenly started to chirp. Luo Yu looked over and found that Xiao Kong had dug up a treasure chest. You get one exclusive treasure chest of Xuanqiu Beast Girl. Yes, this girl will release an exclusive box in various ways every once in a while, and it can contain some pretty good stuff. Xiao Kong asked her to open the treasure chest herself. After opening it, Luo Yu was slightly stunned and found that it was a small bottle. Returning origin liquid *3, colorless and tasteless. Within 2 hours after taking it, it can forcibly return the user's attributes to 10 points, and seal the grade and all special skills. Good guy, he opened a bottle of poison. By the way, this thing seems to be useless for fighting attacks? Xiao Kong always opens some weird things. After gently touching the little cutie's head, Luo Yu put the Guiyuan liquid into his bracelet and continued to work. Your planting level has been raised to LV6. After planting 500 trees in one go, the planting level has been raised. Chapter 59. The Golden Scorpion King is the best miner. Looking at the circle of saplings along the lake, Luo Yu felt full of satisfaction. Before winter, this place will become a forest, and the area between the forest and the lake will be a planting area for crops such as cotton. It is windproof, rainproof, and convenient for irrigation. It is perfect. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, the moon was bright in the sky. Xiao Kong hugged Luo Yu's arm and called softly. The girl was hungry. Looking at her face covered in mud, Luo Yu felt gentle in his heart and laughed. Little cutie, let's take a bath together and eat after we're clean, okay? Woo! Xiao Kong, who could understand what people said, actually blushed. Luo Yu naturally didn't care whether she blushed or not. It was the owner's duty to bathe the pet. He simply picked up Xiao Kong and walked towards the big villa. Half an hour later, Xiao Kong ran out of the bathroom with bare feet and giggling, saying that they were going to take a bath together. In fact, the bathtubs used by Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai were separate from Luo Yu's. Luo Yu just helped her wipe her body clean. Feeling refreshed after taking a shower, Luo Yu looked back at the 2 wooden barrels in the bathroom, secretly thinking about building a large bathtub as soon as possible so that everyone could take a bath together and save water. After finishing his daily tasks, he would sleep particularly peacefully. Lying on the big bed with 2 little cuties beside him, Luo Yu casually held one in his arms and fell asleep quickly. In the early morning, the energetic Luo Yu found that Xiao Dai in his arms was looking at him with a flushed face. Luo Yu pinched her belly and said with a smile, Xiao Dai, you don't have any abdominal muscles. It's not good to be soft. You have to work hard to exercise. You haven't seen it, how do you know I don't have abdominal muscles? Xiao Dai muttered softly, and Luo Yu had already gotten up. Today is also a day full of energy. After breakfast early in the morning, Luo Yu found out that the remaining male prisoners had been sold, and he got 50,000 silvers more, which made him feel good. I went to the zoo to check on the condition of the cow. Xiao Dai was milking the cow at the moment. The cow was still giving birth, but her condition didn't seem to be very good. It was probably because her body was hollowed out after being milked with a wave of special milk. Let's talk about the plan of using special milk to attract the attackers later. He looked at Xiao Dai again and thought to himself, this girl is an adult now, and we are all animals, can she produce milk? Thinking of this, he carefully checked Xiodia's properties and found that Xiao Dai did not have any description of this function, so he guessed it would not work. He looked at Xiao Kong's attributes again, and there was nothing like that either. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. There is an introduction to its attributes, which basically means that it is a human-shaped creature. Except for some strange ears, tail and wings, its body structure is basically the same as that of humans. Speaking of which, the area has been peaceful for a long time, and everyone has been living a very comfortable life. Luo Yu is actually looking forward to some strange events happening. At this moment he started to buy wood again. The price of wood had started to increase from 1 silver to 1.5 silver now. Luo Yu estimated that as all the trees in other territories were cut down, the price of wood would increase again. I looked at the silver I have and currently have 87,000. I can take advantage of the last low price to buy some wood. He directly spent 45,000 yuan, bought 30,000 pieces of wood, and started building the arrow tower. Because there was a buff that saved 5% of the construction cost, which could save 1,500 pieces of wood, which was why Luo Yu was in a hurry to build it. The buff lasts for 10 days, and the days are passing by. It's all money! This time he did not erect the arrow tower in the center of the base, but chose to erect it at the corner where the east and south walls met. The effective range of the arrow tower placed in the middle of the base is actually 150 meters, while the effective range of the arrow tower close to the wall is 200 meters. The location of this arrow tower can basically cover the defenses on the east and south sides, which was planned by Luo Yu in advance. He really wanted to build another arrow tower and place it at the junction of the north and west walls. In this way, if it was placed diagonally, the firepower could cover the entire base. The key point was that even if it was an arrow tower on the east side, it could still shoot at enemies within 50 meters to the west. This is the great thing about the arrow tower. It has a long range and all-round fire coverage. Unfortunately, there is not enough money again. An arrow tower was built, and the defense of the base was strengthened. According to Luo Yu's usual habit, after building a defense facility, he would build a living facility. Of course, it's the big bath, to save water. But before that, I have to use up today's critical hits. Walking to an open space outside the city wall, Luo Yu took out the golden scorpion king egg from the storage bracelet and muttered something in his heart. 100x critical hit triggered. The growth efficiency of the golden scorpion king egg increases 100 times. The egg in his hand trembled slightly, and Luo Yu quickly put it on the ground. After a while, a palm-sized golden scorpion crawled out. The little scorpion grew rapidly, and in just a moment, it was as big as a calf. In this way, the growth process did not stop until the golden scorpion was almost the same size as a cow. The golden scorpion came very close and rubbed Luo Yu's arm with its head to show intimacy and submission. Golden Scorpion King, Intermediate Intelligence, Juvenile, Gold Level Strength 86, Constitution 120, Agility 47, Special Ability, Gold Seeking. Golden Scorpion King will bring you a gold nugget every once in a while. The description of this scorpion mentioned things like its tail-swinging attack and its large stinger attack. Its attributes were pretty good, especially its gold-seeking ability, which made Luo Yu excited. Who can resist the temptation of gold? Unfortunately, the scorpion did not mutate. It seems that even with 100 times the critical hit, it may not be able to mutate 100%, just like being a tailor. Sometimes it's gold level, sometimes it's silver level. Luo Yu knows that there is also a chance inside the Tianao world, it depends on luck. Hey, this scorpion actually has a LV10 mining skill! After Luo Yu carefully checked the properties, he found that the scorpion's mining skills were quite powerful. He immediately took the golden scorpion into the mine, patted its big head and said, dig hard for me." The golden scorpion was not hesitant either. It inserted its two large claws into the glowing rock wall of the mine and started digging. In just a few moves, it pulled out a fist-sized piece of gold. "You get gold *60. I'll go! Dig more! Dig till you die!" Luo Yu simply started to supervise from the side. "You get silver *100, copper *30, iron *90. The efficiency of the golden scorpion's mining is really high, and it produces less stones and more rare minerals. It is worthy of being a LV10 mining skill." Chapter 60, Super Buff brought by the luxurious bath. The mining efficiency of one Scorpion King insect is equivalent to that of 5 captives. Invincible. Suddenly, Luo Yu received a prompt. The golden Scorpion King mined too much and angered the giant centipede. A giant centipede crawled out from the rock wall of the mine, bearing its fangs and claws. When Luo Yu saw the centipede, he was not afraid, but secretly happy. As he possessed the Zerg Nemesis, he was not afraid of insects at all. He took out his double swords and was about to attack, but the golden Scorpion King was faster. It clamped the centipede with its two golden claws, and its poisonous needle pierced the centipede's exoskeleton, directly poisoning the centipede to death. Then, it stopped mining and started eating. Well, intermediate intelligence is not as good as advanced or special intelligence. In many cases, people still act according to instinct. If it wants to eat, let it eat. Half of a big centipede was eaten in a flash, and the remaining half was eaten by the digging bugs. Golden beetles and silver-armored ladybugs also came to eat it. Soon the mine was full of bugs. Luo Yu discovered that the insects dug out by the golden scorpion king could be eaten on the spot, saving himself a lot of meat, but the problem was that it was difficult to increase the number of insects. After thinking about it, Luo Yu found that it was actually nothing. If he really wanted to increase the number of insects, he could just move the scorpion king away. By using 100 times critical strike to dig, the chances of finding an insect nest were quite high. Once you figure it out, there's nothing to worry about. Eat as much as you can. All the bugs are for you to eat. Maybe you can even raise some goo. After a while, Luo Yu found another problem. Because the Scorpion King is very efficient, the big bull and golden beetle that were originally responsible for pulling the mine cart are not efficient enough. Many stones of this type will pile up in the mine, causing greater inconvenience, and the mineral resources are consumed faster this month. Yes, a mine is like a small lake with a limit on the amount of resources that can be obtained each month, such as 100,000 units. These 100,000 units can be stones or gold. What you get depends on your mining level and luck, but it cannot exceed the upper limit of 100,000 units. Luo Yu has used the base core, so the resource limit has increased by 10%. In the past, with so many insects mining, there was no problem with resource limit. Now Luo Yu roughly calculated that according to the Golden Scorpion King's mining method, the mine will be exhausted in 15 days. For the next 15 days, a bunch of bugs will just watch the show and eat white rice? The Golden Scorpion King eats a lot of meat in one meal. It is difficult to increase the mine's acquisition limit in a hurry. After thinking about it, Luo Yu felt that he should give the Golden Scorpion King something else to do. The vegetable garden is guarded by Adai and there is a giant octopus in the small lake, so let the Golden Scorpion King mine in the morning and carry the ore in the afternoon. When he is done, he can go to the small woods to eliminate pests. With its intelligence level, it can only do these simple things. After walking out of the mine, Luo Yu took a look at the road from the mine to the base. Because it had been pressed by mine carts for a long time, 2 wheel marks had been left on the road. The whole road was bumpy, which greatly reduced the transportation efficiency and made it more laborious. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Luo Yu kept the road construction matter in mind and planned to do it when he had time. In the afternoon, Luo Yu was still cutting stones as usual, when suddenly a prompt came: your product was bought, and you get 50,000 silver. Huh! All my scorpion meat has been bought? Upon closer inspection, it turned out that all the scorpion meat that had been on the shelves had been sold out. I wonder which big shot has such a unique taste and made a fortune again. Luo Yu was so happy that he stopped cutting stones. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands and prepared to build a large bathtub. I clicked on the building page, looked at various bathhouses, and finally decided to build a luxurious bathhouse. Luxury bath, building materials *5000, jade *1000, gold 1000, silver 20,000. Expensive. This is really expensive. Even if the buff saves 5%, it is still very expensive. Buildings like bathhouses are not like beds that can trigger critical hits. There is no shortcut, and there is no way around it even if it is expensive. Luo Yu gritted his teeth. He just happened to have the materials and buffs. Let's do it! You choose to spend 4,750 stone bricks, 950 jade, 950 gold, and 19,000 silver to make a luxurious bathroom. Are you sure? Sure! After clicking, a light flashed before my eyes, and a beautiful big bathtub appeared in the bathroom. A thin layer of light yellow jade was laid on the edge and bottom of the bathtub, inlaid with gold patterns, and a silver pipe was connected to the bathroom's own hot water tank, and hot water was now slowly flowing into the bathtub. A light mist rises, and it is a pleasure just to watch. Luxury bath, gold level fatigue relief speed increased by 40%, cleanliness increased by 40%, chance of obtaining positive buffs increased, comfort improved. A look at the panel. Number: Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score: 4,550 points. Health value: 90 points. Entertainment value: 30 points. Strength: 75. Constitution: 65. Agility: 65. It has skyrocketed from the original 3,800 to the current 4,550. I spent so much money on the Arrow Tower, 150, and this bath, 600. However, the sanitation score has reached 90 points, the sanitary conditions are very good, it is very comfortable to live in, and the entertainment value has increased by 10 points. After all, taking a bath is also a form of entertainment. It would be a shame not to take a bath in the newly built luxurious bathtub. After taking off all his clothes, Luo Yu leaned comfortably in the bathtub. Amid the mist, he really felt relaxed all over, all his fatigue was swept away, and he even felt like sleeping. However, while he was half asleep and half awake, a prompt came: due to the significant improvement in the sanitary conditions of your base recently, your territory has been blessed by a mysterious force and gained a buff effect. Blessing of Harvest. Harvest blessing. All crops in the territory will mature immediately. Surprise, big surprise! He knew that he would get buffs when the territory's health value and entertainment value were high, but he didn't expect it to be a group buff, and a blessing of harvest. All crops matured immediately. How many crops did I have in my vegetable garden? How long did it take for the cotton to be planted? How long did it take for so many saplings to be planted? This harvest blessing is a must. At this time, Xiao Dai rushed in quickly and said in surprise, Master, when Xiao Kong and I were fishing by the lake, we found that all the fragrant leaf trees have grown taller. And when I came back, I saw that all the flowers in the garden were in bloom. They were so beautiful. Luo Yu said calmly, Isn't it just a blessing for a good harvest? Why make a fuss about it? Ah? Xiao Dai was obviously stunned, and only then did she notice the large bathtub in front of her. Wow, what a beautiful bath! Master, are you taking a bath? You want to take a shower too, right? Luo Yu laughed and said, There will be plenty of time to wash them later. Bring my clothes over and let's go to the vegetable garden. Oh. Xiao Dai walked towards Luo Yu with a red face, handed him the clothes, and ran out in a hurry. Chapter 61. Making a Fortune, the Thief Incident. I ran to the vegetable garden and saw that everything was ripe. All the crops in the entire vegetable garden are ripe, with a bumper harvest of rice, corn, potatoes, green vegetables and tomatoes. Luo Yu was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, and Xiao Kong beside him clapped his hands happily. Because it has been a while since the last time vegetarian food matured, some guys didn't plant enough and have already eaten them all, so the price of vegetarian food has gone up again. This wave can be said to be a huge profit. Really profitable. We have to harvest and plant a new batch of crops quickly. These mature crops are likely to attract the attention of various small animals. If there are too many small animals, Dai will not be able to take care of such a large vegetable field. To avoid losses, harvest them immediately. Currently Luo Yu's planting level is LV6, Xiao Dai's is LV8, and Xiao Kong's level has reached LV5 because of watering and planting trees these days. In addition, Xiao Kong has a buff from the diamond bed, crop harvest increases by 10%. No doubt, the master and his two servants work together to harvest the harvest here first. Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, get to work! The two little cuties' faces were full of excitement, and they immediately started working with Luo Yu. The attribute values of the three people are very high, and their planting levels are also good, so the amount of crops harvested is a little more than usual. Especially Xiaodia's LV8 planting level, the harvest is the greatest. The three of them stayed in the vegetable garden until after 9 o'clock in the evening. They finally harvested all the crops and planted a new round of seeds. Because of the fertility of the soil, the crops in the Luo Yu base will grow 10% faster than others. After summing up, a total of 35,000 units of vegetarian food were harvested today. It was hard to imagine before that this vegetable garden could produce so many vegetables. The fertility of the soil has an impact, and the high level of planting is also a reason. Xiao Kong's planting level has been upgraded again to LV6, and Luo Yu's level is also approaching. The current average price of vegetarian food is around 10 silver coins, which is 70 to 80% more expensive than meat. I made 350,000 silver coins on the spot. The base had stored about 2,000 units of vegetarian food. Luo Yu took out the vegetables that had been frozen for a long time, replaced them with 5,000 units of fresh vegetables and put them in the cellar. Then he put all 32,000 units of vegetarian food on the auction house. Although the temperature in the cellar is lower after the floor tiles were laid, it is still not possible to keep the food fresh. These must be sold, otherwise they will rot. World, Anonymous Human. Oh my god, someone has put over 30,000 vegetarian items on the shelves. Hurry up and grab them. It turns out that advertising is very effective. Luo Yu, who was soaking in the bathtub, was so happy watching his wealth increase rapidly. In front of the beating silver, the exquisite bodies of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai who were bathing together no longer attracted him. Of course, the main reason is that they have become pets. In Luo Yu's eyes, the attraction of pets is definitely far less than that of normal women of the same ethnic group. But in just a moment, all the vegetarian products on the shelves were sold out, and the company made a profit of 320,000 silver coins, which was a huge profit. Thinking about being able to harvest cotton and a large amount of timber tomorrow, Luo Yu was so happy that he hugged Xiao Kong beside him and kissed him hard. He was so happy. Woo! Xiao Kong called out but didn't put up any resistance. She was often hugged like a pillow when she slept at night, and she was used to it. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, was far away from Luo Yu, her whole body immersed in the water, and she dared not get up. That night, Luo Yu dreamed that he was sleeping on a pile of silver. He was very happy at first, but suddenly he remembered that his original bed was many times more valuable than the silver bed, and he woke up in fright. Luo Yu sat up and looked down, and found that the diamond cloud bed was still there, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unable to sleep at this moment, Luo Yu walked to the window and looked at the sky. The night was as dark as ink and dotted with stars. It would be nice to have a glass of red wine. He was thinking about building a grape trellis and making wine in the future. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he discovered something. There seemed to be two dark shadows hesitating by the moat outside the wall. Is it a human? Luo Yu was surprised. The moment he discovered the two shadows, a prompt appeared. The blessing of the harvest attracted thieves from the nearby tribe. Congratulations on discovering them. Theft incident. It is mentioned in the explanation of the heavenly Tao world that there will be no prompts for theft incidents, and the system will only respond after it is discovered. Oh my god, I really bumped into him. Luo Yu put on his clothes and quietly jumped out of the window. At this moment, the two thieves looked at each other, then jumped at the same time, directly jumped over the wide moat, and lurked towards the base. The arrow tower and crossbows did not react at all, as if they had merged into the moonlight. The two men were extremely agile and they managed to climb over the 5-meter-high wall together. However, the moment they landed on the ground, they ran head-on into Luo Yu. Boom! Luo Yu flipped the yang double swords in his hands, and used the back of the sword to strike the two men one by one, knocking them out directly. The thief has been subdued. Luo Yu's strength is too strong, it's just that simple. This was a pair of male and female thieves. Luo Yu dragged them into the prison and searched their bodies for a while, and found a lot of good things. A fist-sized piece of gold, 3 beautifully crafted bracelets and rings, and a book. Stealth, silver level, a special skill. After learning it, you can enter a lurking state at any time. In the lurking state, you will not be discovered by building defense facilities, and the chance of being discovered by creatures is reduced by 50%. Huh! There's such a thing? There was a hint of joy in Luo Yu's eyes. If one were to ask what the most precious thing in the world of heavenly Tao was, it would of course be skills. As a mercenary, the more skills I have, the better. Here I am. He directly chose to study, and Luo Yu gained an additional skill on the spot. This stealth technique is also of the same silver level as the Gale Sword technique, and can be upgraded to the 3rd level at most. However, because it is combined with one's own agility to reduce the chance of being discovered, its growth potential is actually very high. As long as your agility is high enough, you won't be discovered. In fact, All skills of this type must be supported by basic attributes. If the power is high enough, even a silver-level Gale sword technique can defeat a gold-level, or even platinum-level martial art. 2 more prisoners came. I looked at their attributes and found that they were both agile and didn't have many good personal characteristics. Luo Yu didn't know where the secret books on them came from, nor did he want to know. According to the old rules, the men put them on the shelf to sell, and the women kept them and sold them to people in their group. God is ruthless, but people are kind. When the rewards are similar, companions are given priority. Luo Yu still has this point. Chapter 62 Small Groups Small Goals. Early the next morning, Luo Yu spoke in the group chat while eating breakfast. Luo Yu. I encountered a thief last night and captured a female prisoner. Who wants to buy her? Elena. I don't need it anymore. I find these natives useless and a waste of food. Alice. I don't need it for now. Naker. I don't want it either. I haven't tamed Meowth before. I'm just 1 point short of resistance value. Nyoda. I want it, but I don't have the money. Fan Yumum. Yeah, then I won't be polite. Luo Yu, let's trade. I don't know when it started, but Fan Yumum became the rich lady in the group. The trading box was opened. When Luo Yu put the picture of the female captive on the shelf, Fan Yuming smiled and said, She looks good, Luo Yu. Don't you want a female captive? Not interested? Luo Yu. Interest? What do you mean? Fan Yumum. Oh, it's just about doing hard labor. What do you think I'm talking about? As she spoke, she put in 15,000 silver coins. The market price of this kind of female captive, whose attributes were not very good but whose appearance was acceptable, was generally around 1.6 or 1.7. Fan Yuming did not seem to take advantage of Luo Yu by virtue of their acquaintance. Seeing this, Luo Yu smiled faintly, clicked OK, and replied, Oh, I thought you were talking about the common interests of men. Fan Yumum. What's your common interest as a man? Is it playing games? I'm still a child, I don't understand. Goose 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 goose. Transaction successful, you get 15,000 silver. Luo Yu also had a smile on his face. Chatting with everyone to relieve boredom was really a good way to relieve loneliness. It's breakfast time now and everyone is chatting idly. Naker. Everyone, summer is here, can autumn be far behind? After winter, our only food source may be seafood. Should we put dealing with the big monster in the lake on the agenda? Fan Yumum. Is it finally coming? I've been thinking of a way too. What do you think? Let's save up some money to build an arrow tower by the lake and shoot it to death. Is this idea stupid? Elena. Well, big black fish won't let you shoot for nothing, it feels a bit stupid. Fan Yumum. Okay. Alice. I've thought of a way. Look at Article 822 of the Heavenly Tao World Instructions. After checking, everyone found that this item was about forming a team. The Tiandao world has a team function, and the prerequisite is that one of the visitor or mercenary technologies has been unlocked. If a team kills a big monster, the things that will be dropped will be more than those dropped by a single person. Of course, the income is definitely not as high as that of a single person, but it is a solution. Fan Yumum. Sister Alice, are you saying that we should first try our best to unlock the visitor technology, then form a team and enter someone's base to kill the blackfish monster together? Alice. Yeah, that's it. Luo Yu was also somewhat tempted by this plan. The things dropped by the big black fish were quite good. The ones in his own territory were killed. Wouldn't it be great if he could go to other territories to get a share of the spoils? The big black fish at home can only be regarded as a regular shipment, but when Luo Yu was watching the world chat, he saw that a powerful race had killed the big black fish, and it exploded. Various feature scrolls, technology unlocking blueprints, and even base cores can all be dropped. When Luo Yu saw everyone discussing it, he was very envious. Here comes the opportunity. Luo Yu. I agree. Let's meet up together and get to know each other better. Elena. What is a face-to-face meeting? Fan Yumum. Geese, 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 geese. During the breakfast time, the small group decided on the next plan and everyone was ready to go. Luo Yu took Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai to pick cotton and cut trees. Making money was important. The cotton fields around the lake produced a total of 20,000 units of cotton, which can be used directly to make clothes. If there are enough animal skins, they can also be made into luxurious carpets. This luxurious carpet is also a good thing. Harvesting cotton, cutting trees, planting cotton, planting trees, 2 days passed quickly, and Luo Yu finally finished his work, 20,000 tons of cotton and 30,000 tons of wood. This amount of wood is just enough to build an arrow tower. Let's do it! According to the previous plan, this time the arrow tower was built at the junction of the north and west walls. In this way, the 3 arrow towers almost covered the entire base. Together with 5 automatic crossbows and a catapult, Luo Yu believed that the base's defense was now quite strong. But that's not enough. If he followed the previous rhythm, after building a wave of defense facilities, Luo Yu would have to build buildings to increase the score, but the scores of the 2 waves of luxury baths and high-grade floor tiles were increased too much, and Luo Yu would not feel at ease until another wave of defense facilities were built. Development is a hard truth, but security is the prerequisite for development. Taking advantage of the huge profit he made earlier, Luo Yu decided to go all out and build 2 more arrow towers. Isn't it just money? I have money! Luo Yu spent 130,000 silvers in one go to buy materials such as wood and iron ore, plus the silver needed for construction. In this way, an arrow tower was erected in each of the 4 directions of the base, giving the entire base a powerful firepower. Especially when they get within 50 meters, arrows rain down like rain. I looked at the current rating of the base, and building 3 arrow towers together is exactly 5,000. In terms of base wealth, there are still 210,000 silver. Food, scorpion meat * 16,000, other meat * 2,000, seafood * 2,500, vegetarian food * 5,000, milk * 150, eggs * 30. Resources, iron ore and wood have been used up, gold * 3,700, jade * 1,250, copper ore * 588, stone bricks * 80,000. Animals, blue wolf * 1, mutant chicken * 1, giant octopus * 1, golden scorpion king * 1, bull, cow, digging worm * 11, stone turtle * 8, silver ladybug, golden beetle. Companion pets, Schwancho bee squirrel, night butterfly. This is basically the wealth that the base can move now, and it does not count towards the score. Luo Yu does not need to look at the data for the rest of the buildings. Apart from the defense facilities, there are only villas, toilets, walls, cellars, and a fog box. In addition, the reason why Luo Yu did not sell the remaining scorpion meat was not because he kept it for himself, but because he kept it for the animals to eat. He, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong do not eat insect meat. Looking at the arrow towers erected on all sides, Luo Yu felt filled with a sense of security. Thinking that the critical hits from the past few days have not been used yet, I will not spend silver first and digest the critical hits once. When he reached the grassland, he took out the snake egg he had obtained before, and Luo Yu muttered something in his heart. Triggered by 100x critical hit, the growth efficiency of snake eggs is increased by 100 times. Chapter 63, a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Just like before, the snake eggs in his hand began to crack, and a moment later, a large snake appeared before his eyes. Red scale python, bronze level, adult strength 50, constitution 75, agility 21. This time the critical hit also mutated. Although this is just a bronze level python with poor attributes, it has a special ability, producing scales. The scales of the red-scaled python will fall off every once in a while, and can be collected and used as materials to make clothing, etc. Needless to say, when making fabrics such as clothes and pants, adding snake scales will definitely increase the upper limit of quality. After sending the big snake into the small lake to keep the octopus company, Luo Yu began to improve his own attributes. Attributes are king. After a few operations, the panel changes a lot. Number, Earth Summer Country 23333. Base score, 5,000 points. Health value, 90 points. Entertainment value, 30 points. Strength, 90. Constitution, 90. Agility, 90. This wave directly spent 130,000 silvers and made my attributes very beautiful. After taking out the Yang double swords and wielding them for a while, Luo Yu felt refreshed and full of strength. The arrow tower was completed, the attributes were added, and a big snake was obtained. Today's harvest was quite fruitful, but Luo Yu did not relax his requirements. We must carry forward our fine tradition of continuous combat and continue cutting stones. One day passed quickly, and on the second day, Luo Yu heard a cracking sound while cutting stones. He ran out in a hurry and saw that the mine cart had fallen apart. The big bull looked at Luo Yu innocently, and black spots and various minerals were scattered all over the ground. Luo Yu sighed softly and patted the bull's head to comfort it. The mine cart finally completed its mission gloriously and retired. Having said that, the road leading from the base to the mine really needs to be paved, otherwise the transportation cost will be too high. Clicking on the construction page, Luo Yu looked at the various road options. Unfortunately, he did not find commonly used road options such as cement roads and asphalt roads. There are mixed floor tiles and paving floor tiles. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to lay tight fireproof paving floor tiles. This is already very advanced when used for road construction. It is fireproof, rainproof, anti-excavation and anti-corrosion, etc. It can be said to be a once-and-for-all option. Luo Yu has a plan to build several roads along the base in the future, but he will start with paving the mine roads. Tight fireproof paving tiles, consumption per square, stone *10, iron or *3, silver *1. The luxurious tiles are certainly not qualified for use as floor tiles inside a base, but they are a luxury for use as main roads. He began to click and build it piece by piece. 3 meters wide would be enough to allow the mine cart to move around. In the end, he not only paved the road from the base to the mine, but also paved the entire road inside the mine. All of this cost him a lot of materials, and it is much more comfortable to walk on it. Luo Yu bought another ore cart for the big bull to pull the ore. Sure enough, the big bull walked excitedly on this new road. His steps became much lighter, and he even made cow sounds to call the cows to come and walk with him. Look how happy they are. Standing on the wall, Luo Yu looked at the newly built stone brick road with a smile, and was very satisfied. But suddenly he thought of something. If he could walk, the enemy could walk too. This road is built so well, doesn't it increase the opponent's movement speed? What's more, my arrow towers and catapults don't know the road. The arrow towers are fine, but the catapults, if they smash the enemy indiscriminately, won't they also destroy their own road? Wouldn't it cost money to repair it then? Thinking of this, Luo Yu started to use his brain again. It would be a bad idea to dig traps on the sides of the road. Bulls, golden beetles, and giant scorpions are all notoriously stupid and would surely step on them. He flipped through the mall interface, building interface, and defense interface, and began looking for a suitable solution. Surprisingly, he actually found a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Yu first spent 10,000 silvers to unlock the automatic trap technology, and then clicked on an interface. Automatic ground spike trap. When an enemy unit walks on the ground spike mechanism, it will be attacked by a 20 centimeters long ground spike. Friendly units and neutral units cannot trigger it. The trap covers a radius of 2 meters. This trap is good. Friendly and neutral enemies will not trigger it, so our family members will not be in danger. If it is laid on the road outside, then the enemy will fall to the ground immediately after taking 2 steps, right? Once stabbed, one will basically lose the ability to move, and when other natives see this, they will definitely not dare to come over and will stay away from here. It can not only capture prisoners, but also prevent the road from being damaged on a large scale by catapults, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Luo Yu discovered the treasure, and wondered whether he should set up the same trap around the wall. However, after reading the instructions carefully, he found that the trap was triggered by a mechanism and could only be placed where floor tiles were laid. There are no floor tiles yet in the circle outside the wall, so take your time. I looked at the types and found 3 types: iron, silver, and copper. All 3 have the same power. The iron ones are the cheapest, the copper ones are able to conduct electricity, and are very effective when combined with lightning technology. But copper is too expensive, and copper ore is a scarce commodity at present, so we'll have to wait until we have it in the future. Iron stings can cause tetanus. Luo Yu wants prisoners. Treating tetanus costs a lot of herbs, and there is a high chance that it cannot be cured, which is not good for making money. As a lord, you have to consider everything. Silver is a bit expensive, but it is the most suitable at this stage. Silver automatic ground spike trap mechanism, silver asterisk 5000. Automatic technology is so expensive. Luo Yu first built one and buried it not far from the entrance of the mine, with a coverage range of 2 meters. That is to say, as long as the enemy enters the range of 2 meters, the ground spike will automatically move, shuttle through the stone bricks, and stab the enemy. Being expensive has its advantages, otherwise why would it be called an automatic machine ground spike? The distance from the base to the mine is about 1,500 meters. Luo Yu spent 50,000 silvers to build 10 mechanisms, burying one every 150 meters. The stuff is good, but with the base's current financial resources, this is all it can do. Wow, after all the spending, only 20,000 yuan is left. We are always short of money. He looked at the cow and found that its condition had recovered a lot recently. He decided to empty it again in 2 days. Thinking this in his mind, Luo Yu took a look at the base score. With a large number of floor tiles and traps, it has now reached 5,500. It's actually not bad. This wave doesn't add much. After a while, Luo Yu brought Xiao Dai back to the basement of the villa, pointed to the pile of cotton, and said with a faint smile, "Xiao Dai, I'll leave the sewing to you. Just make women's underwear. The fabrics are all here, you can use them as you see fit." Chapter 64 Event Critical Hit, Cat turns into King Sabalu. "Yeah, okay." Xiao Dai nodded gently and said, "Master, I want to transplant some fluorescent flowers from the garden here to make this place more beautiful and provide lighting. The light from the torch hurts my eyes." Luo Yu nodded and said, "You reminded me of this. Well, I'll let you arrange the transplant as well. Do whatever you like. You just have to work here for a while, and then we can build a special workshop and fill it with flowers, okay?" Xiao Dai chuckled and said, "I'll remember that, Master, you must not break your promise." Luo Yu nodded slightly, but took note of the lighting issue in his heart. The next day, Luo Yu used 2 critical strike opportunities in a row and sold 2 pieces of silver underwear. The 5 pieces of ordinary underwear made by Xiao Dai also sold very quickly, and she made a total profit of 75,000 yuan. It can be said that it was a huge profit. However, competitors have now appeared in the auction house. Seeing that underwear is selling so well, those who meet the skill requirements have also started selling it, but only 1 or 2 pieces appear occasionally. Making underwear requires materials. How many people currently have a fabric recycling station or a large amount of cotton? Overall, Luo Yu is still in a relatively monopolistic market position. After breakfast, Luo Yu did not cut stones as usual, but started to study lighting. The entire base was basically dark at night, and the same was true for the villa. The dim torch lighting made it like a haunted house, which was uncomfortable and not conducive to some work or activities at night. Electric lights definitely do not exist. If you use candles for lighting, there is no essential difference from torches. It is just a change of name but not substance. After studying for a while, Luo Yu had a plan in mind. Unlocking the luminous plants is the right way. The fluorescent flowers given by the flower bed can also glow on their own, but its light is dim. What Luo Yu wants is the kind of light like fluorescent lamps. The amount required to unlock the luminous plant is 50,000 silvers. Fortunately, no special design drawings are required. Luo Yu gritted his teeth and chose to unlock it directly. The luminous plant technology tree has been unlocked. After checking again for a while, he found a plant called Manluo scorching light flower. This Manluo flower emits white light, and the light coverage area is basically 10 square meters, with a brightness of 60%. This 60% brightness is much stronger than the 20% of fluorescent flowers, but not so bright that people can't open their eyes. The brightness is just right. The rooms in villas are very large, generally over 30 square meters, which means that 3 pots are enough in one room. Although the technology has been unlocked, the seeds of a vine flower cost 1,000 silver, which is quite expensive. Luo Yu spent some stone bricks to make a flower pot and bought a vine seed for 1,000 silver for experiment. Oh right, there's still one critical hit left. How about trying to induce labor? Will it not mutate into a carnivorous plant? Luo Yu thought so in his heart, but silently said a sentence. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly came. Announcement. A group of cats appeared in the nearby area. You can try to tame them. Hint, 15 cats are about to enter your territory. Ding, trying to crit for you. Luo Yu was stunned when he saw the prompt. I want to critically attack Manhwa. What are you critting? What do you want to do? Ding, it is detected that this event is not a malicious event, the critical hit is successful, and your event has produced a critical hit effect. Just as Luo Yu was shocked, another prompt came. The 15 cats that were originally about to enter your territory felt the pressure and turned away. A King Sabalu entered your territory. I'll go! Luo Yu rushed out of the villa quickly, jumped onto the city wall and saw a woman over 1.8 meters tall, with blonde hair, wearing animal skins and fair skin walking towards him from a distance. Unlike human women, this tall woman had a pair of animal ears on her head, and the golden tail behind her was obviously a tiger's tail. Jinxabel, young, diamond level, top intelligence strength 279, constitution 261, agility 308, humanoid beast girl, can transform into golden tiger form when necessary. Looking at this attribute introduction, Luo Yu felt his scalp tingling. When he heard a King Sabalu, Luo Yu thought there might be a monster, but when he saw the tall and plump tiger lady in the distance, Luo Yu was really shocked. Speaking of which, they are all beast girls. The attributes of Shao Kong and Shao Dai at home are comparable to this guy. Cute. Lovely attributes. This is still a childhood. Luo Yu knows that some special races have a long lifespan. Even 50 or 60 years old is considered a childhood. I don't know how terrifying this guy will be when he grows up. On the other side, the group started communicating. Fan Yumum. Oh, there are 2 tabby cats at my base, so cute. Naker. Hey, your base has a high rating. I have one coming right here, meow, but it's not as cute as me and my sister. Alice. I have one here too. Kittens can drive away snakes and rats in the house. This is a welfare event. Nyoda. Why do you all have it, but I don't? Elena. Your base score is too low. Didn't you read the instructions? The lower the base score, the lower the chance of welfare events occurring. But it may not be a welfare. It can only be called a welfare if the cat is tamed. Fan Yumum. I've tamed it here, oh so cute. Luo Yu, your score is high, how many have come? Luo Yu. Well, just one. Fan Yumum. Huh! This shouldn't be the case. Luo Yu. It's really a tigress. Elena. Nonsense, are the cats bigger over there? Luo Yu looked at the chest of the approaching tigress and replied. It's okay, after all, she is not an adult yet. Fan Yumum. You're kidding again. After you tame the cat, remember to take a screenshot and let's pet the cat together. I'm going to tame another kitten. I won't chat anymore. Everyone went to tame the cats but Luo Yu. Looking at the slowly approaching tiger mother, a wry smile appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, Tiger Girl was not an attacking unit but a neutral unit, and would not trigger the automatic defense weapon. She walked to the stone gate and seemed to want to jump onto the wall, but at this time, the stone gate opened. Luo Yu bravely went to meet him and said with a smile, I am the lord of this place. Lord Jinja Sabaru has come to my humble abode. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please come in. After looking at Luo Yu, Tigress said proudly, Your territory looks pretty good. I will reluctantly go in and take a look. Having said that, he walked straight into the stone gate. Looking at the woman's back, Luo Yu began to think in his mind, this kind of incident would usually last for 2 or 3 days. Should he keep her for a few days and send her away, or should he take the risk and capture her? Chapter 65, Take it down directly. Walking into the base, the fog of war in Tiger Girl's eyes dissipated. She looked at the beautiful floor tiles in front of her, the artistic oriental villa, and the beautiful flower beds, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, so beautiful. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, If you like, you can stay for a few days. Cough, cough, cough. Tigress quickly retracted her smile and coughed lightly. I said this out of politeness. It's just average. Tsundere? Luo Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. Being tsundere is not a good character. When they reached the gate of the villa, Tigress was a little impatient to push it open, but after glancing at Luo Yu, she still said proudly, Open the door and show me your building. Luo Yu was secretly unhappy because he kept calling him this, sir. But he couldn't afford to offend him now, so he just had to put up with it for the time being. After entering the villa, they found that the interior was not as luxurious as they had imagined, which made Tiger Girl look disappointed, and there was a hint of disdain in her eyes when she looked at Luo Yu. The only thing about your territory that's pretty is the floor tiles. She sat on a wooden chair in the living room and said calmly, Human boy, go get some tribute. Tribute. Luo Yu was delighted and nodded. I just found some special ingredients here. You will definitely like them. Wait a moment. Oh? Tigress's eyes lit up with delight and she nodded. Go ahead. If it's delicious, I might leave something for you. Luo Yu snorted in his heart, turned around and walked out of the villa. In the cellar, Luo Yu took out the special milk that was left over from last time, poured it into a wooden cup, and then took out a small bottle from the storage ring. Returning origin liquid, colorless and tasteless, within 2 hours after taking it, it can forcibly return the user's attributes to 10 points, and seal the level and all special skills. A drop of Guiyuan liquid dripped into the milk, and Luo Yu chuckled. Diamond level, right? The attribute is over 300, right? Pretty proud, huh? Let's wait and see. After a moment, Tigress took the cup and sniffed it gently, her eyes becoming even happier. Special milk is very attractive to living things, and diamond grade is no exception. Well, it looks good. You have a collection too. Gulp, gulp. She drank the entire cup of special milk, and after she let out a breath, a look of intoxication appeared on her face. It tastes great, very good. Go, bring some more. If you can make me happy, I will leave some of my hair for you. As she spoke, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. My power. The Guiyuan fluid takes effect, the target's attributes are reduced to 10, all skills are sealed, and the effect lasts for 2 hours. At this moment, Tigress stood up suddenly. With her top intelligence, she immediately understood what had happened. How dare you plot against me? She let out a tiger roar and pounced directly towards Luo Yu. Unfortunately, in Luo Yu's eyes, 10 points of agility were no different from slow motion. Luo Yu simply stretched out a hand and grabbed her neck on the spot. No matter how hard Tiger Girl struggled, she couldn't break free. But Luo Yu grinned and said, Why? Is this all you can do as a diamond-level beast girl? Fool! Tigress let out a low roar from her throat, revealing 2 small fangs on her lips. She gritted her teeth and said, Despicable human, don't think you have one. Transform! She wanted to transform into a golden tiger form. But there was no movement. Well? Change! There was no movement at all. My talent is sealed? What did you make me eat? There was disbelief in Tigress's eyes. Her biggest trump card could not be used. Bang! Luo Yu threw Tiger Lady to the ground and tried to step on her face, but she instinctively rolled over to avoid it. After all, he is diamond level, and his instincts are still very strong. Luo Yu couldn't even hit it with his 90 points of agility. The more you resist, the more excited I become. No, the more I want to tame you. Luo Yu laughed strangely and said, You think the soles of your shoes are dirty, right? Then I'll just take them off, okay? The next moment, Luo Yu took off his shoes and stepped accurately on Tiger Lady's face. At this time, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong also came over. Dai and other animals all rushed into the big villa to help. Luo Yu said, There's a saying in my hometown that a tiger in a plane is bullied by a dog. Have you seen the big dog in my house? It likes tender and delicate beast girls like you the most, right, Dai? Ouch! Dai wagged his tail and shook his head very honestly, indicating that he only liked female wolves and not female tigers. You fucking! Luo Yu was irritated by the honest dog and shouted, Where's the big bull? Let it come over! My big bull is the one who likes beast girls the most. If you don't want to be tamed by me, don't blame my big bull for being rude to you. Why hasn't he come yet, big bull? Xiao Dai looked at the stepped-on tigress with some fear, and whispered, Master, the big scorpion has blocked the gate of the villa, and the bull can't get in. Huh? Who let it block the door? This idiotic scorpion! Luo Yu was furious. He stepped on Tiger Lady's head and said, I don't want to waste my time talking nonsense. Do you want to surrender or not? Tell me. Fool. Tigress gnashed her teeth and said, Let me go if you can. If I'm in my best condition, I'm not afraid of all of you coming at me at once. You're pretty tough. Luo Yu frowned slightly, because a critical hit can only have an effect on the same object once, and Tigress appeared because of a critical hit, so critical hit taming is no longer effective for her. This is also the reason why Luo Yu took action immediately instead of waiting until the number of critical hits was refreshed tomorrow. The drug is effective for 2 hours. If the animal cannot be tamed within 2 hours, you will have to kill it. Maybe killing the tigress will reveal a lot of stuff, but the benefits will definitely be far less than taming her. Given this tigress's temper, threats and beatings probably wouldn't work. With the mentality of giving it a try, Luo Yu directly used the animal taming technique on the tiger girl. Beast taming failed, success rate 48%. Ah? So high. Seeing this success rate, Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed after he realized it. Yes, because the Guiyuan liquid also sealed the grade. If it was the original diamond grade, it would be almost impossible to tame it. But now the grade is sealed, which means it is at ordinary grade, not even at black iron. If it weren't for her top-notch intelligence and strong subjective resistance, the success rate would probably be over 80%. Thinking of this, Luo Yu had an idea. 48%, right? Then as long as we can make her enter a special state such as panic or fear, the success rate will skyrocket. Chapter 66, Diamond Level Beast Girl's Monster Attributes. Tigers are very majestic animals, and it would be difficult to scare them, but Luo Yu came up with an idea. A moment later, the beast girl was tied to a rectangular wooden table in a spread eagle position. Luo Yu said calmly, I'll give you one last chance to tame it. Otherwise, you will be miserable. Tigress seemed to blush a little when she was tied up in this position, but she still showed her 2 fangs very stubbornly, and said coldly, The poison you gave me must have a time limit, and the drug is so potent, so the time will definitely not be long. You scumbag, either kill me or wait until I recover and I will let you know the consequences of offending me, King Sabero. You still dare to be so stubborn. Luo Yu snorted coldly and directly tore off the animal skin coat on the woman. At this moment, she was only left with a simple animal skin bra and a short animal skin skirt. As if realizing something, Tigress burst into tears and roared, I won't give in. Even so, the proud King Sabelo won't give in. I will trample you under my feet and make you my slave for life. Yeah? Luo Yu chuckled and said, Then let me see how strong your feet are in terms of resistance. Luo Yu grabbed her little feet and started tickling them. Ah? Ha! Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, no matter whether it is a human or an orc girl, they can't stand the crazy tickling of the soles of their feet. Tigress burst into laughter and struggled hard, but she was tied up tightly, and her struggle was in vain. Stop ha ha ha, stop ha ha ha! She laughed so hard that tears came out, but Luo Yu didn't stop at all. He would not stop until there was an abnormal status warning. Shao Kong, Shao Dai, come and tickle her too. As you wish, cluck. Shao Dai giggled and walked forward and pinched Tiger Mother's waist. For some people, the lethality of the waist is no less than the soles of the feet. Tiger Mother laughed even louder. The naive Shao Kong took out a piece of dogtail grass from somewhere, and used it to gently tickle Tiger Mother's armpits. Oh my God, this is going to kill me! Tigress laughed, and screamed at the same time. This feeling was definitely extremely intense. After a while, a prompt finally came. King Sabero is in a state of collapse. Luo Yu was delighted and glanced at Tiger Mother, who was already rolling her eyes. Tame! With a light shout, a light appeared on Tigress's body. You have tamed King Sabero with a 99% success rate. This success rate. What a state of collapse. Not bad. Next time there are beast girls who are stubborn, you can learn from today's experience. King Sabero, child current hair growth progress 27%, special ability 1, coercion. Pressure. All enemy units and neutral units whose grades are lower than King Sabelo will be oppressed by the momentum, and their comprehensive capabilities will be reduced by 10%. Special skill 2, Tiger Roar. all enemy units and neutral units whose rank is lower than Kinjisabalu will have a greater chance of entering a panic state after hearing the tiger roar. Special Skill 3, a race favored by heaven, land fertility within the territory plus 10%, aquatic products plus 10%, mineral vein limit plus 10%. Life skills, sowing LV3, planting LV3, mining LV8, forging LV13. This, not to mention those terrifying statistics, just these talent characteristics and life skill levels are too terrifying. This tiger girl shouldn't be here at this time. Monster, a real monster. The base score is 5,500 points, and 100 times is 55W. This should appear at the score level of 550,000. Moreover, Luo Yu feels that it may not only be a 100-fold critical hit, but it may be a critical hit among critical hits with a very low probability, 200-fold critical hit, or even 300-fold. Restraining his excitement, Luo Yu looked at the bound tigress with a smile in his eyes. His attitude towards enemies and his own people is completely different. Since they have been tamed, they are his own little cuties. After untying the rope on Tigress, Luo Yu took the towel handed to her by Xiao Dai and wiped her tears and saliva from the corners of her mouth. He smiled and said, "Are you okay? Want some herbs?" Snort. "Asshole, I hate you." Tigress groaned weakly and passed out. Luo Yu laughed loudly and said to the beast girls and animals surrounding him, "Okay, it's okay. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong stay, and the others can go away." Ah Dai, the giant scorpion, the silver-armored ladybug, the golden beetle and other animals all left. Luo Yu picked up Tigress and said, "Let's go. She's all sweaty. Let's wash her together." Half a day later, Tiger Mother woke up slowly. She blinked her eyes and found herself lying on a comfortable big bed. "Ah!" She immediately reacted and sat up. She looked down and found that the animal skin she was wearing was gone, and now she was wearing a bra that she had never seen before. "Women's underwear? Did he help me change my clothes?" Tigress blushed, but thought of everything that had happened before, and she sighed softly. After hesitating for a moment, she got out of bed, put on the clothes Luo Yu prepared for her, and left the room. A moment later, Luo Yu was cutting stones in the open space inside the base. When he saw Tiger Mother coming over, a smile appeared in his eyes. When he got closer, Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Are you awake? How are you? Are you okay?" Tigress said angrily, "Humph, despicable human, even if you tame me, I will not obey." Bang! With a crisp sound, Luo Yu slapped her on the butt and said unhappily, "You have to call me master from now on, understand? It doesn't hurt at all." Tiger Girl blushed a little. After recovering her attribute points, she became thick-skinned and tough, so Luo Yu really couldn't beat her. "Call me master." Luo Yu gave the order, and Tiger Lady's body trembled. She said with great grievance, "Master, a pet cannot resist the orders of its owner, and will die if told to do so." "Very good." Luo Yu smiled and handed the Tiangong knife to Tiger Mother and said, "Come, the job of cutting stones will be left to you from now on." "No, who's going to work for you?" Luo Yu dragged out his tone, and under his gaze, Tiger Lady immediately became obedient and said hurriedly, "Don't make me do anything weird, just cut it." She started to take action, and it must be said that her efficiency was incredibly fast. It took Luo Yu about 20 seconds to cut a piece of stone into 10 units of stone bricks, while Hu Niang only needed 5 seconds. He has great strength and manual skills, that's awesome. Finally, someone has taken over the stone cutting job. Chapter 67, Shining a Manhwa Flower. Luo Yu smiled and said, "From now on, you will be called Xiao Jin. Be good and obedient, or I will tie you up and tickle you again." "Don't." Xiao Jin waved his hands hastily, saying humiliatingly, "Please don't treat me like that. I will be obedient, master." Not only has the body been tamed, but it seems the heart has also been tamed. Luo Yu is in a really good mood today. After handing over the stone-cutting job to Xiao Jin, Luo Yu found himself relaxed. He returned to the villa and started to grow vines. "Didn't you want to crit Manhwa before? Now that the crit count has been updated, give it a try." In his room, Luo Yu muttered something in his heart, and then watered the ivy seeds in the flower bed. 100 times critical hit trigger. The growth efficiency of the Rami flower has changed, and you get the Shining Amara flower. Shining Amara flower, gold level illumination range 100 square meters, greatly improves the beauty of the room, increases the chance of obtaining positive buffs, increases sleep and work efficiency, and the fruits of Amara flower can increase the planting level. Current fruit growth progress 1%. Another gold grade item has been released. This is the benefit that the stable quality feature brings to Luoyu. Now the chance of getting gold items is obviously higher than before. Looking at the beautiful pure white flower in front of him, which was as pure as a lily, Luoyu felt that his soul was healed. It was so beautiful. After reading the instructions carefully, I found out that this flower recognizes its owner. Not only can it glow, it can also actively adjust its brightness, and only Luoyu can adjust it. Just gently touch the leaves and flowers. It is very convenient and much better than electric lights. I checked the rating of the base, it hasn't changed, and plants are not currently included in the rating calculation, which is good. This Shining Amara flower must be placed in the bedroom. After all, everyone sleeps in bed. The chance of obtaining buffs increases, and it can also improve work efficiency, right? Next, Luoyu began to arrange ivy flowers throughout the villa. These flowers grow very fast and can sprout and bloom white flowers in 2 or 3 days, producing lighting effects. One flower costs 1,000 yuan, and one is placed in every room, including the corridor, living room, kitchen, toilet, bathroom, etc. Luoyu spent a total of 24,000 silver and some stone materials to decorate the entire villa and then water it. Next, just wait 2 or 3 days to decorate the villa brightly. Unfortunately, the huge amount of money that we earn has now all been spent, and there are only 20,000 silvers left in the base. Let's keep working hard to make money. After lunch, Luoyu inspected his territory and found that the growth of plants had indeed accelerated. Even the scented tree that had just been cut down began to grow again. The resource limit of the mine had increased. After communicating with the giant octopus and the giant snake, he learned that the aquatic products had also become much more abundant. After looking at the base data, the overall area of the base has increased by 10%. The only regret is that these additional data are added to the original data without producing a cumulative effect, and the snowball does not roll as fast as expected. However, Luoyu was still very satisfied. The changes that Xiao Jun's appearance brought to the entire territory were obvious. Now Luoyu no longer had to cut stones. He stood on the watchtower and looked down at the entire base. His eyes finally settled on the vegetable field. Currently, the fertility of the entire territory has increased by 20%, so we can plant a new crop and then build grape racks to make rational use of the space. When you walk into the vegetable garden, the grape trellis is easy to find. You can just use a simple wooden awning. Covering it with grape vines can also increase the rain protection effect. I opened the auction house and searched for grape seeds, but found nothing. No, I saw someone selling it in the world before. Luoyu directly opened the World Chat channel. Human race, anonymous. Collecting grape seeds, some have a price, please chat privately. Someone immediately chatted with me privately. Water Tribe Gulp. 1,000 seeds each. I have 3. Luoyu. 500. These grapes have no grade, so they are worth 500. Gulp. 600, really bro, you can see it's not even available at the auction house. Luoyu. That's because no one wants to grow grapes at this stage. They have no nutritional value. It's better to grow more vegetables if you have the energy. There is no market for grapes at present. 500, let's trade. Luoyu directly put in 1,500 silver. Galb knew that the other party was smart and did not bargain anymore. Transaction successful, you get 3 grape seeds. Galb. Brother, since you are collecting grape seeds, it seems that you have no shortage of vegetables. I still have seeds of a special generation of plants here, do you want them? Luoyu. Oh? Put it up and let's see. Red mushroom cloth seeds grow slowly. The soil fertility must reach more than 150%, and you can get red mushroom cloth after harvesting. Luoyu knew that red mushroom cloth was a high-grade fabric and one of the best materials for making high-quality clothing, but it required very high fertility of the soil. It actually requires 150%. Currently, our own territory is only 120%. Who can achieve this? Luo Yu replied. Red mushroom cloth is a good thing, but the cultivation conditions are too harsh and difficult to achieve. How do you plan to sell it? Gorb. I have a total of 30 seeds, 1,000 each. Red mushroom cloth can only be found in boxes. It is a rare thing. If you miss it, it will be gone. 1,000? You might as well just go and rob it. Luo Yu replied. Well, I definitely won't give you money, but if you want to exchange it for something else, I can consider it. Gulp. What are you going to give in exchange? Luo Yu. What do you want? The other party thought about it and replied. Bricks, do you have a lot of bricks? Hearing this reply, Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. It can be said that stone bricks are most in need at this stage. Everyone is thinking about building walls, but stone bricks cannot be put on the auction house. They can only be shouted out to the world, which makes it difficult to set the price. Others are in short supply, but Luo Yu has so many. He put out a unit of stone bricks and said, Black spotted stone bricks, I won't make money from you. 500 stone bricks in exchange for 1 seed. That's pretty conscientious, isn't it? This? The other party fell into deep thought. To be honest, it was not cost-effective. After all, stone bricks were a renewable resource, and this kind of seeds. But considering that there will be another attack in more than half a month, if the wall is not rebuilt properly, lives may be lost. Gulp gritted his teeth and said, Okay, deal! Luo Yu was delighted and directly placed 15,000 units of stone bricks on it. Chapter 68 Dear, try the food I made. Transaction successful, you get 30 red mushroom seeds. Gulp. Brother, where did you get so many bricks? Can you share your experience? Luo Yu. I said I like mining, do you believe me? Gulp. Excuse me, bye. After the conversation ended, Luo Yu showed a hint of joy in his eyes. With Xiao Jin around, stone bricks can be cut out in an endless supply. Although red mushroom cloth cannot be planted now, Luo Yu believes that this thing will become his cash cow in the future. After putting the seeds into the storage bracelet, Luo Yu began to study how to increase the fertility of the soil. At this moment, Xiao Dai flew over. After landing, she smiled and handed a scroll to Luo Yu, saying, I just fished up a box. I opened it and found this scroll. I'm giving it to you. Cooking table production design drawing. Huh! Not bad. Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. Now the meat was grilled and the vegetables were boiled. Although salt could be bought in the Tiandao World Mall, his mouth still had to be salty. Besides, eating barbecue all the time is not good for your health, so finally there is a cooking table. Luo Yu smiled and said, Very good, as a reward come here and let me kiss you. Huh! Kiss me if you want, I can't resist you. Xiaodia's blushing face was so cute. Luo Yu pinched her tender little face and said with a laugh, Go ahead, keep up the good work and try to give me a few more designs. Xiaodai blushed. Seeing that Luo Yu's attention had shifted to the scroll, she couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Do you like me or the design? Touching the place where she was pinched, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth again, and she flapped her wings and flew out of the vegetable garden. Cooking table production design, iron or asterisk 2000, stone brick asterisk 2000, silver asterisk 1000. Fortunately, it's not very expensive. Luo Yu walked into the kitchen of the big villa. After a point of his finger, a beautiful cooking table appeared. There were 3 different pots on it, as well as various small equipment for convenient cooking. It was pretty good. Cooking table improves the nutritional value, cooking speed, taste, appearance, etc. of food, and consumes fuel. The fuel is wood. After taking a look, I found that the fuel consumption is quite high. Wood is always a very useful thing. The cooking station comes with its own recipe list. Simple cooking, basic ingredients asterisk 10, nutritional value, primary, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 20%, attribute point acquisition rate 0%. Fine cuisine, basic meat asterisk 10, basic vegetables asterisk 10, nutritional value, intermediate, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 10%, attribute point acquisition rate 2%. Deluxe cuisine, basic meat asterisk 20, basic vegetables asterisk 20, basic dairy products, eggs *20, nutritional value, high level, shelf life 10 days, food poisoning probability 0%, attribute point acquisition rate 5%. Marching food, basic meat *15, basic vegetables *15, basic dairy products, eggs *15, nutritional value, intermediate, unlimited shelf life, 0% chance of food being poisonous, 2% attribute point acquisition rate. There are all kinds of food, and the descriptions are quite detailed. The so-called nutritional value is actually very important. It is not just a question of whether you can eat enough, but also affects the acquisition of personal attribute values. After the attribute value reaches 100 points, it can no longer be increased by silver. At this time, increasing attribute points by eating high nutrition value dishes is a very good way. At first glance, the acquisition rate may not seem high, but you still eat it there every day. It is also introduced in the detailed description that high-grade food will affect a person's skin, appearance, etc. High-grade food can also add strange buffs when eaten. Nutrition is really important to every living creature. To make high-level dishes, not only do you need the ingredients, but you also need to have the right cooking skills, and it would be best if you have personal traits like a chef. Luo Yu's cooking level is LV1, the highest in the entire base. LV1 can only make simple dishes, and because of the low level, even simple dishes may cause food poisoning. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was the only serious person in the entire base. Including Xiao Jin, those 3 girls were essentially animals. The 3 of them used to live in the wild. Except for Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were probably carnivores who ate raw food. Of course, they have top-level intelligence and can learn, and their cooking level can be slowly improved. After thinking about it, Xiao Dai is mainly responsible for sewing and doesn't have much time, Xiao Kong is responsible for planting and fishing, and Xiao Jin is responsible for cutting bricks and forging. The 3 of them have their own things to do, so they can only do it themselves for now. After taking some ingredients, Luo Yu put all the ingredients into a big pot, operated the button on the cooking table, and like a sewing machine, it started working by itself. However, this process requires people to click continuously, and cannot be left alone to cook automatically. Otherwise, it is easy to fail or produce poisonous food, wasting ingredients. The LV1 level is really not good, and the cooking speed is slow. It took Luo Yu an hour to make a simple dish. Looking at the square box of food on the stove, Luo Yu felt that it did not look very good, and he did not dare to eat it. Adam! Wuwa! Dai ran over quickly, and Luo Yu said with a smile, "Come, dear, I'll give you the food I made myself." Dai was overjoyed and started to eat. After a while, a prompt came, "Unfortunately, your pet Dai got food poisoning after eating the simple dish. The movement speed will be reduced by 50% within 3 days. This? Seeing Dai rolling on the ground with stomachache, Luo Yu was afraid that it couldn't hold it in the kitchen, so he threw it out of the window. As expected, Dai went straight to the toilet. The stone toilet he had built before was already in use. What about the 20% chance of being poisonous? Is this the winning bid? I looked at my cooking experience bar and found that I had to cook at least 10 dishes if I wanted to reach LV2. It's a waste of time, and the product is actually poisonous. Who can stand this? At this moment, Luo Yu had an urge to give up. Wait a minute, I remember that the princess of the Skarsa tribe can make dishes with buffs. Her level must be very high. Luo Yu started thinking about the princess and began to think about how to get the chef. Looking at the beautiful cooking table in front of me, there is no choice but to get on with it. It would be nice to gain some experience. Luo Yu spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen. By dinner time, he finally prepared 4 dishes for everyone to eat together. Chapter 69 Key Technology, Water Cycle. The atmosphere at the dining table in the big villa was somewhat solemn. Xiao Jin said in a deep voice, "Master, we all saw what happened to the stupid dog during the day. This means that if we eat the food in front of us, we may also be poisoned, right?" "Woo!" Xiao Kong cried out softly to show his fear, while Xiao Dai pushed the lunch box in front of her away, making it clear that she didn't want to eat. Seeing the expressions of the 3 girls, Luo Yu snorted coldly. "The probability of simple dishes being poisonous is 20%. I made 5 portions in total. The poisonous one during the day was eaten by Adai. The remaining 4 portions are definitely not poisonous. Trust me, eat it, it's safe. Yeah? Xiao Jin said angrily. It was because I trusted you that you tied me up and tortured me. Also, don't think I can't count. 20% means that each portion has a 20% chance, not that if 1 out of 5 portions is poisonous, the other 4 will definitely not be poisonous. Luo Yu said angrily. What attitude do you use to talk to your master? I humph. Xiao Jin snorted and didn't dare to refute. Luo Yu touched his chin and said, Actually, what Xiao Jin said is not unreasonable, but you don't eat it after it's made. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Dai said, Master, I have a way to test whether there is poison without harming the members of the territory. Oh? Tell me about it. Luo Yu became interested, and Xiao Dai whispered, Isn't there someone called Niode in your group? Pack a little for each person and let him try it first? If it's not poison, doesn't that mean it's safe to eat? Xiao Dai Yu. Where the hell are you from? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Although Xiao Dai looked innocent and cute, she was a girl with a bad temper. Food poisoning is no joke. Once attacked during the poisoning period, it is likely to cause relatively serious consequences. In the end, Luo Yu still caught the silver-armored ladybug. It's not very useful at this stage, and it doesn't matter if it's poisoned. After testing the 4 dishes for poison, it was found that Xiaodia's dish would cause food poisoning. The last 3 dishes were shared by the 4 of them. As for the silver-armored ladybug, it had a strong immunity, and would be fine after resting for a day or 2. At night, in the misty bathroom, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were playing in the luxurious bathtub. Xiao Jin had a bad attitude just now and was punished to help Luo Yu massage his arms. At this moment, his face was red, and he was pinching his master's arm gently and reluctantly. As for Luo Yu, he fell into deep thought. Out of 5 portions of food, 2 are poisonous. This probability is a bit high. There must be something wrong. He carefully read the information on food poisoning and finally came to a conclusion. Not only the level of cooking and the cooking level will affect the chance of food poisoning, but the cleanliness of the kitchen and the cleanliness of the ingredients will also have an impact. Water. Luo Yu found the key. In the past, grilled meat was not clean, but high-temperature sterilization had never caused food poisoning. The vegetables were cooked thoroughly, and the boiled water was also very effective in killing viruses. However, cooking requires certain details, such as how well done the food is, how much additional ingredients to add, etc. It may taste good, but it is not necessarily truly hygienic. Therefore, putting these uncleaned ingredients directly into the food will increase the chance of food poisoning. In addition, there is no dedicated person to clean the kitchen or even the entire villa, which will gradually lead to a decline in the hygiene score, and in turn affect the probability of food poisoning. The world of heaven is indeed interconnected. If there is a problem in any link, it will make survival difficult, or even death. Just imagine, if a single player ate poisonous food at the beginning and then an attack came, the consequences would be disastrous. The chance of food poisoning must be minimized. Luo Yu thought about it again and again. At this stage, when there are only a few intelligent creatures in the base, it is impossible to send someone to clean. If he wants to significantly reduce the chance of food being poisonous, he needs a kitchen sink and a cleaning table. This requires unlocking another technology, the water circulation system. Speaking of which, apart from a hot water tank in the villa's bathroom, there is actually no water circulation in the base, and even that hot water tank requires Luo Yu to add water manually. Water cycle technology pre-unlock, hydraulic cycle design, silver 5000. Money is easy to talk about, but the design is. I clicked on the auction house and took a look, and found that there was 1 ticket for sale, priced at 200,000 silver. So expensive. Luo Yu frowned slightly, clicked it and prepared to contact the seller, but found that there was no such person. This? He was surprised, then he understood. The seller is dead and cannot be contacted, but his design is still listed at the auction house. In this case, the design drawing will exist until the end of the month. If you buy it, it will belong to you. If you don't buy it, it will be automatically deleted by the Tiana world. This damn guy is gone. Why is he asking such a high price? Silver is not paper money. Luo Yu cursed inwardly, thinking that if he continued to shout in the world from time to time, he might be able to receive a low-priced ticket. Evening is everyone's bathing time, and it is also the most active time for several channels. Most of the world is hawking and collecting things, while the regional channels are just chatting. Now that everyone has small groups, the regional channels are mostly used for trading things. The group is quite lively right now. Elena. I can't believe a cat sold for 30,000 silver. Nyoda. Of course, this is a companion pet, it adds 1 point of entertainment value. Nowadays, anything that can add entertainment value is very expensive in the world. Alice. It's like this. If the entertainment value of the territory is low, according to the heavenly Tao world, it will cause the mental and physical state of the trial taker to become depressed, and attribute values will be randomly deducted. On the contrary, high entertainment values can gain attribute points. We use silver to add points. 100 is the limit. We have to rely on other methods. Let's all start preparing for a rainy day. Nyoda. Don't mention it. I lost a little agility the day before yesterday, but luckily I gained some strength when I was farming. It's so miserable. Fanyamum. My 2 cute kittens are 1 male and 1 female. I hope they can have lots of kittens. Naker. Yuming's luck is always so good, but my sister and I are both cat girls. Cats don't increase the entertainment value of our territory, so we have to sell them. Fanyamum. Is there such a setting? It's quite reasonable. By the way, Luo Yu, didn't you say the tigress came? Is it done? Luo Yu glanced at the 40-point entertainment value of his base, and felt a little proud. Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin each added 10 points of entertainment value, plus the luxurious bathing pool also gave 10 points, so his number was definitely the highest. Chapter 70 Beast Tamer Certification, Earning Money in the Black Iron Field. Luo Yu glanced at Xiao Jin, who was giving him a massage, and replied, It's done. He just has a bad temper and likes to quarrel with me. Fanyamum. Really? Your animal taming skills are also very high. By the way, I'm wondering if I should register to become a beast master? This incident reminded Luo Yu that there are many benefits to registering as a beast tamer. After a brief exchange with everyone, Luo Yu opened the career certification page and clicked on the beast taming column. The advantage of registering as an animal tamer is that you can have one more chance to tame wild animals, and you can summon your own animals to your side at any time. Whether in the arena, on a mercenary mission, visiting a guest, or even in the territory, as long as the mind moves, you can immediately summon your pet. The prerequisite is that the summoned pet must be of a certain grade. Pets like Big Bull and Odd Dai cannot be summoned. Is this a bit like Pokemon? Or maybe a summoner in a game, which is actually pretty cool. In addition, another benefit is that after becoming a certified beast tamer, you can go on missions like a mercenary and help others tame wild beasts to make money. There is a shortage of money everywhere now, and Luo Yu will not miss any opportunity to make money. Certified beast tamer, beast taming level 6 or above, has taming-related traits, 10,000 silver, has tamed at least one graded animal. After Luo Yu tamed King Sabalu, his taming level was raised to level 6, and his tamer characteristics also increased from 1 star to 2 stars. Not to mention, he met all the requirements for certification. After clicking on the authentication, a Spirit Master badge appeared in front of Luo Yu. It was quite beautiful in purple. After putting the badge into the bracelet, Luo Yu sent a message. I've done it. Fanyamum. Me too. With this badge, I feel closer to the animals. Alice. The tigress that Luo Yu tamed is a great animal. Yu Meng, what is your great animal? Fanyamum. Little cat. Among the cats that came to the base before, there was a black iron level female cat with enhanced reproductive ability. It's amazing, Cluck. I'll give you a little kitten later. Everyone. You are the real European emperor. Luo Yu was really broke this time, and he had just passed the certification as a beast tamer, so he planned to go to the arena to make some money first. Opening the arena, it was as lively as usual today. This time Luo Yu did not choose the normal arena, but directly entered the black iron level arena. Because there are not enough bronze level warriors now, the bronze field has not yet been opened, and the iron field is already the highest level. There are more powerful people and more spectators gathered here. Making money comes quickly. Some of the rooms at the front of the Black Iron Field are occupied by powerful races such as the Dragon Clan. These races severely discriminate against other races, and many of them block races that they consider to be inferior from entering the rooms. For example, some vampires block humans and subhumans, and some dragons even block vampires and elves. The chain of contempt is serious. After Luo Yu flipped through a few pages, he decided not to compete this time, but to book a room and become the champion. Use room, human race sincerely invite you to compete, 2,000 per hand. The price of 2,000 silver is actually just average in the Black Iron Field. As soon as the room was opened, someone came in immediately. In the Black Iron Field, there are very few races like humans who have weak bodies who would book a room. In everyone's eyes, these people are just giving away money by booking a room. The person who appeared in front of him was a man from the two-headed snake tribe. As the name suggests, he had a human body but two snake heads. He held a machete in his hand and had a terrible tail behind him. He looked extremely ferocious. One of the heads laughed strangely and said, "This is the first time I've run into a human in the Black Iron Field. I'm really lucky. Boy, Master Snake will swallow you and let you taste what it feels like to be in my stomach, ha 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 ha." It's strange that Lao Ting is sarcastically saying that in this kind of fighting arena, no one will be polite and will definitely spare no effort to defeat the opponent. Luo Yu laughed and said, "You can swallow me, but I want to swallow the head on the left. He's more handsome." "What? You said he is more handsome than me?" The right head of the two-headed snake man was furious and roared, "Everyone says the one on the right is more handsome than the one on the left. Are you blind? Bullshit! The one on the left is more handsome than the one on the right. That is recognized by all races in the universe. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight?" The two heads actually started quarreling, not knowing that the countdown had ended. Luo Yu jumped up suddenly and cut the two-headed snake man in half with one knife. He chuckled and said, "Let's go back and fight. Whoever is stronger will be the most handsome." KO. You defeated your opponent in 1.2 seconds. You get 2,000 silver. You can choose to take a 5-minute break before playing the next round. Sometimes, money is so easy to make. Through this game, Luo Yu also realized the truth: one brain is enough, two brains seem stupid. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and this time, two people entered his room. Two male elves, one big and one small. The older one looked to be about 24 or 25, very handsome, and the younger one was probably about 16 or 17, very cute. Luo Yu frowned and asked, "One of you two is a beast tamer?" "Beast tamer?" The cute male elf, who was about 16 or 17 years old, smiled and said, "This human brother, have you not read the instructions? The arena is also calculated according to the territory. If there are multiple trial participants in the same territory, one can come in, or all can come in. There is such a thing. Two elves, isn't this shameless?" Luo Yu frowned slightly, but when he thought about it carefully, it was true. The world of Tiandao was generally calculated according to the territory, so it seemed more cost-effective to open more people. The boy took out a bow and arrow, while the young elf took out a long sword. It seemed that one was for close combat, and the other for ranged combat. "Human brother, both of us are at the Black Iron level individually. You have no chance of winning. How about you surrender? Come and kiss the back of my hand and surrender to me, and I'll take half of your money?" Luo Yu said angrily. "Shut up, you little demon, I would rather die than surrender." "Little human? Shemale?" The corner of the pretty boy's mouth twitched, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent also appeared in the young man's eyes. The pretty boy said coldly, "Very good, you have succeeded in provoking my anger, you lowly human. I will make you regret what you said just now. 3, 2, 1. Start!" Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind was heard, and an arrow at a very fast speed shot towards Luo Yu. Chapter 71 Attack. The tiger roars in the mountains and all the beasts are frightened. Luo Yu swung the Tiangong knife in his hand directly to block the arrow, but almost at the same time, the male elf holding the long sword rushed over. Just when Luo Yu was trying to resist the sword-wielding elf, two more arrows flew towards him. 3 consecutive arrows. Luo Yu's eyes focused, and he immediately used the wild wind sword technique. The 2 arrows were blocked on the spot. At the same time, the long sword that the male elf stabbed at him was also deflected with a clang. The male elf took 3 steps back, his arms trembling slightly, and looked at Luo Yu with disbelief in his eyes. What a great strength! The man let out a light shout and was about to pounce again, but Luo Yu was faster. He dodged a flying arrow by moving sideways, and the next moment the Tiangong's sword chopped directly at the young elf. When? There was another muffled sound, and the young elf barely blocked the knife. Before he could react, a black long knife suddenly appeared in Luo Yu's left hand, and he slashed back. Puff! The young elf was hit by the knife, and the breastplate on his chest could not block it at all and was cut open directly. The black long knife left a horrible blood mark on his body. The man was shocked and said, "What grade of weapon is this?" As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for Luo Yu's reply, the whole person disappeared. For a moment, the young elf and Luo Yu were the only ones left in the empty room. Whoosh! More arrows were shot at him, but no matter how many times, they were easily deflected by Luo Yu. The young elf looked at Luo Yu, who was walking slowly towards him, with fear in his eyes. "You don't come over here!" He cried out in fear, but Luo Yu suddenly jumped up and grabbed his neck. Luo Yu gently patted his lower abdomen with the Tiangong knife and said with a faint smile, "Little handsome boy, your archery is good. Remember to challenge me next time. I like your silver." After saying that, he used his palm to twist the handsome boy's neck. KO. You get 2,000 silver. In just 10 minutes, I earned 4,000 silver. Luo Yu thought that renting a room and fighting might make money faster. After a while, someone else came in, this time it was from the Blood Wolf clan. KO. You get 2,000 silver. Tengu and Zerg all KO. Reminder, you have reached the upper limit of your victories today and can no longer earn any benefits. This is the rule of the arena. You can lose as many times as you want every day, but you can only win 5 times. If you exceed the limit, you can continue to compete, but you cannot make money. In one night, Luo Yu earned 10,000 silver coins and wondered whether he should open a higher amount tomorrow. These guys claim to be at the Black Iron level, and they all claim to be a high-end race, but they can't even reveal their identity as Beastmasters. What a bunch of trash. Luo Yu thought this in his heart, but left the bathroom and went to bed. Now, besides myself, there are 3 little cuties on the big bed, but the bed is really big, so it's no big problem to squeeze a few more in. Nothing happened that night. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he ate breakfast while browsing the mall. Have eggs and milk in the morning, no need to worry about poisoning. As for browsing the mall, Luo Yu planned to buy a bow and arrow directly from the mall to enhance his combat effectiveness. Ordinary grade weapons are sold directly in the weapon mall. With his current strength and archery proficiency, ordinary bows and arrows are actually a little inconvenient to use. But the best bow in the mall is the iron-framed bow. What can we do? Just as he was thinking about buying it, Luo Yu suddenly thought of something. The number of critical hits in the mall this month has been refreshed. You can use a critical hit to buy an iron-framed bow. Just do it when you think of it, Luo Yu said to himself. You purchase an iron bow, 300 iron ore, 100 silver, 1 animal tendon. 100x critical hit triggered, you get weapon, Yang Yu Bao, gold level. Huh! Another gold level 1! Luo Yu was delighted, because he had gotten a gold prize from a critical hit before, and he thought it would be a silver prize this time, but unexpectedly it was also a gold prize. It must be the feature of stable quality that plays a role. A red longbow appeared in his hand. He weighed it, pulled the bowstring, and found it felt perfect. He took out a feather arrow from the storage bracelet and shot it once. With a whoosh, the arrow's effective straight-line range was 300 meters. This is comparable to a small sniper rifle. The effective straight-line range of an ordinary bow and arrow is up to 100 meters. After all, it is gold grade. This bow and arrow combined with feather arrows is a powerful weapon for long-range sniping. After putting the milk into his storage bracelet, Luo Yu drank all the milk and prepared to build a house. Now that he had enough stones, he planned to build a workshop. Standing on the balcony of the villa, I was planning the location of the workshop when suddenly a prompt appeared. Alert! A mysterious force is sweeping through your area. The wolves in the nearby mountains are in a violent state and will attack your territory. The attack is coming! Luo Yu was not surprised at all, but a smile appeared in his eyes. The intensity of the animal attacks was far less than that of the tribal attacks, so he was not panicked at all. Alert! Wolves have entered your territory. Number 110, Wolf King, 1, Black Iron level. The number of wolves in the pack surprised Luo Yu. Sure enough, a large number of wolves appeared from the east. With a sharp howl from the Wolf King, all the wolves rushed towards the wall, howling. Even from a distance, Luo Yu could see the bloodthirsty light in the wolves' eyes. Fan Yameng. Wolves! 13 of them, oh my god! Naker. Wolves can't jump over the wall, right? Probably not. Alice. Everyone, focus on fighting the enemy, and don't let anything happen. I took a look at the group and saw that everyone had been attacked. Luo Yu stood on the lookout tower as usual. At this moment, he saw Xiao Jing jumping onto the wall and roaring at the wolves. Roar! The roar of a tiger scares all the beasts in the mountains. This roar even scared Luo Yu. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl would make such a roar. Tiger Roar skill activated. 69 wild wolves enter a state of panic. Pressure skill activated. The wolf pack's overall ability is reduced by 10%. With a roar, most of the wolves rushing over from afar began to shrink back in place. Xiao Jing turned her head and glanced at Luo Yu on the watchtower. Seeing the hint of surprise in Luo Yu's eyes, a hint of pride appeared on her face. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. Her body shape changed, her limbs became thicker, and hair began to grow on her face. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Jing turned into a golden tiger. A golden tiger that is almost the same size as an elephant. Roar! The tiger's roar sounded again, and Xiao Jing rushed down the wall as if he was going to kill someone. However, before he landed on the ground, his huge body began to shrink rapidly, and disappeared the next moment. Chapter 72, Easily Done, Wolf King's Gratitude. A golden light flashed on the watchtower, and Xiao Jing, who was naked, appeared beside Luo Yu. She hugged her chest with a red face and said angrily, Master, what are you doing? Why did you cancel my transformation? After being certified as a spirit master, Luo Yu's control over his own animals became much stronger. Luo Yu could easily cancel Xiao Jin's transformation and summon him back. Looking at the angry Xiao Jin, Luo Yu said with a smile, Your pressure is too great. The bloodthirsty aura in the Wolf King's eyes is gone. Do you know how much meat and skin I lost when the wolves ran away? As he spoke, he took off his coat and put it on Xiao Jin. Why didn't you say so earlier? Also, the clothes are too small. Xiao Jin snorted, and because her clothes were not enough to cover her, she instinctively hid behind Luo Yu to hide her shame. Luo Yu looked back and laughed in his heart that he was wearing nothing after his clothes exploded. He said unhappily, Don't transform if you have nothing to do. Do you know how much a set of clothes costs now? It's so big, it takes a lot of fabric. You, humph! Xiao Jin snorted lightly and hid behind Luo Yu without saying anything. Because of the fog of war, the wolves could not see Xiao Jin on the watchtower. Although the coercive effect was still there, the fear effect had disappeared by more than half, and they pounced on him again. Several wild wolves rushed onto the stone road outside the wall, and immediately triggered the ground spike mechanism. Puff! A spike popped out from the ground and pierced a bloody hole in the hind leg of a wild wolf. Puff, puff, puff! Several spikes on the ground kept stabbing out and contracting. 5 or 6 wild wolves lost their ability to move and lay on the ground howling. They were not stupid and immediately dared not approach the cobblestone road. The wild wolves in front were soon hit by the catapults, and stones were thrown at them one by one. The wild wolves reacted quickly and were quite agile, but although they could avoid the bombardment of stones, they could not avoid the flying pebbles. Many wild wolves were hit by small stones and lost their ability to move. But this is just the beginning. The real nightmare begins when you enter the shooting range of the arrow tower and crossbows. The arrow towers at the corners of the eastern wall opened fire first, and rows of arrows were shot out. In the fog of war, it was impossible to detect the arrows at the first sight, and 2 wild wolves were shot down immediately without warning. The arrow tower's firing rate was much faster than that of the catapult. Another row of crossbow arrows knocked down 3 wild wolves, but the wolves became even more bloodthirsty and rushed even more fiercely. The wolves advanced 20 or 30 meters, and the crossbows on the city wall opened fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Crossbows, arrow towers, and catapults were attacking. Arrows were flying and stones were exploding. Wild wolves fell down in large numbers. But they were wild animals after all. They were really fearless and would not retreat until the last moment. After moving forward a little further, the central arrow tower opened fire. As rows of arrows were shot out, the wolves fell faster. Finally, after the remaining 30 or 40 wild wolves rushed into the range of 50 meters, the arrow towers in the southwest and northwest corners of the base opened fire. 50 meters was a death line, and it was really a rain of arrows. The wild wolves fell down in rows and could not move forward any further. Ouch! The last wolf king howled toward the sky, unleashing his strongest potential. He rushed to the underside of the wall in the hail of arrows, and then suddenly jumped up. The fog of war finally dissipated in the eyes of the Wolf King. After struggling to jump onto the wall, the Wolf King saw clearly the human base in front of him. He saw the cows and hens in the wall and licked his lips. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tongue that was licking the corner of its mouth had not yet retracted when it was hit on the forehead by Xiaokong's punch. The Xuanqiu beast girl was also very strong, and the punch made it see stars. The Wolf King, who was about to fight back, suddenly found a golden whip sweeping over and lashing him. Before it fell into coma, it saw a huge golden scorpion with its fangs and claws bared. The next moment, the Wolf King fell off the wall and fainted. You successfully defended your territory and eliminated the wolf pack's attack. Luo Yu didn't even have to do anything himself, and he got it done easily. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, you separate these wild wolves and place them together. Put the living ones together and pile up the dead ones. Luo Yu began to give orders, and the 3 of them immediately took action. However, before that, Xiao Jin went to the basement to find some clothes to wear. A moment later, at the base's training ground, Luo Yu was treating the Wolf King, applying herbs to its wounds. The Wolf King still has ranks, and is much stronger than Ah Dai, so it would be best if he could be tamed. You treat the Wolf King, your medical experience increases, and your medical level is raised to LV2. With continuous treatment, medical experience increases rapidly. Don't underestimate the medical level. If the level is high, the treatment effect will be greatly improved. And if you want to do any surgery, the medical level is also very important. At this moment, the Wolf King had woken up in a daze, but he had no strength in his body. He turned his head and looked at the man who was treating him, but he did not show much hostility. The attack is over. According to the instructions of the heavenly Tao world, the mysterious power that caused them to run wild has dissipated, and all the wild wolves have been transformed into neutral units. As he watched the wounds on his body being healed one by one, the Wolf King actually felt grateful to this man. Animals also have feelings. Hint: the Wolf King is grateful for your treatment and wants to join your territory. Do you accept? The sudden prompt made Luo Yu slightly stunned. He had wanted to tame it with a critical hit, but he didn't expect it to surrender on its own initiative. It is mentioned in the description of Tiandao world that when treating certain creatures, there is a chance that they will join in. The more times you treat, the better the effect, and the higher the level of taming, the greater the chance. Many times, when you encounter a powerful animal that is difficult to tame, you can beat it half to death first, then continue to treat it. If there is no trigger, beat it half to death again and treat it again. Use this method to tame it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can eat the animal steadily without killing it directly, and there must be enough herbs. After accepting it, a light flashed on the Wolf King's body, and he had become an animal of the territory. Iron Wolf King, Black Iron level, Adult Strength 25, Constitution 28, Agility 28, Intermediate Intelligent Animal. Special Skills: the Wolf King can control the wolf pack and increase the Master's Animal Taming level. The Wolf King's Master's Animal Taming +1, and the Animal Taming related personal characteristics +1 star. Huh, it's actually a support-type special skill. Luo Yu looked at his skills and found that his beast taming had reached level 7 and his beast tamer characteristics had reached 3 stars. Not bad. In fact, for a wolf, its attributes are quite good. Chapter 73, The Tiger's Roar, all tamed. Unfortunately, the Wolf King is not like Shao Kong and Shao Dai, who are beast girls with high intelligence and human form. It has reached its peak and has no room for growth. Luo Yu gently touched the Wolf King's head and said with a smile, "From now on, you will be called a Tai. Just rest and recover." Woe. The Wolf King let out a howl, then lay down on the haystack again and fell into a deep sleep. There are new members in the base, and Luo Yu is very happy. He walked outside the wall, where there are wolves everywhere, both alive and dead, and they all need to be dealt with. In the open space outside the wall, Shao Dai said, "Master, 36 wild wolves were killed and 74 survived. Sister Xiao Jin is treating them." Luo Yu looked at Xiao Jin and saw that she was using cloth and cotton to make a simple bandage. The treatment was very fast, and she was able to stop the bleeding simply. I took a look at her medical level. Wow, it's LV11. Medical levels above LV10 allow simple treatments to be performed with bare hands without the use of herbs. A moment later, all 74 surviving wild wolves were treated and transformed into neutral units, and some of them were even tamed. Walking up to Luo Yu, Xiao Jin said, "How are you going to deal with this?" Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "Of course, we will tame them all and sell them for money. You watch them first, and I will deal with these dead wolves." Xiao Jin nodded, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Luo Yu looked at her and laughed. "Xiao Jin, well done, thank you for your hard work." Well, it's good that you know." Although she said this, there was a hint of smile in her eyes. No matter whether she admitted it or not, she was already a pet after all, and a pet would be happy from the bottom of its heart when praised by its owner. Luo Yu saw her expression and laughed in his heart. Having said that, Xiao Jin was still very majestic. As long as she stood there, the group of wild wolves would tremble in their legs and dare not move at all. Next, Luo Yu got a mining cart and took all the wolf carcasses to the lake for processing. The fur was peeled off and the wolf meat was pulled back by the big bull. Naturally, Shao Kong and Shao Dai carried it into the ice cellar. As for the internal organs, they are all eaten by the big octopus, big snakes and big scorpions, so nothing is wasted. They love to eat this stuff. While dealing with it, I was chatting with everyone in the group. This small group is quite powerful. The wolves came down the mountain without causing any harm to anyone. Instead, it was more like a wave of benefits. The regional channel was filled with grief, many people were injured, and some were probably dead. Fan Yameng. Luo Yu, how many wild wolves have you tamed? Luo Yu. I haven't started taming it yet. I'm processing the wolf's body. Fan Yameng. Thank you for your hard work. I have already tamed 3 wild wolves. There are still 6 unconscious ones. I will continue to tame them when they wake up. The combat effectiveness of the base will be greatly increased, hee hee. You can see that she is very happy. Nyoda. Can you afford to raise so many? These tamed animals can be sold at the auction house. The price of animals is very high now. Would you consider it? Fan Yameng. I don't want to sell them for now. I still have some meat left at home, so I can still afford to keep them. The more wolves there are, the more at ease we will feel. By the way, Luo Yu, what are you going to do? Luo Yu. We already have a tigress at home, so we should sell all the wolves that can be tamed. By the way, is there anyone in our group who needs them? We'll sell them at a low price. Naker. I'll order 2. Elena. Yeah, I have 2 too. Alice. Then I will too. Nyoda. I don't have any money. Luo Yu. If you sell the captives I gave you at half the price, wouldn't you have money? Nyoda. No, she cooperates with me. By the way, Luo Yu, when I mentioned you to her, she said she didn't remember anything about your territory. Luo Yu. When she was cooperating with you, did you mention me to her? Fan Yameng. What are you talking about? Alice. It's like this from the Heavenly Tao's instructions. Regardless of whether they are captives or animals, as long as they are not trial participants, once they are trafficked, all memories of their previous territory will be automatically erased. This is a confidentiality measure of the Heavenly Tao world. Luo Yu knew about this when he sold the prisoners before. While chatting with everyone, he worked and soon finished dealing with all the wolf carcasses. Another day passed, and the sun was setting. Luo Yu walked to the open space outside the wall, looked at the injured wolves in front of him, and prepared to tame them. Everyone's energy is limited, and using animal taming techniques to tame animals also consumes mental and physical energy. With so many wild wolves in front of him, it is unknown how long it would take Luo Yu to tame them all by himself. Neutral animals will leave the territory on their own, so it is better to tame them as soon as possible. He called Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong to his side. These three had good animal taming skills and could share Luo Yu's pressure. He also called the Wolf King. With the Wolf King around, the success rate of taming would be higher. Xiao Jin, roar like a tiger to put them into an abnormal state. Cute tiger? Ah? Ah? Xiao Jin called out and chuckled. Is that so? Luo Yu nodded repeatedly and said, Cute, that's it, come on, a few more times so I can hear it. I wanted to tease my master a little, but I didn't expect this guy to like me calling him that. Hate. Xiao Jin's face turned red, but he was too shy to bear it, so he chose to roar seriously. Sure enough, the group of wild wolves were so frightened that their legs and feet were shaking and they all fell into a state of fear. The next step was to make it easy, they just had to tame them one by one. You have tamed the wolf with an 83% success rate. You have tamed the wolf with a 79% success rate. Your taming level has been increased to LV8. In 3 hours, all 74 wild wolves were tamed, not a single one missing. Wild wolves are not blue wolves like Adai, and their abilities are slightly weaker than Adai's. The price of animals with an attribute point of about 10 is around 2,500 at the auction house. However, because wild wolves have decent IQs and can do a lot of things after being domesticated, their prices fluctuate around 3,000. No doubt, sell it. Luo Yu soaked comfortably in the bathtub. The luxurious bathtub was really awesome. Originally, he felt dizzy due to too many times of taming, but after soaking in this bathtub, his fatigue was immediately recovered a lot. You get a buff when taking a bath, fatigue is reduced by 100%. Good boy, he was fully restored right away. If the wild wolves hadn't been tamed, he could have worked all night. The situation in the bathing pool was the same as yesterday. Some were playing in the water, some were shy. Luo Yu ignored the 3 beast girls and spoke in the group. I have tamed a lot of them. If you said you wanted to buy wild wolves before, click me to trade. Chapter 74, Water Cycle Unlocked, Build It. Naka Air was the first to pop up the trading box and put 6,000 silver coins on the table. She said, Luo Yu, I want a male and a female, okay? Luo Yu smiled faintly and replied, If I give you all this price, can you still call me friends? 4,000 is fine. I'll give you a handsome male wolf and a beautiful female wolf. Naka Air said obediently. Thank you, my sister and I are grateful to you. Luo Yu, you're welcome. Next time we meet, can you let me pinch your ears? Naker, oh, you can only pinch the ears, not the tail. Is there any saying about the tail? Luo Yu laughed and clicked OK. Transaction successful, you get 4,000 silver. Afterwards, he sold 2 wolves, Alice and Elena, at the same price, 1 male and 1 female. Moreover, the ones sold to them were relatively healthy, and had better attribute values. Fan Yumeng also became envious. When she asked Luo Yu if he had any left, she also bought 2. It seemed that she had 11 in total, right? Her base is turning into a zoo. Nyoda had no money, but Luo Yu was still very generous and gave him a male wolf. Although the wolf was a little lame, it would be fine if he took care of it. Good friends, you can take proper care of them. Nyoda is not a person who would take advantage of others for nothing, so he gave Luo Yu some broccoli seeds. Now the variety of vegetables in the vegetable garden will be richer. There were 65 wild wolves left, and Luo Yu put them all up for auction, starting with a price of more than 3,000 each. Now everyone's animal taming level is not high, so pets are really easy to sell. But in just a moment, they were all sold out. 20 W silver, Luo Yu earned a total of 20 W silver in this wave, which made him so happy that he hugged Xiao Kong and kissed him hard twice. The water cycle design drawing cost 200,000 yuan, and I just made the money now. Maybe this is God's will. Since it is God's will, don't wait any longer, just buy it. You spent 200,000 silvers to purchase a hydraulic cycle design *1. After getting the things and unlocking the technology, many buildings were unlocked. Luo Yu was confused by the dazzling array of options in front of him. There are really a lot of things like water towers, water pumps, water pipes, cleaning tables, water discharge devices, etc., and you need to design the direction of the pipeline yourself. It looks very complicated, but fortunately the required materials can basically be built with stone bricks. It's already very late today and Luo Yu is a little sleepy. He doesn't plan to study anymore and will talk about it tomorrow. I fell asleep in a daze while holding Xiao Kong in my arms at night, and woke up the next morning feeling full of energy. You get buff when sleeping, heat resistance, maximum comfortable temperature plus 10 degrees. With a faint smile, Luo Yu did not eat breakfast immediately today. Instead, he got up and practiced a set of Quangfeng sword technique. Before going to bed yesterday, I happened to see someone in the world posting something, saying that martial arts can be upgraded to higher levels through continuous practice. Luo Yu's Gale sword skill is actually only at the first level now. He planned to take 15 minutes every morning to practice a set of moves, which would not only help him practice his martial arts, but also strengthen his body and allow him to get into the state faster. How come I didn't think of such a great activity before? After breakfast, we need to start building a water circulation system, and the first step is naturally the water source. This is simple. Just run a pipe directly from underground to the small lake. The water in the small lake is very clean and can be drunk directly. And because of Shao Jing and the use of the base core, the purity of Luo Yu's small lake is 120%, so there will be fewer parasites. Quite good. With a water source, the second step is how to pump the water up. Clicking on the building page, Luo Yu studied several types of water pumps. Don't think about Thunder Electric Water Pump for now. Although thermal water pumps are cheap and can pump a stable amount of water, they require burning wood, which is equivalent to burning money, so there is no need to consider them at this stage. Luo Yu fixed his eyes on the wind-powered water pump. Wind-powered water pump, stone 10,000, silver 500, iron or 500, requires natural wind. After reading the instructions carefully, I found that the wind-powered water pump belongs to the human-grade water pump. When there is wind, the water pumping capacity reaches 1,000 liters per day, which is 1 ton. When there is no wind, the water pumping capacity is 0. Luo Yu had done the math before, including bathing, drinking, flushing toilets, etc., and now the base needs about 600 liters of water per day, not including irrigation. One wind-powered water pump would definitely not work, so Luo Yu looked at his materials and decided to build 4 first. Walking to the edge of the small lake, he directly set up 4 wind-powered water pumps in the shallow water area of the lake. Just like a large windmill made of stone bricks, the 4 water pumps were already turning slowly. At first glance, Luo Yu discovered that the wind-powered water pump had another advantage. Although it was quite large, it was built directly in the lake and did not occupy any land area. I looked at the current water pumping capacity. Because the wind is weak now, each water pump can only pump 100 liters of water. After having the water pump, the next thing is the water storage device. Buckets and water tanks have limited water storage capacity, so Luo Yu plans to build water towers and underground water tanks. The water tower must be placed inside the base, and it is best to be far away from the toilet and the animal training ground to avoid accidental contamination. Choosing a location in the southwest corner of the base, Luo Yu first removed the high-quality floor tiles and began digging a hole, preparing to build a water tank. Underground water tank, stone bricks *50,000, iron or *2,000, silver *500, water storage capacity, 32 tons. Luo Yu dug the pit quite deep, and then surrounded it with high-grade defensive tiles. Although it is expensive, it can prevent excavation, and the floor tiles can also insulate heat and cold, preventing water from deteriorating or freezing. After a series of operations and clicking on the construction button, a large water tank appeared in the beautiful pit. There was also a small staircase for walking up and down. The stone support columns were enough to support the weight from above. Luo Yu felt very satisfied. Another part of the stone was used to make a stone cover, which was tightly covered on the pit, leaving a small door leading to the bottom. The work was completed. He relayed the high-quality floor tiles that had been transferred out before, and no one would have thought that there would be a large water tank underneath. It is best to place such facilities underground to avoid affecting the overall appearance of the base. Next, Luo Yu started building water pipes. The water pipes are simple, especially the section inside the base, because the floor tiles have been laid. The advanced defense floor tiles are movable and unloadable, so you can just click and swipe to do it. The water pipes outside the base need to be dug and laid by yourself. It took some time to connect the water pipes to the 4 wind-powered water pumps. Luo Yu checked the status of the water tank and found that water was being injected into it. Chapter 75 Challenges brought by high temperature. This proves that the water circulation system he envisioned is correct and effective. Although I am not a civil engineering major, I still understand some basic things. The materials such as stone bricks and iron ore that we have saved these days are still enough, and we still have more than 10,000 silver, so we can keep going. There are many types of water towers: small, medium, large, beautiful, luxurious, and extravagant. Luo Yu naturally hopes to build a luxurious water tower, but buildings cannot be critically damned, so for now he'd better build an aesthetically pleasing one, which at least won't lower the overall tone of the base. Beautiful water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, water storage capacity, 16 tons. After clicking OK, a silver water tower appeared in front of us. It was about 4 meters high. There were some jade carved patterns on the surface of the water tower, which looked pretty good. The water tower's pipes can be directly connected to the water tank below. Once the pipes are connected, water will start to fill up immediately. It happened that the wind was a little stronger at this time, and the water injection capacity of the 4 wind-powered water pumps reached 800 liters per day. With the water tank and the water tower, the base now has a total water storage capacity of 48 tons, which is enough for the time being. If it's not enough, just build a water tower. It doesn't take up much area anyway. After doing all this, Luo Yu immediately built water pipes to connect to the big villa. Of course, the water pipes to the kitchen and the toilet and bathroom were separated by valves. Beautiful water outlet valve, iron or asterisk 300, silver asterisk 300, gold asterisk 10. The water outlet valve is something like a faucet. No need to worry about it, just make it and you're done. Next is the kitchen sink and cleaning table that Luo Yu has been thinking about. The cleaning table is an automatic workbench. Placing it in the kitchen can automatically increase the cleanliness of the kitchen, and the sink is naturally needless to say. Beautiful kitchen sink, iron or asterisk 500, stone brick asterisk 500, silver asterisk 500, gold asterisk 30, kitchen cleanliness plus 20%, food poisoning probability reduced. Advanced kitchen cleaning table, stone bricks asterisk 2000, iron or asterisk 500, silver asterisk 500, gold asterisk 30, jade asterisk 50, kitchen cleanliness plus 50%, the probability of food poisoning is reduced. After spending a lot of money on materials, I finally finished decorating the kitchen. This time, the chance of food being poisonous will be reduced a lot. After a series of operations, all the iron ore in the base was used up, most of the stone bricks were used up, and there was not much jade left. I did save a lot of gold last time, and there is still some stock. After doing all this, Luo Yu looked at the base score, 7,200, and the highest hygiene score reached 98 points. Because the hygiene score is always fluctuating, it is closely related to the cleanliness of the base. So many wolves were killed yesterday, and the score dropped suddenly, but it went back up after cleaning. Therefore, the hygiene score is generally calculated based on the highest value. The current highest value of the base is 98, and the current sanitation value is 80. Because no one has cleaned the base for a long time, there is dust and other things. In general, the hydraulic facilities still added a lot of scores, especially the beautiful type built by Luo Yu. Compared with the ordinary type, the score of the beautiful type is much higher. But it doesn't matter. If the base's score wasn't high, there wouldn't have been so many wolves coming yesterday, and he wouldn't have made so much money. As for scores, the more they are, the better, as they allow you to have confidence in defending against attacks. After half a day, the water circulation was finally settled. The kitchen, several toilets, bathrooms, and other key facilities in the villa have been installed with water valves, so we can rest assured. Of course, Luo Yu was not idle either. He was still studying various buildings related to water circulation. There were also automatic spraying devices for irrigating farmland, steam fans for adjusting temperature, and so on. There were quite a lot of equipment, and one of them made Luo Yu quite excited. Freezing condensation box. This thing can be used to make ice cubes, but it requires unlocking another major category in water circulation technology, freezing technology. It's helpless without the blueprint. Take your time. After checking the time, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so we had a barbecue together. In the afternoon, Luo Yu started cooking. After making 5 simple meals, Luo Yu's cooking level finally reached LV3. It wasn't easy. Luo Yu had great confidence in these 5 portions of food and asked Ah Dai to test the poison one by one. Sure enough, none of them was poisonous. The cleanliness of the kitchen was greatly improved, and the effect was immediate. Ah Dai wagged his tail when he saw it. He was so happy. Cooking food without poison is much more delicious than grilling. While we were having dinner, the originally dim restaurant suddenly lit up. It turned out that the iris flowers were finally ripe. The iris flowers in every room began to bloom, and the entire villa was lit up for a moment. Luo Yu and the 3 little cuties were so happy. Tip: flowers are blooming, your territory is favored by nature, plant growth progress this quarter plus 100%, plant natural mortality rate reduced by 100%. Sure enough, hard work will eventually pay off, and here it comes. Good things happened one after another. Luo Yu was overjoyed, he couldn't express how happy he was. The next day, everyone continued to work hard. Luo Yu looked at the data. He had obtained 30,000 wolf meat and 10,000 wolf skins. These were really huge numbers, and the ice cellar was full again. It is summer now and meat should not be stored. The current price of meat has fallen to 3 silver coins, which can be said to be the lowest in history. The temperature outside was already 34 degrees and was still rising. Luo Yu came to the ice cellar to check on the condition of the meat. Even though the high-grade floor tiles were insulated, the temperature in the ice cellar was gradually coming above 0 degrees. 0 degrees is the freezing point. Above 0 degrees, the ice will slowly melt. In a vicious cycle, the temperature of the cellar will gradually rise. Then, in such high-temperature weather, all the meat will rot within 3 days. Eating rotten meat will most likely cause food poisoning, and the stench will lower its hygiene value. It cannot be sold or eaten, and the loss is indescribable. Fortunately, there are high-grade floor tiles, otherwise I am afraid that the ice would have completely melted by now. According to the previous logic of base construction, after Luo Yu's score increased by building hydraulic buildings, he should have built defensive facilities to offset the threat brought by this part of the score, but now it is obviously not possible. Luo Yu estimated that at this temperature, the cellar could last about 3 or 4 days. He had to find a way to lower the temperature of the cellar to below 0 degrees before the ice melted. The first thing is to block out direct sunlight. Luo Yu plans to build a large warehouse above the cellar to block out the sunlight and store some things. Chapter 76 Lord's Bracelet and Shore-Haired Beast Girl. After looking at the building page, I found that warehouses are divided into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, deluxe and extravagant categories. Deluxe warehouses are too expensive, so advanced warehouses are better. I can upgrade it later when I have money. Advanced warehouse, stone bricks * 150,000, iron ore * 5,000, silver * 10,000, gold * 200. Automatically classify items, reduce the corrosion of stored items by 100%. Increase heat and cold insulation effects by 20%, and increase insect and rat prevention effects by 50%. The iron ore is gone. It will take about 4 or 5 days to dig out 5,000 units of iron ore. There is no rush, so let's collect it. I looked at my silver and found that I had 15,000 left, which was just enough to buy 5,000 iron ore at the market price. After buying a wave of iron ore at the auction house, I was completely out of money. I don't have a penny left. I'm as poor as a ghost. So here comes the problem, there is enough iron ore, but no silver to build warehouses. Fortunately, there was a lot of stock at home, so Luo Yu directly put 10,000 wolf meat on the shelf, and the market price was 3 silver. Even if he had no money, he would not sell it at a low price. Luo Yu could sell some good things to his companions at a low price, but if he put them in the auction house, he would feel at a loss if he lost a penny. It's so real. Yesterday and today, there are still 2 critical hit opportunities that have not been used. Coincidentally, there are a lot of wolf skins at home, so Luo Yu plans to make 2 critical hit wolf skin clothes. When we arrived at the basement, there were vines and fluorescent flowers blooming, which was much more beautiful than before. Xiao Dai was making women's underwear, and had made more than a dozen pieces, all of which were placed in a basket on the side. Yes, I still have a lot of underwear that I haven't sold yet. As long as I have women's underwear in my hands, I won't be worried. All the women's underwear was put on the shelves, priced at around 2,500 to 3,000 silver coins according to quality. It was just put on the auction house, and Luo Yu hadn't even started advertising yet, but it was sold out immediately. Another 35,000 silver in hand, feeling good. Just when he was thinking about making women's underwear, he suddenly thought of Xiao Jing. After her clothes were exposed once, she found some clothes to wear, but they were the clothes left by a female prisoner who had been sold before. They were too small and torn. Thinking of this, Luo Yu decided to spend some more cotton and wolf skin to make a set of clothes for Xiao Jing. The 3 beast girls, Xiao Jing, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong, already have their own underwear, so the women's underwear will be given to them first. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong have their own clothes, so next, let's make a jacket for Xiao Jing. After sending Xiao Dai to go fishing, Luo Yu walked to the sewing table. The sewing table for clothes like pants and jackets came with built-in samples, so he just had to choose and be done. Muttering to himself, Luo Yu clicked on sewing. 100 times critical hit trigger. A moment later, the shipping port flashed, and a beautiful blue wolfskin jacket appeared. Silver level wolfskin jacket, increased defense, heat insulation and insulation. Your tailoring level has been upgraded to LV6. This time a silver item was produced, which is a bit of a pity, but the tailoring level has been raised again. The next thing he was planning to make was pants, but at this moment Xiao Kong suddenly rushed in, holding a box and whining at Luo Yu. Did you find another treasure chest? Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. The treasure chest had been opened. Inside was a black bracelet with many small empty slots on it. Lord Bracelet, gold level. After wearing it, all resources of the territory belong to plus 5%. It can be used to inlay various cores. After the core is inlaid, the quality of the buildings and items belonging to it will be improved by 5%. For each technology core inlaid, the resources of the territory belong to it will be increased by 1%. What the hell? Luo Yu opened his mouth, shock in his eyes. Xiao Kong's box actually gave him a top-quality item. Indeed, Xiao Kong's description said that the better her mood, the higher the entertainment value of the territory, and the greater the chance of finding a box, but it did not say that gold-level items could be obtained. And this bracelet is definitely the best among the gold grade. I quickly checked the overview of the base and found that the data on resources and fertility had increased from 120% to 125%. This small 5% represents a huge number. In addition, the durability of walls and floor tiles, the power of arrow towers, crossbows, catapults, etc. have all been improved. Luo Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly put on the Lord Bracelet and took out the automatic defense core. As soon as it touched the bracelet, the core was automatically embedded in the bracelet. The territory resources increased from 125% to 126% on the spot. How amazing! Luo Yu currently has the Water Cycle Technology Core, Visitor Technology Core, and Mercenary Technology Core in his hands. He installed them on the spot. The current total number of base resources, 129%. Wonderful, really wonderful. Luo Yu happily hugged Xiao Kong and kissed him hard. Woohoo! Xiao Kong also seemed very happy and naturally put his arms around Luo Yu's neck. This bracelet is like timely rain. There are only 30% of the original resources in the mine left. Now with 9% more, the Scorpion King can be happy for a few more days. After hugging Xiao Kong for a while, Luo Yu found that Xiao Kong's hair had grown long again. He took a pair of scissors and cut Xiao Kong's long hair into short hair that reached the shoulders. He smiled and said, "Short hair like this suits you better." You get 200 pieces of Xuanqiu Beast Girl's hair. The higher the level of taming, the more hair you get from being a tamer. Woohoo! Shao Kong really liked her master giving her a haircut, and she held Luo Yu tightly and wouldn't let go. He sent her to go fishing again. Luo Yu thought about it, and Shao Jin appeared in front of him. This was done by using the Beast Master's summons to forcibly pull her over. Shao Jin, try this dress on. Huh! Silver level equipment, is that for me? After Shao Jin put it on, she turned around with joy in her eyes and seemed to like it very much. She looked at Luo Yu and chuckled. You understand a lot. Not bad. I will temporarily acknowledge that you are my master. You admit it just because of a piece of clothing? Luo Yu laughed loudly and made another pair of ordinary pants for her to wear. Shao Jin's face was full of smiles and she was obviously very happy. Come here, your hair has grown long, let me help you cut it. Oh. Shao Jin is a golden tiger. All cats like to be stroked by their owners, and she is no exception. What's more, Luo Yu is the master. Even if she doesn't admit it, deep down in her heart she still wants to interact intimately with her master. You get King Saberu's hair *200. Before, they received a buff that increased the progress of hair growth when they took a bath and slept. The growth progress has reached 200%. It would be a waste if they didn't gain more. Holding the long golden hair in his hand, Luo Yu discovered that Shao Jin's hair had higher defense power than Shao Kong's, but its ability to insulate against heat and cold was a little worse. Chapter 77 Diamond Coat and Advanced Warehouse. Luo Yu asked curiously. Shao Jin, don't Beast Girls like you produce milk? Why don't I get any notifications about the progress of milk production? Produce milk? Shao Jin's face immediately turned red, and she stammered. How can I produce milk if I have no experience in this area? Asshole! Pornographic! Yeah? Luo Yu smiled and said. I thought your size should have this function. You have this ability! Shao Jin blushed and stood up quickly, shouting. Perverted master! I'm not going to pay attention to you! As he spoke, he ran out of the door. Luo Yu laughed out loud. It turned out that the saying that a cute pet adds 10 points of entertainment value is not an exaggeration. Occasionally teasing your own little cutie is also an entertainment activity, which makes you feel good. After Shao Jin left, Luo Yu summoned Xiao Dai again and harvested a wave of her hair as well. Xiao Dia's hair is black, and she does have special abilities. She can resist ordinary mental attacks. For example, the chirping sounds emitted by some special races are attack pollution. This function is actually quite useful. The same is 200 units, so Luo Yu already has 600 units of special hair. There is still one critical strike opportunity. It's time to make yourself a stylish coat. Luo Yu's plan is to fully equip his entire body, from inside to outside, with special hairs day and night, starting from the outside first. The pants already had platinum pants with small empty hair. Luo Yu took a deep breath, put all 600 hairs into the sewing table, and started to work. 100 times critical hit trigger. After a moment, the discharge port was flashing with colorful light. Luo Yu was overjoyed when he saw the light. It was diamond level. Use the finest hair and 100 times the critical hit to make a diamond level coat. This is a purple coat with light gold patterns, pink outlines and a black collar, which represents the colors of Shao Jin, Shao Kong and Xiao Dai. The style is very nice. Shining diamond jacket, defense increased, clothing comfort plus 100%, maximum comfortable temperature plus 30 degrees, minimum comfortable temperature minus 30 degrees, 50% immunity to mental attacks, global working speed plus 100%. Special ability, purple light barrier, forms a purple barrier around the body, resisting 3 attacks, and the charging time is 60 seconds. Your tailoring level has been raised to LV7. This property. Luo Yu was stunned. He knew that this dress could be perverted, but he didn't expect it to be this perverted. Not to mention the basic attributes, the purple light barrier is not that useful for now, but the global working speed plus 100%, this is terrifying. Take mining for example. Originally, under the influence of strength and mining LV, it took 3 seconds to produce a piece of ore, but now it takes 1.5 seconds. Cutting stones, planting, milking, sewing, etc., any work efficiency will be doubled. Horrible clothes. As soon as Luo Yu put on the coat, he immediately felt a lot more comfortable. At the same time, a purple halo appeared around him, which meant the shield took effect automatically. It is recorded in the description of the Tiandao world that shield-type props are generally belts, and they are very precious. I didn't expect that this piece of clothing also has its own shield, which means that if you get a shield belt in the future, you will have 2 layers of shield. Invincible, alright. The style of the clothes is nice, but the shield is too cool, and the whole person is emitting purple light. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to temporarily turn off the shield. If there is no danger, don't be so cool. Keep a low profile. Let's be low-key. Luo Yu left the basement and came to the stone-cutting site of the base. At this moment, Xiao Jin was cutting stones absent-mindedly. When he saw Luo Yu coming, he was stunned. When he got closer, Luo Yu asked with a smile, "Why are you looking at me with such a straight face? Is there something on my face?" "Ah? Xiao Jin blushed slightly and said, "I just think you are prettier than before." Beast girl is honest. Luo Yu laughed loudly, took the Tiangong knife from Xiao Jin's hand and started cutting the stone. Sure enough, the speed was twice as fast as before. "Eh? Your clothes." Xiao Jin touched Luo Yu's clothes and said in shock, "My God, it's diamond grade. You made diamond quality clothing out of our hair." Luo Yu chuckled and said, "It's just luck." "Xiao Jin, you are also very beautiful with short hair." Hearing this, Xiao Jin's eyes showed a hint of joy, but he said nonchalantly, "Ouch! Isn't it you who sheared the sheep, tiger hair? You have to thank us. I want to eat yesterday's cooking and the milk from last time tonight." "Okay. There are still some milk tablets, take them out if you like." When Xiao Jin smiles, he will reveal 2 sharp tiger teeth, but he looks very cute. In the evening, everyone gathered together to eat Luo Yu's cooking. The food poisoning incident has not occurred for 2 days. It seems that the improvement of kitchen hygiene has quite obvious effects. It was another early morning, and the first thing Luo Yu did when he got up early was to read the system prompts. Sure enough, the wolf meat sold yesterday has been almost sold out, and I got 30,000 silvers. Together with the money from selling the underwear, the base now has another 65,000 yuan. I took another look at the temperature forecast for today, it's above 35 degrees. He didn't have time to eat breakfast. After a simple wash, he prepared to build a warehouse. Advanced warehouse, stone bricks *150,000, iron ore *5,000, silver *10,000, gold *200. Click the build button, a large amount of materials disappear, and instead a attic appears above the eye cellar. This is a high-end warehouse. Because it is high-end, it looks pretty good. From the outside it doesn't look like a warehouse but more like a house of a wealthy family. After entering the warehouse, it was empty. There was nothing on the upper and lower floors except for some built-in shelves. Luo Yu didn't have time to move the goods at this moment, but entered the cellar as soon as possible. Sure enough, the temperature in the cellar began to drop. The original temperature of the cellar had reached 4 degrees, but once the warehouse was built, it completely blocked the sunlight, and coupled with its own heat insulation function, the temperature of the cellar dropped directly to below 0 degrees in a short while. Lots of meat and vegetables saved. With a heavy sigh of relief, Luo Yu patted the pile of frozen wolf meat in front of him, and thought of another thing. I have seen before that someone in the world has opened a scroll of item stacking technology, which can stack item units. It is a bit similar to the technology of space folding. I don't know how many things are needed to unlock it. If I need stacking technology, then my cellar will definitely be enough. After leaving the cellar, Luo Yu began to move the goods. Chapter 78 Revenge Attack. Clever Tactics of the Natives. The first thing was to put the large amount of wolf skins, cotton and other fabrics piled up in the basement separately. Then there are metals such as iron ore, silver, and jade, which are placed separately. Then there are all kinds of labor tools, all kinds of captured weapons, etc., which are put on the shelves and placed wherever they should be. All these things are needed to keep the warehouse in order. Only when the layout of the warehouse is planned in advance can the automatic sorting function of the warehouse be effective. The automatic sorting function of the advanced warehouse is actually very powerful. If it is an ordinary warehouse, you have to move the goods into the warehouse and put them away, but in the advanced warehouse, after you plan various storage areas, you can just throw the goods at the door and they will automatically fly to the corresponding storage area. Similarly, when you want to take out any goods, just click on the nameplate at the door of the warehouse, and it will automatically fly out after confirmation. This saves manpower and labor costs and is very convenient. In the world of Tiandao, each race has its own advantages, and the only fair thing is time. While you are tidying up the warehouse, others are planting a few more trees and making a little more money. That is an advantage. Over time, the gap emerged. Luo Yu understood this principle deeply, so he would never make manual things that can be done automatically. This is one of his codes of conduct. I looked at the current base rating, which is now at 7,600 points. The attack at the end of the month will be quite strong. Now that the freezing problem has been preliminarily solved, the next step is to strengthen the defense facilities to offset the threat posed by this part of the score. In the previous wolf attack, most of the wild wolves were shot to death on the way to charge. This was certainly due to Xiao Jin's pressure, but it must be said that the firepower of the base was already quite good. Instead, it was the Wolf King who actually jumped onto the wall at the last moment. This was not the first time a creature had climbed over the wall, which sounded an alarm for Luo Yu. There are three options now. The first is to find a way to build the wall, such as making iron spikes, but it will be difficult for me to move around. Second, raising the wall, which requires a large amount of stone stacking, and the setting of the Tiandao world requires several times the cost to strengthen it based on the original building. Whether it is strengthening the height of the wall or upgrading the intermediate wall to an advanced wall, it requires a lot of resources to support it. I am afraid that it will not be possible this month. The main reason is that there are not enough stones. Even if the mine produces all the stones, they may not be enough for stacking. Another point is that reinforced buildings cannot be upgraded in the future. If you want a high-end wall, you have to demolish it and rebuild it. This is a huge project, and it is not very convenient. The third option, which is also the one that Luo Yu prefers, is to lay floor tiles on the outer perimeter of the wall and place ground spike traps. Floor tiles consume fewer stones, while ground spike traps consume silver. This can also increase the aesthetics of the base without affecting the line of sight. In addition, floor tiles are fireproof, etc., which is better than raising the city wall. After careful consideration, Luo Yu thought it would be better to use fireproof floor tiles. Tight fireproof paving tiles, consumption per square, stone *10, iron or *3, silver *1. There is no need to lay too many floor tiles outside the wall. 3 meters wide is enough for now. After some calculation, it turns out that a total of 120,000 stone bricks, 36,000 iron ores and 12,000 silver will be needed, which is acceptable. Currently, the base is short of stone bricks and iron ore. Today is the 12th day of summer. We will try to complete this project before the 20th day. Thinking of this, Luo Yu was about to go to the mine to help when he suddenly received a prompt. Warning: the Skarsa tribe has launched a targeted attack on your territory in retaliation. Luo Yu was stunned when he saw the prompt. He looked at the group and regional channels and saw that everything was calm. It seems that he was the only one attacked. The hatred level in this tribe is high, and there is revenge. The animals scattered outside were called back to the base as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, a large group of tribal soldiers were found in the east. The total number of people involved in the attack by the Skarsa tribe, 51 people, they seem to have adopted a smart tactic. This is an ordinary attack, which is far less severe than the one at the end of the month, but it will also cause some trouble. Such incidents are generally not directly fatal, but they will consume the base's defensive capabilities and create favorable conditions for a major attack at the end of the month to directly destroy the base. Of course, 51 people placed in someone else's territory is 4 or 5 times stronger than the big attack at the end of the month. Luo Yu's base is rated very high. On the watchtower, Luo Yu and the 3 beast girls looked into the distance. Xiao Jin said disdainfully, "Let me rush out. I can kill them all in less than half an hour." Luo Yu looked at the group of natives who were slowly advancing and said unhappily, "Don't try to show off. You can't do it. You are surrounded by a group of people, and there are archers. What if you get hurt? We are the defending party, so there is no need to worry." "Oh." Xiao Jin nodded, knowing that he was being reckless. Indeed, the 300+ value is very strong, but it is still unstoppable when being besieged. After observing for a while, Xiao Dai said hurriedly, "Master, they are digging a hole." Luo Yu looked carefully and found that the two natives were digging a pit at a rapid speed. That place was beyond the range of the catapult. It seemed that the people of the Skarsa tribe had a deep understanding of the catapult in Luo Yu's territory. Earth attack and digging. No wonder the prompt adopted a smart tactic. These natives are quite smart. A faint smile appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. If it was before, he might be panicked. It would be useless to dig directly into the wall of the base. Once someone appeared inside the base, so many arrow towers and crossbows would be shot towards the house. Although it could eliminate the enemy at home, there was a high possibility of accidental injuries. It will not only accidentally injure buildings, animals, etc., but will also attract all firepower and provide safety for enemies attacking from outside. However, he had laid down the defensive tiles before. In the distance, two natives with high mining skills were digging rapidly and grunting, and it seemed that they were digging very deep. They must be trying to dig into the base from under the moat bed. Moreover, there are very few restrictions on geotechnical excavation in the Tiandao world. The excavated soil disappears directly without any accumulation. It can be said that geotechnical excavation is a relatively conventional attack plan. There were 51 people on the opposite side, 2 were digging, and the rest were guarding the entrance of the cave, ready to fight against Luo Yu and others who might rush out. Generally speaking, if a lord sees someone trying to dig a tunnel to attack, he will definitely take the initiative to stop them. But Luo Yu was not in a hurry at all. He just watched their earth attack operations from the watchtower and had lunch with the 3 little cuties. Chapter 79 Large-Scale Transaction. Time passed minute by minute, until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when suddenly, there was a noise from the floor tiles under the east corner of the base. Hint: the enemy is digging into your defensive tiles. The current durability of the tiles is 99%, 98%, 97%. It's really possible to bypass the moat. The moat is still too shallow. As Luo Yu was thinking this in his mind, the durability of the floor tiles decreased little by little. However, at this rate, it would take more than half an hour to break through the floor tiles and get up. Luo Yu knew this, but the other party didn't know it would take so long. According to common sense, the floor tiles could be easily cleared, and the soldiers guarding the entrance began to drill into the cave one after another. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu showed a smile in his eyes. He operated gently and started repairing the floor tiles. Current durability, 95%. Current durability, 100%. The speed of repair is much greater than the speed of destruction. These floor tiles are used to prevent holes. In other words, this group of people was trapped beneath their own territory. This is easy. Luo Yu looked at Xiao Jin beside him and said, "It's your turn. Go move some stones and block the hole over there." Xiao Jin immediately did as he was told. After jumping off the watchtower, he ran to the cave holding 2 large rocks and blocked the entrance on the spot. Now, the 51 people underground will face lack of oxygen. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the natives below the tiles started banging on them like crazy, but their speed of destruction was far slower than their speed of repair, so it was useless even if they went crazy. After about a minute, Luo Yu felt that there was no movement below. Xiao Jin on the other side stood on 2 large rocks blocking the hole and shouted loudly, "Master, they are all down there! Is he suffocating due to lack of oxygen?" Luo Yu laughed inwardly and replied loudly, "Coming!" A moment later, Luo Yu, Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, the big scorpion and other animals came to the cave entrance, moved away the 2 stones blocking the door, and found that a large group of people were blocking the cave entrance, and none of them moved. "He passed out due to lack of oxygen." Luo Yu laughed and worked together with Xiao Jin, picking up and tying up one by one. Even if they woke up now, they would have no fighting power, so it was easy to deal with them. After tying up all the natives and throwing them onto the minecart, the system prompt came: "Congratulations on defeating the revenge of the Skarsa tribe. The Skarsa tribe's hatred towards you has increased. Because you captured all the attackers this time, the territory information will not be leaked." After all the prisoners were put into prison, another prompt came: "Warning, due to too many prisoners in the prison and the low prison level, the threat of prison breakout has greatly increased." Looking at the captives lying on the ground in all directions, Luo Yu felt that once these people recovered, they would definitely go berserk immediately. After all, these people look weak now, but they are not missing any limbs. After checking their health status, I found that almost all of them were in a dizzy state, and the recovery time was about half a day. There is operating time. First things first, take off your clothes. It is a routine operation to strip the captives of their clothes, recycle what needs to be recycled, and sell what can be sold. Moreover, stripping the prisoners of their clothes can reduce the chances of escaping from prison. Luo Yu and the 3 beast girls worked together and spent 10 minutes stripping off everyone's clothes. As for the distinction between men and women, it does not exist in Luo Yu's eyes. Wow, after being stripped naked, more than 50 people were left without any clothes. It was a spectacular scene. Luo Yu took photos and screenshots continuously to save this spectacular scene. If he had the chance, he would send them to the new leader of the Skarsa tribe. At this time, the 3 beast girls, including the blue wolf Adai, the wolf king Atai, and other animals with decent intelligence began to carry clothes, weapons, and other trophies. Just throw it into the warehouse and it will be sorted automatically. Luo Yu began to check their attributes one by one. Most of them were garbage. Among them, 2 men and 2 women had special personal characteristics and could be kept temporarily. The others would all be sold. World Anonymous Human. A large number of captives with intact limbs and healthy bodies and minds are for sale. 20,000 per person, regardless of gender. Large quantities are enough. Come on if you are sincere about the deal, and don't bother me if you want to bargain or ask for the price. As soon as the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. The price of prisoners has been rising. 20,000 is indeed the market price, but it is not certain whether they are in good health. Many prisoners are captured in wars with injuries, which will affect their work speed. Some even have brain damage, which affects their intelligence. Intelligence is a very critical attribute. As soon as Luo Yu released this message, someone immediately sent a chat window to him, and many people were chatting with him privately. Luo Yu asked those in private chat to wait a moment, while the one in the trading window simply asked, "How many do you want, male or female?" Elf, male anonymous. They are all natives, right? 2 men and 2 women, no older than 40. The natives are called the natives, an independent race. Although they are similar to humans and elves, their skin color and body structure are slightly different. Therefore, it is now recognized in the world that the natives do not belong to any of the trial races. They are called the natives, a branch of the subhumans. Most of the prisoners captured by Luo Yu this time were under 40 years old. Upon hearing this, he directly released 4 prisoners. The other party also simply put up 80,000 silvers. Transaction successful, you get silver *80,000. The next trading partner is the Bear people. They also want 4 captives, but they need 3 females and 1 male. Luo Yu doesn't care what they want so many female captives for, he just needs to sell them and that's it. His prisoner business was booming and the transactions were done very quickly. He sold out all the prisoners in 10 minutes, leaving only the 4 prisoners with special personal characteristics. Just looking at silver, I made 940,000 yuan. Yes, he made a profit of 940,000 yuan in one go, not counting the clothes and various weapons taken from the prisoners. This is a huge profit. Consumption. Spend a lot. Luo Yu's first choice was to max out his attribute points and add them all to 100. Only then would the attribute points obtained be the most cost-effective. Now all 3 items have 90 points. Just click on plus, and all of them will reach 100. Even though the increase is huge, there is still 88 W silver. Luo Yu's second consumption item is ground spikes. The spikes on the stone brick road outside the base are relatively sparse, so Luo Yu chose to increase the density. If the opponent dares to walk onto the stone brick road, he will be immediately greeted by the spikes. The price of a silver spike was 5,000 each. Luo Yu bought 20 at once and placed them on the brick road. Chapter 80: The Beast Girl Attacks. That was enough for now, the floor and the mines were completely safe. There are 78W silver left. The next consumption item is to add attributes. But this time, it is not about adding your own attributes, but the attributes of Shao Kong and Xiao Dai. Xiao Jin's attributes cannot be changed, but the attributes of these two need to be changed. First, enhance the combat effectiveness of the base. Second, higher attributes mean higher work efficiency. Third, as a beast tamer, Luo Yu can summon them at any time. These three are almost Luo Yu's personal property. He can take them everywhere, and they can help Luo Yu fight at any time. How can he not make their attributes look better? The attribute values of the beast girls slowly increase as they age, which does not conflict with the attribute values that Luo Yu adds to them with silver. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 20, constitution 19, agility 31. Xiaokong's initial attribute physical strength is 18 points. Now, after more than a month, his physical strength has increased by 1 point. Luo Yu was also very decisive. He spent 80,000 silvers to raise all her attribute values to 50. Xuanqiu Beast Girl, 19 years old, strength 50, constitution 50, agility 50. Night Butterfly, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Xiaodia's basic attributes are even worse, click on them. After spending 93,000 silvers, Xiaodia's attributes all became 50 points. If he wants to click more, he will need 2,000 clicks. Luo Yu is not rich enough for that. Owner! Feeling the changes in her body, Xiao Dai rushed over and threw herself into Luo Yu's arms. Shao Kong also hugged his master excitedly. Hint: Night Butterfly's attributes have skyrocketed, and its bloodline has evolving into Charm Butterfly. Xiaodia's body glowed, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and her body curled up, wrapped in a butterfly cocoon. Luo Yu opened his mouth, but before he could come to his senses, the prompt came again. Hint: Xuanqiu Beast Girl's attributes have skyrocketed, her bloodline has evolved, and she has evolved into Jinhua Beast Girl. There was a flickering light on Xiaokong's body. Unlike Xiao Dai, she completed the evolution immediately. There was no change in appearance. Luo Yu hurriedly checked the attributes. Jinhua Beast Girl, top wisdom strength 100, constitution 50, agility 50. Special abilities: treasure hunting, enhanced, slingshot mastery, combat mastery, mountain mineral resources in the territory plus 5%. Current hair growth progress 12%. Wow, the intelligence has evolved to the top level, the strength has increased to 100, the treasure hunting skills have been enhanced, and there is also combat proficiency. The most amazing thing is that the mineral veins have been increased by 5%. I can only describe it in one word: strong. Master, woo woo! Shao Kong hugged Luo Yu's arm affectionately, and rubbed his head against it. Although he still made a woohoo sound, at least he could say simple words. The master's name sounds very smooth and cute. Luo Yu had indeed seen relevant content when reading Description of the Heavenly Tao World before. Animals have a certain chance of evolving. The conditions for this kind of evolution are highly random and relatively harsh. He didn't expect that his two little cuties would succeed in one go. After a while, Xiao Dai began to break out of the cocoon. With a bang, the white jade cocoon shattered and turned into light and dissipated. Xiao Dai flapped her wings and flew around Luo Yu. She knelt down in front of him with a smile and said softly, "Thank you, Master, for spending a huge amount of money to help me evolve. Xiao Dai will serve you wholeheartedly in the future and stay by your side forever." Charming Butterfly, strength 60, constitution 60, agility 70, flight speed increased. Special ability Group Charm. Charm Butterfly powder can have an effect on all enemies, reducing their mobility. Bright and attractive, overall beauty of the territory plus 10%, entertainment value plus 10, recruitment success rate, animal taming success rate plus 10%, medical effect plus 10%. If Shao Kong is a typical fighter, then Xiao Dai is a support. The charm of a group is already quite strong, and the characteristic of being bright and beautiful is even more outrageous. Aesthetics and entertainment value affect the chance of obtaining positive buffs. Recruiting, taming, and medical treatment are also very good attributes. As long as Xiao Dai goes to that station, there will be a small improvement to the entire base. Luo Yu happily picked up Xiao Dai. Great, that's really great. 17W silver is not a small amount, but Luo Yu feels it's a huge profit. After interacting with them for a while, he sent them to continue their moving work. Luo Yu looked at the silver and found that there were still 61W left. It's still a huge sum of money. Luo Yu could choose to strengthen his martial arts, but then he thought, he has 3 cute guards and can summon a giant scorpion, a giant octopus and a giant python at any time, so what martial arts do he need? The proficiency of the Gale sword technique can be accumulated slowly through daily morning exercises, so there is no need to increase it for the time being. What needs to be increased now is the level of the Beast Master. Currently, his animal tamer level is 2 stars, and the upper limit of the grade of animals he can own is 10. The upper limit of 1 star and 2 stars is 10 each. The grades of animals owned by the base now include Mutant Native Chicken, Wolf King, Red-Scaled Python, Black Magic Octopus, Silver Armored Ladybug, Golden Beetle, Golden Scorpion King, Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Jing, a total of 10. The limit has been reached. If you want to increase this upper limit, you have to increase the level of the Beastmaster. 3 stars can increase the upper limit by 5 more. According to the description of the Heavenly Tao world, this upper limit is set to prevent animal tamers from owning too many high-quality animals, thereby disrupting the balance in the arena. To be honest, Luo Yu felt that he might, probably, or perhaps, have already destroyed the balance. There are a lot of animals. The star level of personal characteristics can either be improved through constant repetition of actions over the years, or it can be achieved with money. 2 stars to 3 stars, 30W. Well, it's expensive. However, Luo Yu did not intend to recruit natives. Anyone who was judged as a human, rather than an animal by the Heavenly Tao world should not be recruited unless their attribute values were really good. People always have emotions. The base's wealth is unevenly distributed, they are in a bad mood, their resistance is relatively weak, and there is a chance of rebellion. What if they rebel when they go out on a mercenary mission? Although the probability is very low, it is still troublesome. Moreover, people will covet wealth. Luo Yu possesses the magical skill of 100x critical strike, and he is not willing to let others know about it. And these troublesome animals will not exist. Whatever humans can do, top-level intelligent beast girls can do too, and they won't rebel. They have super strong immunity, are not affected by their moods, and don't care about the distribution of wealth. As long as their masters are around, they will always be happy. How nice! These companion animals were originally prepared by the Tiandao world for the Lone Ranger. Luo Yu possessed the magical skill of 100 times critical strike, but to be honest, he was not willing to let others know. Chapter 81. There are always more solutions than problems. After figuring out the key, Luo Yu simply chose to upgrade that Beast Tamer from 2 stars to 3 stars. You spend 30W silver to upgrade your personal characteristics. Beast Tamer 3 stars. The upper limit of the grade of animals owned is increased to 15, and the output of all animals owned is increased by 30%. Looking at the individual attributes, this 3-star tamer is actually not that strong. What is strong is the tamer's evolved feature, Beast Master. The Beast King characteristic can increase the overall combat effectiveness of animals, which is outrageous. After the Beast King there is the Beast God, which is even more outrageous and will be upgraded in an unknown time. A huge sum of money was spent, leaving 310,000 silvers, plus the previous savings of the base, a total of 365,000. Next, we will follow the previous plan and first build the floor tiles outside the wall, then lay the ground spikes, and then build various buildings. For example, the workshop needs to be built, and the prison needs to be strengthened. Just now, the system prompted that there is a high probability of rampage, which scared Luo Yu so much that he sold all the prisoners on the spot. He originally planned to let them work for a few days, and cleaning is also good. Speaking of which, if there aren't enough stones now, let's go dig some. Luo Yu went directly to the mine. After being blessed with various things, the resource upper limit of the mine increased. The current upper limit has reached 134%, so he can still dig for a while. Thinking that it had been a long time since he had used critical hits to mine, Luo Yu muttered to himself, then dug down with a pickaxe. 100 times critical hit trigger. Boom! A piece of white metal the size of a human face rolled out, and the Scorpion King next to it was about to pick it up and eat it. Luo Yu was quick-witted and kicked the Scorpion King away, then picked up the piece of metal and took a look. Platinum *1000. This is a piece of platinum. No wonder the Scorpion King was so eager to eat it. It is of gold level, and there seems to be a slight chance of evolving into platinum level after eating platinum. Platinum, like diamonds, is a luxury item and can be used to upgrade gold level equipment through forging. Other equipment may not be upgraded, but the Lord Bracelet on Luo Yu's hand is no joke. It can be upgraded in one wave. Unfortunately, upgrading gold level equipment requires a forging level of LV15 or above. Even Xiao Jin is only LV13, and requires an advanced forging table. Currently, the base has a primary forging table, which needs to be upgraded. Come to think of it, he hadn't unlocked the forging technology at all. Keep it and we'll talk about it later. Luo Yu put the platinum into the bracelet, and started the mining mode after a long absence. The Golden Scorpion King beside him seemed to be inspired as well. The man and the scorpion dug quickly, and all kinds of mineral resources kept rolling out. Iron or *15. Iron or *20. Iron or *8. Copper or *6. Black spot stone *1. Luo Yu discovered a problem. He had unknowingly reached LV7 in mining. Combined with his personal characteristics of miner, what he dug out was either iron ore or copper ore, and the number of stones became less. The Scorpion King beside him also encountered this problem. In other words, although the wealth from mining increased, the output of the most basic stones for base construction was not enough. That's a problem. If there is a problem, it must be solved. There is no solution by escaping. Luo Yu stopped mining and stroked his chin to think. If you want to increase rock output, the easiest way is to let bugs with low mining levels dig there. What they dig out are basically stones, but the total resources of the vein will still be consumed. The more stones you mine, the less other resources you have. The more other resources you mine, the less stones you have. In terms of returns, iron ore, copper mines, and silver mines definitely have higher returns. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu decided that getting stones outside the mine was the right thing to do. After browsing through the system interface, I finally found a solution. Quarry can continuously produce various types of stones without consuming mineral resources, but collecting stones is difficult and there are various unknown risks. Although this building has many limitations, it can provide a preliminary solution to the dilemma of fewer and fewer stones, until the core drilling technology is available in the future. The aesthetics of the quarry is greatly reduced, so it certainly cannot be built inside the base, so it is built next to the mine. This building does not require basic construction materials, and can be built directly with silver. 50,000 silver is still a little expensive, but don't worry, you have money. After Luo Yu clicked OK, a small hill appeared on the other side of the mine, which was even uglier than the ugly mine next to it. After entering the hill from the cave, I found that it was pitch black inside. In fact, it was hollow, and the quarry was supported by pillars. There is a square hole on the ground. This hole is the site for quarrying. We just need to dig it. Luo Yu tried it and swung the pickaxe, but even with his mining level, the efficiency was still very slow. It took him 10 minutes to dig out a piece of black spot stone. This is the case when he has the global working speed plus 100% attribute. If someone else comes, it will probably take about half an hour to finish one stone. The efficiency is so low and the environment is so bad. Luo Yu muttered to himself, and suddenly a prompt came, warning, due to the vibration caused by excavation, part of the top structure of the quarry fell off. Seeing the prompt, Luo Yu hurriedly ran out of the cave. Sure enough, more than a dozen rocks fell down with a crash. If you were unlucky, you would be hit. Is this the unknown risk? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Is he trying to kill someone? He made up his mind that no normal person or animal would be allowed into the quarry, and he would let the bugs do the digging. At the command, 11 digging worms entered the quarry from the mine and started digging slowly. Luo Yu estimated the speed. one worm can dig out a stone in about an hour. Based on working 15 hours a day, it can earn 165 black spot stones for free. These are not included in the ore consumption. According to Xiao Jin's stone cutting ability, one stone can be cut into 15 units of stone, and a total of 2,475 black spot stone bricks can be produced per day. If you calculate it this way, it's not bad. Of course, Luo Yu knew that all this was an ideal situation. Working in a quarry, one could suddenly die for no apparent reason. Thinking of this, Luo Yu told the Golden Scorpion King beside him, "Don't eat any of the bugs dug out from the mine, whether they are centipedes or digging worms. Catch them, okay? Let me tame them. If you dare to eat it again, I will fry you and eat you." The Golden Scorpion King felt the threat from his master and nodded repeatedly to show his understanding. After nodding with satisfaction, Luo Yu stopped mining and returned to the villa to cook. Luo Yu had a great harvest today. He went to the arena to earn some money in the evening. He hugged Xiao Kong and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 82 2 Features obtained. It's another beautiful morning. Luo Yu looked at the rising sun outside the window and felt very happy. It's just a little hot. It seems like it hasn't rained in a while? He was thinking this in his mind and was about to get out of bed when suddenly a prompt came. Tip: there are flying objects flying towards your territory. Please be careful to avoid them. Types of flying objects you may encounter: airdrop supply boxes. Oh? Luo Yu hurriedly called back all the animals outside. Sure enough, 1 minute later, an unidentified object fell from the sky. The speed was not very fast, but if it really hit a person or an animal, it would cause harm. Bang! With a dull thud, the box fell into the cotton field. The airdrop supply box caused a fire. Please put it out quickly. A fire started in the cotton field, and the giant octopus spit out a mouthful of water to put out the fire. Luo Yu and others hurried over to take a look, and saw a metal box lying quietly in the pit. Unfortunately, there is only one. Luo Yu secretly thought it was a pity that the airdrop supply was not calculated based on the territory's score. It all depended on luck. I just don't know what's inside. Luo Yu didn't use a critical hit. According to the nature of the Tianna world, once this kind of welfare event occurs, he may be unlucky next. Or keep the critical hit. When he opened the iron box, he saw a scroll inside. Automatic catapult upgrade scroll. Ha! You're lucky! Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he actually produced a usable one. At this moment, the world, regional chats and group chats have become lively. Nyoda. 2 dromedaries came to my territory, haha, there's meat to eat. Fan Yamung. I airdropped a box, and inside it was a ball of platinum. Alice. I have a reminder of animal migration. You can hunt and tame them, or watch them leave. I'd better try to tame them. Naker. My land is rising again, and a lot of silver mines have appeared. Is it possible that the crust beneath my territory is moving more violently? Everyone. That's great. You've become rich. Naker. Probably, maybe 50,000 silvers, then we can go to visitor technology and start. Elena. Yes, have all your visitors been unlocked? The more I look at the big monster in the lake, the more I dislike it. Everyone started chatting, and Luo Yu also chatted with everyone in a haphazard manner. He learned that Fan Yuming and Elena had already unlocked the visitor technology. Naker should get some money soon. While chatting, he walked to the catapult and used the scroll. There was a flash of light, and the catapult in front of him began to change. It became smaller in size, but its various structures looked more exquisite. Automatic catapult, enhanced edition. The speed of launching stones is increased by 3 times, and the stones produce an explosive effect, but a certain amount of stone bricks are consumed. The instructions are simple, but the content is rich. The catapult has 3 times the attack speed, which is equivalent to having 2 more catapults. In addition, the stones have an explosive effect, which greatly increases the power. However, the disadvantage is that it consumes stone bricks. After a careful look, I found that the consumption of stone bricks is not that much. 10 stone bricks are thrown out at a time. The catapult will automatically search for stone bricks within a range of 5 meters and load them. It will not continue shooting if there are no stone bricks. Originally, Luo, you might have been worried about the stone brick problem, but now that the quarry has appeared, there's no need to panic. The defense was slightly strengthened, but because the resources of the territory had reached a bottleneck again, Luo Yu could not produce anything, so he simply did chores. The first step was to move the stone bricks to the side of the catapult, and then start cleaning. He cleaned the villa, warehouse, and other places, while the 4 captives with handcuffs and shackles cleaned the floor tiles and walls outside, taking advantage of the time to do a thorough cleaning to improve the hygiene score. Spring cleaning cannot be completed in one day. After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in the big bathtub and was about to enter the arena when he suddenly found a transaction information in the world. Leopard Tribe Anonymous. 2 personal characteristic scrolls, exchange for a piece of armor above silver level. Luo Yu's mind moved, and after sending the transaction box, he said, "What kind of armor do you want?" Leopard Tribe Anonymous. "As long as it is silver level or above, it will be fine." Luo Yu put on the golden soft armor. "Is this golden grade 1 okay?" "Hey, it's gold grade. You actually have something this awesome." The man looked surprised, but then he noticed something and said, "The deceased's clothes?" "Brother, wearing the clothes of the dead will bring disaster. Your clothes have lost their value." Luo Yu had already thought of this and replied, "Don't make it sound so serious. It's just that there may be a debuff occasionally. This suit can save your life at the critical moment. And as long as there is water of purification, it can be purified. After this round of airdrops, I think there must be a lot of water of purification. Think carefully about whether you want to trade or not." The leopard tribe was obviously tempted. The gold level protective gear could really save lives. Seeing the attack approaching, staying alive was the most important thing. Besides, what this human said seemed to make some sense. If he really received the purified water, he might even make a profit. After thinking for a while, the leopard tribe replied, "Okay, let's trade. Transaction successful, you get 2 personal characteristic transfer scrolls." After closing the transaction box, Luo Yu's eyes showed joy. He already had a diamond jacket and currently did not need much armor. He also did not want to go through the trouble of getting the water of purification. The best thing to do was to directly exchange it for the scroll he urgently needed. I clicked on the prisoner page and saw that the 2 male prisoners had the chef and brewer characteristics respectively, and the chef was a 2-star one. No problem, just transfer directly. With a flash of light, the 2 scrolls disappeared, and Luo Yu gained 2 more characteristics. Chef, 2 stars, cooking speed plus 100%, food poisoning probability reduced by 20%, food deliciousness plus 20%, positive buff, attribute point acquisition probability plus 20%. Brewer, 1 star, brewing speed plus 50%, success rate plus 50%, positive buff, attribute point acquisition probability plus 10%. Let's not talk about the winemaker for now. This chef trade is a good thing. Currently, Luo Yu is responsible for cooking in the base. It originally takes 1 hour to make a simple dish. Chef, the feature saves half the time, and the global working speed plus 100% saves another half of the time. A dish only takes 15 minutes. Time is money. Now that the characteristics have been acquired, the 2 male captives are of no use anymore and are put on the shelves directly. But in just a moment, I sold it on the spot and made 40,000 yuan, and the price of silver returned to 355,000 yuan. Luo Yu took a look at the prerequisite resources of Thunder Technology: copper or *20,000, gold *20,000, silver *100,000, but it was still not enough. Chapter 83: The Hidden Weapon is a Hen. Luo Yu was not worried about the silver and copper mines, but 20,000 gold was a huge sum of money. The Scorpion King would bring back 100 units of gold every 4 or 5 days, but the amount of gold requested was too much. I definitely won't buy gold, it's such a waste. He suddenly had an idea and thought of a feasible solution. Arena, Black Iron Arena. Use room, human race don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. 100 gold for each hand, come if you are brave. You don't have to bet silver in the arena, you can also bet on other things. 100 gold is equivalent to more than 10,000 silver, so the amount of money you bet is still very large. Luo Yu was not the first one to bet on gold. Many guys who dug up gold or even platinum also bet on it. This time, no one entered the room immediately. After Luo Yu waited for about 10 minutes, someone finally came. The person who appeared on the opposite side was a tall bear, who looked a bit like Thunder Roar from the previous League of Legends. He waved his claws and said in a deep voice, "This is the first time I have seen a human dare to bet on gold. Very good, you are very courageous. I have 500 gold here. Do you dare to raise the bet?" It seems that the special events during the day made many people rich. With the attributes of Luo Yu's equipment, he would not be afraid of betting 5,000, let alone 500. Of course, he can't be too aggressive, and he still has to play the pig to eat the tiger, and play the long game to catch the big fish. After pretending to hesitate for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 500 is 500. Tip, the bet in this room is changed to 500 gold. 500 gold is really a huge sum, and it immediately attracted a lot of spectators in the room. Everyone saw that the strong bear tribe was no problem, but the other side turned out to be a human. Is this human crazy? Betting 500 gold with Brother Xiong? That's normal. There are many people who want money and are crazy in the arena. Hey, I've heard of this person. He seems to be good at dealing with Zerg." Everyone was whispering for a while, and the bear man said coldly, "Thank you for giving me the money. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death, ha ha ha. 3, 2, 1, start." When the countdown ended, Luo Yu waved his hand immediately, and a huge wild wolf appeared in front of his eyes with a flash of light. "Hey, Beast Master! Wow, you're a beast tamer. No wonder you're so brave. But even if you're a beast master, it's useless to rely on just one wolf." The Wolf King, a Tai, showed a ferocious look. The bear man laughed strangely and said, "Then I will kill this wild wolf first." He roared and rushed forward, and the Wolf King a Tai also pounced on him with a howl. The man punched a Tai. The bear's strength was no joke. In terms of attributes, even the Wolf King was far inferior to this bear man. Just as a punch was about to hit a Tai's head, suddenly an arrow shot out. Almost instinctively, the bear man turned sideways when he heard the bowstring sound and barely avoided the flying arrow, but he didn't expect that after one arrow, 2 more would follow. Puff! With 2 dull thuds, the feather arrow pierced directly into the chest of the bear man. 3 arrows in a row! This human is also an archer! The audience was amazed, but this bear man was extremely ferocious. He pulled out the arrows from his body and rushed towards Luo Yu with a roar. But at this moment, a Tai pounced from behind and bit his arm fiercely. The bear man pushed a Tai away in pain, but the Wolf King's teeth were no joke. Even if he was thrown away, he still bit off 2 pieces of meat. Ah! The bear man grimaced in pain, and even though the arena wouldn't actually be hurt, the pain reaction was still the same. Puff, puff, puff! 3 arrows were fired in succession, and these 3 arrows pierced the man's back. This man was really fierce and rushed towards Luo Yu regardless of anything. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu showed a smile in his eyes. He didn't use his full strength to shoot the arrow, otherwise, with such high attribute values and the power of the Yangyu Bao, 1 arrow would be enough to kill him. What we want is a narrow victory. If it is a crushing victory, who will fight with him in the future? Act it out. Seeing the bear man's punch coming, Luo Yu rolled over to avoid it. The next moment, a Tai pounced on him again and this time knocked the bear man down. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and pierced the man's throat. The man opened his mouth and looked at Luo Yu with a hint of resentment, as if saying, "You just wait." The next moment, he died suddenly and disappeared in the room. KO! You win in 1 minute and 21 seconds. You get 500 gold and 920 silver as spectator fee. This human kid actually won. Oh my god, the combination of a beastmaster and an archer is so powerful. Yes, this is a new school, and we have some ideas. Brother Yu is so handsome, do you still remember me? I'm your little fangirl. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Luo Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and pretended to be relieved. He looks pretty dangerous. It's not like the Beastmaster can't be defeated. Luo Yu's expression caught everyone's eyes, and everyone came to a new conclusion. Sure enough, someone took the bait immediately. A woman from the snow leopard tribe entered the room and said coldly, "Others may be afraid of your wolves, but I am not. Still 500 gold, let's get started." Luo Yu also sneered. Okay. 3.2.1 starts. When the countdown ended, the snow leopard woman suddenly pounced on him, so fast that even a Tai couldn't react. It seemed that her agility was at least over 60. But in Luo Yu's eyes, it wasn't that agile. 60 points of agility was a bit like slow motion. The moment the woman jumped up, he suddenly waved his hand and summoned her again. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a hen appeared. The snow leopard woman was sprinting at full speed when a hen suddenly flew in front of her. The distance was too close for her to react, and she bumped directly into the hen. The hen died suddenly and disappeared, but the snow leopard woman also stumbled and fell to the ground. A Tai, who was chasing her, pounced on her back and bit her neck hard. Luo Yu also took advantage of the situation and stabbed the woman in the ribs with a bow and arrow. Blood was flowing everywhere. Before disappearing, the snow leopard woman said miserably, "Do hens also have grades?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Yes, my hen lays eggs very well. In my eyes it is beautiful." "Beautiful? The chicken is beautiful?" The snow leopard woman opened her mouth, with an extremely unwilling look in her eyes, but she still disappeared. KO. You win, it takes 12 seconds. You get 500 gold and 1650 silver as spectator fee. The audience was all in an uproar. Chapter 84 Gentle Luo Yu gets the flying axe launcher. Fuck, this guy actually has a top-grade hen. Chicken, you are so beautiful? Do you like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball? The one upstairs is a human, right? You've been exposed, ha ha ha. It turns out that a hen can be used as a hidden weapon. I've learned something. Although it won't hurt in reality, will it really not affect egg laying? Everyone was talking at once, and everyone had a new understanding of the beast tamer. For a moment, no one dared to challenge him. The stakes are too high and the hen's hidden weapon is a little fierce. Luo Yu waited for more than 10 minutes but no one came. He knew that the self-important races were unwilling to fight against him, the human race, and that similar races could not afford the money. So forget it, let's stop here for today. It would be nice if I could earn 1,000 gold every day. Luo Yu smiled secretly in his heart. After exiting the arena, he clicked on the warehouse overview and saw that he now had 3,500 gold. Continue our efforts tomorrow. In the misty bathtub, Xiao Dai came up and sat next to Luo Yu, blushing slightly and said, "Master, you can take us with you when you go to the arena to fight. We can protect you too." Luo Yu laughed and said, "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Besides, I can't bear to see you three little cuties fighting with others." As soon as these words came out, the three beast girls blushed. Xiao Dai suddenly thought of something and laughed. "I still remember one day, someone shouted, 'Xiao Dai, save me!' Are you reluctant to part with it now?" "Ha! Ha!" Luo Yu let out an awkward laugh. How come Xiao Dai has such a good memory? In the early morning, the first thing Luo Yu did when he woke up was to check today's buff. As expected, with various buffs, today we have Action Frenzy buff and Rare Item Production Rate Increase buff. The second buff is good for fishing, so Luo Yu went fishing after breakfast. I haven't been fishing for a long time. When I sat on the bluestone by the lake, I immediately felt something. The sun was glaring and the temperature reached 36 degrees, it was very hot. Luo Yu was wearing heat-insulating clothes and pants, so he wasn't afraid of the heat, but Xiao Kong beside him. Turning around, I found that there were already beads of sweat on Xiao Kong's face. She had been fishing under the sun these days, so it must be very hot. Her originally tender skin has become a little darker, but she never has any complaints. Not only her, Xiao Dai also often comes to fish, the two of them are really good friends. If it were someone else, they would just throw in the towel and quit. Luo Yu secretly thought that he was careless and said softly, "Xiao Kong, I'm going fishing today, you go to the villa to clean up." Woohoo! Xiao Kong was very obedient. After a gentle call, he ran to clean up. Luo Yu liked this little cutie more and more. At the same time, he thought to himself that this would not work. He had to let Xiao Kong have a comfortable place to fish. He flipped through the building pages and finally locked onto 2 buildings. Advanced Fishing Pier, Fishing Efficiency plus 30%, Rare Item Acquisition Rate plus 30%, Entertainment Value plus 5. Elegant Lake Pavilion, Fishing Efficiency plus 10%, Rare Item Acquisition Rate plus 10%, Overall Base Beauty Increased, Entertainment Value plus 5. These 2 buildings can be combined and stacked, which looks pretty good, and the building materials are the same: stone brick * 20,000, wood * 10,000, silver * 5,000, jade * 200, gold * 200. It's a bit expensive, and non-essential buildings like this will greatly increase the base's score, but Luo Yu thought of Xiao Kong's sweaty look just now, so he still chose to build it. Not only Xiao Kong, I will come here to fish often in the future. I don't want to get as black as charcoal. I have saved a lot of stone bricks these days, let's use them. Wood, buy. After a flurry of operations, a light flashed before my eyes, and first a fishing pier extending into the lake appeared. It extended about 10 meters into the lake, and a beautiful pavilion appeared at the end of the pier. This is a typical Oriental pavilion in the middle of a lake. There are stone furniture such as stone tables and stone benches in the pavilion. Sitting in the pavilion on a hot day, you will feel cool. The sunshade effect is very good, quite good. Luo Yu took a look at the base rating. Wow, it directly reached 8,800. A building was given a score of 600, which is almost the same as a big villa. As expected, the score given for building this kind of unnecessary luxury building is too high. Cast the rod and fish. Luo Yu sat on a stone bench in the shade of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, fishing while thinking about how to offset the threat posed by this part of the score. I wanted to lay floor tiles with hidden spikes before, but the project is not completed yet. Now I have added another 1,200 points. Even if I have a reinforced catapult, I still have to find a way to strengthen my defense. How about spending money to build another arrow tower? As Luo Yu was thinking this in his mind, he suddenly realized that he had caught something. How long has it been? Just a minute. Is it so exciting after the fishing efficiency is increased? When I reeled in the rod, I saw it was a metal box. Yes, I have a buff. The acquisition of rare items is increased, the efficiency and buff are superimposed, and here comes the box. Before opening the box, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment. It seemed that no disaster occurred after the special event, so the critical hit must have been used. He muttered to himself. 100 times critical hit trigger. After receiving the hint, Luo Yu opened the box and saw that it was a scroll. Automatic Flying Axe Catapult Production Diagram, Wood * 2000, Stone Brick * 2000, Sinew of Silver Level or Above Animal * 1, Gold * 200. Huh! It's a defensive weapon! Luo Yu was delighted because he happened to have these materials. After the Golden Scorpion King died, he left a golden tendon which is still in the ice cellar. Luo Yu knew it would be useful sooner or later, so he kept it. Now, it comes in handy. Just when I was thinking about strengthening my defense, the blueprints arrived. I just don't know how powerful this thing is. After clicking on build, a large stone crossbow appeared in front of my eyes with a flash of light. On the crossbow was not a crossbow arrow, but a small stone axe. Automatic Axe Catapult, a close-range killing defense building with strong power and high hit rate. Stone bricks need to be placed at the location to automatically generate stone axes for launch, with a short range. Hint: because you use the tendons of a gold-level animal to build the flying axe launcher, the range of the flying axe is increased by 10 meters, and the killing power is increased. The current range is 20 meters. Please select the location. Wow, it turns out to be a killing-type defensive building. The original range of 10 meters is indeed a bit short, but 20 meters is not bad. Luo Yu looked at the stone axe above. Regardless of whether it was sharp or not, if someone was hit by this thing, they would die instantly, right? This is used to deal with shield soldiers. Arrow towers and crossbows are not good at dealing with shield soldiers, but flying axes can hit them accurately. Good stuff. Chapter 85: The Benefits of Spring Cleaning emerge. After thinking about it, Luo Yu decided to install it on the front wall. Right in the center of the east wall. If you want stone bricks, just stack some and place them on the wall. The defense became stronger again, and the long-standing problem of shield soldiers was solved. Luo Yu felt much relieved. In fact, he also knew that he didn't need to worry too much. The base was not only defended by automatic weapons. The real powerful ones were himself and the animals. However, he always felt that it was a failure to have to engage in physical combat with the animals. When the attack comes, you sit in your villa, drink some wine, and rely on the base's automated defense to easily defeat the attack. That's the upper-class life of a lord. Keep up the good work. After dinner, Luo Yu sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake and fished. The air above the lake seemed to be slightly distorted, and it was definitely very hot. The human body's temperature tolerance is about 38 degrees. If you are exposed to the sun above this number, you will easily get heat stroke. Because of his clothes and pants, Luo Yu's comfortable temperature alone reaches 78 degrees. His temperature tolerance is above 85 degrees. He can't feel the heat, but it is really hot now. It hasn't rained for about 7 or 8 days, right? Luo Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart, and said in the group, "It's so hot today, how is your work on heat stroke prevention going?" Fan Yamam, "Don't mention it. There's nothing we can do. My sisters and I are hiding in the house and dare not go out. Other members of the base don't allow them to go out to work at noon." Alice, "Our tree house is more heat resistant, so everyone should be prepared for the heat." Luo Yu, "Listen to me, although there is no system prompt, I feel something is wrong. There may be a risk of drought. Food storage, human heat dissipation, and vegetable garden irrigation will soon be a problem. I remind everyone to dig a cellar immediately and buy ice to keep warm." Naker, "I agree. During the previous special event, hail fell in many areas. The current price of ice is not outrageous." Nyoda, "I don't know if it's outrageous or not, but I have no money. Oh, I really want to kill the monsters in the lake, so that I can soak in the water and avoid the summer comfortably." Luo Yu, "Indeed, this is also a solution. How is the technology unlocking of your visitors going?" Fan Yamam, "I got it done." Naker, "I've got it done too." The last wave of special events made everyone make a lot of money. After asking around, it turned out that everyone in the small group had managed to do it except Nyoda. Fan Yamam, "Luo Yu, after I entered your ID, it actually prompted that it would cost 10,000 silver to visit your territory. How high is your territory's rating?" Luo Yu smiled secretly when he heard this. Visitor technology does not allow for casual visits. Even if the other party agrees, the party with a lower base score has to pay to visit the party with a higher base score. Because this is a visit and study, tuition fees are required. The specific tuition fees are divided into different levels. Luo Yu's territory's score is definitely much higher than Yu Meng and the other three, so it will cost 10,000 silvers, and this is the upper limit. The actual gap may be far greater than the number 10,000. He smiled and replied, "I like mining, so I make a lot of things." Everyone, "Is mining really that profitable?" Everyone agreed to make preparations for 2 more days, and after the next wave of events was over, they would go to Fan Yuming's territory to meet, one by one. As for how to distribute the items after the boss battle, we will talk about it later. Now, according to Luo Yu's idea, let's buy ice cubes first. Luo Yu also started buying ice cubes. Because it was summer, even though hail had occurred in many places before, the price of ice cubes was still a little expensive. 300 silver per unit. Luo Yu was rich, so he bought 100 units of ice at once, spending 30,000 silver coins. He hurriedly put them into the ice cellar, and the temperature of the ice cellar plummeted, feeling like it was below -5 degrees. At this time, the friends also started to dig the cellar, and Luo Yu did not disturb them and continued fishing. Not to mention, after his fishing efficiency improved, it seemed that he got more boxes. Luo Yu got another box at sunset. After opening it, he found a palm-sized piece of gold. He was quite lucky. He looked at the amount of gold in the base, which was 3,800. He was quite satisfied with the increase in the number. Because the cooking speed is greatly increased now, dinner is ready in more than an hour. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone ends a busy day and sits at the table to eat. After taking a bite of tomato, Xiao Dai reported, Master, I have stored 12 more women's underwear these days. You can sell them when you have time. Oh? I'll sell it right away. Luo Yu directly opened the warehouse and put the women's underwear on the shelves while eating. It was sold out within 5 minutes of being put on the shelves. He made another 36,000 silver coins. How great! While he was eating, he suddenly received a reminder. Due to the improvement of the territory's hygiene standards, you have been blessed by heaven and gained physical fitness +2. Here it comes! Luo Yu was overjoyed when he saw the prompt. The higher the values of hygiene, beauty, entertainment, etc., the more likely you are to get attribute points or buffs. Attribute points after 100 cannot be added with silver, which shows how precious these 2 points are. I checked the hygiene value. The highest value was still 98, and the current value is 95. The effect of cleaning in the past 2 days is evident. He looked at Xiaokong and smiled as he picked up a piece of meat for her. Come on, little cutie, eat more, you will grow meat. Seeing this, Xiaobai coughed lightly, said nothing, and pushed the food box towards Luo Yu. The expression on the little face was very clear. Master, I want one too. Luo Yu laughed out loud upon seeing this, and picked up a piece of meat for Xiao Dai and Xiao Jin respectively, saying that the bowl of water should be kept evenly distributed. After dinner, the 3 little cuties washed the dishes together, while Luo Yu went to take a shower first. As usual, enter the arena to make money. Let's bet on gold. Not much, just 100 gold. Those who are willing will take the bait. Not long after the room was opened, someone came in immediately. The one who came was a tall and strong bear man. He grinned and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yesterday, you cheated my brother out of 500 gold. Today, I want you to pay back double. 1,000 gold, dare you gamble again? Wow, Big Bear shows up, and it turns out he's here to seek revenge. Luo Yu was overjoyed, but he looked embarrassed. He hesitated and said, I know what you mean, but I only have 1,500 gold in total. Isn't this 1,000 gold too big to bet on? Big? I'll give you a bigger one. The strong man from the bear tribe grinned and said, What a coincidence! I also have 1,500. Chapter 86 Old Actor. The bear tribe strong man grinned and said, Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to bet everything today and kick you out of the gold PK game directly to teach you to quit gambling. For a moment, the bears who came to the room to watch the fun cheered. Those who watched the fun did not mind making trouble, and other races also joined in the fun. The human race, on the other hand, advised Luo Yu not to be impulsive and that there was no need for such behavior. What impulse? Luo Yu deliberately raised the stakes. Today he had made up his mind to help this bear brother pay some IQ tax. He pretended to be irritated and shouted, Well, let's see whether you kick me out of the gold bureau or I kick you out. Come on. Luo Yu raised the bet on the spot, which was exactly what the bear man wanted. Tip, the room bet is changed to 1,500 gold. For a moment, those who were watching the fun cheered and a large number of spectators poured into the room. Not to mention the gold, the audience fees alone should not be underestimated. 3.2.1 Let's get started. Without any nonsense, Big Bear rushed directly towards Luo Yu. This first step was started extremely quickly, and in terms of agility, he was far superior to the previous, second bear. A Tai! Luo Yu shouted softly, and the Wolf King A Tai appeared and pounced on him on the spot. Brutal collision! Bang! With a dull thud, Xiong Da's shoulder collided directly with a Tai. The difference in strength knocked a Tai away on the spot, while Xiong Da rushed towards Luo Yu with all his strength. Luo Yu drew out the Yang Yu Bao and was about to shoot the arrow, but unexpectedly, Xiong Da seemed to be prepared. Don't even think about it. He actually pulled out a small stone axe from his waist and smashed it at Luo Yu. Although Luo Yu dodged, he had already lost the initiative. The next moment, Xiong Da had already rushed to his face. Country chicken! Luo Yu shouted again, and the country chicken hidden weapon came out again. The female country chicken spread its wings and flew towards Xiong Da's face, trying to grab Xiong Da's cheek. The chicken's speed was actually quite good. When it suddenly appeared, Big Bear was also startled. However, this man was extremely ferocious. Instead of instinctively dodging the chicken, He opened his big mouth and bit the chicken. The chicken's claws left scratches on his face, but it was also bitten to death. Go to hell! Big Bear punched Luo Yu hard. It was too late for the Wolf King to come to his rescue, and it was impossible for him to draw his bow and arrow at close range. Luo Yu was about to be hit by the punch, but at this moment, there was a flash of light. A big red snake suddenly appeared, and its tail swept across, colliding with Xiongdao's fist. Bang! Big Bear was swept back half a step by the giant snake's tail, with shock in his eyes. Not only him, everyone was shocked. Bronze level! This guy has a bronze level snake, oh my god! Is this the Beastmaster's killer move? How terrifying! Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiongdaoming reacted and realized that the python in front of him was as thick as a bucket and at least 10 meters long. He knew what the consequences would be if he was entangled by the python, so he quickly backed away. But at this time, the Wolf King had already climbed up and bit Big Bear's arm fiercely. He shook it off violently but failed. The next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. Puff, puff, puff! 3 arrows were fired in succession, and 3 feather arrows pierced into Xiongdao's chest. He pulled out the feather arrows in rage and bit Tai's neck as well. A wolf and a bear started biting each other, but there was also a big snake. The red-scaled python was a bronze level. It fiercely wrapped itself around Xiongdao's waist and bit his neck. Big Xiong wanted to push the giant python away, but he couldn't. Despair appeared in his eyes. He looked at the human who was drawing his bow and arrow not far away, his eyes full of resentment. Got fooled. This human has a trump card, deliberately provoking me and stealing my gold. This is an actor. Whoosh! A feather arrow pierced his forehead. Xiongda opened his mouth and said with difficulty, You! This matter is not over yet. As the voice fell, the man's body disappeared. KO! You defeated your opponent in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. You get 1,500 gold and 2,610 silver. Now, gold has reached 5,300 and silver has reached 400,000. What a huge profit. The audience in the room stared at Luo Yu, feeling a chill in their hearts. They discovered that the most powerful thing about the beast tamer is that you never know what kind of monster he will summon. The human race codenamed Yu below actually has bronze-level ferocious beasts. You should know that the bronze field has not been opened yet. So scary. For a while, no one dared to fight him. Luo Yu waited for a long time and found that no one came to fight. It seemed that the deterrent power of the red-scaled python was too strong. Okay, let's go and hold our little cutie to sleep. Another morning has arrived. When Luo Yu wakes up, the first thing he does is check his status and last night's system prompts. Tip: the diamond level bed brings you attribute improvements, your strength +1, currently 101. Hint: Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, and Xiaojin's hair growth progressed +50%. After a good sleep, you will gain some strength, and you will gain attributes just by lying down. The hair of the little cuties will grow longer again, and it will be comfortable. Today is another good day. After having breakfast, Luo Yu went out and found that the temperature had reached a terrifying 37 degrees early in the morning, and it was only a little after 7 o'clock in the morning. Under the direct sunlight, the space outside seemed to be distorted. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the system prompt appeared, warning: due to the interference of mysterious forces, the entire Tiandao world is invaded by a heat wave. The temperature will continue to rise. The heat wave will last for more than 10 days. At the same time, the summer will be extended. Please take precautions against heat stroke and cool down. Heat wave! Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, this is bad. After the special event, a crisis event indeed occurred. Within 5 minutes of the prompt appearing, the temperature soared to 40 degrees and continued to rise. The world is in mourning, and regional chats are also in chaos. 40 degrees. Any little outdoor work will result in heat stroke immediately. This temperature is a great threat to warm-blooded races such as humans and orcs, not to mention some races that do not like high temperatures. For example, the water tribe, the beautiful ice tribe, the snow tribe, or other races that are poor at resisting the heat, are simply deadly. The small group was also in an uproar. Naker. Ah, my God! The heat wave is killing me! Fan Yumum. Fortunately, I listened to Luo Yu and built an ice cellar. By the way, can the ice cellar withstand it? Elena. I think I can't bear it. I have to think of another way. Alice. May every living being be able to survive this catastrophe safely. Nyoda. I have thick skin and flesh, so I am not afraid of the sun, but I am afraid that the grass will die of drought. Chapter 87. The terrifying heat wave is coming. Luo Yu looked at the price of ice at the auction house, which instantly soared 20 times. He said in the group, even if you put ice in an ordinary cellar, it can't withstand such a high temperature. I'm telling you, we need to build a warehouse. Luo Yu shared his personal experience, and everyone expressed their opinions. Finally, it was concluded that not only the floor tiles and warehouses need to be insulated, but also an insulation layer needs to be laid. The best materials for this heat-insulating and sunproof layer are actually cloth, fur, and the like. This small group reacted very quickly. They immediately made some purchases before prices of cloth and cotton increased. Luo Yu was not a stingy person. After the last bumper harvest, he had a lot of cotton in stock, so he sold some of it to them at the original price. This also includes wolf skins, which are very effective in providing insulation when laid on the roof. All of a sudden, everyone started to get ready. Luo Yu checked the situation in his own cellar. The temperature was slowly rising, so he still had to make preparations. In fact, for most people, the preparation process would involve the risk of heat stroke, but Luo Yu was not afraid. He quickly spread the wolf skins on the roof of the warehouse, and then, on a sudden inspiration, poured water on it with a wooden bucket. After the wolf skin absorbed moisture, its insulation effect became better, and the temperature in the cellar began to drop again. He nodded slightly, and at this moment, a prompt appeared. Warning, your companion pet Xiao Dai shows signs of mild heat stroke. Xiao Dai was working in the basement at the moment, holding her forehead with her hand and seemed a little dizzy. Luo Yu rushed over and supported her, asking with concern, how is it? Master, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. The butterfly is very cold resistant but has poor heat resistance. Its highest comfortable temperature is actually only 36 degrees. The temperature outside has now soared to 42 degrees. Although the villa has good insulation, the temperature inside is already 36 degrees. No wonder Xiao Dai suffered from heat stroke. If you have heat stroke, taking herbs will be useless. It cannot be cured unless the temperature is lowered, and the condition will only get worse. Storehouse. Luo Yu ran directly into the warehouse carrying Xiao Dai. The temperature of the entire warehouse was now 25 degrees due to the insulation effect of the high-grade warehouse, the wet wolf skins covering the warehouse, and the slight cool air coming from the entrance of the cellar. After sitting there for a while, Xiao Dai recovered a lot. She exhaled a breath of foul air and said, Master, it's too hot today. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to sleep on the floor in the warehouse. Indeed, this temperature is really not going anywhere. Luo Yu looked at the status bar of Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong. Xiao Jin's maximum comfortable temperature was 300 degrees. She could swim comfortably in boiling water. This kind of animal was the one that could take a lava bath. No need to worry about her. Xiao Kong's maximum comfort temperature is 65 degrees, and he is also an outrageous little cutie. He is now happily fishing in the pavilion again, so don't worry about it. It's a pity that the diamond clothes and platinum pants are bound to me. Xiao Kong can't wear them, otherwise if I take one off and give it to her, she can basically carry it for a long time. I looked at other animals again. The giant octopus and the big snake were fine in the water, but the bull and the cow, the two stupid wolves, the hen, and a large group of insects couldn't withstand the high temperature. Luo Yu hurriedly gathered all the animals that could not bear the heat into the warehouse to cool them down before they got heat stroke. The animals gathered in the warehouse were obviously relieved, but another problem arose. There were too many animals, and they were not small in size. They would emit a lot of heat, and the temperature in the warehouse rose. It's almost 30 degrees again. At this moment, the temperature outside has reached a terrifying 45 degrees, and it's only 10 o'clock in the morning. I checked the World Channel and the Regional Channel and saw widespread grief. Many people have already suffered from heat stroke. Some poor species might even become extinct in this heat wave. It's okay in the small group. After all, everyone has an ice cellar, and they can hide in it for a while if they can hold it back. Fan Yumum. Is everyone here? It's 45 degrees outside. This is not a solution. When I was browsing the building just now, I saw the recreation room. There is an indoor swimming pool inside. The swimming pool can cool down and escape the heat. People and animals can hide in the recreation room to avoid this disaster. Besides, the recreation room will have to be built sooner or later. I think it's feasible. Make your decision now, before construction materials like lumber go up in price. Seeing Fan Yuming's proposal, Luo Yu's mind flashed, and he clicked on the building page. Like other buildings, entertainment rooms are divided into many types. High-end entertainment rooms have swimming pools, but they require water circulation systems. Of course, it is possible to do without a water circulation system, but the swimming pool needs to be filled with water artificially, and the water is stagnant. Over time, the hygiene standards are lowered and it is easy to get water poisoning when taking a bath. Advanced entertainment room, building materials *100, 000, wood *20, 000, silver *5, 000, gold *200, jade *200. This kind of thing is very expensive, and if the score is increased too high, it will lead to serious attacks. No one in the group was talking, everyone was weighing the pros and cons. Elena was the first to not help but, Luo Yu, what do you think? Alice. Well, Luo Yu, you decide. Unconsciously, this small group often revolves around Luo Yu. After thinking for a while, Luo Yu replied, building an entertainment room is indeed a feasible way to solve the threat of heat waves. If the swimming pool can be filled with water, with the special layout of the entertainment room, it is equivalent to a large evaporative cooling pool, which can effectively reduce the temperature. As for the water cycle, I don't think it's that important now. There's always a way to get water. Now there are two questions. First, materials. Do you have enough materials? Secondly, making this kind of luxury building will greatly increase the score. I expect it to increase by 800 points. Based on last month's experience, there may be 40 more attack units by the end of the month. Are you confident that you can resist? Everyone fell silent for a while, and Alice said, according to the heavens, the summer will be extended, and the attack at the end of the month will come later this time. If we can survive this heat wave, it may not be a bad opportunity. I think there will be a way when the time comes. Fan Yumum. Yes. Although I can't guarantee that we can survive the attack, the heat wave is right in front of us. If we can't protect the animals at home and the members of the base, we will have no choice but to die. We have no room for hesitation. Everyone agreed and finally came to the conclusion, don't be afraid of attacks. The remaining issue is the building materials. Luo Yu said. Stone bricks cannot be purchased directly at the auction house, but they can be exchanged for things. Wood can be purchased directly. As for gold and jade, can you gather enough of them? Chapter 88 Meeting the girls in the group. Luo Yu had secretly planned to lend out some of the gold, but what he didn't expect was that everyone said that gold and jade were in stock. And the one with the most inventory is Nyoda. He listened to Luo Yu and mined all day long. His level went up and he produced a lot of rare metals, but because he didn't build anything, they were all stored. Luo Yu smiled and said, we are all rich people. If silver is not enough, I have a solution. The heat wave will subside a little at night, so we can use the night time to kill the monster in the lake and build an entertainment room based on what it explodes. Let's start tonight, what do you think? Everyone. That's it. First stop tonight, Fan Yuming's territory. It was still early in the evening. Luo Yu was not afraid of the heat, but the glaring sunlight still made it difficult for him to open his eyes. He ran to the sewing table and wove a bamboo hat so that he could work in the sun. Fan Yuming was right. The entertainment room still had to be built, and it had to be built well. Luo Yu decided to build the entertainment room next to the big villa. Advanced entertainment room, building materials *100, 000, wood *20, 000, silver *5, 000, gold *200, jade *200. The building materials are naturally stone bricks. 100,000 stone bricks are not enough at the moment, so let's prepare for a rainy day. The price of wood in the auction house was 1:2. Luo Yu spent 40,000 silvers to buy 20,000 pieces of wood, piled them in the warehouse, and then went to the mine. Now only Luo Yu, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong can act normally. Xiao Jin is still cutting stones, while Luo Yu takes Xiao Kong to the mine to dig. There are still some resources in the mine, and we may face more severe challenges in the future. Regardless of the considerations, we should accumulate resources as soon as possible. After a whole day of mining, Xiaokong's level was low, so he got a lot of stones, while Luo Yu got mostly iron ore, copper ore, and the like. Because his mining efficiency was so high, his experience points soared. Today, he upgraded the mining to LV8, got 2 digging bugs, tamed them all, and also got 1 point of increased strength. After Xiao Jin finished cutting all the stones, he looked at the stock and found that he had 80,000 of them. That would allow him to collect enough stone bricks for the high-end entertainment room tomorrow. There are only 18% of the mineral resources left. If it weren't for the continuous increase in resources before, it would have been mined out by now. In the evening, the temperature dropped slightly, but it was still a terrifying 42 degrees outside. The temperature inside the villa dropped to 33 degrees, and it was finally warm enough to stay in. Everyone took a shower together, and Xiaobai went to bed early. Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Yu was thinking about activating the visitor function when the reminder came. Fan Yuming invites you to enter her territory. You don't need to pay any extra fees for this visit. Do you want to go? After Luo Yu chose to confirm, another prompt popped up. Please designate the temporary person in charge of the territory after you leave. Xiao Jin, I'll be back soon. I'll leave this to you. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Xiao Jin nodded and said, I understand. If you encounter any danger, just summon me. Only fools would come to attack during a heat wave, so there's nothing to worry about. Luo Yu smiled faintly, and the next moment a light door appeared in front of him, and he walked straight in. The world was spinning before his eyes, and when Luo Yu came to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar base. Luo Yu? A pleasant female voice was heard, and when I looked closely, I saw a group of girls in front of me. Yes, a group. Although they had never met, Luo Yu knew who they were. The long-haired girl standing in the middle, who looks to be around 20 years old and pure and pretty, must be Fan Yameng. The girl next to her, who was about 25 years old, should be the HR manager mentioned earlier, the girl who was recruiting individuals. The other girl with a ponytail looked only 15 or 16 years old. She was naturally another girl in their territory. The others are easier to identify. The pretty girl with cat ears and a cat tail is Naker, and the one with fair skin and long white hair, who is as beautiful as a goddess, must be Alice. The short-haired elf girl with slightly dark skin, pretty face, and heroic demeanor is undoubtedly Elena. Luo Yu smiled and said, Everyone is here. As expected, everyone is a very beautiful girl, just as I imagined. Regardless of the race of the woman, she would be happy to be praised for her beauty. The girls in front of her blushed slightly. Fan Yameng chuckled and said, We were all guessing before, Would a man who loves mining be a huge muscular man? I only know you are pretty when I meet you. Luo Yu laughed and said, Is that so? I'm so sorry for being pretty and disappointing you. Disappointed? Fan Yuming's face flushed after she realized what was happening, and she quickly explained. Nonsense! I didn't say I like muscular men. Her reaction made everyone chuckle. A joke brought them closer together. So many pretty girls smiled at the same time, like beautiful flowers blooming in the dark night. It was really pleasing to the eyes. Of course, it's pleasing to the eyes, but now we have real work to do. I checked the temperature, and even though it was past 7 in the evening, it was still very hot at 39 degrees. Fortunately, there was no direct sunlight, so he smiled faintly and said, Let's go, let's get started. Having said that, he walked forward first. When these girls passed by Luo Yu, they looked at his profile with different expressions. Alice had a gentle smile on her face, Nako blushed a little, Fan Yameng had a faint smile in her eyes, and Elena was surprised. I didn't expect this stupid man to be good-looking. Alice beside him looked at Luo Yu's back and chuckled. Is it just that he looks good? Seeing Luo Yu in person, I feel relieved. Are you relieved? Yes, Humph. Elena snorted lightly, And seeing that Fan Yunmeng, Naker and others had caught up with Luo Yu, she and Alice also walked forward. Luo Yu visited Fan Yunmeng's base along the way. It was a small high-rise building with an attic and a small garden in front of the door. The floor was paved with ordinary stone bricks, and the wall seemed to be a medium-level wall, with a length of 50 meters. There are 6 automatic crossbows installed on the wall. At this moment, a large number of animals in the zoo are lying there motionless. It is too hot, and they will sweat all over if they move. The vegetable garden is outside the wall, and a huge orchard in the distance is very eye-catching. It can be said that this is a comfortable little base. It is quite impressive that it has been developed into this in less than 2 months. Chapter 89, Team Up. The hunt begins. Naku wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed slightly. Yumeng, your house is so beautiful. What's the rating? 1,600 points. Fan Yunmeng smiled faintly and said, What about you guys? Naku said enviously, My family only has 1,000 points. Looking at the regional chat, everyone is hovering around 600 points. You are really a little rich woman, Alice said softly. Yumeng's territory is developing very well. Elena and I both only have 1,200 points. The voice of this white-haired elf sister is really gentle, and she is incredibly beautiful. In Luo Yu's eyes, Fan Yunmeng is already a top-notch beauty, more beautiful than the stars on TV, and her beauty is pure natural and healthy. But compared with Sister Alice, it is still slightly inferior. To be honest, although everyone is of different races, there is no obstacle at all in communicating with each other. This is the magic of the world of heaven. Fan Yunmeng asked curiously, Luo Yu, what is your territory score? I tried to visit your territory, but it prompted me to pay the highest visiting fee. Seeing that the eyes of these beautiful girls were all focused on him, Luo Yu smiled and said, A score difference of 1,000 points will require a maximum fee of 10,000 silver coins. Huh! So your rating is close to 3,000? Naker exclaimed slightly, and the other girls looked at Luo Yu with admiration. Even Elena, who had always been dissatisfied with Luo Yu, had a hint of admiration in her eyes. Luo Yu didn't respond but laughed in his heart. Should I tell you that my score is 8,800 points? What should I do if I scare the beauties? He changed the subject, looked at Nakur and smiled faintly. Kur, I think you promised to let me touch your ears before? Nakor's body trembled when she heard that, and she blushed and said, Meow? Here? Now? At least not now, please. I'm all sweaty. Why does this sound weird? Fan Yunmeng pulled Nakur behind her, looked at Luo Yu and said with a half-smile, Oh? Luo Yu, what agreement did you make with Kur? Tell me about it. Pressure. Invisible pressure. This pressure not only comes from Fan Yunmeng, but also from Alice and Elena. Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you want to touch Kur's furry ears? This? When the girls heard this, they all looked towards Naker's ears, with a hint of interest in their eyes. Meow, what are you doing? Feeling threatened, Naker hurried to Luo Yu. After they looked at each other, they all laughed again. Although it was our first meeting, everyone seemed like friends who had known each other for a long time, and the atmosphere was great. Chatting with friends along the way, it seemed that he could not feel the high temperature. When he arrived at the lake, Luo Yu restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, We can't go any further. Everyone instinctively stopped. Alice walked to Luo Yu's side and said softly, Luo Yu, you take charge. The girls all nodded. In this case, Luo Yu also nodded and said, Okay, but before that, we have to form a team first. I clicked on the team formation interface, and after some operation, a prompt appeared. You have successfully formed a team with Fan Yunmeng, Naker, Alice, and Elena. Tip: the maximum number of team members cannot exceed 10. Currently there are 5 people in the team. As for the other 2 girls from Fan Yunmeng's territory, they stayed in the house. Although they have improved their physical fitness, they have no combat power at this stage. The weather is so hot, so they should stay at home. After forming a team, you can see a brief description of the team members. Luo Yu's description is Beast Tamer. Fan Yunmeng is also a Beast Tamer. Naker is described as Agile Warrior, and the 2 elf girls are Accurate Archers. It seemed that he only described the other party's best areas, without any specific attribute points or equipment. Fan Yameng said, "My strength and agility are both 35 points, so I am a melee fighter. You don't have to treat me like a girl." Luo Yu nodded slightly and said, "Well, then I will treat you as a man." Fan Yameng was stunned when she heard this, and rolled her eyes at Luo Yu. Luo Yu focused on the lake in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "First, we need to lure the big black fish out." As soon as she finished speaking, Elena took out a herb and said, "This is what I planted before, but it mutated during the rainy day and became a beast-attracting herb. It's been tested before and it works on the black fish monster in the lake. It can lead it to the shallow water area near the shore." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed joy on their faces. Luo Yu was still thinking of using special milk, but it seems that it is not necessary. He smiled and said, "Very good, the next step is to tie the big black fish to the shore and not let it escape easily." Seeing that the girls were all looking at him, Luo Yu knew that they had no other options, so he said calmly, "I'll take care of it. Yum, you can build a simple watchtower on the shore to tie up the black fish. You can dismantle it after use. It won't cost much material." "Good." Fan Yameng nodded seriously and said, "I'll listen to you. Where should we build it?" Luo Yu simply said, "Right here. Let's start building." But in just a moment, a simple watchtower was built. Luo Yu took out the wisteria he had prepared in advance. In his own territory, he used the woven wisteria to tie the big black fish tightly. This is good stuff that has been tested in actual combat. Then he took out the modified hook-claw spear and tied it to the watchtower with wisteria. He looked at the two elf girls and said, "Alice, Elena, when the big black fish appears, you two will find a position to shoot arrows on the left and right. Shoot its eyes first. Destroy the water monsters. You are the main output." Alice nodded seriously, and Elena moved her arms and said, "It seems that you have thought of everything, so let the killing begin quickly. The dark elves are indeed bloodthirsty." Luo Yu labeled the beautiful Elena in his heart, turned his head and looked at the cat girl and said, "Kur, after trapping the big black fish, I will let you Ming build a simple floating platform on the water. Do you have the confidence to go up with me to kill the monster?" Naker giggled and said, "I spent a lot of money on agility, but it's almost level 50. I should be the one asking you this." Fan Yameng raised her hand and said, "I'll go with you too." Luo Yu looked at Fan Yameng and had to say, "What a brave girl." "Okay. Together." After the distribution was completed, Luo Yu looked at Elena and said, "Give me the beast-attracting grass." Chapter 90. Chop off the fish head with 2 knives. Elena nodded, and after taking the precious animal-attracting grass from the elf girl, Luo Yu walked directly into the water to prepare for placement. He found that the lake water was a little hot. The temperature is so high that the surface temperature of the lake has risen. After placing the animal-attracting grass on a protruding bluestone on the shore, Luo Yu came back and said in a deep voice, "Everyone hide." After saying that, he climbed directly up to the watchtower. For a moment, the lakeside became quiet and the air seemed a little tense. The animal-attracting grass was very effective. After a while, a huge black shadow emerged in the center of the lake in the distance, exactly the same as the big black fish in his territory before. But Luo Yu discovered something unusual. Now the speed of this black fish swimming does not seem to be as fast as that in its own territory, and the scales on the surface are no longer pure black, but slightly gray. Water temperature! He immediately understood the key. Because of the rising water temperature, the big black fish seems to be weakened. Then I thought of another thing. The heat wave seems to be a terrifying and high-risk event, but it also hides opportunities. It is a great opportunity to eliminate the monster in the lake. At this moment, the girls below were all breathing rapidly and looked a little nervous. They all knew that whether they could tie up the water monster in the first wave was the key to this battle. Unconsciously, everyone's eyes turned to Luo Yu, who was standing alone on the watchtower. At this moment, Luo Yu was holding a hook-claw spear and looking at the black shadow in the lake with a serious expression. Seeing the black shadow getting closer and closer to the shore, at a certain moment, its upper part finally emerged from the water. At this moment, Luo Yu's mind flashed with the shape of the skeleton when the big black fish corpse was decomposed. Then, he seized the opportunity and threw the spear down. Javelin mastery, With the addition of 102 points of strength, the spear spun at high speed and stabbed the big black fish. Puff! A ball of blood exploded from the back of the big black fish. Although he did not use a 100-fold critical hit, Luo Yu's strength today was definitely not comparable to that day. In addition, the scales of the big black fish were softened by the hot water. This time, the spear penetrated deeply into the body of the big black fish, and the barb hooked firmly on the fish bone. The big black fish struggled violently in pain, with blood spurting out of its mouth. This time it was seriously injured. The girls below were all a little dazed, shocked by the mad beast in front of them, and also shocked by Luo Yu's strength and throwing techniques. The high-speed spinning spear and the burst of blood shocked them. Don't just stand there, Alice and Elena, shoot arrows. Yameng, repair the watchtower immediately. Luo Yu's light shout woke everyone up from their dream. Fan Yameng hurriedly clicked on the building page. After successfully clicking on the repair button, she saw that the durability of the watchtower was recovering and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out from the left and right. The 2 elves took action and the arrows actually shot into the eyes of the big black fish at the same time. Blood spurted out again, and the big black fish rolled over with a scream, but the hook of the spear that had penetrated deep into its body had already hooked onto the fish bones, making it unable to break free. The big black fish is blind and can't break free. Luo Yu ignored the shaking of the watchtower and threw the javelin in his hand violently again. He had dissected the big black fish and knew its weakness. The javelin pierced into the side of the black fish's body, which was a hit on its weak point. Roar! The big black fish roared wildly, blood spurted out of its mouth, and it struggled hard, and the durability of the watchtower dropped rapidly. Fan Yameng shouted loudly, Luo Yu, the speed of repairing seems to be slower than the speed of destroying by the big black fish. What should we do? Luo Yu quickly climbed down the watchtower and shouted in the same loud voice. The big black fish is blind and has no target to attack, Yameng. You immediately build a simple floating platform, and we will get close to kill it. Be careful not to get swept by its tail. Good. Fan Yameng nodded repeatedly and immediately clicked on the construction page to start building a simple floating platform. The so-called simple floating platform is a platform floating on the water. It is more stable than a raft, and is very cheap. At this time, Elena and Alice were still shooting arrows. The arrows they shot were accurate and powerful. The gills and areas near the eyes of the big black fish without scales became the special targets. The bows and arrows caused great damage to the black fish. In just a few seconds, a circle of floating platforms appeared in the waters around the big black fish. Nakoa was the first to rush up and shouted, Death to the monster! The dagger in his hand slashed across the side of the big black fish, leaving a horrible blood mark on its body. As agreed before, don't be greedy for output, and retreat directly after a hit. Nakoa jumped from a floating platform to the safe platform behind, licked her lips, and a look of excitement appeared on her face. The reason why Luo Yu issued the close combat instruction was because the big black fish was blind and could not attack accurately. The weather is so hot, and repairing the watchtower costs money, so it's better to do it quickly. At this time Fan Yameng also rushed up, jumped on the floating platforms, held the long sword in both hands, and chopped the big black fish's head with force. In terms of strength alone, she is stronger than Nakoa. This sword has great killing power and left a bloody mark deep enough to see the bone on the big black fish's face. The big black fish roared. Although it was blind, it instinctively opened its bloody mouth and bit Fan Yameng. Luo Yu was startled and rushed over to rescue, but Fan Yameng was very agile. She imitated Nakoa and jumped backwards, and jumped onto the floating platform at the back, leaving the big black fish empty-handed and only splashing water. Wow, this girl has a talent for fighting, she's not simple. Roar! The furious big black fish struggled violently, but at this time, Luo Yu rushed up and chopped it out with the Tiangong knife in his hand. Puff! A ball of blood burst out, and this knife almost cut off half of the big black fish's head. This was not over yet. Luo Yu counterattacked again, and the power of 102 made the Tiangong knife come with a sound of breaking wind, and with a puff, it completely cut off the half of the fish head. The big black fish's body stiffened, and it stopped moving. He was hacked to death by Luo Yu. The whole place fell silent for a moment. The girls looked at the big black fish, then at Luo Yu, and they all opened their mouths with expressions of disbelief in their eyes. Seconds. Luo Yu chopped off the fish head with 2 knives. My God, what a huge strength! Fan Yameng beside him reacted and said in shock. Luo Yu, how much strength do you have? Luo Yu shook the Tiangong knife in his hand and said with a faint smile. It's a little taller than you guys, but it's okay. Higher, higher? Naker's mouth twitched, and she said strangely. At least 50, right? Almost twice as high. Chapter 91. Distribute rewards, everyone gets what they need. Yeah, about the same. Luo Yu smiled faintly and didn't say much. Your team killed the blackfish monster in the lake and received 40,000 silver. Beast Soul Core *2. Jing Foam Sword Technique *1, Silver Level Martial Arts. Team Technology Shared Scroll *1. Silver Level Equipment Treasure Chest *2. Personal Characteristics Scroll *1. As the prompt appeared, the platform where Luo Yu and Fan Yameng were standing began to light up, and various props appeared. Luo Yu knew that the rewards for killing monsters in a team would be higher than that for an individual, but he didn't expect to be given so much. Of course, these need to be divided, while single kills do not need to be divided, so there is still a difference in benefits. Victory! Victory! Naker stood on the platform and cheered. For a moment, everyone had smiles on their faces. After a while, everyone worked together to drag the body of the big black fish ashore. Luo Yu suggested that Fan Yameng keep these things first, and they should work together to disassemble the big black fish and store it. The weather is too hot. If such a large body is left outside, it will rot in less than 2 hours. Everyone agreed with Luo Yu's proposal and began to divide the work. After living independently for so long, they are quite skilled at slaughtering animal carcasses. But when it comes to proficiency, Luo Yu is the fastest. The overall working speed was already plus 100%, and the cooking level was also increased. The efficiency of slaughtering made the girls stare in amazement. Na Kir asked curiously, Luo Yu, what did you do before? How come you know everything? Not only can they, but they are all very good. Fan Yameng added. Luo Yu kept working while smiling faintly. I can't say I'm great, but I've learned a little bit. Be modest! Fan Yameng and Nakur said in unison. Luo Yu said with a smile. Why? Even if you say I'm awesome, you won't get any benefit. Pfft you! The girls all chuckled, the atmosphere became cheerful, and with a group of people working together, they finished the job in just 15 minutes. Although the cellar at Fan Yameng's base is not as well insulated as the one at Luo Yu's house, at least there is no need to worry about the problem of rotting in a short period of time. After a while, everyone was sitting in the living room. The spoils were placed on the table. The girls' eyes were filled with joy. Fan Yameng smiled and said, Let's work out a plan. How do we divide it? After the words fell, everyone looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, Everyone's territory has a big monster. Silver, beast soul cores, and a martial arts book should be fixed. How about this? These 3 items are given to the lord of each territory. The lord only takes these 3 items, and the remaining boxes and scrolls are distributed to those who come to help. How do you think? Naker was the first to raise her hand, followed by Fan Yameng. Alice and Elena had no objections, so the distribution plan was decided. Fan Yameng said, I will take one of the beast soul cores, and you can share the other one. Everyone nodded. Indeed, it was possible for 1 or 2 beast soul cores to appear. This thing was not only used to unlock automatic core technology, but could also be inlaid and used in other buildings and equipment. In addition, for the tamer trait, you can use the beast soul core to greatly increase the experience value of the trait. Alice said, Well, Luo Yu contributed the most this time, so you choose first. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, No hurry, let's open the scrolls and boxes first, and see what comes out before distributing them. Yameng, you open it. Fan Yameng nodded and whispered, You're getting more and more comfortable calling me Yameng. As he spoke, he opened the technology scroll, and out came the technology shared by the team, scroll for making sealed meat chunks. The most valuable thing in this round, besides the martial arts book, is the shared technology. According to the Tiandao world, this kind of shared technology scroll will only appear when you team up to fight monsters, and the chance of it dropping is very low. In addition, the technology given by shared technology scrolls is generally not very advanced, but mostly basic technology. But even so, it is still very valuable. Fa Hyun clicked on the learning button, and everyone immediately possessed the sealed meat technology. This sealed meat block is actually canned meat, made of meat and iron ore. It can be made by hand or on a cooking table. He smiled and said, "This technology comes at the right time. The weather is hot right now and meat cannot be preserved effectively. As long as the heat wave continues for a few days, there will be a serious food shortage. Canned meat has a long shelf life and is a hot commodity in the market. We will definitely make a lot of money by then." As soon as these words were spoken, the girls all showed a look of realization on their faces. Naker clapped her hands happily, and the other three also smiled. Fan Yameng chuckled and said, "What a good business opportunity! You have a clear idea. No wonder your base is rated so highly. It looks like we'll have to work hard to make canned meat these days." She has the easiest job. With so many members in the territory, she can just assign anyone with a good cooking level. Luo Yu was also preparing to go back to making canned food and talk about it later. 2 treasure chests yielded 2 silver equipment, a pair of silver daggers, and a pair of stockings. No one expected a pair of silver-grade white stockings. Naker, Alice, and Elena had never seen this thing before. The personal characteristic scroll is the miner's characteristic. Everything was here, and everyone looked at Luo Yu. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "I'll give you all the equipment, just give me the beast soul core." "Well?" Everyone was slightly stunned, and Alice asked curiously, "Luo Yu, don't you like mining? Why don't you choose a miner?" Elena also frowned slightly and said, "Although I can't beat you for the time being, I'm not a woman who needs you to give in." Everyone knows that individuality is the most precious thing. Luo Yu smiled faintly and said, "I already have the miner's characteristics, and the silver equipment released is not suitable for me. It's not just Yuming's family anyway, so just leave it at that. Make your choice quickly." Everyone thinks that Luo Yu suffered a loss, but in fact Luo Yu really didn't want anything. Besides, he chose the Beast Soul Core because he wanted to unlock the luxury menagerie building. At that time, a beast taming technology core would be generated, and it would be perfect to embed it in the Lord's bracelet. The result was that Naker chose the dagger, and Alice chose white stockings. This beautiful female elf must look good in stockings, right? What's annoying is that she's still wearing pants. She should be wearing a mini skirt. Send her one later? Luo Yu is looking forward to seeing Alice wearing stockings. The miner's characteristics were given to Elena. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to get rich by mining like Luo Yu. Everyone got what they wanted and everyone was happy. Chapter 92, Familiar with the Route, Continuous Sweep. At this time, Nyoda and the group couldn't help but speak up. "Luo Yu, what are you doing? Are you all alive? Why did I get a piece of technology for no reason?" Everyone in the room looked at each other and smiled. It is 9 o'clock in the evening and the temperature has dropped slightly, but still remains at 39 degrees. Luo Yu said, "Now we can't move normally during the day, and we can only go out a little at night. Do you still have the strength? How about going to Lao Nio's place?" Although I was already sweating profusely, I decided to keep going and tried to catch a few more big black fish tonight. Nyo University does not have visitor technology and cannot invite people, but everyone can choose to visit on their own initiative. You choose to visit Nyo Da's territory and are waiting for his consent. Soon the other party agreed, and with a flash of light in front of their eyes, they appeared in the Nyo family. Nyo Da is a minotaur in the ordinary sense, the kind with a very strong bull head. When he saw the large group of beauties appearing in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Luo Yu said with a smile, "Lao Nyo, I know they are beautiful, but you don't have to write it all on their faces, right?" "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Brother, I'm so glad to see you." Nyo Da laughed out loud and gave Luo Yu a big hug. "Brother, there are so many beauties in this group, we are so lucky." Fan Yunming and Elena rolled their eyes at the minotaur, Naker spat softly, and Alice always had a gentle smile on her face. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Okay, it's very hot, let's hurry up and work." Nyo Da's territory was completely bare, with nothing but a stone house, a vegetable garden, and a female member. This female tribal captive was sent by Luo Yu, but she obviously had no memory of Luo Yu. The memory of the previous territory has been cleared. According to the previous distribution, everyone immediately went hunting by the lake. Fortunately, Nyoda had some stocks in the mining company and was able to build the watchtower and floating platform, otherwise it would have been a bit troublesome. Sure enough, a big black fish appeared in a moment, and Luo Yu once again demonstrated his powerful javelin-throwing skills, hitting the target with one shot. The big fish struggled violently in the lake, and everyone followed suit and easily caught the big black fish. Nyoda is still quite impressive. This guy may have sold all the resources he obtained to buy attribute values. His physique has reached 50 points, and his strength has also increased a lot. Looking at his sturdy figure, he is a bit like a tank. In fact, this is also an idea. Now the characters can be locked and not counted in the base score, so all the resources can be concentrated on yourself. If the territory score is low, the attack intensity is also low, so it is naturally easier to survive. With Neo Da's current strength, I'm afraid that less than 10 natives would not be his match. After a while, everyone gathered on the shore to divide the things. It seems that the strength of Big Black Fish's shipments is also related to the rating of the territory. Neo Dao's territory gives much less. Except for the must-have Be Soul Core, he doesn't even give a single martial arts book. Not to mention shared technology and feature scrolls, there isn't even a thing. This is too poor. The only acceptable thing was that they were given 2 crystal stones, which could be used to upgrade the animal taming farm. Luo Yu and Fan Yameng were animal tamers, so they each got 1 crystal stone, and the rest were divided randomly. The girls seemed to not want to stay in Nyo Da's territory any longer. The environment was really bad, especially the sanitary conditions. They felt like they would get sick if they stayed there for a while longer. Luo Yu asked Nyo Da to build the base well and that he could provide support if needed. Then everyone went to Nakor's territory together. At 11 o'clock in the evening, a group of people appeared in Ker's territory. Ker's territory looked much more comfortable. The general layout was the same as Fan Yuming's, but there were fewer vegetable fields and orchards, and more fish ponds for aquaculture. After all, cats love to eat fish. Still use the old method, build a watchtower and lure the beast away. Everyone was familiar with the route and killed the big black fish within 10 minutes of its appearance. Unfortunately, there is still no shared technology this time, but a martial arts book called Hidden Blade Sword Technique was given, which seems to be quite suitable for Kerr. The martial arts that this big black fish uses seem to be related to the attribute values of the territory lord. The higher the attribute value, the higher the martial arts that can be used. One thing gradually became clear to everyone: the black fish was both a threat and a benefit to the initial development of the territory. It's time to divide the spoils again. Because Luo Yu and Fan Yameng took the most precious crystal stones in Yoda territory, they simply don't want the boxes this time. There were only some silver equipment, a cooking table design, and a chef characteristic scroll, which Luo Yu already had, and finally distributed them to Alice. After everything was done, it was already past 1 in the morning. Luo Yu didn't feel very tired, but the girls could no longer hold on. After all, they had been working and fighting continuously for 5 or 6 hours in high temperatures. Even if they had some physical strength, they could not bear it. She was sweating profusely and Luo Yu could see some cute outlines. I vaguely saw. Taking his eyes away from Alice, Luo Yu coughed and said, "That's it for tonight. Everyone go back and have a good rest. We'll gather at 7 p.m. tomorrow night." The girls all nodded. Although they looked tired, there was excitement in their eyes. It was an exhausting night, but the gains were also very obvious. Almost everyone had a piece of silver equipment and had unlocked technology. Fan Yum, Naker, and Yoda also earned their own beast soul cores and a large amount of silver respectively. It's really a huge profit. That's it, let's disband. Everyone, have a good rest and avoid the heat during the day. After hearing Luo Yu's words, everyone nodded to show that they understood, then said goodbye to each other and went home. Indeed, everyone is tired. The world was spinning before his eyes again, and Luo Yu returned to his territory. It was quiet now, and everyone had fallen asleep. After checking the condition of the animals and finding that none of them had heat stroke, Luo Yu was satisfied and quickly walked towards the bathroom. After taking off his clothes and pants and soaking comfortably in the warm bath, he breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with their territories, the environment at home is really comfortable. The luxurious bath can quickly relieve fatigue, and Luo Yu feels relaxed all over. But after taking off his clothes and pants, the insulating effect disappeared and he felt hot. It is very comfortable to wear clothes and pants, but it will be hot if you take them off. The world of Tiandao is really a magical place. I checked the world and regional channels and saw that some people are still complaining and many are suffering from heat stroke. If those who suffer from heat stroke don't find an effective way to cool down, and don't have any physical fitness in the early stages, it will be difficult for them to survive the heat wave. Chapter 93: The temperature soars, and the entertainment room is built. Although the girls in my group look delicate and pretty, they all have strong physiques, some with 20 points and some with more than 30 points, so they can fight in the high temperature at night. If his physical condition was less than 10 points at the beginning, he would have died long ago. With a slight sigh, Luo Yu summarized his gains for the night: a beast soul core, a crystal stone, and a canned meat technology. The market price of the beast soul core is 50,000, and the crystal stone is 80,000. Canned meat technology can be said to be a money-making technology at this stage, and its value is immeasurable. Huge profit. If you want to develop quickly, defeating bosses is the fastest way. When Luo Yu returned to the room, he found that Xiao Dai was not there. He checked her status and found that she was sleeping in the warehouse. The temperature in the villa is around 30 degrees at night. She must be feeling uncomfortable. Luo Yu held Xiao Kong in his arms, thinking to himself that he would have to make temperature-insulating equipment for Xiao Dai tomorrow. Thinking of this, he slowly fell asleep. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, Luo Yu got up refreshed. Tip: you get a buff when you sleep. Efficient sleep. Sleep efficiency increased by 50%. Thanks to the old workhorse buff, plus the fatigue-relieving effect of the big bed and luxurious bath, Luo Yu was still full of energy after sleeping for 4 hours. When I finished washing up, the sun had already risen. I looked at the temperature. It was 41 degrees early in the morning, and the temperature indoors was 37 degrees. How could I survive? The more Luo Yu washed, the more he sweated. Then he remembered that he was not wearing a jacket and pants, which had no heat insulation effect. He quickly put them on, and his whole body was warm. At this moment, Xiao Kong got up in a daze to wash. Her hair has a heat-isolating effect. She had her hair cut a few days ago, but because of the hair growth progress, her hair is longer than her shoulders again. While she was confused, Luo Yu took out a pair of scissors and skillfully cut her hair into a short style. You get 58 pieces of hair of the beast girl. Woohoo! Xiao Kong rubbed Luo Yu's arm affectionately with her short hair. She also felt that short hair was cool. Well, that must be it. The hair of 58 units of beast girls is enough. Now there is no need to make clothes with all the beast girl's hair. Just a little bit of heat insulating effect will be enough. He went to the basement and operated the sewing machine, reciting to himself. 100 times critical hit trigger. There was a flash of light at the delivery port, and a piece of underwear that fit Xiaodia's size appeared. Silver level women's underwear. Clothing comfort is increased. The highest comfortable temperature is plus 10 degrees, the lowest comfortable temperature is minus 10 degrees, and the shaping effect is increased. There was no gold in this critical hit, but it was enough. After a while, Luo Yu woke up Xiao Dai, who was sleeping on the floor in the warehouse. Looking at her dazed look, he said seriously, Xiao Dai, take off your clothes. What? Speaking of this, Xiao Dai was no longer sleepy. She instinctively hugged her chest and said with a red face, Master, please don't do it here, at least in the room. What are you thinking? I asked you to put on this underwear. Ah? Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment before she realized that her master had made thermal insulation underwear for her. She didn't really avoid Luo Yu, since she was used to seeing him while taking a bath. She just turned her back and put on her underwear. The heat insulation effect appeared, 10 degrees, the effect was immediate. Xiao Dai exhaled slightly, smiled and said, Thank you, master, I feel much more comfortable. You can go back to the big bed tonight. Luo Yu nodded and said with a smile. There is fat on your belly, pay attention to exercise. Woo! I know! Xiao Dai blushed a little. She also wondered if she had eaten too much food recently. Getting back to the point, Luo Yu said, Xiao Dai, since we are not afraid of the heat anymore, you should continue making clothes. I guess it's hot these days, so mini skirts and vests should be selling well. Come on. Good. Xiao Dai said earnestly. I will make a lot of beautiful clothes for the master to sell for money. She looks very motivated, so Beast girls won't have too many negative emotions. They will do whatever you ask them to do and are always full of enthusiasm, which is good. The temperature today is hotter than yesterday. After Luo Yu finishes his daily morning work, he has breakfast around 8 o'clock. By now the temperature has reached a terrifying 44 degrees. It's still morning, it's fatal. The animals hid in the warehouse and couldn't move. Luo Yu knew that the temperature would continue to rise, so the entertainment room must be built as soon as possible and the animals could be transferred to the entertainment room. Without the body heat emitted by the animals, the temperature in the warehouse will drop, so as not to threaten the safety of the ice cellar. In the morning, Xiao Kong and I went to the mine to mine. A large amount of stones were pulled back by Luo Yu himself. In the afternoon, the number of stone bricks finally reached 10W. That's enough. Standing on an open space not far from the big villa, Luo Yu decided to build the entertainment room here. Advanced entertainment room, building materials *100, 000, wood *20, 000, silver *5, 000, gold *200, jade *200. Click on the building page and drag the virtual form of the entertainment room. After confirming, a large amount of materials in the warehouse disappear. A large blue-black 3-story building appears in front of your eyes with flashing lights. The overall size of the building was about the same as a large villa. Luo Yu excitedly pushed open the door and walked in. The first floor was indeed an indoor swimming pool. The floor tiles of the swimming pool were the same tight defensive tiles as before. The original floor tiles have been transferred and there is no need to rebuild them. Now the entire first floor only has the swimming pool, which is empty without even a chair. There is no water in the pool and it needs to be filled with water through the water circulation system. When I went up to the second and third floors, I found that it was just a bare house with nothing in it, and I had to arrange the layout myself. Luo Yu had a plan in mind. He decided to manually make a pool table, chess table, and chess table on the second floor to exercise his wisdom, and then make some dartboards to practice shooting skills, and then put some bookshelves and so on. There are sandbags on the third floor and some miscellaneous fitness equipment. It is mainly a place for training strength and martial arts. Of course, the ground is still rough now. First, it needs to be polished, and then carpets can be laid. Speaking of which, carpet technology has not been researched yet, so let's take it slow. Now all we have to do is fill the swimming pool with water. Click on the water circulation construction page. The water pipe is easy to build. Just pull a water pipe from the villa. But to keep the swimming pool with running water, there must be a drainage pipe leading out, and this pipe cannot be along the same line as the current pipe. If it is connected to the sewage pipe, it will be discharged directly outside the territory. The water for the swimming pool is still taken from the lake. Luo Yu does not want the water level of the lake to drop too quickly. It definitely won't work if it's connected to a domestic water pipe, as it's dirty.